Hashtag chapter 1. Just after arriving, I flew up instantly. How amazing. The coldness, the stinging pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. Landon's consciousness drifted alone in an ocean of agony. In the hazy sea of consciousness, there seemed to be faint yet thunderously loud voices. I am Tongtian Sect, now founding the human sect. I am Yujing Murphy, establishing the Chung sect. Those with a connection may join. Joseph Xianxia establishes the Jie sect. All living beings may enter. Under the way of heaven, we, Dirk and Tisha, establish the Western sect, guiding all beings towards righteousness. The words had just faded when heaven bestowed merit. Instantaneously, Tongtian Sect, Yujing Murphy, and Joseph Xianxia remained undiminished in their power and became sages almost instantly. Only Dirk and Tisha fell short, gaining little benefit from the merit force and failing to become sages on the spot. However, would Dirk and Tisha let this opportunity slip away? They immediately made grand vows. All beings in the hellish realms, the hungry ghosts, animals, crawling insects, and those in the realm of Yama and the three evil paths shall, upon rebirth in my realm, receive the Dharma teachings, achieving Anattara Samyak Sambodhi and never again fall into these realms. All beings in my land will share one heart of virtue, without distracting thoughts. What they desire will be understood before it is spoken. Otherwise, I will not fulfill this vow. As a transmigrator, even as an ordinary person, Landon believed the old saying, System Mama takes care of every transmigrator. This adjustment ensures that the sentence flows more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and tone of the original text. The term, transmigrator, is kept to maintain consistency with the context, and System Mama takes care of every transmigrator conveys the protective and supportive nature implied by the original phrase. Just wait for the system. With rapid increases in cultivation, beating golden immortals, and kicking great rocks, boasting and humiliating others, the thought was thrilling. At this moment in the sky, several figures floated in midair. Behind each figure hovered the array symbols of their sects, the innate treasure Tai Chi diagram of the human sect, the innate treasure Xavian banner of the Chung sect, the 4 swords layers of the Jie sect, and the 12-petal merit lotus of the Western sect. Landon couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. At this moment, the Cooper Chaos world not only gained 6 new sages, but also entered a new era. Right then, a system voice sounded in Landon's mind. Ding, system binding complete. Starting up. Landon was elated. Look, just as he wished, the system arrived. Ding, the way of heaven's rank is too high. This system cannot currently download it. Please choose another target. Landon. Damn. You can't download it yet. Hype yourself up so much. How disappointing. However, Landon merely complained inwardly. He focused on the several floating figures above the crowd. As a Cooper Chaos fan, Landon particularly admired Joseph Xianxia. Though his ending was tragic, his unbending and bold character, fighting alone against many, resonated deeply. How thrilling. Looking at Xia, master of the 4 swords layers, Landon rubbed his hands together. It's you. System, download Xia's cultivation. Landon said urgently. Ding, you currently have 3 download options. Please choose. Landon stroked his chin. Xia was truly valuable. But he needed to select downloads beneficial for his development. Cultivation was a must. 2 more options remained. Top-level innate deities and the 4 swords layers. Landon knew greed could be counterproductive, so he took it one step at a time, without rushing. Ding, connecting. Ding, downloading. Landon nearly burst out laughing. Xia's cultivation, peerless. And he didn't need to cultivate. He only needed to download it. Landon knew very well that his strength was nowhere near enough to keep Lord Xia from leaving. Even in all of XuanHuan, few could detain such a deity. Finally, he was about to get somewhere, but now he might fall at the last hurdle. Landon felt frustrated. Standing among the crowd, his eyes darted around. No way. I can't let Lord Xia escape. With that, Landon mustered up his courage and stepped forward. As Lord Xia was about to leave, Landon took a deep breath and called out loudly, Holy One, please wait. Lord Xia paused, his figure freezing for a moment before turning to look back at Landon, asking emotionlessly, Who are you? What do you want? Those simple words were laden with an overwhelming aura, almost knocking Landon to the ground. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. No one had expected an ordinary civilian to dare stop a Holy One's departure. This wasn't just bold. It was incredibly thick-skinned. To put it bluntly, if Lord Xia had a bit more temper, one wave of pressure could turn Landon into minced meat. At this moment, Landon felt as though a mountain weighed down on his shoulders. But then, he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully, saying, I am Landon, and I earnestly request to follow Lord Xia. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Ridiculous, a civilian wants to join the Jiejiao? A true man can bend and stretch. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Murphy spoke up. This person lacks any cultivation and is utterly unremarkable. I doubt Brother Xia would even give him a second glance. Lord Xia laughed heartily and turned to Landon, asking, Why do you think just saying you want to join my Jiejiao will make it happen? This isn't a marketplace. Edit. Lord Xia laughed heartily and turned to Landon, asking, Why do you think that simply declaring you want to join my Jiejiao will make it happen? This isn't a marketplace. For better fluency and natural reading in English, I changed just saying to simply declaring and kept the term Jiejiao, as it seems to be a proper noun which is usually not translated. His tone grew heavier as he continued. Although Lord Xia had never publicly declared his principles for accepting disciples, not everyone was qualified. At the very least, they should have some talent or foundation. If anyone could enter, wouldn't that degrade Jiejiao to a third-rate sect? And here stood someone who would blend seamlessly into a crowd, utterly forgettable. If he started allowing this, anyone could join. How would the Jiejiao maintain its dignity? Note, Jiejiao is transliterated as Jiejiao here, but depending on context and prior usage in your document, It might be preferable to use an English name or explanation for this sect/order if one has been established. Note, I've maintained the name Jiejiao, as it seems to be a specific term, while changing Lord Xia to Xia Patriarch, for consistency with how such titles are often translated in similar contexts. Unfortunately, the original Landon's capabilities were abysmal, so he had to muster the audacity to say, "I deeply admire harmony between humans and nature." These words struck a chord with Lord Xia, who intended to break free from narrow human-centric views and accept diverse disciples. Meeting someone who shared similar beliefs warmed his heart. If only Landon had some cultivation, it would be perfect. Alas, without cultivation, Lord Xia still harbored doubts about accepting Landon. "You speak well," Lord Xia acknowledged, then changed his tone, "but your talent is far too lacking." Before he finished, Heavenly Venerable Murphy interrupted with a critical glare. "Brother, is what Landon said really what you think? This disgraces us." In the world of Honghuang, humans were paramount. It sounded as if after founding the Jiejiao, Lord Xia planned to cultivate all sorts of beings, which would be shameful. Shameful for the three pure ones. Heavenly Venerable Murphy couldn't tolerate this. Lord Xia chuckled in response. "Brother, this is my internal affair. You need not meddle." Suddenly, Landon's body was enveloped in surging spiritual energy, like a river swallowing miles. His physique seemed to undergo a transformation, growing more refined, akin to turning raw iron into a divine artifact, emitting a faint yet brilliant glow. Everyone around him froze, staring intently at Landon. He actually achieved enlightenment on the spot. Entered the realm of Earth Immortal. Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 2. Look down on who? Become a fairy in an instant. What do you think of that? Just as Landon was happily waiting to take it easy, the system suddenly issued a warning. The target was about to leave, and his download would be terminated? Was there something wrong with this system? Who carries their computer while running? Amazing. What should he do? Not only was the download progress slow as molasses, but it was also about to stop. Forget about Landon's strength. Even the entire Cooper Chaos might not have anyone who could retain this great god. Just when he was finally about to soar, he was about to fall. Landon felt annoyed. Standing among the crowd, he looked around. No way. I can't let Lord Xia escape. Immediately, Landon mustered his courage and stepped forward. As Lord Xia was about to leave, Landon spoke up loudly. "Holy One, please wait." Lord Xia indeed paused, his figure hesitating as he turned to look back at Landon and asked emotionlessly, "Who are you? What is it?" The only way was to join the Jiejiao sect. "Let me achieve great things, and these ridicules won't matter at all. A true man can bend and stretch." At this moment, the Cooper Celestial Sovereign Augustin interjected. "This person has no cultivation and is utterly ordinary. Surely my junior disciple won't pay any attention." Lord Xia chuckled and turned to ask Landon, "So, you say you want to join my Jiejiao sect, and you'll just join? This isn't a marketplace." Lord Xia's tone grew heavier as he continued. Although Lord Xia never openly declared his principles for accepting disciples, it wasn't like anyone could simply walk in. One needed at least a basic foundation and talent. If anyone could join, wouldn't it turn the Jiejiao into a third-rate sect? And now, here was someone who seemed completely unremarkable. Opening such a precedent would certainly drag the Jiejiao down. Yet, Landon frankly said, whether they are hairy or horned, whether they are born from moisture or hatched, all can be taught. Upon hearing this, Lord Xia's eyes widened in surprise. How did he know my thoughts? Is he a worm in my stomach? I've never publicly mentioned this idea, nor have I told anyone else. How does Landon know this? Not only did Landon know this, in future battles, this all can be taught principle was a commendable aspect of Lord Xia's character, which set him apart from other sects. In the Cooper Chaos world, humans reign supreme. How could it be that after founding the Jiejiao, Lord Xia wanted to cultivate non-humans? Disgraceful. Disgracing the three purities. This was absolutely unacceptable to Augustin. Lord Xia laughed heartily in response. "Senior brother, this is my decision. Please don't meddle." Augustin was stunned, unable to understand Lord Xia. Traditionally, Lord Xia always listened to him and consulted him on everything. But today, his behavior was unprecedented. Augustin snorted, temporarily setting aside the dispute with Lord Xia to first drive Landon away, planning to have a serious talk with his junior brother later. Otherwise, if these two really got together, sharing similar ideologies, the Jiejiao would be filled with hairy and horned creatures. How chaotic would that be? Absolutely disgracing the three purities. Landon, with no cultivation or talent, you're unfit to join the Jiejiao. Leave immediately. Augustin said coldly. Lord Xia nodded in agreement. Landon panicked when he saw their attitudes. Augustin didn't matter. If Lord Xia rejected him, how could the download proceed? How could he elevate himself instantly? Right at this moment, the system suddenly dinged. Download of Lord Xia's cultivation completion, 0.01%. Looking across the entire Cooper Chaos, this kind of ability was rare. The system really lived up to its reputation. Completely unreasonable. Awesome. Great. Landon stood tall, surveying his surroundings. Just now, who the hell said I wasn't qualified to join the completion sect? Come out here, bastard. At this moment, the Jeremiah was utterly stunned. His eyes almost popped out. This ordinary person, Landon, was nothing just moments ago. Yet, after some provocative words, he ascended directly to divinity. Such occurrences were not common. Even some beings who could transform into higher forms at birth, or instantly reach golden deity status existed. But those required long-term accumulation and unparalleled talent. Now, Landon was just a mere mortal. What virtue or ability did he have to perform such an instant ascension? This was too exaggerated. The Jeremiah was suspicious, muttering to himself, could there be something beyond my comprehension? He couldn't be sure about this. The ways of heaven were unpredictable. The path of Tao was unfathomable. No matter how profound one's cultivation, anything could happen in the world of Cooper Chaos. There was only what you couldn't imagine, not what Cooper Chaos couldn't do. This also applied to Landon. It seemed he had underestimated Landon. Landon thought, no way, that place was so poor. They often came east for help. Who would go to the Western teachings? Subsequently, various powerful figures like the Demon Court, Winston, Dongwang Palace, etc., vied for Landon's attention, all of whom Landon politely turned down. The Reed Patriarch remained silent the whole time, wanting to test if Landon could resist temptation. Seeing Landon unmoved and determined to join the Completion Sect, the Reed Patriarch felt greatly pleased. Good disciple, excellent character. One moment, the Reed Patriarch had a smile. The next moment, his face darkened as he glared at the others, furious. I've given you face, and you dare snatch disciples before me. The pressure of the sage erupted instantly. The void trembled violently. It pressured the other great powers so much they could barely breathe, even fleeing in panic. Seeing this, the others dared not say a word more. Only then did the Reed Patriarch retract his pressure, looking satisfied. Disciple pays respect to master. Landon spoke. The Reed Patriarch nodded. From now on, you are the eldest disciple of the Completion Sect and the first disciple among the three purities. Being the eldest disciple of the Completion Sect was inevitable. After all, these sects were newly established. But being the first disciple among the three purities was intriguing. Landon thought he could make something of this. If not for oneself, what good is the heaven's wrath? Becoming my disciple, I have little to give you, but here, take this spirit treasure. The Reed Patriarch raised his hand, and a spirit treasure floated to Landon's front. A stunningly beautiful bead. The pearl that stabilizes the sea. Landon recognized it instantly. This was a good item. Landon knew this bead had once been possessed by Apollo and was taken by Zeke Taoist during the Battle of Fengshan. There were 24 beads, strung together. Originally from the purple mansion of the mystical capital, it later became Apollo's possession. The bead emitted 5 colored rays that made it difficult to open one's eyes, making it easy for ambushes and surprise attacks. During the Fengshan battle, Apollo used this object to injure 5 of the 12 immortals of Yushu. Shijizi, Michael, Yuding Zhenren, Daohang Tianzuan, and Lingbao Dafashur, making it very powerful. Unexpectedly, he would receive this spirit treasure. What a pleasant surprise. Not to mention, if this was a sacrifice system, it would definitely increase the download speed. Landon happily stored the pearl that stabilizes the sea away. Turning to bow at the Jeremiah and others. Greetings, Uncle Master. The first disciple of the three purities, Landon, comes to pay respects. After all, as the first disciple of the three pure ones, if they weren't present before, that would be one thing. Now that everyone was here, they had to show some respect. People around were also murmuring. This kid's gutsy. Can't tell from his looks, he's quite devious. No doubt, they'll give something, just don't know what. These are all holy ones. They wouldn't embarrass themselves with a small gift. He's making out like a bandit. Agustin Xianxia and others, hearing the crowd's comments, immediately felt embarrassed. Everyone is a holy one, and it wouldn't do to refuse giving gifts, lest they earn bad reputations. If word got out that the three pure ones were stingy, it wouldn't look good. Moreover, Sha Jiaozhu had already given the stabilizing sea pearl. If the rest gave treasures of lesser value, their personal faces would be lost. Who would join our sect in the future? Being stingy would make them seem petty. Agustin Xianxia et al. Turned red with anger. But there was nothing they could do. Agustin Xianxia waved his hand, sending a flag into Landon's hands. Suppressing nausea, he spoke grandly. Go ahead and play with it. Landon looked at the flag, which was more than 2 zhonglong. He instantly recognized it as the Supreme Spirit Treasure Wui Apricot Yellow Flag, one of the 5 Primal Direction flags. When Yuing Laozi distributed treasures, he gave this flag to Agustin Xianxia. The other 4 flags were the Green Lotus Banner of the East, the White Cloud Flag of the West, also known as the Immortal Gathering Flag, the Flame Light Flag of the South, and the Black Turtle Flag of the North, also known as the True Wu Flag. This treasure in Landon's hands has tens of thousands of golden lotus blossoms. Nothing can break it, all evil is repelled, and it cannot be harmed by any means. Unfurl the apricot yellow flag, and 10,000 golden lotuses will appear. Impressive. Awesome. Remember, this banner was borrowed by Brevin during the 4 sages' attack on Western Qi, along with the quad-footed beast and the deity punishing whip, completing his equipment for sealing the gods. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your gift. Landon shouted loudly, as if afraid others couldn't hear. It made everyone around envious enough to spit fire. Others would have to fight until they were brain-dead to get an innate spiritual treasure. And here, Landon only needed to shout a few times, and the treasure came. Truly, comparing people could drive you mad. Next, Landon turned to Ashan, baring his teeth in a smile. Take the initiative. Are we waiting for me to ask? All of us have pride. Ashan coughed and bestowed a golden pill. 9 turns golden pill. I spent millennia refining this with my heart and soul. Its power is immense and can help cultivation when insight dawns. Those outside liked watching, didn't they? They were mocking him just moments ago? Landon didn't follow the revenge 10 years later philosophy. Vengeance should be swift. Alex turned to Sha Jiaozhu and asked, Master, why do I feel these people are so familiar? Could they all be my junior masters? Sha Jiaozhu paused and laughed. Landon was planning to scrape them dry. Fine, fine, fine. Interesting. Landon's words exploded like thunder in the crowd. Once spoken, everyone outside panicked. Holy *T Landon. What do you mean? We heard your scheming clearly. Extorted the 3 pure ones, now turning to us? Seems like one slap could finish you off. Not sure if Sha Jiaozhu would want to change his senior disciple. With such shameless behavior, wouldn't he mislead the sect? Too damn annoying. Instantly, People reacted quickly, yelling. Oh no, I remember. The plants in my cave need watering or they'll die. Excuse me. Ah, I forgot to extinguish the spiritual fire in my pill furnace before leaving. It's going to explode. See you later. I suddenly gained enlightenment from meeting the Holy One today and can't hold back my breakthrough. Gotta go. My ride needs to give birth. I must stay. Bye. I forgot to bring in the clothes I washed. It's raining. Off I go. Master Sha found a pretext to make everyone willingly hand over their treasures. This was already quite respectful treatment. Otherwise, if Master Sha killed and plundered, what could they do? They would still have to endure it. Everyone felt as if they had swallowed flies, but they could only reluctantly present their gifts. Adapting to circumstances was key to surviving longer in this chaotic era. Though everyone was unwilling, they forced smiles, suppressing their pain, and handed over their treasures. Little friend Landon, here is the treasure-dropping gold coin as a token of greeting. Landon happily accepted it. This item was indeed remarkable. The treasure-dropping gold coin was an incredibly powerful magical treasure owned by Xiaoxing. Note: seems there's a translation error in the original text. Should be Pierce and Briar, two hermits from Mount Wui. It looked like a round coin with a square hole and had small wings on top. When an opponent's magic treasure attacked, one could summon this gold coin to make the enemy's treasure fall to the ground, allowing you to pick it up and claim it as your own. Indeed, the treasure-dropping gold coin was fascinating. Once it made something drop, it became yours. This is a peach of immortality, one of the fruits of the 10 great Cooper spirit trees, the peaches of immortality. After eating it, not only does one's lifespan increase greatly, but one's own magical power also grows. The download speed increased with cultivation, but it was still slow. And only 3 targets could be downloaded at a time. There were Eshan and Murphy Tianzuan still here. Just then, the system voice rang out. Ding. Host has reached Earth Immortal level. Number of selectable downloads increased to 10. What? An upgrade so quickly? Impressive. With 10 download options, 7 slots were now available. Download. Must download. However, a problem arose. Apparently, being too far from the download target would interrupt the process. How could he follow Master Sha? When in doubt, consult the system. System, if I try to download Murphy Tianzuan's cultivation and it gets interrupted, what happens? Ding. The host can choose to sacrifice a spiritual treasure as the cost for ultra-long distance downloading. Note, this sacrifice will not increase download speed. Damn. What good news. Why didn't you say so earlier? He had extorted many spiritual treasures. Never realized sacrifices could have this effect. Truly, until you push the limits, you don't know the hidden moves of the system. System, download Murphy Tianzuan and Eshan's cultivations, Tai Chi diagram, Tower of Heavens, Earth, Yellow Bell, and Xavian banner. Ding. Connection established. Download speed. 25 kilobytes per second. Meanwhile, the download progress showed visible changes. Master Sha's cultivation progress jumped from 0.01 to 0.02 instantly. Although it didn't instantly elevate Landon's cultivation, he clearly felt his strength increase with the added cultivation. Bliss. So much bliss. Just lying around getting stronger while others worked hard. Thrilling beyond compare. This was the correct way to experience the primordial world. After celebrating briefly, Master Sha returned, smiling. Let's return. Landon solemnly nodded. Next moment, Master Sha placed a hand on Landon's shoulder. Suddenly, Landon felt the scenery whipping past him, and in a blink, they stood above the clouds. Landon gasped, seeing rainbow clouds beneath his feet, colored spirals swirling around, the air filled with virtuous light and mist, emanating purity from the primordial realm. Vast skies stretched endlessly before him. Ascended. He ascended. Please let me know if you need any further adjustments or additional context. ####Chapter 6. Master, I have a cunning plan. No, an absolutely brilliant strategy. After Landon infiltrated the Jiejiao, he was taken away by Grandmaster Sha. Grandmaster Sha strengthened the sect's power. Adhering to its principle of accept all regardless of origin, anyone who can pass through the solemn protective formation around a Drainlight Island could join the Jiejiao. Although they hadn't started widely recruiting disciples yet, this splendid vision was already outlined in his mind. However, a hidden worry lingered in the Grandmaster's heart. If nefarious individuals exploited the Jiejiao's reputation for evil, it would tarnish the sect's honor, acting as a ticking time bomb with potentially dire consequences. For this, Grandmaster Sha had no good solution yet, and felt deeply conflicted. Sha knew that continuing like this could lead to significant problems. Yet, there were no immediate measures to address them effectively. Observing Landon, who seemed sharp despite his thick skin, perhaps he could offer some advice. At this moment, Landon couldn't help but admire Grandmaster Sha's foresight. The Grandmaster had identified the future challenges, yet he lacked a method to deal with them. According to the Jiejiao's doctrine, anyone passing the protective formation test could join. This open-door policy invited diversity, but also risked admitting unsavory characters. Upholding the principle while preventing malicious infiltration was indeed challenging. Strength didn't necessarily equate to morality, nor did morality ensure strength. Even just attending one lecture from the Grandmaster could make someone claim affiliation with the Jiejiao. This liberal if Landon could offer valuable strategies, the future indeed looked promising. With a sincere smile, Landon suggested, I have an idea. I heard the Western land is barren, and the 2 sages of the Western teachings tirelessly seek spiritual treasures or disciples from our Eastern lands. Here's what I think. After laying the groundwork, Landon detailed his plan. To Landon, this was a win-win strategy. Not only could it rid the Jiejiao of future corrupt members, but it would also replenish the sect's lost resources in a short time. Moreover, it would uphold justice, leaving no room for complaints. Grandmaster Sha listened intently, thoroughly amazed. Never did he expect a mortal like Landon to devise such a ruthless and hair-raising plan. According to Landon's scheme, in case of mixed elements within the Jiejiao, Grandmaster Xia should pretend that cultivation was obstructed and the sage status was wavering. Next, propagate unfavorable rumors about the Jiejiao to make the ill-intentioned cautious. Then incite these individuals to rebel within the sect. Finally, use trusted members to expel them all. And that's not all. According to Landon, negotiations with the Western teachings should follow, as a gesture of lingering affection between sections. Package the rebellious disciples and sell them to the two sages of the West. Once done, Xia would emerge from seclusion, demanding reparations from the Western teachings. The Western teachings would then compensate the Jiejiao's losses, and Grandmaster Xia would personally execute the renegade disciples as a warning to others. This strategy spot? Indeed, I do, Landon answered directly without beating around the bush. Grandmaster Xia was slightly taken aback. Tell me then, why did I accept you as a disciple? Because we share the same beliefs. We are kindred spirits, Landon spoke clearly, going straight to the point. A glint of anticipation flashed in Grandmaster Xia's clear eyes. Very well. Since our beliefs align, now, let me ask you this. Our Jiejiao claims to teach all equally. This naturally allows many wicked Taoists to take advantage, seeking refuge under the Jiejiao banner daily. These people have complex backgrounds, some carrying immense karma. Eventually, they will cause problems. Seeing your considerable wisdom, I want to test you. How would you solve this issue? In Grandmaster Xia's vision, Jiejiao should be like the sea accepting all rivers, widely embracing disciples to strengthen the sect. Following the principle of teach all equally, anyone who can pass the formidable protective array of a Drainlight Island could join Jiejiao. Although large-scale recruitment hadn't started yet, the grand vision had already taken shape in his mind. However, there was a lingering concern in the Grandmaster's heart. If malicious individuals misused the Jiejiao's name for evil deeds, it would tarnish the sect's reputation, becoming a ticking time bomb with immense hidden dangers. Grandmaster Xia had no immediate solution, feeling quite perplexed internally. He felt that things were heading towards significant issues. At this moment, seeing Landon, a man with thick skin but excellent at manipulating others, he believed Landon might offer valuable insight. Landon couldn't help but admire Grandmaster Xia's foresight. Clearly, Grandmaster Xia saw the crux of future problems, but had no solution for these individuals due to the sect's principles. According to Jiejiao's teaching, all who passed the trial could become disciples, even outer sect members if nothing else. Balancing teaching all equally, while preventing the infiltration of unworthy individuals was indeed a tough challenge. Anyone who listened to the Grandmaster's teachings once could consider themselves a Jiejiao member. While this openness was advantageous, it also posed risks. Having heard Grandmaster Xia's lectures just once, they could claim affiliation. Once established rules cannot change overnight, lest credibility be lost. Especially in the chaotic early days of XuanHuan, power was paramount. Morality was often trampled by the powerful, appearing feeble and unable to sustain survival. Once these people became Jiejiao members, their actions reflected directly on the sect's fate, inseparably tied together. Randomly expelling disciples might seem like cleansing the sect, but would be akin to self-mutilation, severely damaging Jiejiao's fortunes. Conversely, turning a blind eye to misconduct would sow chaos, making Jiejiao bear moral burdens and lose its good name. Later in Fengshan, what became of Jiejiao was something Landon knew all too well. Thus, how to uphold its principles while ensuring purity and strength was a significant challenge for Grandmaster Xia. Power ruled the land. Morality couldn't buy you meals. Landon thought he could give Grandmaster Xia a lesson, though cunning plots were rare in this era dominated by brute strength, and fewer still those who played such schemes effectively, especially since Sun Tzu was eons away. Moreover, against absolute power, any strategy was futile. But Landon viewed matters uniquely. I have a plan. Facing the test, Landon was calm and confident. Grandmaster Xia's gaze sharpened, anticipating some revelation. Tell me, how do we prevent this? If Landon could strategize now, it promised a bright future. With a sincere smile, Landon suggested, I heard Western lands are desolate. To expand, the two saints of the Western teachings spare no effort to seek treasures or recruit disciples from the East. What if we? After setting the stage, Landon unveiled his plan. In Landon's view, this plan offered a win-win situation. Not only could it cleanse the rotten elements within Jiejiao, but also bolster its foundation rapidly. Moreover, it aligned with heavenly justice, leaving no room for objections. Listening to Landon's plan, Grandmaster Xia was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected a mere mortal to devise such a ruthless scheme, making his scalp tingle. According to Landon's idea, when the sect faced a mix of virtuous and vicious disciples, Grandmaster Xia should pretend to face cultivation setbacks and the risk of losing his saint status. Then, spread rumors detrimental to Jiejiao to arouse suspicion among malcontents. Finally, incite them to rebel within Jiejiao, and use loyal followers to eliminate these traitors. This wasn't the end. As part of the plan, negotiate with the Western teachings, citing past connections, and sell these rebellious disciples to the two Western saints. Then, upon feigning the end of his seclusion, use this as an excuse to confront the Western teachings for an explanation. Ultimately, force the Western teachings to compensate for damages, and personally execute these disciples as a warning. This strategy left Grandmaster Xia's mind buzzing, nearly overwhelmed. Could a mortal think of such a stratagem? Grandmaster Xia remained silent, absent-mindedly playing with marloping in his hand, his emotions unreadable. Do you think it's feasible? While plans never match changes, we can try it before better options arise. Landon's tone was calm and resolute, showing confidence in his words, brooking no argument. Grandmaster Xia relaxed his brows and walked forward with a smile, placing a hand on Landon's shoulder. You're deep and unfathomable, with strategies as vast as the sea. Chapter 6. Master, I have a cunning plan. No, an absolute strategy. After Landon infiltrated the Jiejiao sect, he was taken away by Grandmaster Xia. At this moment, Grandmaster Xia was seated on his cloud bed. What was most astonishing was the powerful and sharp sword intent surrounding him, which could cut through anything. It was incredibly majestic and impossible to fathom. Even at this moment, one couldn't help but marvel. The aura was overwhelming. "You are not afraid," said Grandmaster Xia, appearing as a cold and detached immortal, asking with divine tones, "How is the scenery?" Landon boldly looked at Grandmaster Xia. "The higher you go, the colder it gets." Wonderful words. Grandmaster Xia gazed at him and asked, "Do you know why I accepted you as my disciple? Not because you achieved immortality on the spot?" "Understood," Landon responded without hesitation. Grandmaster Xia paused, slightly surprised. "Tell me then, why did I accept you as a disciple?" "Because we share the same ideals and philosophy. We're kindred spirits," Landon replied succinctly, getting straight to the point. Grandmaster Xia's clear eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Good. Since our philosophies align, now, let me ask you. Our Jiejiao's principle is no discrimination in teaching. Naturally, this will attract some wicked Taoists who will take advantage of this opportunity. Fear that countless Taoists come seeking refuge under Jiejiao every day. These people have complicated backgrounds, and some carry immense karma. Problems will arise eventually. I see you have a high level of wisdom. How would you address this issue?" In Grandmaster Xia's grand vision, the Jiejiao sect should be like the sea accepting all rivers, widely admitting disciples, making the sect increasingly powerful. According to its principle, no discrimination in teaching, anyone who can pass the sacred mountain array of a Drainlight Island can become part of Jiejiao. Although currently, there has been no large-scale recruitment, the grand vision had already outlined a blueprint in his mind. However, the master also harbored a hidden concern. If malicious individuals exploit the prestige of the Jiejiao sect to commit evil deeds, tarnishing the sect's reputation, this would be a ticking time bomb, posing significant danger. Grandmaster Xia found himself without effective strategies to counter this, feeling somewhat troubled. Seeing Landon as shrewd despite his thick-skinned nature, Grandmaster Xia believed he might have some solutions. Landon couldn't help but admit era. Landon knew clearly the challenges. Balancing doctrine promotion and ensuring purity was crucial. In this world where power reigned supreme, morality wasn't paramount. Yet, Landon thought he could teach the master a thing or two about strategy. Though rare in this brute force-dominated world, strategic thinking was valuable. Moreover, cunning plans were rarer still, as Sun Tzu wouldn't appear for another millennium. Ultimately, absolute power trumped any schemes. But Landon's approach was uniquely insightful. "I have a plan." Landon remained calm, confident in his idea. Grandmaster Xia's eyes sharpened, intrigued. "Let's hear it. How do we prevent this?" If Landon could strategize effectively, it would signal great potential. Smiling genuinely, Landon suggested, "I heard the Western lands are barren. The two saints of the Western sect strive tirelessly to recruit here, acquiring treasures or disciples. Perhaps we could." Landon elaborated on his plan. To him, it was a win-win. It would rid Jiejiao of corrupt members and bolster the sect's resources swiftly. Additionally, it would serve justice, leaving no room for argument. Listening to Landon, Grandmaster Xia was astonished. Landon's strategy, brutal yet ingenious, left him speechless. According to Landon's plan, when the sect faced a mix of worthy and unworthy members, Grandmaster Xia, his voice godlike. "How is the view?" Landon looked straight into Lord Xia's eyes without hesitation. "The higher you climb, the colder it gets." "Brilliant." Lord Xia gazed at him and asked, "Do you know why I accepted you as my disciple? Not because you attained immortality instantly?" "Understood," Landon answered directly. Lord Xia paused in surprise. "Then why did I take you as my disciple?" "Because our ideologies align. We're kindred spirits," Landon replied succinctly. A glint of anticipation flashed in Lord Xia's clear eyes. "Excellent. Since our ideologies align, now, let me ask you. Our Jiejiao doctrine claims no class distinction in teaching. This will inevitably attract many wicked Taoists who see an opportunity to join us daily. These people are complex. Some bear heavy karmic debts, which will eventually cause problems. Given your wisdom, how would you solve this issue?" In Lord Xia's grand vision, Jiejiao should be like the sea accepting all rivers, widely accepting disciples to bolster its power. Anyone who could pass the formidable mountain protection array around a Drainlight Island could become a disciple of Jiejiao. Though large-scale recruitment hadn't begun yet, this grand vision had already taken shape in his mind. However, there was a nagging worry. If unscrupulous individuals exploited Jiejiao's name to commit evil deeds, tarnishing its reputation, it would be like a ticking time bomb, posing immense danger. For now, Lord Xia had no good solution and felt increasingly uneasy. He sensed that this situation would create significant issues down the line. Seeing that Landon, despite being shameless, had shown cleverness, perhaps he had a solution. At this moment, Landon couldn't help but admire Lord Xia's foresight. Clearly, Lord Xia had identified the future challenges but lacked solutions for handling these people due to the core principle of no class distinction in teaching. Anyone passing the protective array test could join Jiejiao, even becoming outer disciples. But how could they maintain this principle while preventing scoundrels from joining? It was a significant challenge. The open-door policy meant disciples' quality would vary, with strength not necessarily correlating with virtue. Even those who heard a single sermon could consider themselves Jiejiao members. While this openness was advantageous, it also posed hidden risks. Once established rules could not be arbitrarily changed without losing credibility. In this era where might made right morality seemed powerless. If these disciples acted poorly, their actions would reflect directly on Jiejiao's fortune. Expelling them would hurt Jiejiao's morale, while tolerating them would spread vice, potentially destroying Jiejiao's reputation. From what Landon knew, this problem later plagued Jiejiao. Ensuring purity and strength while upholding the teachings became a crucial challenge. Especially in this world where strength was everything, morality counted for little. Landon felt he could give Lord Xia a lesson, though strategy was rare in this brute force world, and even rarer were such cunning strategies. Yet Landon's insight was unusually shrewd. "I have a plan." Landon remained calm and confident under scrutiny. Lord Xia's gaze sharpened, as if expecting a pleasant surprise. "Go on. How do you propose to solve this?" If Landon could strategize, it boded well for the future. Landon smiled sincerely, as if offering genuine advice. I have an idea. I've heard the Western lands are barren. The two sages of Western teachings tirelessly seek treasures or disciples from us Easterners. Here's what we can do. After setting the stage, Landon revealed his plan. To him, it was a win-win, purging the corrupt while replenishing Jie Jiao's lost strength swiftly. Moreover, it aligned with divine will. Lord Shaw listened intently, stunned. He never imagined a mortal could devise such a ruthless plan. According to Landon, when the congregation becomes mixed, Lord Shaw should pretend to face cultivation obstacles and potential loss of divinity. Spread unfavorable rumors within Jie Jiao to raise suspicion among the disloyal. Encourage them to revolt internally. Then, loyalists can eliminate the rebels. There were many debates in his previous life. One theory was that Sha Jianzhu's Bio Palace was located on Kunlun Mountain, consistent with the description that Yusu Palace of Cooper Celestial Venerable of the Chen Tao sect was also on Kunlun Mountain. However, another theory suggested it might be on an immortal island in the Eastern Sea or Northern Sea, not on Kunlun Mountain. Yet another view proposed that it could be on Gold Tortoise Island. Now, having traveled to this authentic ancient mythical world, Landon could confirm that it was indeed on Kunlun Mountain. In reality, where it was didn't matter much. As long as he could download what he needed. Landon's requirements weren't high. They entered an unnamed city. Evening smoke rose from chimneys between houses, and the atmosphere was tranquil. Inside a tavern on the outskirts of town, tables were filled with travelers taking a break, some calling for wine, others ordering lotus root noodles, and yet others asking for sliced meat. The vendor, with a cloth draped over his shoulder, bustled about attending to everyone. The street was noisy. Sir, your sheep heart, sheep lungs, and wine. Enjoy slowly. Do you want fried pancakes? They're so burnt. How can you eat them? Roast chicken, roast chicken. On the side of the road, people squatted, slurping rice porridge. The soup bowls typically contain congee made from mulberry, herbs, glutinous rice, yam, and red dates, providing warmth and relief from back pain while improving liver function. Ascending the mountain, Landon stepped on golden light from the summit to the midsection, avoiding the three heavens he encountered while climbing. Without rain, only morning dew moistened his clothes. Lightly treading on clouds, he descended swiftly, with wind tousling his hair. The rolling mountains and surging clouds unfolded before him, sometimes obscured by mist, but always magnificent. A triple heaven phenomenon formed with the sun, fog, and rain. Peaks appeared and vanished in the clouds, shrouded in mystery yet undeniably grand. Soaring above the scene, Sha Jianzhu declared, as my disciple, you will be the eldest brother in our sect. Landon nodded calmly. Only, Scott Dowrin, you'll have to step aside. Flying onward, evening approached, with clouds in the west illuminated by the setting sun. Finally, Landon arrived at a Draenlai immortal island. From above, he saw mist swirling, creating an ethereal realm. Seated on a cloud, Landon gazed upon this blessed land, filled with awe and longing. This is the headquarters of the Jie sect. What he saw resembled a paradise reborn. Mist condensed, auspicious chi hovered, and the sun and moon shone together, painting the world in soft hues. Ancient cypresses swayed in the breeze, wildflowers bloomed intensely, competing with dawn's colors. Colorful clouds intertwined with virtue's light and purple auras. Incense wafted from deep within, fresh and pure. Peach and plum trees bore fruits glowing like golden pills, tempting drool. Women cultivation is worthless, Shaw continued. I will meditate. Focus on your practice and lay a solid foundation. Landon mouthed diligence but inwardly thought, just lay down and relax. Chapter 8. Cultivation as easy as drinking water. Isn't this too simple? A few days later, Landon was alone in his cave residence, looking like a carefree loafer, living the most leisurely life possible. The system downloaded everything automatically in the background. He didn't need to do much at all. He just had to lie back and enjoy. It was even more impressive than the great Master Shaw. Even sages needed to seclude themselves to consolidate their cultivation, but Landon didn't need any of that. Once the cultivation was downloaded, it belonged to him, fully solidified and ready to use. What bliss! On this day, Landon opened his system panel. Name, Landon. Cultivation. Early stage celestial immortal. Cultivation method, supreme clarity Tao law. Physique, innate Tao body. Mystical arts, none. Spiritual treasures. Wu hemlock apricot yellow banner, sea stabilizing divine pearl. Items. 9 revolutions golden pellet, peach of immortality. Download queue. Sage Shaw's cultivation, 4 execution swords, top tier innate deity. Sage Eshan's cultivation, Sage Murphy's cultivation. Landon couldn't help but marvel at the display. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, he was an unremarkable commoner? In such a short time, he had already reached the celestial immortal realm. And crucially, Landon hadn't suffered through intense cultivation like others. He simply lived carefree, enjoying himself while his cultivation level kept increasing passively. Landon smiled with satisfaction. As a transmigrator, this is what I call living. I owe all of this to my own hard work, Landon said, shamelessly praising himself. This wasn't the most surprising part. After the effect of accelerated downloads from the sacrifice wore off, the normal download speed for reaching the celestial immortal realm had already reached 200 kilobytes per second. Incredible. Landon picked up a sweet cake and savored it delightedly. Time passed swiftly. A few days later, as the downloads continued, Landon once again felt a familiar surge of energy. Instantly, it felt like a gentle rain nourishing dry earth. Warm currents surged through him like a storm, each drop moisturizing every corner of his soul. The human body harbors endless mysteries and power. Cultivation is a path where one uses their body as a field and willpower as a plow, resonating with heaven and earth to ascend in strength. Celestial immortal early stage. Celestial immortal mid stage. Celestial immortal late stage. Landon kept breaking through, stopping only at trillingly. This surge broke a small yet significant constraint within his body, laying the foundation for a higher realm. As his magical power burgeoned, the secrets of the Zhoutian cultivation technique dawned upon him. illuminating his heart like the first light of dawn. Boom. His realm broke through again. True immortal mid-stage. True immortal late stage. True immortal perfected. Directly entering the late-stage mystic immortal realm. What? Landon was thoroughly astonished. A single peach of immortality had caused him to break through. This cultivation is too easy, isn't it? Just a peach can do this. Landon smacked his lips. I really don't understand why cultivators complain about how difficult it is. Why didn't I feel it? It seems I should ask them if they're seriously cultivating, and whether they're actually improving. Landon's mocking remarks were confined to the safety of his cave abode. If anyone outside heard them, they'd undoubtedly splutter in disbelief, thinking he spoke without knowing the hardship. Just as Landon gloated, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Download of top-tier Cooper deity completed. Landon's eyes widened. Checking the system panel after a few days, this priority download had been completed? Fantastic. This was truly fantastic. Not only did his realm soar rapidly, but now he also had a background story. With no hesitation, Landon commanded mentally, activate. In the next moment, Landon felt an indescribable force tug at his mind, as if falling from the clouds back to earth. When his consciousness gradually stabilized, he found himself in the dark and frigid cosmos. The chains of law flickered in and out of existence, like whips lashing towards him, attempting to weave a cage of eternal darkness around him. Fear surged like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, Landon unleashed his magic power, his face contorted with extreme struggle. Magic power gushed out, but seemed torn apart by an invisible force. Landon felt his body being eroded bit by bit, like exquisite fabric disintegrating into ashes, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! What is this nonsense? Just as Landon despaired, the chains of law pierced through him, leaving him with a sensation of emptiness. Dazed, he glimpsed a Taoist sitting on a mat in the endless dark universe, flickering between reality and illusion, insignificant as cosmic dust yet leaving an indelible mark on Landon's heart. The Taoist was both real and ethereal, like pure morning mist or purple smoke swirling in the heavens, radiating a jade-like glow and golden brilliance. In his blurred consciousness, Landon witnessed a legendary figure who had completely, living like a loafer without a care. Yet, due to the system's downloading capability, cultivation flowed into him endlessly. Blissful. So blissful. Though the rapid advancement was astonishing, Landon was getting used to it. He took a deep breath and pulled out the peach of immortality he had extorted from other powerful beings. Its benefits were clear. It could extend lifespan and increase magical power, making it a 2-for-1 deal. Taste this. Crunch. The bite revealed a juicy, succulent fruit with an incredibly sweet flavor, making his mouth water. No wonder even the 7 fairies couldn't attract Malachi. I get it now. It's all about the peach of immortality. That monkey wasn't foolish. Between women and power, which was more important? The choice was clear. Moments later, the effects of the peach started surging within Landon. A torrent of thick, nearly tangible magical power erupted from him like a raging river, swirling through his meridians. Even more astonishingly, this power broke a tiny restriction within him, laying the foundation for higher realms. With the surge in magical power, the secrets of the supreme, heavenly cultivation law gradually illuminated Landon's mind. Boom. Another breakthrough. Mid-stage true immortal. Late-stage true immortal. Perfected true immortal. He directly entered the late-stage profound immortal realm. What? Landon was astonished. A single peach of immortality had propelled him forward. Is this really how easy cultivation is? Just a bite of a peach. Landon smacked his lips. I don't understand why cultivators complain about how difficult it is. I don't feel it at all. Do they even take cultivation seriously? Are they really improving? This mocking comment was only meant for inside the cave. If outsiders heard it, they would surely spit on him for his audacity. Just as Landon was feeling smug, the system voice chimed in again. Ding. Top-tier innate deity download complete. Landon's eyes widened. He hadn't checked the system panel in days, yet this particular download had been completed first. Amazing. Not only was his realm skyrocketing, but his origins were also solidifying. Now he could walk on 2 legs, focusing on both cultivation and heritage. Without hesitation, Landon mentally commanded, activate. In the next moment, Landon's mind was yanked by an indescribable force, as if he fell from the clouds to the earth. Gradually regaining focus, he found himself in a cold, dark universe. Chains of law flickered in and out of existence, lashing toward him like whips, intending to imprison him in the eternal darkness. Fear washed over him. Without a second thought, Landon unleashed his entire magical power, his face contorting in extreme struggle. Magic gushed out, but it seemed torn apart by an invisible force. Landon felt his body being eroded bit by bit, like fine fabric disintegrating into ashes. Damn, what kind of bullshit is this? At the brink of despair, the chains of law seemed to pierce through him, leaving him in a state of emptiness. In a daze, he glimpsed the Taoist sitting cross-legged in the infinite darkness, his figure wavering between reality and illusion, insignificant like a speck in the cosmos yet leaving an indelible mark on Landon's heart. The Taoist appeared real yet illusory, radiating warmth like jade and luminous with golden light, exuding true intent. In this hazy consciousness, Landon witnessed what felt like a saga spanning trillions upon trillions of kalpas. The Taoist had enlightened countless beings, beyond count like grains of sand in the Ganges River. His awareness merged with billions of lives, chanting scriptures with a profound resonance. Amid this shock and confusion, Landon's consciousness gradually faded. Chapter 9. Positive feedback. Truly overjoyed. Landon was in his grotto when he rashly used the supreme innate divine spirit downloaded from the system. Initially, his intention was to undergo a complete transformation. However, for unknown reasons, his consciousness fell into a boundless state of dormancy in the vast cosmos. This deep slumber lasted for an astonishing 100 years. Had this occurred anywhere outside of his Kunlun mountain grotto, the unconscious Landon would likely have been devoured by wild beasts without a trace. During this century, although Landon's consciousness had sunk into chaos, his system continued to operate in the background, still downloading data. Unconsciously, over the course of 100 years, his cultivation had progressed from being a Xianxian when he first fell unconscious to now reaching the level of a Zechariah Xianxian. Just then, a silent wind stirred within the grotto. A fierce storm swept around Landon's body. It seemed as though a dead man was experiencing rebirth through nirvana. One could see that Landon's body slowly floated up, limbs suspended in midair, head drooping down. Although he was still unconscious, his eyelids were rapidly twitching, as if struggling against something. In one breath, Landon gradually opened his eyes and was startled to find himself hovering in midair. I'm still alive. This thought flashed across his heart like thunder, bringing overwhelming joy that instantly filled his entire body. Too terrifying. It feels like a dream. Ronan took a deep breath and gently guided his divine consciousness to explore his body. After inspection, he was even more astonished. The supreme innate divine spirit has actually merged with me? Landon widened his eyes and slowly landed. It's important to know that originally, he was just a human Taoist vessel. Without unexpected developments, even with the system's help, it would be impossible for him to break through the boundary of Dalyu Jingxian, great sage. Now, having merged with the supreme innate divine spirit, this obstacle was no longer a problem but merely a matter of time. This is too exhilarating. Janice couldn't help but laugh heartily. Everything was going so smoothly. It was simply too enjoyable. Landon was not someone who endured hardship unnecessarily. This unexpected joy made Ronan's heart blossom with delight. Amidst his excitement, he cautiously probed deeper into his consciousness, questioning whether the chants heard by millions of souls were real or not. Those scriptures interwoven with supreme truths and laws, could they just be an illusion? Tension gripped his heart, yet Ronan found nothing but tranquility in the sea of consciousness, leaving him feeling somewhat desolate. Padujadu Quankabinyan, the scriptures resonated clearly in his heart, like morning bells and evening drums. They not only existed but harmonized perfectly with his soul. It's not a dream, it's real. Overwhelmed with joy, Ronan, simply put, unless these restrictions were removed, they were nothing more than hard rocks, completely unusable. Moreover, the relationship between restrictions and treasures was quite complex. Bradenly speaking, low-grade innate spiritual treasures had 1 to 12 restrictions. The highest grade, innate treasures, possessed 7 groups of 9 restrictions. The thought alone was numbing. Looking at Landon's own sea-stabilizing pearl, it had 36 restrictions. The Wuji apricot yellow banner was nearly fully restrained, with 48 restrictions. Such items were incredibly powerful. A century ago, Landon wouldn't have stood a chance trying to remove any of these restrictions. His strength was too weak. But now, things were different. At least he was now a Zechariah Xianxian cultivator. His conditions were sufficiently met. I'll get this done before I rest. Landon gritted his teeth. Checking outside the grotto and seeing no sign of Lord Shaw exiting seclusion, Landon sat cross-legged on the stone platform, intensely focused on removing the restrictions. The chaotic world really doesn't value anything much. Truly, blink once, and another 100 years pass. Yesterday seemed but a fleeting moment. Landon muttered to himself, was I too naive? He had hoped that with perseverance, success would come. Effortlessly breaking through the system clearly acknowledged it. As Landon left the grotto, intending to check on Lord Shaw, a voice suddenly echoed. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Without a name, it is the beginning of heaven and earth. With a name, it is the mother of myriad things. Thus, always without desire, one observes its mysteries. Always with desire, one observes its manifestations. These two emerge together but have different names. Together called profound, they are the gateway to all wonders. The way is silent and boundless, independent and unchanging, moving cyclically without exhaustion. Capturing the essence of life from heaven and earth, one becomes free and carefree. Landon froze, exclaiming, This is a sage preaching. Chapter 10. Oh, are you showing off by cultivating by drinking cold water? Just caught the last train. One must know that at this moment, the 3 pure ones have yet to completely separate, and they can still gather to study Taoist enlightenment together. If described in terms of mortal folk, it would be like sitting together to drink tea, chat, and brag. But once they separate, then things become interesting. This kind of opportunity for sages to expound on the Tao is rare. That's how domineering it was. Don't underestimate those mere 10 years. After all, Landon had only recently ascended to the initial stage of the Grand Supreme Immortal Realm and hadn't stabilized it when he aimed straight for the middle stage. That was indeed an impressive feat. While Landon was immersed in enlightenment, Lord Shaw was propagating the idea of equality in the Jia teachings. Lord Murphy interrupted, Younger brother, your ideology is unacceptable. Your idea of widely recruiting disciples, whether monsters or gods, humans or non-humans, all can join us, is leading the 3 pure ones into chaos and losing our legitimacy. Murphy had long been unable to hold back. 200 years ago, Shaw had hinted at such thoughts. At the time, Murphy hadn't paid much attention. He thought Shaw would realize his mistake and return to his original intentions. But 200 years later, Shaw still held these ideas, which were annoying and out of place. Anyone, even those without talent or potential, could join the Jia teachings. A haven for the useless? Did the 3 pure ones have no dignity? In the Cooper world, humans are paramount. Other creatures should be excluded. Lord Shaw didn't give a lengthy rebuttal to Murphy but simply said, all living beings are capable of being enlightened. Brother, applying the standards of the Qian teaching to the Jia teaching, what difference would there be between the 2 teachings? Landon became famous by achieving instant enlightenment. He thought that was all. How much progress could be made in such a short time by frenzied cultivation? Reality was, Murphy was shaken. This Landon was truly an anomaly. To be honest, if one encountered Landon, who was just a grand supreme immortal, 10,000 years later, they would probably say, "Kid, your cultivation is slow." But now, it was different. The time was too short. Too short for the three sages to believe Landon had reached the grand supreme immortal stage. This speed. Even if Landon used all the heavenly treasures he extorted previously, it wouldn't result in this achievement. How could the three sages not be shocked? Little did they know. Landon's downloaded system had completed the innate top-grade divine physique, aligning his base with Xia's. His cultivation and enlightenment progressed synchronously with Xia's, just as they were amazed and considered Landon an anomaly. Suddenly, an unimaginable transformation occurred within Landon. All surrounding spiritual energy soared skyward, transforming into thunder and echoing across the heavens. Amid this breathtaking scene, sitting on the ground, Landon's realm skyrocketed wildly as he listened to the sage's discourse. From early-stage Grand Supreme Immortal, to mid-stage Grand Supreme Immortal, to late-stage Grand Supreme Immortal, boom, talent. A single good would suffice. Just then, Landon came out of his trance from breaking through and noticed the three sages looking at him with unusual expressions. He hurried forward, bowed, and greeted them. "Greetings, Master Xia, Uncle Murphy, Uncle Eshan." Murphy and Eshan nodded slightly as acknowledgement. But Lord Xia was much more straightforward, laughing warmly. "Very good. Very good. My excellent disciple, in just over 200 years, your cultivation has progressed incredibly fast, reaching the level of Zechariah Immortal already. As I said, I will impart true skills upon your release from seclusion. Having cultivation alone is not enough. Let me think what secret technique would suit you." Saying that, Lord Xia stroked his chin in thought. Landon became filled with anticipation. Although his cultivation was sufficient, he didn't have a single impressive skill. It was like being a game world boss with plenty of health points, but no abilities, lacking one crucial element. Indeed, Landon could download techniques. But could it possibly match the speed at which Lord Xia could personally teach him? Now, Landon's only concern was whether he could actually learn the secret technique if Lord Xia were to teach him. Cultivation requires practice, and secret techniques require insight. Despite his excitement, Landon felt a bit hesitant. Afraid of misunderstanding or missing key points, losing face in front of the three pure ones was the least of his worries. Failing to learn properly was the real issue. Just then, the system suddenly spoke. Ding, detected that the master might impart secret techniques. The host can choose to download during the explanation phase for faster downloading speed. What? Landon was utterly stunned by this prompt. Was there such a good thing? Free acceleration. Truly amazing. Thus, he needn't worry about learning anymore. Backend accelerated download. Use immediately upon completion. No need to comprehend deeply the imparted secret techniques. Awesome. So awesome. Life winner. This system is so user-friendly. Amazing. Just as Landon was exhilarated, Lord Xia finally spoke. I'll impart the Sanqing secret technique, the 9 transformations elemental skill. What? Hearing this, Tianzu and Murphy exclaimed, "Junior brother, this is a secret technique directly leading to sagehood. Do you think Landon has the potential to become a sage?" After all, in the vast primordial world, both the 9 transformations elemental skill and the 9 transformations mystical skill are renowned, high-level secret techniques taught exclusively by sages. Now, Tianzu and Murphy felt that Lord Xia's decision was somewhat hasty. It was inappropriate to rashly impart such a technique. But Lord Xia remained unperturbed, not changing his mind. "I see great potential in Landon. Early imparting, early comprehension." Tianzu and Murphy snorted inwardly and did not argue further. Deciding what technique to teach was Lord Xia's prerogative. Meanwhile, Landon was immensely excited. Right from the start, Lord Xia went all in, teaching the 9 transformations elemental skill. Absolutely unimaginable to others. This is what a loving master looks like. In the next moment, Lord Xia pointed into the void, and a massive amount of cryptic text appeared, flowing towards Landon's forehead. Again, a system message sounded in Landon's mind. Ding, receiving 9 transformations mystical skill. Download? Download. Connecting. Downloading. Speed 2 MB/SEC. Progress, 0.01. Undoubtedly, the download speed was reasonable, but the progress was slow. Just then, Lord Xia calmly continued. Landon, listen carefully to the incantation and remember it well. Heaven becomes clear when unified with the sun, moon, and stars. Earth finds peace when unified with pearls and jade. Man remains eternal when unified with spirit and energy. 1. The root. The root is the embodiment of Tao. Tao has no form, yet we describe it as having form. Any form thus described is not its true form. Landon understood some parts, while others remained unclear. But the very next second, visible to the naked eye, the download speed started surging. 20 megabytes per second, 60 megabytes per second, 100 megabytes per second. The faster Lord Xia spoke, the faster Landon's download speed increased. Wow, this is the speed under explanation, literally 100 times faster than after a sacrifice. Really amazing. So satisfying. Landon was mentally thrilled. Download progress, 0.01%, 13%, 56%, 78%, in moments, at super speed. The 9 transformations elemental skill was fully downloaded. Ding, the entire 9 transformations mystical skill has been downloaded. Ding, the host is in the late stage of Zechariah Immortal. 9 transformations elemental skill is matching the current realm. Matching complete. 5th transformation of 9 transformations elemental skill. Ding, congratulations, the host has obtained supernatural powers. Size manipulation, 72 earthly changes, 36 heavenly changes, manifestation of heaven, boundless distance. Landon was dumbfounded again. He thought the 9 transformations mystical skill would need development after download. Never did he expect the system to finish it effortlessly. How incredible. The 9 transformations mystical skill corresponds to different realms, each transformation enhancing a corresponding supernatural power. Upon completing all 9 transformations, one can surpass sagehood. Such a skill, left in the primordial world, would turn the entire world upside down. Relying on Lord Shaw, Landon received it effortlessly. Amazing. Fantastic. Thank you, Master. Landon bowed respectfully. Lord Shaw nodded. Continue to study diligently, never neglect it. Landon really wanted to shout, what diligence? I already know everything. Looking at Murphy and Eshan with meaning, Landon said, Uncle Murphy, Uncle Eshan. I feel Master's 9 transformations elemental skill is too simple. I want to challenge myself. Murphy? Eshan? Shaw. Chapter 12. A demon talent, truly too much of a demon talent. Challenge himself? Upon hearing Landon speak these words, the 3 pure ones all wore bizarre expressions. Without a doubt, Landon wanted to learn other mystic arts. The Huey had a somewhat dark expression. He hadn't expected that Landon, who seemed fairly steady, could spout such grandiose statements without fear of slipping his tongue. The 9 revolutions Cooper art I just imparted to you is enough for a millennium of contemplation. Eshan didn't show much reaction. He smiled warmly at Landon. Yet, there was a hint of disdain in his smile. You can't chew more than you can swallow. This lad is still too young and arrogant. Being able to grasp the first layer of the 9 revolutions Cooper art already counts as very impressive. Landon, you are a bit arrogant, Augustin Tianzuan said frankly. Learning mystic arts isn't something achieved overnight. It requires diligent cultivation. You've only just acquired the profound Cooper art, so what you should do now is seclude yourself and cultivate this mystic art thoroughly. Before Augustin Tianzuan finished speaking, Landon suddenly shrunk in size. Size at will. Landon murmured. What? Seeing this scene, the Huey's scalp tingled. 1 revolution mystic art? Size at will mastered already? Genius. What kind of genius is this? Next moment, Landon pointed a finger, and the nearby tree instantly shrank from 100 feet tall to 3 feet. Eshan trembled with shock. This is the peak realm of size at will, external objects changing according to one's will. Augustin Tianzuan took a deep breath, trembling fingers pointing. How is this possible? Haha. The Huey laughed heartily. My disciple Landon has the bearing of a sage. Afterward, Landon continued to display more abilities. Fog casting. Instantly, dense fog enveloped the entire courtyard like an ethereal paradise. Augustin Tianzuan opened his mouth in exaggerated surprise. This is the 2nd revolution mystic art. However, it wasn't over yet. Call wind and rain. Rushing rain poured down along with gale force winds continuously. 3rd revolution. Boomed the Huey. Great. Excellent indeed. Landon grinned, saying, I have Dharma body transformation, instant distance travel, and can perform them for you 2 venerable uncles. The Huey gestured him to stop, smiling. We know you've reached the 5th revolution. No need to show off here. Landon shrugged. Unable to contain his laughter, the Huey turned to Augustin Tianzuan and Eshan. It seems our first disciple of the 3 pure ones has far surpassed our expectations, mastering skills effortlessly. I think Landon's request isn't unreasonable. Since he's eager to learn, we Andres naturally shouldn't stifle his enthusiasm but rather teach him. Augustin Tianzuan and Eshan snapped out of their shock, nodding in agreement. Agreed. What else could they say? This boy is a prodigy. Cultivate him. They must cultivate him. Seeing the trio's attitude, Landon felt elated. Everything was perfectly timed. Relations among the 3 pure ones hadn't yet soured. If he wanted to learn anything, all he needed was approval. In the future, once the 3 pure ones' relationship completely deteriorated, that would be 1 sect for your disciples, another for mine. Would any disciples from my sect wish to learn from yours? No chance at all. Thankfully, Landon caught the right moment. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a dream. Augustin Tianzuan spoke first. I have the alchemy mystical art, prediction mystical art, destruction mystical art. Which one do you want to learn? Eshan chimed in. I have 1 breath transforms 3 clarity, potent medicine cultivation mystical art, hemlock-nyang mystical art. And me too. The Huey joined in. My sword Dao, array formation mystical art, and weapon refinement mystical art. The 3 holy beings combined possessed nearly 100 mystic arts available for Landon to choose from. Excited, Landon knew that each holy being's prowess was top-notch. If not extraordinary, they wouldn't dare present them. If anyone else faced this opportunity, they'd likely kneel on the spot in gratitude, shedding tears profusely. But Landon didn't need to act so dramatically. After all, he was the 3 pure ones' first disciple. An unparalleled advantage. Speak up, which mystic art do you wish to learn? Asked by the Huey with affectionate indulgence. Landon pondered for a moment. He really wanted to learn everything. Yet, he also understood that mastery lay not in quantity but quality. Moreover, download speed was crucial. Instead of downloading everything and ending up with none completed, a tragedy, he might as well select a few outstanding ones. After careful consideration, Landon directly gave his answer. Sword Dao mystical art. 1 breath transforms 3 clarity, destruction mystical art. As soon as he spoke, the Huey, Augustin Tianzuan, and Eshan exchanged glances. They nodded unanimously, agreeing that Landon's choices were excellent. These 3 mystic arts represented their most remarkable works. You have good taste. The Huey smiled approvingly, sharp eyes. Augustin Tianzuan nodded. It seems you came prepared. Eshan stroked his beard, silently smiling, giving Landon a concise evaluation. Cunning and perceptive. Pretending to be naive, Landon scratched his head and acted. I just thought the name sounded cool. Never expected such luck. The Huey didn't quite believe Landon's words but didn't press further, turning to explain, then let me start. As for Sword Dao, it can also be seen as the supreme truth of the universe. This is a belief system, trusting not in heaven, not in earth, but solely in the path of the sword. Whether life or death, only the mind and path matter. As the Huey lectured, Landon's divine sense stirred, seizing the opportunity to command the system to start downloading. Ding! Downloading Sword Dao mystical art. Download speed, 100 MB/s. Progress, 0.01%, 1%, 3%, 5%. Landon watched the download progress, feeling it was somewhat slow. The same speed far lagged behind the rapidity of the 9 Revolutions Cooper art. Clearly, the Sword Dao mystical art was significantly larger than the 9 Revolutions Cooper art. Still, Landon wasn't worried. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, the Huey lectured for nearly a year, with Landon never manifesting even a trace of sword intent. This disappointed the Huey to some extent. He had expected Landon to continue making astounding progress. Of course, for an ordinary person, grasping Sword Dao would take millennia. Everyone had set their hopes for Landon too high. With a benevolent look, the Huey said, "Landon, let's stop here. As your venerable Uncle Augustine said, learning mystic arts isn't an overnight endeavor. Go into seclusion, carefully consider it, perhaps." Before he finished, the Huey suddenly noticed a strange transformation occurring in Landon. Chapter 13. I just love studying, don't disturb me. Ding, Sword Dao proficiency has been downloaded. At that very moment, Sha Patriarch's incessant chatter abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Because realm was incomprehensible. Sha Patriarch was dumbfounded. He originally thought Landon would take 1,000 years to comprehend Sword Dao. Never did he expect that Landon broke through before he could finish giving instructions. This was the sign of achieving Sword Dao. Prodigy. Absolutely a prodigy. To understand, it took him 300 years to grasp Sword Dao, which was already exceptional in the world of primordial chaos. But Landon, 1 year. Just 1 damn year caught up with his 300 years of effort. Damn, what kind of divine disciple is this? Far too unexpected. At this moment, Landon held the 2 swords high with both hands. Although the method of wielding seemed somewhat clumsy, he finally recalled how to do it. Swords roared as clouds surged, making the heavens appear in a state of chaos. Buzz. Landon stood still, gazing at the distant mountain. He held the sword with both hands, pushing the thumb slightly, drawing out no more than an inch. A cold, aloof aura enveloped him. Then suddenly, his long hair billowed, and invisible currents circled around him. Clouds from 1,000 miles gathered around his head. His figure holding the sword horizontally appeared small, like an ant that might be swallowed at any moment. He stood solemnly, venerating the sword as a devotee reveres heaven and life. Green rainbows rose from the ground, showcasing a magnificent scene. The sword was like a rainbow. A searing, blinding beam of light appeared without warning, akin to a spark igniting dried grass, flames shooting skyward, illuminating the wilderness. Purple lightning streaked past, and clouds roiled angrily. Beams of light pierced through the cloud layers like city walls, lighting up the distant cliff. It was as if Landon held the sun in his hand. Its brilliance was dazzling, golden radiance flowed, vibrant and vigorous. Boom! A rainbow-like sword beam. Slash. Rumble. The distant cliff split open instantly, dust rising, straight up to the clouds, dispersing slowly. Landon lowered his hand, smiling inwardly. Damn, isn't this awesome? Such a huge mountain top, sliced away by one slash. The Sword Dao proficiency indeed was terrifying. Amazing. So amazing. Just then, Landon came back to reality, noticing the air temperature had mysteriously dropped. He initially thought a cold wave was hitting them. Then he saw shock. The temperature drop was due to Sha Patriarch, Murphy Tianzuan, and Eshan taking sharp intakes of breath. Well then, was this what they called a human-shaped air conditioner? Good disciple, you. Sha Patriarch rubbed his eyes, almost disbelieving what he saw, shocked, speechless. Confused, Landon asked, Master, did I do something in the universe, existing with the sun and moon? The laws of nature cycle, reversing aging into full enlightenment. Murphy Tianzuan added, inheriting natural chi, existing before all things in the universe. Without hesitation, Landon downloaded directly. Ding. Downloading 1 chi transforms into 3 purities. Ding. Downloading destruction proficiency. Download speed, 80 megabytes per second. Download progress, 0.01%, 5%, 12%, 17%. Although the download speed was low, the progress was steady. By Landon's estimation, within a year, he would surely complete learning both mystic arts. Big win. 2 years, obtaining 3 supreme mystic arts. Too cool. The 3 purities thought Landon was exceptionally talented, but had no idea he was cheating. Listening while accelerating downloads made it feel even better. This was life on autopilot. Awesome. Period. Time passed. As Landon expected, exactly 1 year later. Ding. Destruction proficiency downloaded. 1 chi transforms into 3 purities downloaded. In the next moment, Landon experienced another transformation. Chapter 14. Trinity, truly impressive. Boom. Just as Landon completed the download of the unity of 3 purities, he felt his body tremble. An overwhelming and vast vitality erupted within him. Swirl. Landon was profoundly moved, feeling the vast primordial chi and profound Daoic essence enveloping him like a tidal wave. Just a few breaths he took were equivalent to others' years of intense seclusion and cultivation. Awesome. Even more awesome. Next moment, Landon's entire body began emitting a deathly aura involuntarily. Wherever the aura passed, flowers withered, trees died. It was as if their life force was sucked away, instantaneously destroying everything. The once colorful world turned into shades of black and white, the vast silence pressing down on one's chest, making it hard to breathe. This was the power of destruction. Dominant and merciless. Cooper Lord Murphy was utterly stunned, showing no reaction. This was something he had become accustomed to. Who else but Landon, a prodigy? Eshan remained calm, thinking that if Landon needed 2 years to learn, that would be abnormal. Only Master Sha smiled broadly, filled with joy. This adopted disciple is truly incredible. Learning fast and comprehending quickly. Just amazing. Immediately seizing the opportunity, Landon wouldn't settle for just 3 great powers. Missing this chance would be too rare indeed. As long as he kept downloading and learning, it was evident that a unified Landon embodying the 3 purities would be terrifying. Perhaps even the three purities hadn't realized that Landon was digging deep into theirs were completely shocked. They never imagined Landon's learning ability to be so strong. No matter what power, within a year, he could surely wield it. Too terrifying. This man was too frightening. There was a sense of unworthiness in being his master or uncle. Sigh. Such an outstanding disciple brought its own headaches. They even thought that the future of the primordial world might very well be dominated by Landon. Of course, assuming his cultivation could keep advancing. Finally, unable to endure Landon's endless learning, both Cooper Lord Murphy and Eshan couldn't take it anymore. They feared. They really feared. They found a reason to run away. Even Master Shaw got tired and left on some pretext. Landon felt a bit regretful, wanting to get even more. Looks like he wouldn't be able to learn other powers. But so far, he was quite satisfied. Having learned so many powers, he felt fully equipped and incredibly powerful. I need to consolidate my knowledge through seclusion. Speaking to himself, Landon acknowledged that there were too many powers to digest at once. Some required refinement and solidification. Thus, Landon returned to his cave dwelling and entered seclusion. Time drifted slowly. A millennium passed. Landon spent 1,000 years in seclusion within his cave dwelling. His realm advanced to the peak of the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal stage. The slow progress wasn't due to inefficient downloading, but rather the exponential increase in required cultivation energy as his realm grew. Additionally, Landon continuously practiced and refined the powers he had learned, enabling him to use them spontaneously while conserving his mana. More practice also significantly benefited Landon. Meanwhile, the number of connectable slots reached 26, and the download speed increased to 6 megabytes per second. Checking the download progress. Master Shaw's cultivation progress, 5%. Small numbers, but big things. Calculating it, in about 300,000 years, he could complete the download. Although it seemed long, time in the primordial world was cheap. More importantly, sainthood was visibly achievable, a height most people could barely imagine. Right then, Master Shaw's voice came from outside the cave. Landon, come out immediately. Landon? Translation notes. The structure and style have been maintained, preserving paragraph breaks and emotional nuances. Character names, e.g., Landon, Eshan, Cooper Lord Murphy, have been translated phonetically for accuracy and consistency. Natural English has been used to ensure fluency and readability. ####Chapter 15. Coming out swaggering, truly annoying. Landon had just emerged from his seclusion. He had Selena back. So, the Eastern Sea was actually the main base of the Jiejiao sect? Note. For consistency and clarity in terminology, I have retained Jiejiao sect as the translation for Jiejia. If there is a preferred established English name for this sect, it should be used instead. Kunlun Mountain was only temporary. Impressive. Landon thought Kunlun Mountain was the ultimate enclave for Jiejiao. Turned out it was still the Eastern Sea. Interesting. Landon nodded in agreement immediately. As a disciple of Jiejiao, wherever the Austin went, he would follow. No issues there. In a few short exchanges, the two soared through the clouds, leaving Kunlun Mountain and heading towards the Eastern Sea. The vast expanse of the Cooper world was unimaginable. With Landon's current cultivation, it would take at least a few months to fly from Kunlun Mountain to the Eastern Sea. But with the Austin, a deity of immense power, they arrived in just one day. Sages are sages. Their flight speed is truly terrifying. Too damn fast. The Eastern Sea stretched boundlessly, its deep waters commanding awe. But Landon and the Grandmaster's gazes weren't fixed on the vast ocean. Instead, they were captivated by a unique sight in the middle of the sea. Perhaps because the Grandmaster, being one of the three pure ones, carried great fortune, upon reaching this area, an island appeared before them. This island resembled a giant divine tortoise, located at the heart of the Eastern Sea. The island was filled with celestial chi, emitting 10,000 rays of light. Occasionally, celestial birds and spirit beasts sang joyfully, while countless immortal trees dotted the landscape, creating a lively yet dignified atmosphere. Moreover, it seemed as if a primordial array covered the island, natural daoic forces making anyone who beheld it entranced. After the three pure ones split, the Austin had been searching for a suitable island to establish his enclave. While he encountered other fine places along the way, none could compare to this one. Excited, the two flew towards the island. As soon as they landed, a towering stone stele came into view, inscribed with Golden Turtle Island. Perfect. This aligned perfectly with historical events. Ah. At that moment, a deafening dragon roar pierced the tranquility, followed by a ferocious voice. Where do you trash come from? This island has been claimed by us, Scram. Before Landon could react, accompanied by water-breaking sounds, two colossal creatures rose from the sea. They were each hundreds of feet long, slender with 4 legs, heads resembling horses, snake mouths. Surely we're destined for great fortune. Seeing Landon enraged, the white flood dragon laughed aloud, while the black flood dragon rejoiced wildly, even drooling at the mouth. Clearly, they considered Landon as a meal waiting to be devoured. Landon was almost speechless, never imagining that he'd be treated as a delicacy upon stepping out of Kunlun. While somewhat amused, he was more cautious. After all, this was his first encounter with other beings in the Cooper world, especially two powerful golden immortals. Indeed, the Cooper world was fraught with danger. What troubled him most was that these two intended to eat him. Though only a perfect Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal, Landon wasn't afraid. Endowed with the combined skills of the three pure ones, why would he fear mere golden immortals? If he lacked such courage, not only would he disgrace the three pure ones, but he'd be ashamed of himself too. Others wouldn't know Landon's thoughts, but the Hemlock Nyong flood dragons, seeing him stand still, assumed he was stunned by their reputation and felt triumphant. What a great opportunity. Seemingly telepathic, both flood dragons understood each other's intentions. Instantly, their forms swelled, becoming thousands of feet tall, obscuring the sky. Roar. Two thunderous roars echoed, revealing their majestic aura and golden immortal level powers. This time, The roar carried intimidating force. Next, they utilized the flood dragon's water-controlling skill, lifting endless seawater into an upward torrential waterfall, charging straight at Landon. Within the waterfall, countless aquatic creatures seemed to mourn, foreshadowing the deadly intent of the attack. Opening move is the ace card? Landon was somewhat surprised by this turn of events. Typically, villains spouted arrogant words first. Why start with a finishing move? Looks like these enemies have brains too. Actually, Landon didn't realize that if he were alone, the flood dragons might have held back. But with the Austin present, whose strength was unfathomable, they didn't dare take risks. Experienced warriors, they avoided amateur mistakes, going for the kill from the start, intending to prevent any chance of retaliation. Very well. Despite surprise, Landon wasn't backing down. Facing two golden immortals' lethal attacks, he smiled. His divine will stirred, and his power condensed. Thus began the first battle of the Cooper world. Chapter 16. Buddy, isn't your killing move too excessive? At this moment, Landon could not tolerate it. Anything that dared to snatch an island? Unfathomable. Faced with the oncoming assault of the Hemlock-Nyang dragons, Landon immediately activated the stabilizing sea pearls wrapped around his wrist. Instantly, these pearls he had strung together emitted a supreme white light, shimmering brilliantly. One must know that during his millennium-long seclusion, Landon not only refined the 42 prohibitions of the Earth Flag, but also all the prohibitions of the stabilizing sea pearls. Using them now felt as natural as breathing. Though Landon was unsure of the full power of a perfectly potent high-grade innate spiritual treasure, at this moment he could use the Hemlock-Nyang dragons as test subjects to gauge its capabilities. The stabilizing sea pearls glowed intensely. The white light reflected off the sea surface, resembling a bright moon. With a crisp sound, the pearls detached from Landon's wrist and began rotating at high speed. In mere moments, each pearl expanded to the size of a 100-meter-high boulder. Suppress. A low yet powerful command issued from Landon. In the next instant, the spinning stabilizing sea pearls dispersed, with 24 pearls occupying distinct positions, forming a massive circular array. They encircled a 10,000-mile radius, so tightly no water could pass through. Moreover, the suppressive force radiating from the pearls swept through all directions like a tidal wave. As the lethal waterfall surged towards Landon, the suppressive aura suddenly blocked its path, halting the water's advance. The waterfall even seemed to be retreating. Boom. In less than a breath, the seawater waterfall was completely suppressed by the stabilizing sea pearls, reversing its flow and returning to calm. The surrounding seas remained tranquil, eerily still. If not for the countless dead fish and shrimp floating on the surface, one would never guess a fierce battle had just taken place. After subduing the waterfall, the stabilizing sea pearls became even more formidable. Immediately, the surrounding waters began to sink, plants bent under pressure, and everything they touched was suppressed. The stabilizing sea pearls dominated the entire realm. However, all this happened in a mere blink of an eye. After summoning the pearls, Landon barely spared them a glance, instead extending his hand. In the next moment, a small blade of grass a few meters away snapped due to Landon's intangible intent, then flew into his hand. He concentrated his mana and channeled his mystical powers. A flick of his finger. Whoosh! A black shadow shot from Landon's hand, faster than lightning, breaking the air with a resounding crack. Upon closer inspection, that shadow turned out to be the grass leaf in Landon's hand. But looking deeper created an illusion that it wasn't a leaf but a sharp sword. No, it wasn't an illusion. It was real. After Landon employed his sword Dao mystical power, the leaf transformed into his sword intent. Leaf as sword. If this were all, the Hemlock-Nyang dragons might not have been so worried. But sensing that chilling sword intent caused their pupils to contract sharply. Innate spiritual treasure. Mystical power. Two startled cries echoed. The Hemlock-Nyang dragons were stunned, almost spitting blood. They had roamed the world for tens of thousands of years. Though they did not possess any innate spiritual treasures, they had witnessed their might. Precisely because of this, the stabilizing sea pearl's sharpness felt both familiar and alien to them. This was the true might of an innate spiritual treasure. They could not fathom that a great ethereal immortal possessed something they did not. Even they didn't own any post-celestial treasures. Suddenly, a greedy thought arose in their hearts. However, before they could act further, Landon's mystical power was already upon them. Especially the chilling sensation emanating from the leaf left them dumbfounded. How can this be? This kid, what is he? Not only does he carry an innate spiritual treasure, but his attack is fiercer than a golden immortal's. For a moment, countless thoughts raced through the Hemlock-Nyang dragons' minds, but soon they lost focus. Because the grass infused with Landon's sword Dao power was coming fast. Too fast. So fast that Chapter 17. Accidentally awesome again. So annoying. Shaw had long ceased to take the curses of the Hemlock-Nyang dragons seriously. He remained unperturbed, for a sage like him saw the uproar of ants as nothing at all. Indeed, in Shaw's eyes, these two dragons were already as good as dead. The only reason he hadn't moved was to see how Landon would perform. Surprisingly, Landon surpassed his expectations. Shaw had initially thought that Landon would be buried in diligent cultivation and lack combat experience. However, not only did Landon know how to fight, but he also excelled at it. His attacks were lethal, and he wielded the sword arts with such ease that he could transform grass into swords, quickly slaying two golden immortal level dragons. This made Shaw sit up and take notice. Remarkably, Landon didn't even use his prized artifact, the Antony Apricot Yellow Banner, nor did he try out any newly learned powers. Despite having killed the two dragons, he felt there was still room for improvement. Unfortunately for Landon, the Hemlock-Nyang dragons weren't much of a challenge, forcing him to stifle his urge to continue fighting. If the Hemlock-Nyang dragons could hear Landon's thoughts, they might have found it both hilarious and tragic. These Hemlock-Nyang dragons are full of treasures. Landon shook his head, dispelling those chaotic thoughts, and focused on the dragon corpses before him. He knew that the Hemlock Nyang dragon should have been slain by his master and refined into the famous middle-grade later heaven spiritual treasure, the golden dragon scissors. But now, they were felled by his own hands. With this thought, Landon waved his hand, and the calming sea pearl, which could stabilize the universe, reappeared on his wrist. Then, he picked up the corpses of the Hemlock Nyang dragons. Soon, information about refining artifacts flooded his mind. Landon was ready to start refining, with true fire igniting at his fingertips. This was a skill he had learned from the three purities. At this moment, Shaw chuckled. Though his disciple was powerful, he was still too young and inexperienced, daringly refining artifacts without considering potential interruptions. Unable to let Landon face this alone, Shaw sighed and waved his sleeve, enveloping Landon in a protective formation, ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed. Even on Jinfu Island, caution was always wise. After securing Landon's safety, Shaw looked back thoughtfully and then flew off towards a certain direction on the island. He had sensed something intriguing since landing on the island, something akin to a teacher-student connection. With this thought, Shaw's figure soon disappeared, leaving Landon alone to refine the artifact. Time flowed leisurely. 1 month later. Roar. 2 dragon roars echoed through the heavens. Above Jinfu Island, 2 black and white dragons soared through the sky, sometimes rising high, other times playing in the sea, their golden immortal aura radiating a majestic presence. But after their resounding cries, they descended together, transforming into a pair of scissors in the hands of a young man. The youth was none other than Landon, and the black and white dragons that transformed into scissors were precisely the spiritual treasure Landon had refined. Golden dragon scissors. The golden dragon scissors are finally complete, and unexpectedly, the 2 dragons even produced dragon pearls. Landon examined the golden dragon scissors in his left hand, increasingly satisfied, while in his right hand, he held a black and white pill. The golden dragon scissors, shaped with heads intertwined like scissors blades and tails crossed like handles, could cut through anything in one snip, unmatched in majesty. The dragon patterns on its surface seemed almost alive. The pill was no ordinary thing. It was a dragon pearl. Indeed, a dragon pearl. During the refinement process, Landon had an unexpected surprise. Since they were dragons, the Hemlock Nyang dragons had already developed dragon pearls. Dragon pearls contain the essence of a dragon's cultivation, not only embodying their magical power but also serving as a spiritual treasure in battle. Due to this unique trait, dragons were significantly stronger than ordinary demon races at the same cultivation level. During their battle with Landon, the Hemlock Nyang dragons had never expected to be slain by a Xianxia Xian immortal, and thus never used their dragon pearls. Now, everything went to Landon's advantage. Honestly, discovering the 2 dragon pearls brought him immense joy. These were rare and precious materials, perfect for alchemy, 2 initial stage golden immortal dragon pearls. So, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he refined them into pills. Otherwise, with the mastery of the 3 purities artifact refining skills, Landon could have completed the golden dragon scissors well within a month. Though it took longer, the result was worth it. Swallowing hard, Landon stored the golden dragon scissors and then swallowed the pill. Instantly, the formidable powers of 2 initial stage golden immortals surged within him, threatening to burst him apart. Had it been an average cultivator, they would have been terrified by such overwhelming power. After all, the combined power of 2 golden immortals was daunting even for a Xianxia Xian immortal. However, Landon laughed calmly as the 9 revolutions technique activated effortlessly. Boom. As the 9 revolutions technique circulated, the once wild golden immortal power became docile, gradually being refined by Landon. The dominance of the technique was evident. As Landon refined the power bit by bit, his own strength steadily increased. Perfection of Xianxia Xian immortal. Bang. Golden immortal. Initial stage golden immortal. Chapter 18. Did you come unarmed? The realm of golden immortal, which had troubled countless beings, was now breached by Landon in one fell swoop. After crossing over, his momentum did not slow down, but his speed was noticeably slower than before. Clearly, the power of the golden immortal level had been largely consumed by Landon, and it was no longer sufficient to propel him further. This was expected. After all, the dragon pill only possessed the power of an early-stage golden immortal and, being from a dead entity, had inevitably lost some of its potency. Phew. With this thought, Landon took a deep breath and without hesitation, absorbed the remaining energy. So this is the power of a golden immortal? After absorption, Landon felt the surge of power within him, his eyes flashing with determination as he clenched his fists. Achieving golden immortal status made him feel like he had stepped into a new world, his strength multiplying several times over. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he could take on 10 versions of his previous self. Facing Hemlock Nyang dragons again, he could now slay them both with a single strike. This was the confidence his newfound power gave him. This must be Elder Brother, so powerful. He's truly worthy of being Elder Brother, absorbing the power of 2 golden immortals effortlessly. I've heard Elder Brother is extraordinarily gifted, receiving teachings from Master and even mastering the legendary powers of the 2 sage uncles. Elder Brother is so cool. Master was right. We have a long way to go. We need to learn more from Elder Brother. At that moment, several exclamations suddenly reached Landon's ears. Who's there? His senses heightened. Landon looked in the direction of the voices. Instantly, he saw 8 figures gathered on a nearby mountain peak. 2 men in Taoist robes and 6 exceptionally beautiful women. Taking a step forward, Landon then appeared directly in front of them. A display of his ability, Step of Heaven's End. Landon's sudden appearance startled the 8, and the pressure from his golden immortal aura nearly suffocated them. Brother, please spare us. I'm Scott, the second disciple of Holy Master Shaw. Yes, I'm Apollo, also a disciple of Master. My sister's Mindy too. And me, Elena, Aya, Malia too. Landon, though just a golden immortal, was a supreme primordial deity and possessed all the powers of the three pure ones, making him far superior to ordinary golden immortals. Consequently, these 8 were overwhelmed, feeling as if a mountain was pressing against their chests. Fortunately, they were not weak either, each at the Grand Supreme Immortal level, and working together managed to hold on for a few moments. During this time, they hastily declared their identities. Scott, Apollo, Mindy, Elena, Aya, Malia. Hearing their introductions, Landon relaxed slightly, looking at them in surprise. These were the names of his future juniors undermaster. On the island of Goldclaw, it was unlikely they were imposters. Even if someone tried to trick him, why would they use these names? In other words, these 8 must indeed be his juniors. Are you Master's recent disciples? Though he suspected as much, Landon asked for confirmation. Yes, elder brother. While you were forging, Master said he needed to meditate and instructed us to greet you. To reassure Landon, Scott quickly added, demonstrating his cultivation method. The uppermost clarity Tao. Recognizing the aura of this method, Landon finally confirmed their identities. But before he could speak, a little girl, barely waist-high and wearing a rosy gown, chimed in eagerly, yes, elder brother, Xianxia wouldn't lie. Heidi, wouldn't lie either, added a blue-robed girl, wrinkling her nose. Why does this sound like Neve is lying? Countered a white-gowned woman, her voice regal and mature. Despite their different ages, the 3 had similar beautiful voices. On closer inspection, their faces were strikingly alike, the famous trio Mindy. As soon as they spoke, Elena, Aya, and Malia joined in, leading to a chaotic scene of the 6 beauties bickering incessantly. Seeing this, Landon was speechless. What was going on? Just moments ago, they were explaining their identities, and now they were arguing, chattering away. How does it feel to have 6 junior sisters at once? Enough, stop fighting. Since Master is meditating, I can't verify your identities, but there's another way to prove yourselves. Seeing the women still squabbling, Landon, head pounding, interrupted. An idea seemed to amuse him. Honestly, having juniors didn't bother Landon. Rather, it pleased him. The more people around, the more resources and knowledge he could gather. Even if most didn't have anything particularly valuable, a rare gem might just appear. Moreover, the more members in the Jiejiao sect, the greater its fortune, and thus his own as its Andre brother. In essence, there were quite a few benefits to this situation. However, if he didn't establish his authority as the eldest senior brother today, given these junior sisters' personalities, they would likely become an endless source of annoyance in the future. So, Landon planned to give them a bit of a scare. But if he didn't establish his authority today, he feared these juniors would become troublesome. He decided to give them a scare first. What method? The 6 stopped arguing, eager to hear Landon's answer. Apollo and Scott listened intently. You may not know this, but joining Jiejiao entitles you to a welcome gift. This statement lit up the eyes of the 8. A welcome gift? Joining a sage's discipleship comes with a gift? This treatment was unheard of. They eagerly awaited what Landon's gift might be. However, upon hearing Landon's next words, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 19. Can't play, right? Sure. Since you say you are my juniors, then where are your gifts for meeting me? Landon said matter-of-factly, ignoring their looks of surprise. Well, senior brother, actually we don't need any meeting gift. Scott started hesitantly. Giving a gift upon first meeting did make him feel rather embarrassed. However, before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place upon clearly hearing what Landon had said. He wasn't the only one. The other junior brothers and sisters nearby reacted similarly. Honestly, when they heard Scott's honest response, they wanted to intervene too. After all, a gift was as good as free if you didn't have to give it. He had often praised Landon as someone exceptionally talented, well-mannered, etc. But now, let's just leave it at that. What a deceitful and heartless senior brother. This was the current impression they all had of Landon. Senior brother, we've just been enlightened by Master. We don't have any spiritual treasures on us. Could we perhaps offer the gift later? At this moment, Scott suddenly spoke up in a weak voice. Lacking confidence, his face flushed. Instantly, everyone's attention turned towards him. Even Landon glanced at him more closely. He knew quite a lot about this particular junior brother from the future after all. If not for his own appearance, Scott would have been the eldest senior brother of the Jie sect. And fitting his name, Scott, or Many Treasures, was proficient in crafting artifacts and possessed countless treasures. In the future, he was undoubtedly the richest person besides Shaw. The information about Scott flashed through Landon's mind. But what surprised Landon wasn't this fact. It was that Scott seemed to be an honest person. After all, Landon had asked for gifts just to tease and scare them a bit. Who would have thought that Scott would take it seriously? He truly intended to give him a gift. For a moment, various thoughts swirled in Landon's head. I see. That's acceptable, Landon coughed and reluctantly agreed, pretending it was difficult for him to do so. After all, the act still needed to be played to its full extent. Seeing Landon agree, the remaining 7 couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Initially, they held out some hope, thinking Landon was joking, but now they realized it was indeed true. However, little did they know, they had already fallen into Landon's trap. Senior brother, the same applies to me. Can I give the gift later? Apollo, the last male among them, also chimed in hesitantly. Brilliant. Amused internally, Landon couldn't help but glance at him until he blushed with shame, then nodded in agreement. Next, Landon shifted his gaze to the remaining 6 junior sisters. Why did he insist on doing this? Wasn't it for these 6 chatterboxes? Without establishing his authority as the senior brother, wouldn't they think he was easy to bully and pester him to death? Feeling Landon's gaze fall on them, the 6 sisters visibly felt awkward. They were not the type to take such a loss lying down, unsure whether to refuse or agree outright. Senior brother, we've just taken form. We have nothing besides ourselves. Can we skip the gift? Among the 3 sisters, Yelena was the most lively. Seeing it was hard to refuse, she cleverly turned her beautiful eyes, ran to Landon's side, and sandwiched his arm between her delicate hands while sweetly shaking and clinging to him. Her tone was sickly sweet. Senior brother, please be kind to us. Yes. We're really miserable. We only have these clothes on us. Should we give these to you? With telepathic connection, Neve and Heidi saw Yelena's actions and brightened their eyes, rushing to Landon's side to perform the same act as Yelena. Heidi hugged Landon's arm with Yelena while gazing at Landon with pitiful eyes. Neve, the Andre sister, took no less initiative, occupying Landon's entire arm and adding that she only had these clothes on her, somehow making it sound seductive. Senior brother. Not to be outdone, Elena, Malia, and Aya also rushed to Landon's side. In an instant, Landon was surrounded by his 6 junior sisters. The chirping sounds and scents surrounding him left him momentarily dazed by the variety of sweet voices and fragrances entering his ears. At this point, Landon was also bewildered. He hadn't expected these 6 junior sisters to be so dramatic. However, it had to be admitted, divine beings nurtured by heaven and earth were truly extraordinary. Each of them was a beauty, especially the 3 siblings, who represented different stages of womanhood in their every move, almost mesmerizing Landon for a moment. Fortunately, Landon had strong willpower and quickly regained his senses. Joking aside, cultivating was far better than playing games with women. A simple beauty trick couldn't sway his Taoist heart. No matter how pathetic or tempting they acted, 8 nearly spat blood, especially the 3 Xiangs whose faces turned blue with anger. After begging in vain and even attempting together without success, only to have Landon say it was all a joke when they finally gave in. This meant that by pledging allegiance to the sage, they had unknowingly owed senior brother a welcome gift. Not only that, they were mocked by him as the dumbest ever. What the hell? Their moods were like a roller coaster, going up and down. Alright, the welcome gift was all a joke. I was teasing you guys. Finally, Landon couldn't hold back and smiled slightly, finding amusement in the situation. Honestly, these juniors were so naive, easy to fool. However, while Landon laughed, others like Ronan didn't dare laugh and their faces froze again. Teasing them? What did that mean? Having been tricked multiple times by Landon, they found it hard to trust his words, forming an even deeper impression of him. But this time seemed different. Looking at Landon's cheerful and serious expression, Scarlet wrinkled her nose and asked hesitantly, Senior brother, were you just teasing us? Does that mean we don't need to give the welcome gift? Hearing this, the other 7 also looked at Landon, their eyes filled with hope. Of course not. As your senior brother, would I cheat you? Do you really want to give me a welcome gift? Seeing they still didn't believe him, Landon frowned and glanced. Master is going to preach. Landon was somewhat surprised, but it made sense. After all, Jia Teaching's sanctuary was Golden Turtle Island. Now that Golden Turtle Island had been found, Jia Teaching's prosperity should follow. It seems there will be more junior brothers and sisters in the future. Just wonder if any of them possess anything that can catch my eye. Landon pondered, then suddenly remembered something and looked at the 8 before him. Come to think of it, busy with teasing these juniors, he forgot to check what they possessed. Check the attributes of these 8. Thinking of this, Landon immediately activated the attribute panel. Swish. Name, Ronan. Cultivation. Late stage Great Enlightenment Immortal. Cultivation method, Supreme Clarity Tao Technique. Constitution. Intermediate Inborn Divine Being. Talent. Top tier Alchemy Talent. Abilities. None. Spirit Treasures. None. Name, Yun Xiang. Soon, Ronan's and others' attributes appeared clearly before Landon's eyes. However, most were quite bare. This was normal. Sha's 8 personal disciples weren't like those in later generations. They had only just been enlightened by Sha, and aside from their cultivation, everything else was minimal. Download Ronan's top-tier alchemy talent. Complaining silently about how poor they were, Landon downloaded the only barely decent talent. Though most juniors' attributes were disappointing, seeing Ronan's top-tier alchemy talent brought a bit of pleasant surprise. A person's talent, like constitution, ranges from low to intermediate, high, and top tier. With Ronan's top-tier alchemy talent, few in the entire primordial world could compare. Thus, Ronan's talent was incredibly precious. Ding dong, downloading, top-tier alchemy talent, 1%, 2%, 3%. The progress bar quickly showed up in Landon's vision. To his surprise, the download speed was surprisingly fast, reaching 3% almost instantly. Wouldn't that mean it would finish within a day? Landon felt secretly delighted. However, his prediction was too conservative. Moments later, the system voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Download complete for top-tier alchemy talent. Hearing this, Landon's eyes lit up. Top-tier alchemy talent was valuable. In later years, Ronan used his remarkable alchemy talent to forge countless spirit treasures, greatly increasing his strength and wealth second only to Sha. If Ronan could do that, then Landon, who already knew the alchemy technique, might surpass Ronan easily. More importantly, he wouldn't need to search endlessly for spirit treasures. He could make his own. After crafting them, he could offer them to increase download speed, bringing him closer to sagehood. Use top-tier alchemy talent. Deciding this, Landon didn't hesitate and chose to use it immediately. As soon as he did, many previously incomprehensible points suddenly revealed themselves, elevating Landon's alchemy skills further. If he tried to craft the golden python scissors again, he now had the confidence to complete it in a day. That's the benefit of having a top-tier alchemy talent. Just as Landon was enjoying the benefits of the talent, a loud cry echoed across the entire Golden Turtle Island. Long live the sage. I am Finian, Alistair of the Eastern Sea. Hearing that the Supreme Clarity Sage is about to preach, I specially came to pay respects. Chapter 21. Offering without reservation? This is good. Members of the Dragon Clan. Landon's heart stirred as he turned his head. Not far away, 2 figures floated over. One male, one female. The male Andreli, and the female Young. Although Landon had never met these 2 before, he felt somewhat familiar with them because both of their heads were adorned with deer antlers, a symbol of the Dragon Clan. To be honest, Landon was quite curious about the Dragon Clan. not only curious about the treasures of the Dragon Palace but also intrigued by the current state of the Dragon Clan. As far as he knew, the Dragon Clan was one of the key players during the early Dragon Calamity, a major clan that once vied for supremacy in the vast world. Yet now, not a single piece of news could be heard about them. How could that not pique one's curiosity? Although curious, when they started yelling on Golden Turtle Island, it was unacceptable. Blasphemy! Who dares to make a racket on Golden Turtle Island? Landon was the first to express his anger. His eyes widened, and an initial stage of golden immortal aura bloomed instantly. Joking aside, this was Golden Turtle Island. Putting aside the fact that the loud voice might disturb his master's meditation, if anyone came here in such a manner in the future, it would undoubtedly show complete lack of manners. Brother Taoist, calm your anger. May I ask what relationship you have with the sage? The aged Alistair Finian was furious at first, but for some reason, his anger dissipated instantly, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in apology. One must understand that he was at least the Alistair of the East Sea, with a realm of full circle Grand Supreme Golden Immortal. Now being scolded by a junior Golden Immortal, it naturally angered him in haste. However, he immediately thought about the purpose of his visit here, and also who owned Golden Turtle Island, and quickly regained composure. This was the domain of Sage Shaw, and surely not a place for a mere Grand Supreme Golden Immortal to act wildly. This is my master's foremost disciple, great senior brother of the Tongtian Sect, Landon. Why have you come here? Landon asked. One wouldn't come without reason, and he understood this point well. I heard that the upper purity sage will soon give teachings, so I specially came here to listen. Besides that, I wish to see the sage. Could you please introduce me? Finian explained his purpose while respectfully greeting. Knowing Landon's status, he dared not treat him as a junior anymore, speaking to him as a peer. My master is currently meditating in seclusion. Please return. Landon shook his head and said calmly. Forget Finian. Even after his own recent meditation, he hadn't seen Shaw yet. How could one expect to meet a sage just by asking? If everyone who wanted to see his master came here, his master would be kept incredibly busy. Faced with this response, Finian was somewhat surprised. Then he seemed to recall something, continuing, I have another request. Please grant me this favor. Hearing this, Landon couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Before he could respond, Finian's bitter laugh echoed. My request is only that Brother Taoist accept my daughter Valerie as a disciple. Having said this, he pushed the nearby Dragon Clan maiden forward. His daughter Valerie. Take on a disciple? Landon was somewhat surprised. A disciple came to him out of the blue? Moreover, the disciple was the daughter of the Alistair of the East Sea. So, a dragon princess wanted to be his disciple? But these points weren't the focus. Upon seeing that the dragon princess's cultivation level was mid-stage Great Supreme Golden Immortal, he was genuinely amazed. Mid-stage Great Supreme Golden Immortal, higher than himself, and she was also a dragon princess. Why leave the comforts of being a princess to become his disciple? Had the Alistair gone mad in his cultivation? I am not lying. It's all true. As long as Brother Taoist agrees, my daughter will be your disciple. Perceiving Landon's doubts, the Alistair hastily clarified. He was helpless as well. Though the Dragon Clan was one of the top ancient clans, since losing the war against Phoenixes, millions of years passed, and the glory days of the Dragon Clan were long gone. Their strength not only declined behind witches and immortals, recently they were forced by the immortal race to join their heavenly court. If they refused, an army would be sent to forcibly annex them. After joining the immortal heavenly court, would the Dragon Clan still be the Dragon Clan? Finian would never let the Dragon Clan fall under his watch. Therefore, his goal here was to have his daughter Valerie join Sage Shaw as a disciple, seeking protection for the Dragon Clan. But now, the sage was secluded, leaving him no choice but to seek alternatives. Regarding the claim that the sage was in seclusion, Finian didn't believe it. After all, the sage was supreme and omnipotent. How could he not know Finian was here? Perhaps he just didn't want to see him. So, he shifted his hopes onto Landon. Disappointment struck again. I have no intention of taking on disciples. Glancing at Valerie, Landon firmly rejected her offer without hesitation. Joking, right? Disciples were nothing but burdens. Teaching them cultivation, providing them with protective spiritual treasures, rescuing them in times of difficulty. It was like being both a father and a nanny, utterly disadvantageous. Landon wouldn't agree to such a situation. Finian's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. An initial stage Golden Immortal accepting a mid-stage Great Supreme Golden Immortal as a disciple and still refusing? Even Valerie's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. But perhaps, she can serve as my means of transportation. Suddenly, Landon added. While he wouldn't take on a disciple, using her as a means of transportation was acceptable. Not only treating her as a pet, but having a dragon princess as a mode of transport would be extremely prestigious. However, Landon had more in mind than just prestige. It was Valerie's cultivation level. Mid-stage Great Supreme Golden Immortal. Once recruited, he could directly download her cultivation through the system, making it his own. Thus, his cultivation could break through directly. This was practically delivered cultivation. Certainly, while the sage's cultivation was hard to acquire, obtaining cultivation from other realms was much easier. As for why Landon didn't, Finian's veins abruptly bulged, his aura leaking out, and the power of a full circle Great Supreme Golden Immortal momentarily changed the color of heaven and earth. But suddenly, Chapter 22. Oh, I'm ahead. Suddenly, the overwhelming aura of a perfected Great Perfection Golden Immortal ceased, and all they heard was Finian's bitter laugh. Forget it, forget it. This Khalil agrees. Trish, hurry and greet your Dao companion. Upon finishing his words, Finian seemed to age significantly, appearing extremely dispirited. Turning the Dragon Clan into someone else's mount, and not just any member, but a dragon princess, was something unprecedented in billions of years. Yet, compared to the imminent extinction of the Dragon Clan, this trivial matter paled in comparison. Therefore, Finian had no choice but to agree. With those words, everyone, including Landon, was taken aback. Agreed. This meant that from now on, the Dragon Princess would be Landon's mount. Landon was also somewhat surprised. This was the Dragon Clan. For them to bow to him indicated how dire their situation must be. However, there was more disbelief than anything. As the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the Dragon Clan suffered defeat in the LongHuan initial tribulation, they were once one of the top dominant forces. For them to be reduced to sign of restraint, the world before him seemed different as well. His realm had broken through. Middle stage golden immortal. Landon knew this feeling well. It was the sign of a breakthrough. However, for now, only the realm had advanced. Once he completed the cultivation of his power, he would truly reach the middle stage of a golden immortal. Valerie, thanks Master for taking me in. At this moment, despite her pride, Valerie, following Finian's signal, acquiesced. She bowed and thanked Landon to save the entire Dragon Clan. From that day on, a middle stage great perfection golden immortal dragon princess became the mount of the middle stage golden immortal Landon. Seeing this, Landon nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, he inwardly instructed, download Valerie's middle stage great perfection golden immortal cultivation. Since he had already accepted Valerie as a mount, he didn't hesitate. Ding! Downloading, middle stage great perfection golden immortal cultivation. 0.01%, 0.04%, 0.07%. The progress bar appeared before Landon's eyes. Landon's eyes lit up. This speed wasn't bad. At this rate, the download would complete soon. Indeed, his conjecture was right. He felt delighted, having just broken through to middle stage golden immortal, and would soon break through to middle stage great perfection golden immortal. It was all good. Seeing Landon accept Valerie, Finian breathed a sigh of relief and then bid farewell and left. Since there's still some time before Master begins teaching, and he has entrusted me with instructing you all, let me take advantage of this time to impart knowledge to you. After Finian left, only Landon and his 8 fellow disciples, along with Valerie, remained on Turtle Island. Landon cleared his throat and spoke thus. He had no choice. With Master currently in seclusion, as the senior disciple, he had to take on the responsibility of teaching them. Besides, this would make up for his previous teasing. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother was going to teach them. Though they had expected it, hearing it firsthand still brought much joy to Scott and the others, who immediately expressed their gratitude. Since they assumed their human forms, they had learned of Landon's prowess from Master Shaw. Witnessing Landon, still a mere early-stage golden immortal, radiate the aura of a middle-stage great perfection golden immortal left everyone astounded. His profound skills were imprinted deeply in each person's mind. After thanking him, they suppressed their excitement and quickly found places to sit cross-legged. Soon, Landon's words echoed all around. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Nameless, it is the origin of heaven and earth. Named, it is the mother of myriad things. Landon was not a sage. He was merely a middle-stage golden immortal. Therefore, there were no extraordinary phenomena during his teachings. However, his teachings were greatly beneficial, not only to the fellow disciples who were lesser perfection immortals, but also to Valerie, a middle-stage great perfection golden immortal, who gained many insights, gradually dissolving any lingering resentment. Joke aside, although Landon was just a golden immortal, it mattered little who taught him in the beginning. It was the sage Sanqing. A single word from a sage could benefit someone for life, and being taught by the sage Sanqing, Landon naturally excelled. Time always slips away unnoticed. As time passed, news of Shaw's impending lecture spread far and wide. More and more people came to Turtle Island. Upon arrival, seeing someone teaching here, they rejoiced and hurriedly found quiet spots to listen, gathering around the island. Thus, even before Shaw began his lecture, Landon led the way, attracting thousands of immortals to pay homage. Chapter 23, Too much, truly too much. Spring turned into autumn, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. This rogue disciple. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Shaw was initially taken aback by what had transpired on Xianxia Island. However, seeing Landon delivering his teachings, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ordinarily, it would be highly disrespectful for a disciple to overshadow their master, and if it were Murphy, he might have already harbored resentment, or even imposed punishment. Fortunately, Shaw wasn't petty. Instead of getting angry, he was quite pleased and did not interrupt. As if sensing something profound, Landon finished his discourse just then and paused. Although he had been teaching throughout the year, Landon hadn't been idle. Being one of the top-tier primordial deities, he naturally enjoyed the favor of heaven and earth. Without cultivating, divine energy came to him, allowing him to swiftly reach mid-stage golden immortal. More importantly, he had completed downloading Valerie's mid-stage Zechariah golden immortal cultivation during this period and was using it while teaching. Mid-stage Zechariah golden immortal. Indeed, he had now fully broken through to the mid-stage Zechariah golden immortal realm. Thinking about this, Landon felt a sudden urge to open the download panel and check how many times faster his speed had increased. However, as he ended his discourse, he saw a face smiling ambiguously before him. It was Master Shaw. Disciple greets Master. Landon hurriedly bowed from afar. Seeing the scene of myriad immortals bowing, he quickly added, "Apologies, Master, I didn't expect." "There's no need for more words. Do you think your master is the type to envy his disciples?" Shaw waved dismissively. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Landon's peculiar expression, which reminded him of his previous jealousy on Kunlun Mountain over his astonishingly talented disciple. Thinking of this, Shaw blushed slightly and gave Landon a stern look, as if saying, "Are you the master or am I?" "I'll teach you a lesson later," he muttered, then turned his attention to the countless beings surrounding Xianxia Island, shifting the topic. "All sentient beings in the vast primordial world can join my Jia sect. Those who wish to remain may become registered disciples of the Jia sect." Note, Jia sect is corrected to Jia sect for natural reading and consistency. Now that the time has come, you may listen to the teachings outside the island. My Jia sect disciples will hear the teachings on the island, and my direct disciples shall follow me into the Bishi Palace to listen. The grand voice resonated across the universe, bringing immense joy to countless beings. Initially, they thought being able to listen to Sha's teachings was already a tremendous surprise, but now to join under a sage's guidance was truly double happiness. No one could resist such an offer. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your teachings. Thank you for your compassion, sage. May the sage be eternal. The wandering cultivators who arrived at Xianxia Island first thanked Landon, then thanked Sha. After expressing their gratitude, countless wandering cultivators rushed onto Xianxia Island as if there were invaluable treasures there, swarming in all directions. Clearly, they all planned to join the Jie sect as registered disciples. Speaking of Landon, when Sha announced his intention to deliver the teachings, Landon brought Valerie and followed him to the Bishi Palace above the clouds. Inside the palace, besides the Supreme Sage's mat, 9 mats were placed below, corresponding to Landon and his 8 fellow disciples. As for Valerie, her presence in the Bishi Palace was due to her being Landon's mount, so she had to stand aside. Despite this, Valerie was overjoyed, with no complaints left in her heart, only loyalty to Landon. As Landon and the others took their seats, Sha received the homage of myriad immortals, and the teachings began. Heaven derives from 4 nines, leaving 1 out. Our Jie sect's path is to seize that thread of vitality in the cosmos. The Tao is silent and vast. It stands alone, unchanging, moving cyclically without ceasing. With 3,000 great truths, grasping anyone can lead to enlightenment. Those without exceptional talent should not covet too much. When a sage delivered teachings, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and dragons and phoenixes sang together. Instantly, endless auspiciousness descended from the heavens. However, these wonders did not capture everyone's attention because they felt that previously obscure truths of the Tao suddenly became clear and easy to understand. Countless cultivators experienced a surge in power. At this moment, some cried tears of joy, some wore broad smiles, some pounded their chests, and some showed expressions of worry. In short, anyone who listened to the teachings was greatly elated and benefited immensely. Unlike the others, although Landon felt surprised, his surprise stemmed not from the sage's teachings. Come on, he had already listened to the 3 Pure Ones' teachings on Kunlun Mountain. This time, it merely offered him some new insights. Instead of focusing solely on the teachings, he decided to take advantage of the gathering of myriad immortals and see if any of the registered disciples possessed good treasures. With that thought, Landon started looking around, peering through the clouds below at the countless cultivators listening to the teachings. Late-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal Cultivation? Good stuff. Downloaded. What? There's also a perfected Zechariah Golden Immortal. Downloaded. Alchemical. They did not forget that all this was due to the instruction of Sha Sage. They bowed respectfully in gratitude. The first teaching session has concluded. 1,000 years hence, the second teaching session will commence. Furthermore, those with sufficient talent may become outer disciples of my sect. Sha's grand voice echoed in everyone's ears. Leaving Mount Kunlun, he naturally intended to develop the Jiejiao sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delivered these teachings. And now was precisely the right moment to recruit disciples. Indeed, as Sha's words fell, numerous creatures were elated and repeatedly bowed towards Sha in the heavens. Pleasantly request the sage to accept us as disciples. I am a low-tier primordial deity. Please bestow your compassion, sage. My capabilities are also considerable. Having reached the pinnacle of Zechariah Golden Immortal after hearing the sage's teachings, I feel Deluo Golden Immortal is within reach. Please grant me your mercy. Me too. Countless itinerant cultivators knelt in worship, their cries for acceptance echoing through the heavens, nearly splitting the skies apart. Lest Sha overlook them, some cultivators hastened to display their auras, attempting to gain favor by appearing more impressive. Seeing this scene, Landon couldn't help but feel fortunate to have been accepted as Sha's disciple early on. Otherwise, he might be among them now, possibly without even qualifying. After his relief, Landon stopped dwelling on it, and instead followed suit, releasing his aura. After all, holding back his aura constantly felt constricting. Releasing it would also allow him to gauge its strength. Zechariah Golden Immortal, Pinnacle. Just as Landon unleashed his aura, before he could speak, a shocked voice rang out from beside him. Esme's voice. Hardly had her words ended when everyone in Bu Palace, including Sha, turned their gaze toward Landon. They saw his terrifying aura. Although he was only at the peak of Zechariah Golden Immortal, the aura he emitted was tenfold compared to others, creating an illusion that made Esme and others believe their senior brother wasn't merely a peak Zechariah Golden Immortal, but a Deluo Golden Immortal. Shocked, they watched in disbelief. Earlier, Landon had only just begun the stage of Jinshin, Immortal. But now, post-teaching, he had directly advanced to the peak of Zechariah Golden Immortal. His aura rivaled that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Sigh. The senior brother's talent is truly terrifying. Everyone drew in sharp breaths, finding Landon's innate talent far surpassing their own. The sage's teachings benefit everyone based on their inherent talent. Those with better talent gain more, while others gain less. During Sha's teachings, initially, they understood the lessons. However, as the lectures deepened, even his 8 personal disciples found them abstruse and incomprehensible, frowning during the teachings like struggling students. And if they struggled so much, imagine how much harder it was for the others, akin to listening to a book from a different world. Yet despite this, they gained significant benefits. While not advancing to Deluo Golden Immortal, gaining 1 or 2 minor stages was more than enough. In stark contrast, Landon, in just 100 years, went from being a beginner Jinshin to peak Zechariah Golden Immortal, an advancement of almost 2 major stages. From this, it was clear how formidable Landon's talent truly was. Little did they know, this was the result of Landon taking advantage of the sage's teachings to enhance his cultivation and successfully using it. What? This is the master's eldest disciple of the Jiejiao sect? heard that when Xia Sage received his first disciple, because of the disciple's extraordinary talent, many great beings fought over him, becoming a famous anecdote in Honghuang. To think I'd have the fortune to see the master's eldest disciple today, indeed, his fame is well deserved. But having peak Zechariah Golden Immortal cultivation with an aura rivaling a Deluo Golden Immortal, what a mighty figure of our Jiejiao. Comparing people can drive one mad. How envying everything in red light, holy and magnificent. Clearly, this was the destiny of Jiejiao. The threads of destiny landed in Bu Palace first, then dispersed across Xia and the multitude of Jiejiao disciples. Upon closer inspection, most threads gravitated towards Xia and Landon. Destiny upon him, Landon felt pleasantly surprised. Destiny, what a boon. It's known why renowned powerful figures possess innate treasures. Isn't it because of their innate good fortune? Now as eldest disciple enjoying the fate of Jiejiao, he wasn't far behind them. Henceforth, he might not stumble upon treasures on every outing, but the probability would greatly increase, accelerating his cultivation exponentially. In summary, numerous benefits awaited. This translation aims to capture the tone and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 25. A bit lost. Where should I go? As the blessings dispersed, at some point, Xia's figure vanished. After bidding farewell to Landon, the numerous Jiejiao disciples also departed one by one. Open the download panel. Responding briefly to their farewells, Landon muttered inwardly. Whoosh. Xia Sage's cultivation. Total amount, unknown. Progress, 0.71%. Download of Sage cultivation. He needed to use the method of sacrificing spirit treasures. For other things, the speed gained from breakthroughs might suffice, but for Sage cultivation, the speed obtained from strength increases was simply too slow. If one didn't become a Sage, they would remain as insignificant as an ant. Though admired by many junior brothers for his cultivation, Landon did not let pride get the better of him. Having experienced the truth in later life, he understood all too well that remaining anything less than a Sage meant staying insignificant. It seems I need to wander through the world of Honghuang and seek opportunities to quickly download Sage cultivation. Landon mused thoughtfully. Leaving Jinao Island, however, would pause the ongoing download task. Weighing the pros and cons, he realized. One cannot catch a wolf without risking the bait. If I can obtain numerous spirit treasures, it will not only make up for any loss, but also significantly speed up the process. Quickly, Landon made up his mind. Without hesitation, he left Jinao Island, accompanied by his newly tamed mount, Valerie. Roar. Understanding Landon's thoughts, Valerie let out a mighty roar, her body enveloped in a red glow. In the next moment, a 3,000 Zhonglong pink true dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The sudden appearance of the true dragon startled many Jiejiao disciples who hadn't yet left, thinking someone was causing trouble at the sage's retreat. However, when they saw the dragon bowing before Landon, allowing him to stand on its head, they were shocked speechless. Of course, upon seeing this, how could they not know that this true dragon was their Andre brother's mount? And what was even more astonishing was that it was a late-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal True Dragon, perhaps unique in all of Honghuang. Indeed, after Xia's teachings, Valerie's cultivation had already reached the late stage of Zechariah Golden Immortal. Thus, amid the astonished exclamations of the crowd, Valerie carried Landon into the clouds, soaring through the skies. Speaking of Landon, after leaving Jinao Island, sitting atop Valerie's head, he gazed down at the vast lands of Honghuang, pondering where he should go. This was his first time leaving his master and wandering through Honghuang, so he felt a bit unfamiliar and lost. He asked Valerie, but she admitted it was her first time out as well, having spent most of her time in the Dragon Palace. She was quite literally a homebody in terms of cultivation and had only a vague understanding of Honghuang. Reluctantly, Landon had to think for himself. Come to think of it, since becoming a disciple, I haven't seen the human race of Honghuang again. Why not pay them a visit? Suddenly, Landon thought of his own kind. Deciding on this, he immediately instructed Valerie to head towards the human settlements near the Eastern Sea. It had to be said that riding a late-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal True Dragon was indeed a delightful experience. Not only could he admire the scenery from the dragon's head, but traveling was also incredibly efficient. Most importantly, he could take a nap during the journey. This comfort was incomparable. Thus, if anyone were watching from the clouds, they would have seen a pink true dragon flying through endless clouds with a young man sound asleep on its head. Master, we seem to be approaching the human settlement. Valerie gently woke Landon after some time. They had arrived. Awakening from his sweet dreams, Landon looked in the direction Valerie pointed, and there, in the distance, unfolded a scene he would never forget. Chapter 26. I really like to meddle. Before his eyes, no human figures appeared. Instead, two massive heaven-covering Dion demons first emerged in front of Landon. Their forms were as large as mountains, nearly 5 kilometers tall, with striking black and white striped fur that exuded unmatched grandeur. Moreover, the auras emanating from them were astonishingly powerful. Both were at the peak level of great ethereal golden immortal and couldn't digest them immediately. The blood-drenched limbs fell from the tiger demons' mouths, staining the vast wilderness. At first glance, it resembled a sea of blood. No, this was indeed a sea of blood, a sea formed by the blood of countless humans. Hell on earth. True hell on earth. Looking for death. Seeing this scene, Landon's eyes widened, feeling a surging wave of rage within him. He then roared out loud in anger. As he roared, the overwhelming aura of a peak great ethereal golden immortal erupted instantly. It charged straight toward the group of tiger demons. Now witnessing such a massacre against humans, he felt deeply empathetic, knowing full well that if not for being taken as a disciple by Xia, he might have also met this tragic fate. Thinking of this, Landon felt deep chills and fear. More importantly, the cries of the human infants made him feel bone-chilling cold. Esteemed Taoist friend, may I ask why you obstruct my feeding? Just as Landon unleashed his aura, the two 5-kilometer-tall tiger demons were initially startled. However, upon realizing he was only at the peak great ethereal golden immortal level, they breathed a sigh of relief and asked, at this perfect prey compared to other races, a race treated as mere snacks. This was the reality of the human race. Thinking of this, Landon remained silent. To be honest, though he was self-centered, seeing humans slaughtered before his eyes and experiencing this hellish scene firsthand stirred complex emotions within him. But he knew he couldn't stand by and do nothing. There was no other reason. He was a human. With this thought, Landon couldn't help but sneer coldly. Feeding on my human race? Have you considered becoming food for others? Also human? And treating us as food? Bold move. The faces of the two tiger demons changed, realizing Landon's human identity and angered by his reversal of roles. Knowing Landon's identity, the tiger demons understood it could not end amicably and thus released their own auras. Instantly, two peak great ethereal golden immortals, along with numerous earth immortal level tiger demons, all displayed fierce expressions, ready to strike first. Elsewhere, upon learning that Landon was human, the fleeing people were greatly surprised, clearly not expecting a human of such strength. Though puzzled, everyone showed signs of hope and involuntarily stopped, kneeling down to pray for Landon's blessings. However, just as the tiger demons moved to attack, someone was faster. Boom. A deafening heavenly sound reverberated from above, causing everyone to look skyward. What they saw next was unforgettable, the most shocking scene of their lives. Before their eyes, Landon raised his hand, summoning the power of a peak great ethereal golden immortal at will. In the next moment, clouds within a 100-mile radius were drawn together, as if following a command, quickly coalescing into a cloud palm. Not too large or small, it perfectly enveloped all the tiger demons. It seemed to aim to crush all the tiger demons under its grasp. Indeed, as soon as this intention surfaced, the enormous cloud palm followed Landon's movement, descending swiftly toward the tiger demons. ##### Chapter 27. Too powerful, need to praise him. Fine. If you want to court death, then I'll taste what a complete human Zechariah Golden Immortal feels like. Huya Jumu Ling. The two great tiger demons laughed bitterly in rage and then summoned their spiritual treasures, charging forward unflinchingly. Even a lion hunting a rabbit must use its full strength. Leaving aside the terrifying aura Landon had previously emitted that unsettled them, there was also a late-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal True Dragon as his steed by his side. Naturally, the tiger demons didn't dare to be careless, so they exerted all their efforts from the start. Soon, the tiger demons' spiritual treasures clashed with Landon's immense palm formed by great magical power. Boom. In an instant, it seemed like the void was struck by thunder. The heavenly lightning rolled fiercely. Fortunately, the humans had already fled this place, so they weren't affected much. Instead, the young tiger demons were all jolted until blood flowed from their 7 orifices. How could this be? But at this moment, the two completed Zechariah Golden Immortal Tiger Demons were too shocked to care about anything else. They discovered that they couldn't even break through the giant palm that Landon condensed, despite assuming they could easily suppress him. Moreover, they were showing signs of imminent defeat. Feeling the endless pressure from above, the two great tiger demons were stunned. They were both completed Zechariah Golden Immortals. Now that they had even used their own spiritual treasures and acted together, they still couldn't win against just one completed Zechariah Golden Immortal. Furthermore, the youth standing atop the true dragon exuded an aura that chilled their hearts, making him seem not like a mere completed Zechariah Golden Immortal, but an ancient deity or demon. Thinking of this, they became even more astonished. This kind of feeling they had only seen before from their demon rock. Yet this youth could rival their demon rock? What they didn't know was that this was due to Landon's innate supreme divine constitution. The innate supreme deities were the highest level of physiques in the primordial chaos, the most ancient deities outside of the chaos deities. Moreover, Landon had downloaded his physique from the venerable Shah, thus elevating it to the pinnacle among pinnacles. For tiger demons, who were only low-level innate divine beings, being crushed from the roots by Landon was inevitable, causing fear even before any action. But Landon had been trained by the 3 pure ones themselves, embodying all their supernatural abilities. Even 10 completed Zechariah Golden Immortals would not intimidate him, let alone 2 weakened ones. So in this encounter, they revealed their defeat right away. Boy, I am of the demonic race. If you kill me, my demonic heavenly court will not let you off. Seeing themselves on the verge of defeat, yet the sky-covering palm slowly descending, the tiger demons tried their best to resist while spouting threats in hopes of stopping Landon. However, Landon chuckled when he heard their threats. What is the demonic race? Facing the tiger demon's bravado, Landon not only wasn't scared but even sneered. To think he might be outmatched in power, since he was merely a completed Zechariah Golden Immortal after all. But when it came to background, he had never feared anyone, confidently placing himself in the top 10 in the entire Cooper Chaos. After all, he was the eldest disciple of the Jiejiao sect, with the mighty venerable Shah backing him up. This edit ensures that the sentence reads more fluently in English while maintaining the original meaning and consistency in terminology. Without sainthood, one remained as an ant. So what if it were the demonic race? Nothing significant. Upon hearing Landon's disdainful words, the tiger demons were shocked and enraged. They didn't know Landon's identity, so seeing their demonic race belittled naturally incited their fury. However, Landon didn't give them another chance to speak, increasing the force in his hand and unleashing all his inner magic power. Indeed, he had only used 50% of his strength earlier. Now, he was deploying his full power. Having broken through several major realms recently, he was naturally somewhat rusty, so some relaxation was reasonable. Luckily, battle was always the best way to stabilize one's realm. Now, he could completely control the power within him. As for the tiger demons, with Landon using all his strength, their pressure suddenly intensified. Their faces turned pale as they struggled desperately to resist. Yet, they couldn't even withstand his 50% strength, so now it was hopeless. Boom. In just an instant, under everyone's horrified gaze, the sky-covering palm broke through the tiger demon's defenses and Landon neither confirmed nor denied it, not lingering on the topic. Instead, he looked at the Andre and asked, "Are you the current clan leader?" The strongest among the humans was this man, at only a mid-stage Dixin realm. No wonder the human race had come to such a state. However, the Andre's next words surprised Landon. "Yes, senior. This Khalil's name is Domenico." Chapter 28. One sentence, 800,000 merits. Domenico. Upon hearing the Andre's reply, Landon was slightly startled. This name resonated deeply. He was one of the three sovereigns of later generations, known as Dihuang and Huazhu. Could this person really be him? Landon quickly realized that his guess was almost correct. Given the current state of humanity, it was highly unlikely anyone would share Domenico's name. So, the Khalil before him must indeed be the Domenico from his memory. Thinking about this, Landon's gaze towards him changed. Domenico, why are all humans so weak? Realizing Domenico's identity and thinking about the current state of humanity, Landon couldn't help but ask aloud. But as soon as he finished speaking, he knew his question was somewhat foolish. Although humans were created by Lady Marina, she did not provide much protection. Perhaps just her name offered some safeguard. On this point, knowing one's place, Landon dared not voice his thoughts. But he understood that without a strong background or impressive talents, how could humans not be weak? Their survival might only be due to Lady Marina's reputation. As expected, Landon was right. Domenico replied with a bitter laugh. "Predecessor, you have grown up following a sage and may not know this. Our human race can die from an illness, grow old and die after a century without cultivation, or be killed by sudden changes in weather. We also need to worry about attacks by demon beasts. Not to mention, humans have no method of cultivation yet. Therefore, we naturally are weak and are the lowest of races in XuanHuan." Domenico bitterly described the current state of humans. Hearing the first part, Landon remained silent. But when he heard the last sentence, he disagreed. Who says our human race is the lowest race? That's utterly wrong. In ancient times, two ancient beasts rampaged. The three races of dragons, phoenixes, and Xianxia once resembled us, but they rose up and even pursued dominance over XuanHuan. In primordial times, the dragon, phoenix, and Xianxia races dominated XuanHuan, and the shamans and demons were like us. But why did they rise and now control heaven and earth? If dragons, phoenixes, Xianxia, and demons could achieve this, why can't we humans? Earlier words were merely meant to inspire and prevent despair. But now, being asked for solutions, Landon didn't have any ready answers and initially wanted to say he didn't know. Yet, as he prepared to speak, their gazes met. Hope, yearning, expectation, joy. All these emotions were in their eyes. What kind of look was this? Though Landon didn't know, he stopped shaking his head and swallowed his response, rapidly thinking. Self-strengthening. Unceasing. Our human race must strive unceasingly. After deep thought, Landon calmly delivered his answer. Though simple, these few words echoed in the minds of many, as if struck by thunder. Yes, we must strive unceasingly. Without a cultivation method, we will create it ourselves. We get sick, we will treat ourselves. After 100 years, we grow old and die. We will seek and create methods for immortality on our own. Attacked by demon beasts, we won't rely on others, but resist on our own, letting them know we're not easy prey. Especially Domenico, deeply moved, muttered with gratitude, his dull eyes growing bright. By the end, he shouted, seeming to vent and declare, "Strive unceasingly. Our human race must strive unceasingly." Instantly, the atmosphere infected everyone, and they followed suit, shouting together. Individually, their voices were small, but collectively, the sound reverberated through the heavens, making the surrounding trees tremble. Hiss, this is Master's human race? Seeing their frenzied expressions, Valerie sucked in a breath. Their collective spirit made even her, a late-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal, feel a chill, as if opposing them would mean death. But there was more to shock her. Just as humans shouted in unison, boundless yellow rock merit appeared at the horizon, descending grandly. So much merit? Chapter 29. Did you call the wrong person? So much virtue? Valerie exclaimed in shock, his voice almost breaking. There was no help for it. There was simply too much virtue before his eyes. Virtue could arguably be considered the supreme treasure of the world. As everyone knows, all medicines are poisonous to some extent. Whenever one used extraordinary treasures to enhance their strength, they would inevitably sow the seeds of potential problems. But virtue did not only fail to harm one's foundation, it could even directly boost one's cultivation. This could be understood from the way the 6 saints attained sainthood through accumulating virtue. Moreover, virtue could be directly used to refine restrictions within spirit treasures. Most importantly, if one had virtue protecting them, they would receive the protection of heaven and earth. It was akin to having a token of immunity. Anyone who wanted to harm or kill you would have to consider whether they could bear the backlash caused by your virtue. Even an exalted sage would suffer greatly. In short, the benefits of virtue were infinite, driving countless beings in this chaotic world to seek it avidly. However, virtue was exceedingly hard to obtain. Some people spent their entire lives without gaining a trace of it. Yet here, Valerie saw what seemed like endless streams of virtue filling the sky. Hundreds of acres worth. The same virtue that so many sought after desperately now covered hundreds of acres right here, and it didn't end there. After appearing, the virtue divided into myriad parts, spreading into every human's body. But the largest portion, 10%, landed within Landon's body. Seeing this, Valerie couldn't help but feel as if history had been rewritten. Could humans really be the main characters of future generations? If that was true, he had to tell his father immediately. Leaving aside Valerie's shock, even Landon was amazed when the virtue appeared. He never imagined that guiding Domenico, Patriarch of Fire, would generate such a vast... He discovered that the shadow was actually a golden seal. On the seal, 9 divine dragons intertwined, symbolizing the 4 cardinal directions. It emitted boundless authority, and below the seal were 2 characters, Kong Tong. Could this be the Kong Tong seal? Upon seeing this spirit treasure, a similar image flashed through Landon's mind. Though his words carried doubt, he was extremely certain. The Kong Tong seal, a supreme innate spirit treasure and the first great treasure of humanity. Legend had it that whoever held this seal could depose or enthrone emperors and subdue all evil spirits. Ghosts would be annihilated upon contact, and demons would be completely obliterated. I didn't expect that because of my guidance to humanity, not only would boundless virtue descend, but the supreme treasure of humanity would also recognize me as key to its prosperity and directly acknowledge me as its master. Recalling information about the Kong Tong seal, Landon quickly understood why it appeared in his possession. Though this treasure was destined for Eshan, the 3 pure ones had just split up, and Eshan hadn't obtained it yet, giving Landon the opportunity to claim it. Of course, calling it an opportunity was not quite accurate. After all, spirit treasures have consciousness and choose their own masters. How could claiming it be seen as opportunistic? Understanding this, Landon felt no burden. Then, he pondered the crucial function of the Kong Tong seal. The Kong Tong seal possessed the ability to suppress fate and fortune. The value of such a treasure needed no explanation. Even his teacher didn't possess one. If humanity rose in the future, as the owner of the Kong Tong seal, he would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefit and good fortune. Additionally, it had the power to depose or enthrone human emperors, meaning that all human rulers would be subject to his will. Realizing this, Landon's eyes brightened. This was the most critical function of the Kong Tong seal. During the era of the 3 human sovereigns, this treasure would definitely display its extraordinary effects. Collect it. Instantly recalling its various functions, Landon flicked his wrist, storing the Kong Tong seal into his Calm Sea Pearl. Only then did he fully comprehend the rewards of guiding humanity. Pay homage to the Holy Rock. Just as Landon stored the Kong Tong seal, Domenico led the way, bowing deeply and shouting loudly, "Pay homage to the Holy Rock! Pay homage to the Holy Rock!" Following suit, the other humans bowed as well. Holy Rock? Landon froze, unsure of what was happening, ready to refuse. After all, these people were technically his Andres. He didn't need to take advantage of the situation this way. But just as he was about to decline, a message seemed to whisper to him. It turned out that because the Kong Tong seal was a spiritual symbol of humanity, once it acknowledged Landon as its master, he became the recognized Holy Rock of humanity in the eyes of heaven. That explained the scene unfolding before him. For this, the humans showed no dissent, all rejoicing at the turn of events. They unanimously agreed, considering Landon's great powers and the guidance he provided, which encouraged self-improvement and perseverance. He truly deserved the title of Holy Rock. Understanding this, Landon accepted the honor gracefully. After accepting their obeisance, he turned to the massive pit beside him. Within were the tiger demons he had killed earlier. After killing them, how could he not loot them? Especially knowing that one of the tiger demons had a spirit treasure. Chapter 30. Shock and dumbfounded. Thinking of this, Landon waved his hand. Dingling. In the next moment, a bell shaped like a tooth flew into his hand. Dion Tooth wooden bell? A mid-grade innate magical treasure. Not bad at all. Feeling the bell in his mouth, Landon smiled, then unceremoniously put it away. A mid-grade innate magical treasure wasn't worth much for him. He might as well offer it as a sacrifice directly. But, the flesh of these tiger demons is quite the delicacy. After putting away the magical treasure, Landon glanced at the dead tiger demons in front of him, getting an idea. He had been in the chaotic era for several thousand years now, and hadn't eaten anything yet. Luckily, as an immortal, abstaining from food was something that came naturally to him. But despite having long since stopped eating, after thousands of years with nothing but spirit fruits, Landon was practically salivating. And don't forget, these tiger demons had previously seen them as their prey. This would be sweet revenge. Domenico, roast these tiger demons and let the tribesmen eat to strengthen their physiques, Landon commanded. These were perfected golden immortals tigers, and the energy contained within their bodies was immense. 4 cultivators below the perfected golden immortal realm. This meat could be considered a panacea or elixir. Like Tang monk meat in future eras, though it wouldn't grant eternal life, it would drastically enhance the strength of the mortals who ate it. However, to Landon's surprise, Domenico did not comply but looked at Landon with confusion instead. "May I ask your majesty, what is roasting?" Landon nearly thought Domenico was joking, not knowing what roasting was. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and hurriedly asked, "Is there fire within the tribe? Could you not have mastered fire?" To his knowledge, Domenico was supposed to have introduced the use of fire, greatly benefiting humanity by teaching them how to make fire. Could it be that he hasn't even done that yet? As expected, after his question, Domenico shook his head repeatedly. Domenico still looked puzzled. What was roasting? Wasn't fire only under the control of immortals? How could ordinary humans possibly manage it? Watch carefully. Seemingly realizing Domenico's doubts, Landon didn't press further but started demonstrating instead. Since humanity's inception, they never had fire, which clearly showed how they usually ate their food. Thus, for safety reasons if nothing else, he decided to teach them the method of making fire early. He first summoned 2 branches from nearby trees, placed one on top of the other, surrounded by some flammable leaves, and rotated the top branch with both hands. If someone from the future were present, they would immediately recognize this as the ancient method of fire drilling. That was precisely what Landon intended to teach. Fire drilling. Puff. Almost instantly, flames sprouted from the wood, starting to burn brightly. Seeing this, Domenico's eyes widened. As a celestial immortal, he could tell Landon wasn't using any magic power. Yet, this feat astounded him. He had no cultivation method, reaching the celestial immortal realm merely due to being among the first batch of humans, thus lacking any fire control spells. But Landon created fire without magic. It was astonishing. Not only Domenico, even Valerie stared with wide eyes, surprised by her master's ability. Led her to one conclusion. Becoming Landon's mount was truly her lucky break because he was undoubtedly a divine figure. The humans, unaware of virtue, eagerly learned from each new creation Landon made. As they learned, they grew increasingly amazed and delighted, understanding better than anyone else how beneficial these creations were for human survival. Witnessing this, they became even more convinced that Landon was their saintly emperor, increasing their reverence and faith in him. The virtue phenomena caused by Landon's actions didn't just shake the humans, but also dumbfounded the powerful beings observing from afar. Seeing virtue pouring into Landon without restraint, they were left speechless. Chapter 31. Are you treating virtue as food? Outside the chaotic realm, Sonia Palace. A massive sphere of profound yellow virtue drifted into the palace and slowly descended upon a graceful figure within. Virtue from the human race? What's happening? The graceful figure slightly opened her eyes and gazed towards the vast expanse of the primordial world, as if piercing through time and space. The next moment, an image appeared within the palace. It clearly showed the scene at the Shoyang Mountain human tribe. Because Landon had instilled in the humans the spirit of ceaseless self-improvement, boundless virtue rained down, benefiting not only the humans and Landon, but also the creator of the human was. Have you understood? Suddenly, Dwayne and Jesus stopped their lectures and looked hopefully at their disciples below, seemingly worried about their motivation, adding, anyone who understands can directly become an outer disciple of our Western sect. Indeed, in the eastern regions of the Cooper world, joining the sage's outer disciples was incredibly difficult, yet in the Western sect, anyone who understood could join. It seemed there was no threshold at all. This was a helpless measure taken by Dwayne and Jesus, for conditions in the West were indeed harsh, with mostly mediocre talents. Recruiting good disciples amidst such mediocrity was already considered fortunate. This was the current plight of the Western sect. Compared to the three pure ones, the difference was like day and night. Despite lowering the bar immensely, not a single person responded affirmatively, all shaking their heads. Seeing this, Dwayne's forehead wrinkles deepened, and Jesus' sorrow grew. His gaze filled with envy as he looked toward the east. The east was different from the west. It had produced countless great beings, with exceptional talents abounding. If not for the three pure ones guarding it, they might have already tried to forcefully take them. Just as they attempted to console themselves, unlike usual, a massive amount of virtue appeared before their eyes today. Such immense virtue. What is happening in the east? Their expressions changed. In the image, Landon obtained another sphere of virtue through drilling wood to make fire. Dwayne. Seeing this, not only did the Western sect disciples cry out in shock, but even Dwayne and Jesus were dumbfounded. No one expected the backlash to come so quickly. Dwayne, cough, next time. Next time he won't have any virtue. But at that moment, the scene shifted again, showing Landon frantically accumulating virtue. Western sect disciple, Master, is this what you mean by his fate being exhausted? Dwayne, yes, definitely this time. Western sect disciple, Master, he has invoked virtue again. Dwayne, I. Western sect disciple, not good, Master. More virtue is descending. Dwayne, hiss, ah. It turns out he possesses the wisdom root of our Western sect. Western sect disciple, it's coming again. Dwayne, ugh, I was wrong. This child has a connection with us in the West. Western sect disciple, it's here, riding the auspicious clouds. Dwayne, F***K. Enough. We are done watching. Whoosh. With a huffy remark, Dwayne waved his hand, retracting the image and disappearing from the disciple's view, reappearing inside the Western sect palace. Out of sight, out of mind. Now Dwayne was clear-headed. However, despite this, the wrinkles on his forehead decreased, and his eyes sparkled with unusual interest. As Dwayne's close friend, Jesus knew precisely what was on his mind. To be honest, seeing Landon continually gain virtue had stirred his heart as well. His look of sorrow vanished, almost rejuvenated, but after calculating, he found Landon concealed by celestial mysteries, revealing only his identity as a disciple of Hawkins, nothing else. Realizing this, Jesus' face froze, reverting to endless sorrow. Brother, that person is Hawkins' disciple. After much thought, Jesus finally told his junior brother the result. Sure enough, hearing this answer, Dwayne's face froze, and a wave of infinite melancholy washed over him. Brother, I understand. Seeing his junior brother thus, Jesus sighed, patting his shoulder before leaving. Encountering such a prodigy only to discover he was Hawkins' disciple felt like finding out your fiancé on the eve of your wedding belonged to someone else, an experience few could truly fathom. However, after Jesus left, Dwayne's expression became unpredictable, alternating between anxiety and contemplation, his eyes thoughtful. He became silent, though Jamie did not speak. His expression was easily imagined to be extremely grim. However, since she was a sage, there was little he could do. Have there been any recent anomalies? With a cold snort, Jamie turned his gaze to the others, inquiring about recent developments. One of your attendants reports that 2 tiger generals, both at the peak of the great Taoist golden immortal realm, vanished among humans. I suspect they may have met an unfortunate end. Dion generals vanished? This news left the demons puzzled. In their memories, humans were weak, merely food for them. Yet, the disappearance of 2 peak great Taoist golden immortal tigers in human territory gave them much to ponder. Humans? Isn't that the race created by Marina? Not only did they feel this way, but Jamie also seemed to recall something and then laughed bitterly. Very well, very well. Now everyone ignores my authority and that of Heaven's Court. First, Marina refuses to aid Heaven's Court. Then Biff establishes an ancient heavens court on a Draenlai island. And now Marina's creation, the humans, dare defy me. Humans must be exterminated. As he spoke, a roar filled with infinite killing intent emerged from Jamie's mouth, releasing immense pressure. The aura of a perfected quasi-saint swept across the universe, and all the great powers in Heaven's court instantly fell silent. No one dared defy the Emperor's might. I wish to serve his imperial majesty by going to wipe out the humans. Killian, one of the 10 demon saints, stepped forward and offered his services. The other demon saints followed suit. Joseph Young, I am at your command, your majesty. Aaron asks permission to clear all obstacles for your majesty. Melvin, instantly, an air of grim determination filled Heaven's court. With just a word from Jamie, they would march to destroy humanity. I appreciate your dedication, but for now, humans are not worth our attention. Jamie calmed down a bit, smiling as he raised them up. He then looked into the distance with a domineering gaze. Humans are but tiny ants. The true enemy is the witch race. However, it is not yet time to war with them. Let us first deal with Biff, who splits our heavenly court's fortune. Bad news kept coming, igniting Jamie's anger to its limit. Now, he intended to strike Biff, both venting his rage and asserting dominance. A win-win move. Thinking this over, Jamie waved his hand. Summon the demon saints and generals back. I will use Biff's blood to celebrate the eternal prosperity of Heaven's court. All respect your decree, your majesty. On another note, let's talk about Landon. By now, he had nearly completed his merit. He sat with Valerie and the human tribes, feasting on tiger demon meat. It must be said, the tiger demons were indeed powerful at the peak of the great Taoist golden strength ruled supreme, especially among the witches, who judged solely by power. Upon learning of Landon's formidable strength, Quafu wanted to speak with him but was distracted by the scent of tiger demon meat wafting from Landon's hands. What is this? Chapter 33. This is a good thing, don't miss out. Gurgle. As Diego finished speaking, he could not help but swallow hard. Clearly, he was also enticed by the tiger demon meat. This is the meat of the tiger demon killed by the sage rock. He says it's barbecue. Before Landon could speak, Domenico took the lead in explaining. Barbecue? Upon hearing this, Diego grew even more puzzled. After all, he had reached the early stage of the Luo Jin Xian, great perfection golden immortal, yet he found himself getting hungry just from a piece of meat. This caused him to be amazed and even more curious about Landon. Brother Taoist Su, may I ask if you could spare some of the tiger demon meat for me? Though puzzled internally, his instinct made Diego blurt out his thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, fearing that Landon might not agree, he added, rest assured, my people, the Wu clan, never owe anyone. There will surely be a return favor someday. This made Landon laugh. He hadn't expected Diego to be such a foodie. What's the problem? Help yourself, there's plenty. Landon said generously. Apart from being touched by Diego's promise to repay favors, Landon also held a positive impression towards the Wu clan for always protecting humanity. Sharing extra tiger demon meat with someone who needed it was no big deal, especially since the humans couldn't possibly finish so much meat anyway. Hearing this, Diego was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he tore off a large chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, just as Diego started eating, Landon had an idea. These were the Wu clan members, direct descendants of Xavian besides the 3 pure ones, formed from Xavian's blood. Among them, the 12 ancestor witches were even more powerful, born from 12 drops of Xavian's essence. He possessed the supernatural download system. If he could complete the download of one of the ancestor witches' Xavian essence, wouldn't he effectively become a living ancestor witch? If 1 drop of Xavian essence equaled 1 ancestor witch, then what if he combined 12 drops? Would Xavian be reborn? At this thought, Landon gasped sharply, startled by his own speculation. One might not think anything of it at first, but the deeper he pondered, the more he felt this hypothesis could be true. Wasn't it evident that the 12 ancestor witches relied on their Xavian essence and harnessed the power of the 12 heavenly godly array to manifest Xavian's true form? The 12 ancestor witches could achieve this, Tushin, containing traces of Xavian bloodline. Skills. Manifest celestial form, Herculean strength, spiritual treasures, none. Seeing this, Landon's eyes lit up. Early stage de Luo Jin Xian physical cultivation, possessing 9 revolutions mystic art, and being a great witch of the Wu clan. On closer inspection, Diego's stats were impressive. Download early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, 9 revolutions mystic art, great witch constitution. Landon hurriedly commanded. He hadn't anticipated Diego to have early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, or possess the 9 revolutions mystic art. Consequently, the great witch constitution seemed less significant by comparison. De Luo Jin Xian cultivation was essential. He had been contemplating how to attain it because once downloaded, he could directly ascend to the De Luo realm. 9 revolutions mystic art was renowned alongside the 9 revolutions essence art, allowing the body to achieve sainthood. The Wu clan was known for its formidable physique, becoming the dominant force in the primordial chaos due to this. Chime. Starting download of early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation. Chime. Starting download of 9 revolutions mystic art. Chime. Starting download of great witch constitution. As the 3 prompts appeared, progress bars floated before him. Sacrifice golden python shears, Dion Fong old wooden bell, 1/10 of virtue to accelerate the early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, download speed. Without looking at the progress bar, Landon began his sacrifices. Higher cultivation levels would increase download speed. Though it wouldn't speed things up significantly, the rapid breakthrough was a considerable advantage. So, he prioritized downloading the early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation. Chime. Sacrifice successful, accelerating. Early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, download speed, 1%, 6%, 11%, 100%. Chime. Download of early stage de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, successful. Do you wish to activate it? With the sacrifice of 2 spiritual treasures and virtue, the download progressed rapidly. In just a few breaths, the system announced the completion. Surprised yet unsurprised, Landon realized this outcome was reasonable. With the amount of virtue he sacrificed, even though it was only a tenth, it was enough to propel him to the Luo status. Hence, the swift download completion was understandable. Activate. Once downloaded, it should be activated. Boom. As Landon breaking through from the peak Zechariah Golden Immortal level. Early stage to Luo Golden Immortal. After the breakthrough, 5 kinds of chi surged within Landon's body, coalescing into a square-foot cloud of green light above his head. At the center of this cloud stood a bud of a green flower about to bloom. 5 chi returning to their source, 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Seeing this, Landon seemed to think of something and hastily said, "Offer 1/5 of my merit to expedite the download speed of the Great Shaman Constitution, and use it immediately upon completion." Achieving the Tao of Deluo and having 3 flowers gather at the crown indicates the caliber of a person's potential. The more flowers that bloom, the higher the potential. Taking the 3 pure ones as an example, they possess the highest divine constitutions from primordial times and are manifestations of Xavian's primordial spirit. Therefore, when they attain the Tao of Deluo, 7 petals bloomed. 7-petal bloom signifies the potential to become a sage. Indeed, all 3 have now achieved sagehood. Although Landon downloaded the highest divine constitution from Shaw, he still absorbed some essence of Xavian's primordial spirit, but ultimately did not match the 3 pure ones. Under normal circumstances, this would result in only 6 flowers blooming for him. So, for the sake of his potential, he immediately thought of the Great Shaman Constitution, currently station of the 3 flowers. Boom. His conjecture proved true. As Landon infused immeasurable merit into his body, the Great Shaman Constitution and the primordial divine constitution seemed to fuse. The 8-petaled flower shone brilliantly, emitting endless light. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the 9th petal gradually loosened and then bloomed. Thus, 9 petals bloomed. 9 is the extreme number. Looking across the Cooper chaos, there was probably no one who could compare with Landon at this moment. Flowers? 9 petals? Valerie and Diego exclaimed in shock. Only they too had the discernment to know what it meant for flowers to bloom with 9 petals. It was no exaggeration to say that Landon's potential was unmatched in the Cooper chaos. To form ties. They must form ties. Both had the same thought. Valerie sighed in relief. As Landon's mount, she didn't need to worry about these matters. Reflecting on this, she felt wise about her father's earlier actions. Diego, on the other hand, was frantically pondering how to draw closer to Landon. Currently, with the conflict between the shamans and the feathered clans, mutual aid was needed. This was why they became allies of the human race. Now, seeing Landon's potential as potentially the best in the Cooper chaos, guest to the Witch Clan, then informing the Cooper witches about Landon's extraordinary talents, allowing them to interact directly with him. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Landon's eyes lit up, immediately agreeing. It seemed like everything fell into place perfectly. Visiting the Witch Clan would not only enable him to continue downloading the 9 Transcendence's mystical skill from Cornelius, but also take advantage of the opportunity to download Xavian essence blood from the 12 Cooper witches. This was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Landon agree, Cornelius was overjoyed and said, "A day set is worse than today. Shall we depart now?" Landon was somewhat surprised. Was it necessary to be so urgent? He didn't know Cornelius's true intentions, but this did align with his plans. The matters concerning the human race were temporarily settled, so now was a good time to visit the Witch Clan. "Valerie, protect the human race here for now. I will come seek you another day." Having instructed Valerie, Landon prepared to depart with Cornelius. The human race was still weak. Just look at what happened with the Dion demon earlier. Without protection, the humans would struggle greatly. Marina might neglect the humans, but Landon couldn't. Setting aside the fact that he knew he was a human, he had now become the sacred rock of the human race, enjoying its fortune. Whether for himself or to ensure better fortune in the future, protecting the humans bodied with golden scales, the Western Metal Cooper Witch Claudia. 5. Dion headed with human legs, long elbows, the Thunder Cooper Witch Gale. 6. 8 heads, tiger bodied with 10 tails, the Wind Cooper Witch Leandro. 7. Bird bodied with human face, ears adorned with green snakes, the Lightning Cooper Witch Shi Ci. 8. Animal bodied with dog-like ears, the Weather Cooper Witch Corina. 9. Beautiful and delicate in form, the Rain Cooper Witch Xian Ming. 10. Human bodied with a snake tail, holding a tongue snake, the Central Earth Cooper Witch Tabitha, corrected for fluency and accuracy. 10. With a human body and snake tail, holding a Tang snake, the Central Earth Cooper Witch Tabitha. Note, tongue snake, has been adjusted to Tang snake, for clarity and natural reading flow in English. At this sight, Landon's eyes brightened. He clearly understood these 12 figures were none other than the 12 Cooper witches of the Witch Clan. Open Pages panel. Now that the main characters had arrived, Landon immediately prepared to begin downloading. Whoosh. Name, page, race, Witch Clan, descendant of Xavian. Flesh body cultivation, quasi-saint complete. Cultivation technique. 9 Transcendence's mystical skill. Physique. Cooper Witch physique, possessing a cluster of Xavian essence blood. Mystical powers. Spatial mystical power, emulate heaven and earth. Array formation, 12 Supreme Celestial God Array formation. Spiritual treasures, none. As expected. Upon seeing the panel, Landon was instantly captivated by Page's Cooper Witch physique, especially the phrase, Xavian essence blood, which caught his particular attention. In addition, his quasi-saint cultivation, spatial mystical power, and 12 Supreme Celestial God Array formation made him extremely envious. This was undoubtedly the most luxurious panel Landon had encountered thus far, besides the 3 pure ones. No, to some extent, it could already rival the 3 pure ones. because there were 11 more just like him. Thinking this, Landon looked at the remaining Cooper witches. Name, Stacy. Race, witch clan, descendant of Xavian. Flesh body cultivation, quasi-saint complete. Cultivation technique, 9 transcendences mystical skill. Physique, Cooper witch physique, possessing a cluster of Xavian essence blood. Mystical powers, temporal mystical power, emulate heaven and earth. Array formation, 12 supreme celestial god array formation. Spiritual treasures, none. Gulp. Landon secretly swallowed saliva. Another quasi-saint complete cultivation, and possessing temporal mystical power. It's well known that mystical powers are simplifications of laws, evolving into fundamental principles when cultivated to a certain level. Therefore, who wouldn't love mystical powers? Moreover, space reigns supreme, and time holds the highest respect. Temporal and spatial laws belong to the strongest category, ranking among the top 10 of the 3,000 fundamental principles. From this, it's evident how powerful time and space mystical powers are. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Stacy, Landon turned to the rest of the Cooper witches. His expectations weren't disappointed. Each Cooper witch was at the quasi-saint complete stage and possessed their respective mystical powers corresponding to their identities. Download pages cultivation, spatial mystical power, temporal mystical power, fire mystical power, water mystical power. Pages physique, Stacy's physique, Hewitt's physique. Pages supreme celestial god array formation, Stacy's supreme celestial god array formation. After reviewing all the Cooper witches panels and setting clear objectives, Landon did not hesitate. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately recited the most precious elements from the 12 Cooper witches in one breath. Knowing he came here specifically for the 12 Cooper witches, how could he not start downloading immediately once they were present? Why would he just stand there dumbfounded? Luckily, Landon's strength had advanced to early Great Luo Golden Immortal, significantly increasing his downloading capacity to 40. Had it not been for this advancement, even with the 12 Cooper witches before him, he might have only admired their prowess uselessly. Following Landon's words, the system chimed melodiously in succession. Ding. Starting download of Quasi-Saint Complete Cultivation. Ding. Starting download of Spatial Mystical Power. Ding. Starting download of Temporal Mystical Power. Ding. Fire Mystical Power. Ding. Water Mystical Power. Ding. Wood Mystical Power. Chapter 36. Paying respects to the senior. Yet, Landon had ultimately miscalculated. Chiming. Download limit reached. Cannot proceed with more downloads. An alert sounded out. Landon froze. He was at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal and possessed a capacity for 40 downloads. Why would the system tell him he'd hit his upper limit? However, when Landon saw the rows on the download panel, he understood. Supreme Saint Attainment of Shaw. Supreme Saint Attainment of Eshan. Supreme Saint Attainment of Murphy. 4 Purifying Swords. Tai Chi Diagram. He'd been downloading the 3 Pure One spiritual treasures and cultivation attainments earlier. Here Cornelius's repeated urging, they came here. Upon first meeting Landon, the 12 ancestor witches didn't find anything extraordinary about him. But upon closer inspection, they felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to him, as if they were family. This was normal. After all, not only did Landon bear the aura of the 3 Pure Ones, but he had also integrated the physique of a high-ranking witch. In another sense, Landon was purer than they were in Digby's lineage. Their feelings toward Landon grew more positive. Boy, are you the one with the 9-grade flower blossom? Although Landon felt close to him, Ancestor Flame Elium couldn't help but question it. Considering the 12 ancestor witches boasted being descendants of Digby and their natural endowment among the best in the chaotic world, they had only achieved a 7-grade flower blossom when they attained the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now someone claimed that a human attained the rank with a 9-grade flower blossom. Wasn't that saying this person's talent surpassed theirs? Elium couldn't quite believe it, especially given his pride. As he voiced his doubts, he casually patted Landon's shoulder, intending to test him. First disciple of the Complete Perfection Sect, Human Landon, greets the 12 ancestor witches. Just then, Landon returned from his downloads, calmly facing Elium's probe without arrogance or servility. Indeed, the witch clan's reputation for formidable physical prowess was well-deserved. Even the perfected Subali level Elium, with just a couple of casual taps, left Landon in mild pain. Since attaining Cornelius's capabilities, Landon had the early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal physique. Yet, he still felt some pain from Elium's touch. Clearly, Elium's strength was terrifying. The previous Landon would likely have fallen instantly. Startled, Landon also felt immense anticipation for the changes the 9 turns profound art might bring. Good boy. Landon's unperturbed demeanor made Elium regard him higher, leading him to unconsciously pat a few more times. Only Elium knew the force he used, yet Landon showed little change, revealing that his physical strength surpassed the Great Luo realm. The witch clan always revered strength, especially those who prioritized physical cultivation. Thus, through Elium's probing, the 12 ancestor witches set aside their initial disdain. Suck. One could say the witch clan were straightforward, or perhaps heavy-handed. Landon, feeling mild pain initially, winced and sucked in a cold breath as Elium's force intensified. Seeing Landon's reaction, a hint of mockery flashed across Elium's eyes, and he couldn't hold back a laugh. Realizing his mistake, he quickly straightened his expression. Now Landon understood. It was deliberate. Even realizing this, he was momentarily stunned. Was Elium sly deep down? However, taking a silent beating wasn't Landon's style. After Elium repeatedly patted him, Landon placed his hand on Elium's back. But his action didn't escape Elium, who guessed Landon's intent but remained indifferent, even contemplating mocking him next. Come on, an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal physique. Could it harm a perfected Subali like him? Indeed. Landon noticed Elium's disdain but laughed inwardly. Then, he focused his mind, and the stabilizing C bead on his wrist suddenly emitted a clear glow. Slap slap slap. Being praised by Senior Ilium is truly an honor I can't live 3 lifetimes without, Landon exclaimed, exaggeratingly delighted. While speaking, he channeled his inner power into the bead on his wrist, striking Ilium with an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal physique. An astonishing scene unfolded. As Landon's palm struck, Ilium's expression changed, swallowing his mockeries mid-sentence and spitting out a mouthful of blood. A perfected Subali actually coughed up blood from a single strike by Landon. It didn't stop there. Every time Landon's palm landed, Ilium coughed violently, spurts of blood streaming out. Before long, Ilium was drenched in blood. It looked miserable. Seeing this, the other ancestor witches were utterly stunned. Chapter 37. If you want to talk like that, I'll definitely join in. Even when Landon made his move, the 12 ancestral witches didn't take it seriously. After all, he was just an early-stage Great Law Golden Immortal. How could he possibly injure Darien? However, they were wrong. Terribly wrong. Not only did Landon injure Darien, but he even sent Darien spitting blood with a single palm strike. If not for witnessing the event firsthand, the 12 ancestral witches would have thought it was an illusion. There was no denying that what transpired before their eyes was shocking. Yet, once they saw the string of pearls emitting a luminous light on Landon's wrist, they understood. A superior grade Cooper spiritual treasure. All of them quickly realized this in their hearts and immediately comprehended the situation. Landon's physical cultivation at the early stage Great Law Golden Immortal level was already impressive. Now, with a superior grade Cooper spiritual treasure enhancing him, coupled with his unparalleled future as someone who had achieved 9-tiered enlightenment since ancient times in the Chaos Era, his strength far surpassed his realm. Gator Landon. The Witch Clan valued honesty and straightforwardness, despising those who attacked from behind or used lowly means. What? Senior actually calls this underhanded? If Senior hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought this was the Witch Clan's unique way of greeting, Landon said pointedly. None present were fools. They clearly understood his meaning. After all, Hewitt had treated Landon similarly earlier. Moreover, considering their strength disparity, a senior attacking a junior certainly seemed despicable. Realizing this, Hewitt's anger instantly subsided, his face full of embarrassment. Exactly. Hewitt, you're really regressing. Attacking juniors aside, getting beaten until spitting blood. In the future, don't say you're Arnie's acquaintance. I can't afford such embarrassment. Arnie's mocking voice rang out again. Arnie, are you looking for a fight? Hearing this, Hewitt couldn't hold back any longer. Once was understandable, but repeatedly being ridiculed would become a lifelong stain. Moreover, while he couldn't attack Landon, he could certainly deal with Arnie, which would also alleviate his frustration. Thinking this, he unleashed his perfected Nether Saint aura toward Arnie. Come on then. Who's afraid of whom? Why all the bluster? One would think you're afraid of this early-stage Great Law Golden Immortal who made you spit blood. Arnie and Hewitt had verbally sparred for countless millennia. His sharp tongue easily pointed out Hewitt's sore spot again. This time, Hewitt couldn't endure it. Infinite flames enveloped his body as he appeared before Arnie in an instant. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them. Enough. How long will you continue this? Paige suppressed Arnie with one hand and blocked Hewitt with the other. Strange Daoic energy emanated from his hands, neutralizing Arnie's surging weak water and opening a spatial rift to absorb Hewitt's infinite flames. Finally, Arnie and Hewitt ceased their actions. Spatial powers. Landon's eyes narrowed. I apologize for making a spectacle of myself. After resolving the conflict between Arnie and Hewitt, Paige smiled at Landon, appearing gentle and courteous, showing no airs of being a perfected Nether Saint and treating Landon as an equal. Seeing this, Landon couldn't help but acknowledge. Truly the leader of the 12 ancestral witches. Not at all, this junior aired, and I see both Arnie and Hewitt are people of strong character. Consider it a good word from you. Upon hearing Landon's praise, Hewitt's gaze softened noticeably. Shut up. But just as he finished speaking, Paige shot him a stern look and continued looking at Landon. Does young friend come here on orders from Holy Master Shaw? As the eldest among the 12 ancestral witches, Paige clearly possessed more insight than Hewitt and Arnie, immediately realizing Landon's primary identity and guessing his purpose. Holy Master Shaw. Upon hearing Paige's words, the 12 ancestral witches fell silent. Even Arnie and Hewitt ceased arguing, all looking at Landon. At this moment, they remembered that Landon was the chief disciple of the Jiejiao sect, backed by a sage. Landon didn't expect Paige to be so direct, directly mentioning his master. Answering this question required caution to avoid implicating his master. After some thought, he replied, not at all. This junior is merely curious about the Witch Clan, hence the visit. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across the faces of the 12 ancestral witches. If it wasn't Holy Master Shaw sending Landon, it meant he had no intention of aiding the Witch Clan. They were currently at odds with the Demon Clan. Lacking a sage's assistance left them naturally disappointed. However, they weren't the type to place hope solely on others and quickly recovered. But Paige didn't let it go. Let's not talk about that. Your visit here is already a great honor for the Witch Clan. Letting you leave empty-handed would be improper. Why not? Since you called me a junior, and I heard spiritual treasures greatly aid cultivators like you, allow me to take you to the Witch Clan treasure vault to choose one as a gift from your senior. Late-stage Great Law Golden Immortal. While attacking a fully perfected quasi-saint might seem like a delusional dream, the fact remained that Darien was an unprotected, fully perfected quasi-saint. This changed things significantly. Darien had underestimated Landon earlier. Moreover, the blood he spat out was merely ordinary blood, not his essence blood. At first glance, it seemed like serious injuries, but in reality, he wasn't actually hurt internally. It was akin to a minor cut on a finger, not even a true injury. Therefore, this created the illusion that Landon had severely injured Darien. Realizing this, everyone was no longer so astonished. Haha, I never thought you, Darien, would be bullied by a junior like this. Truly, you've disgraced us 12 ancestral witches. Water and fire do not mix. Darien and Braden were always at odds. Even though Darien wasn't seriously injured, seeing him lose face made Braden burst into mocking laughter. As soon as these words left his mouth, the other ancestral witches couldn't help but laugh too. Everyone knew about Darien's fiery temper. In the past, many had been silenced by his fits of anger. Now, being tricked by a junior, how could with Landon, but he could deal with Braden, which would also relieve his frustration. Thinking so, he acted immediately, radiating the aura of a fully perfected quasi-saint towards Braden. Fine, bring it on. Why are you so loud? Afraid others won't think you're a pushover after getting beat up by an early-stage Great Law Golden Immortal. Braden and Darien had been trading barbs for countless years, his sharp-tongued skills reaching peak levels as he pointed out Darien's sore spot once more. This time, Darien couldn't hold back, engulfing himself in boundless flames, appearing in front of Braden in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, a figure appeared between them. That's enough. How much longer will you continue fighting? Paige suppressed Braden with one hand and blocked Darien with the other. Mysterious Daoistic energy emitted from his hands, dispersing the surging weak water around Braden and creating a spatial rift to absorb Darien's boundless flames. Braden and Darien finally stopped. Spatial power. Landon's gaze sharpened. I apologize for putting you in an awkward position, young friend Landon. Resolving the conflict, Paige looked at Landon with a smile, exuding gentleness and humility, completely devoid of the airs of a fully perfected quasi-saint, treating Landon as an equal. Seeing this, even Landon couldn't help but admit, truly the eldest brother among the 12 ancestral witches. There's no need. It's my fault, and as I see it, both Braden and Darien are passionate individuals. Landon replied. You've said a good word this time. Hearing Landon's compliment, Darien's attitude towards him softened considerably. Shut up. But as soon as he spoke, Paige shot him a stern look before turning back to Landon. I wonder if young friend has come here by the directive of Holy Saint Xia? Indeed, Paige, as the eldest brother, was clearly not one to engage in mere brawls like Darien and Braden. He immediately focused on Landon's most significant identity and speculated about his intentions. Holy Saint Xia. At Paige's words, the 12 ancestral witches fell silent. Even Braden and Darien ceased their argument, all looking at Landon. Only then did they remember that Landon was the chief disciple of the Jia teaching sect. Note, Jia teaching sect should be transect sect, for it to read naturally in English. If Jiajiao has been consistently translated as transect sect elsewhere in your document, please ensure this consistency. Revised. Only then did they remember that Landon was the chief disciple of the transect sect, backed by a sage. Landon hadn't expected Paige to be so direct, pointing out his master outright. Responding required caution, lest he inadvertently involve his master. After a brief pause, he said, there is no such directive. I'm merely curious about the witch race, so I came here. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches showed obvious disappointment in their eyes. Since it wasn't Xia who sent Landon, it meant Xia had no intention of aiding the witch race. Knowing their current conflict with the demon race, lacking the support of a sage, left them disheartened. However, they weren't the type to place hope on others, quickly regaining their composure. But Paige didn't stop there. Forget about that. The witch race considers your visit a great honor. To let you leave empty-handed would be too disrespectful. Here's the deal. Since you call us seniors, and I've heard that spiritual treasures greatly benefit cultivators like you, let me take you to the witch race's treasure vault to choose one. Consider it a gift from this Andre. Translation provided as requested, adhering to the guidelines specified. Chapter 38. It's just like a Dion among sheep. The Witch Clan Treasure Vault. After hearing Paige's words, Landon was somewhat astonished, thinking he had misheard. They had just met, yet Paige wanted to directly give him a spirit treasure, and not just any spirit treasure, but one chosen from the Witch Clan's treasure vault. It definitely wouldn't be of low quality. Even close relatives wouldn't be so generous. What was Paige's intention? Seemingly noticing Landon's confusion, Paige explained with a smile, little friend should know that our Witch Clan only cultivates the physical body and not the primordial spirit. So what might be beneficial to you as a spirit treasure has no use for us. Rather than letting it go to waste, we would prefer to give it to you, hoping you can understand the sincerity of our Witch Clan. Indeed, he almost forgot that spirit treasures were useful only to cultivators, not to the Witch Clan, which explained their generosity. Moreover, they valued not only him, but also the venerable master behind him. In an instant, Landon's thoughts raced, quickly understanding why the Witch Clan was being so accommodating. Offering a spirit treasure of no use to them in exchange for befriending a disciple of a sage, or even gaining favor from a sage, was a bargain beyond measure. Reassured by this thought, Landon lowered his guard. Since the Witch Clan wanted to gift him a treasure, what reason did he have to refuse? Thus, with Landon's agreement, Paige led him to the Witch Clan's treasure vault. The Witch Clan indeed lived up to its reputation as one of the two dominant powers in XuanHuan. Its strength far surpassed other clans, where even a Deluo Jin Xian, a powerhouse in most realms, was commonplace here. Every few steps revealed a Deluo Jin Xian, some even gathered in groups. Witnessing this, Landon silently marveled at the Witch Clan's formidable strength, quelling the fleeting joy of achieving early-stage Deluo Jin Xian status. At this moment, he realized that reaching Deluo Jin Xian was just the beginning. While it might represent top combat power in smaller clans, it didn't count much among dominants like the Witch and Bird clans. Only quasi-saints could be considered true powerhouses. Amused by Landon's surprise, Paige couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, his intent was to showcase the Witch Clan's strength, deepening Landon's impression of both the Witch Clan and the sage behind them. Soon, the Witch Clan's treasure vault. Little friend, this is our clan's treasure vault. Choose whatever catches your fancy, Paige said proudly, leading Landon there. Though the Witch Clan had no use for spirit treasures, they had accumulated an astonishing amount of heavenly materials over the years, showcasing their past dominance and unwillingness to let such resources go cheaply. Indeed, Ignoring Page's speech, Landon was already overwhelmed by the witch clan's profound reserves. Before his eyes, countless spirit treasures sought by many cultivators outside filled the room, densely packed. Low-grade ladder heaven spirit treasures. Mid-grade ladder heaven spirit treasures. High-grade ladder heaven spirit treasures. Mid-grade Cooper spirit treasures. High-grade Cooper spirit treasures. Peerless Cooper spirit treasures. From the lowest grade ladder heaven spirit treasures to peerless Cooper spirit treasures, everything was abundantly available, strewn all over as if worthless. For cultivators, spirit treasures were an irresistible allure. Countless pursued them tirelessly, even revered sages included, like the future search for the Chaos Bell by Dirk. Undoubtedly, no one could resist spirit treasures. Landon was no exception. Especially given his current need for numerous spirit treasures, seeing so many in one place understandably affected his composure. Taking a deep breath, Landon steadied himself. Hearing Page's words, his eyes gleamed, and he chuckled awkwardly. What if I want them all? After all, kids make choices. Grown-ups take everything. Besides, if these treasures fell into his hands, it wouldn't just boost his power instantly but significantly enhance his sacrificial rituals too. However, the 12 ancestral witches hadn't anticipated Landon's voracious appetite. Though they couldn't use spirit treasures, they understood their value to cultivators. Giving away all of them wasn't feasible. The 12 ancestral witches nearly faltered at Landon's demand. Cough, little friend. You're joking a bit too much, Page coughed. Landon realized this was a polite refusal. Despite knowing his request was ambitious, encountering such an abundance of spirit treasures for the first time made it hard to keep silent. Even after rejection, Landon felt no great disappointment, resuming his scan of the spirit treasures before him. All couldn't be taken, but selecting the best one for solace was possible. Naturally, the first priority was a peerless Cooper spirit treasure. Focusing on the most imposing items, his gaze fell upon a flag. It closely resembled the Antony apricot yellow banner he initially obtained, with blue-green edges and water-like patterns woven into its surface, exuding an ethereal aura enveloping heaven and earth. Recognizing its form, Landon recalled another similar treasure, Xianxia Water Control Banner. Clearly, this was one of the 5 directions banners, the Xianxia Water Control Banner. Landon's eyes lit up. Collecting all 5 banners could form an immensely powerful array, which was why he hadn't sacrificed the Antony apricot yellow banner earlier. Finding the Xianxia Water Control Banner now was an unexpected delight. Instantly, he decided on it. Yet, this was only the first choice. Immediate decision-making seemed premature. Next, he shifted his gaze to the other peerless Cooper spirit treasures. Chapter 39. Am I overestimating myself? The second supreme grade innate spiritual treasure was a mace-shaped spirit treasure. However, its power was slightly weaker than the Xianxia Water Control Banner. Although it was also a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, it clearly wasn't in the same league as the Xianxia Water Control Banner. It made sense. Even among supreme grade innate spiritual treasures, there were differences in strength. Leaving aside that this treasure was weaker than the Xianxia Water Control Banner, Landon couldn't identify this spirit treasure and assumed it wasn't very famous. He immediately turned his attention to the other treasures, scanning them from top to bottom. After the Xianxia Water Control Banner, Landon found only a few treasures that interested him, but they were far inferior in grade compared to those he had seen before. Having reviewed these treasures, he made up his mind. Senior, I want this one. Landon pointed at the Xianxia Water Control Banner, which was the first treasure displayed. Getting an innate supreme grade spiritual treasure for free, not taking it would be foolish. You have good eyes, Page laughed, then waved his hand. In the next moment, the Xianxia Water Control Banner appeared in front of Landon. Although their clan did not use spirit treasures, based on the overwhelming aura emanating from the treasure, they understood that the Xianxia Water Control Banner was the best among them. Landon reached out, almost fearing they might change their minds. He used the Dingshai pearl on his wrist to store the banner and then bowed to Page, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for granting me this treasure." With that, a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure became Landon's. Since you are new to our tribe and I, as the eldest brother of the witch tribe, must naturally extend my hospitality. Page smiled. But before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. Not only him, but the 12 ancestral witches beside him abruptly changed expressions and lifted their heads sharply. Even Landon put aside his joy, his expression turning serious as he mirrored their actions. At Wanshou Mountain, in Wuzhuang Abbey, beneath the Tree of Life, Winston and Dan were discussing the Tao. Suddenly, both fell silent, their eyes filled with shock, as they looked up at the immense sun in the center of the primordial world. Hiss, what is heaven doing? In the endless blood sea, created from Xavian's naval blood, a place where all the filthiest things in the world converged, any ordinary cultivator venturing here might easily fall into madness, becoming a machine of slaughter. Yet, within this perilous blood sea, a blood shadow emerged. It was none other than Skylar, one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Shao Palace. Note, Minghe is translated as Skylar, to maintain consistency and accuracy with the character's name in English adaptations. Purple Shao Palace is kept close to the original, but adjusted for fluency in English. For better context and flow, I would suggest. Yet, within this perilous blood sea, a blood-colored figure emerged. It was none other than Skylar, one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Haze Palace. That day, while in meditation, a faint sense of danger emerged in his heart, startling him awake. He instinctively thought someone was attacking his lair, hastily ending his meditation and vanishing from the spot. Upon reappearing outside the blood sea, the sight above the heavens left him gasping in shock. Heaven's people, could they be planning a war with the witch tribe? At Kunlun Mountain, as Shan awoke from his meditation, even Murphy, who was lecturing the disciples of the Tongtian Sect, paused, looking toward the sun radiating boundless divine light, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. The baffled disciples asked why, but Murphy remained silent. After a long pause, a voice filled with disdain echoed across Kunlun. A mere creature of moisture and egg, how dare you be so arrogant? At Western teachings, a solemn Buddha chant echoed from ancient times. The age of great calamity approaches. In summary, the reactions varied across the Cooper world. In an instant, the sun seemed to undergo a dramatic transformation. Whether they were lecturing or meditating, all great powers of the Cooper world paused their activities, shocked by the sun's boundless divine light illuminating the land eternally. Seemingly validating their gaze, a sudden change occurred. A brilliant light shone upon the entire Cooper world. Quack! Buzz! Simultaneously, a bird's call resonated from deep within the souls of all beings, followed by a grand chime reverberating through the universe. Appearing with sound, a small black dot emerged on the sun. This black dot rapidly grew, soon dominating a vast expanse of the sky. Only now did the beings recognize the nature of this black dot. It wasn't a dot at all, but countless figures blocking out the sun. Leading the formation were two miniature suns. Closer inspection revealed these suns to be transformed divine birds. The divine birds' bodies blocked the sky, their heads adorned with imperial crowns, their whole forms bathed in crimson flames and golden hues, each having 3 legs and 12 toes, with 2 radiant suns behind them, displaying supreme imperial dignity. Rock Jamie, Eastern Rock Zechariah. Seeing this, Landon immediately recognized the divine birds as the rulers of the demon clan. As expected, beside these 2 divine birds were 2 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures emitting boundless pressure. One was a golden book and a jade map. They exuded endless Tao rhythms, seemingly existing between past and future, subtly predicting major events, hiding infinite mysteries. The other was an ancient and profound bell. Its exterior was a chaotic dark yellow, adorned with countless mountains, rivers, suns, moons, and stars. When shaken, its chimes sounded like the voice of Tao, suppressing boundless time and space, making even the heavens quiet. Clearly, these 2 supreme treasures were Jamie's innate supreme treasure, the Hichu Luoshu, and Zechariah's supreme treasure, one of the 3 ultimate innate treasures, the Bell of Chaos. These 2 treasures weren't ordinary. The former contained countless Tao principles, not only deducing the mysteries of the world, but also harboring one of the 4 great killing formations of the Cooper world, the All-Heavenly Stars formation. The latter needed no further explanation. Its status as an ultimate innate treasure alone attested to the power of the Bell of Chaos, capable of killing without causality, combining offense and defense, ensuring invincibility. However, what caught the most attention was the demon clan's action. The masses of the Cooper world hadn't expected the demons to muster all forces without warning, creating such a grand spectacle, instantly alarming the entire Cooper world. Clearly, something significant was about to happen. Big brother, does this mean those feathered fellows are declaring war on our witch tribe? Chapter 40. Stop fighting. An astonishing scene unfolded in the sky, which naturally did not escape the eyes of the witch clan. In response, their expressions turned grim as if they were facing a great enemy. Big brother, a conjecture flashed through Landon's mind. Considering the current landscape of the prehistoric era, apart from the witches, the beasts, and the sage powers, the most formidable force was the foremost among male immortals, Biff, appointed by Ewing. Hence, this speculation wasn't far-fetched. Seemingly confirming Landon's guess, in the next instant, millions upon millions of beast clans marched under the leadership of Jamie and Zechariah Donghuang straight towards the eastern seas of Draenlai Island. By order of the Heavenly Rock, we come to apprehend Biff. Where's Biff? Hurry up and come out. As soon as they arrived, Hal, one of the 10 great demon saints, didn't wait for Jamie to speak. He immediately unleashed his inner power and shouted, not showing the slightest respect for Biff in his tone. Such actions by the Beast Clan shook not just the whole prehistoric era but certainly caught Biff off guard. Upon hearing Hal's words, his face instantly darkened. Jamie, what do you mean? Ignoring Hal, Biff pointed directly at Jamie and fiercely scolded him. The criminal Biff, disrespecting the Heavenly Rock, privately established an ancient heavenly palace, dividing the fortune of my heavenly court. Seeing Biff appear, Hal narrated calmly, recounting Biff's crimes. But at the end, he suddenly burst into an aura of initial-level quasi-saint and roared. 2 peak quasi-saints clashed in a fierce battle. Kill! Not just the 2 emperors, but the warriors of the Beast Clan and the cultivators of a Draenlai Island also erupted in a heavenly murderous intent, charging at each other. In an instant, both sides engaged in countless large and small battles. However, what drew everyone's attention was the battle between Jamie and Biff, which indeed captured everyone's gaze. After all, since the Great Tribulation of the Dragonhan era, this was the first time they witnessed such an unprecedented battle. Moreover, everyone knew that their victory would determine which side would triumph. Both Jamie and Biff were powerful beings who listened to Tao teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. Their strengths were at the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, and their spirit treasures were nearly equal. Jamie possessed the supreme primordial spirit treasure river chart and Luo book, while Biff wielded the dragon-headed cane bestowed by Tao Master Ewing. Hence, the battle seemed evenly matched. Yet, some people shook their heads, declaring that Biff was already defeated. On Biff's side stood only he, but on the Beast Clan side were Jamie and Zechariah Donghuang. Just facing Jamie alone put enough pressure on Biff. If Zechariah Donghuang joined in, the outcome would be evident. After all, everyone knew that the strongest among the Beast Clan wasn't Jamie but Zechariah Donghuang was an array formation. Not only were they surprised, but at this moment Landon was also watching the epic battle intently. When he saw the myriad immortal formation appear, a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. The myriad immortal formation is a top-tier grand formation, one of the 4 great killing formations of the Cooper Chaos alongside the execution sword formation, the supreme demon god formation, and the celestial star formation. Its power is immeasurable, capable of amassing the strength of countless cultivators within it to empower itself. It was first used by the Tommy, but later it was learned by his master and improved into the myriad immortal formation of the completion sect, which even fought against 4 sects during the investiture of God's era. From this, it's not hard to see how powerful the Myriad Immortal Formation is. Now that the Tommy was using the Myriad Immortal Formation, it meant that his master was likely watching as well, and the Celestial Star Formation of the Demon Clan wouldn't be far off. Reality turned out just as Landon had anticipated. Jinfio Island, Bo Palace. Is this the Myriad Immortal Formation? Such a formation is perfectly suited for our completion sect. I can't believe the Tommy has such ability. Shaw's gaze pierced through space and time, seeing all that happened on a Draenlai Island. When he saw the Tommy use the Myriad Immortal Formation, a trace of surprise flashed in his calm eyes. Immediately after, he observed the reality of the Myriad Immortal Formation with the eyes of a sage. Clearly, he planned to directly apply the Tommy's Myriad Immortal Formation to the completion sect. At the same time, using a grand formation like this came as a surprise to the demon race as well. But the demon race was not to be trifled with. If the Tommy had a formation, they did too. Demons, listen to my order. Deploy the Celestial Star Formation. First startled, Rock June then flew back tens of thousands of miles, retrieving countless star banners to distribute to the 365 demon generals. In an instant, the Celestial Star Formation was established. The battle situation changed again, shocking everyone once more. Another ancient grand formation, and it could also block a sage, a world-class formation. Seeing this, the many sages observing in secret were no longer composed, their expressions changing suddenly, startled. They originally thought everything beneath the sages was insignificant, but these ants, in their eyes, now possessed powers comparable to sages. Although formations couldn't defeat them, the fact that they allowed people to wield power equal to sages was enough to horrify them. At this moment, they felt an intense sense of impending doom. Speaking of Rock June, using the Ho-Tu Lo Shu, among them were great lawbreakers, even near-sage warriors. The 4 great killing formations, evident from this. Hiss, didn't expect Rock June and the Tommy to be hiding such depth. The powerful observer's pupils shrunk, gasping in shock, clearly frightened by the intense battle. They never imagined that Rock June and the Tommy secretly researched such astonishing formations. Even as near sages, they felt like thorns in their backs just watching from afar, a great terror circling their hearts. Clearly, before such world-class formations, their individual strength was too weak. The witch race. These feathered pests have formations too? Hewitt's surprised voice echoed. It was understandable that the 12 ancestral witches were greatly shocked. Being the mortal enemies of the demon race, they thought they knew everything about the demons, hence why they often underestimated them. But now, not only did their own side have hidden moves, but so did the demons. Feeling the lethal crisis transmitted from the distant formations, the 12 ancestral witches quietly dismissed their underestimation of the demons. Even Hewitt and Braden, usually very arrogant, fell silent, showing boundless gravity in their eyes. The end is near, quickly prepare the men. Suddenly, Paige spoke. Upon hearing this, Landon's heart stirred, and he looked at him in surprise. Paige saying this, did it mean? Boom. At this moment, a deafening sound echoed across the 9 directions. Finally, the distant battle concluded. In the Myriad Immortal Formation, the Tommy, riddled with injuries, was flung out backward, and instantly the formation collapsed without attack. Rock June and the others didn't fare much better, though they had fewer injuries compared to the Tommy. There was nothing more to say. The Tommy lost. During the battle with Rock June, the Tommy had already been severely injured by Hanley. Not to mention, a Draenlai Island was naturally weaker than the demon race, so it made sense that he retreated now. However, surprisingly, the disheveled Tommy showed no signs of loss, but instead laughed maniacally. Then, he shot towards Rock June like a streak of light. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Big brother June, be careful. Seeing this, Hanley's expression changed, and the chaotic bell above his head shot out. Without needing Hanley's warning, Rock June sensed it when the Tommy attacked. However, having just dismantled the Celestial Star Formation, he couldn't dodge in time and could only watch the Tommy fly towards him. Bang! Translation complete while maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring natural English and correct character names. Chapter 42. I just love watching the show, please continue. In the void, Biff's primordial spirit and magical power erupted violently, instantly shattering. The explosion of a perfected quasi-saint was as formidable as heavenly might. Not only did the surrounding space tremble, but countless demon tribes were also killed instantly. Boundless blood rained down upon the vast chaos. Pooh, damn, even in death, you won't let this emperor rest. Even Jamie spat out a mouthful of blood suddenly. Fortunately, with the protection of the supreme innate treasure, the river diagram and the Book of Lo, he only suffered minor injuries. He appeared somewhat disheveled, but it wasn't serious. However, at that moment, a massive aura suddenly rose from the side. It changed everyone's expressions instantly. It's the Witch Clan. Jamie looked in that direction, his face pale with shock. Meanwhile, in the Witch Clan, at the very moment of Biff's explosion, an infinite might suddenly erupted from Paige, a quasi-saint at the peak, unleashing all his formidable momentum. My children, follow me to reclaim our Franklin's chaos. Charge! Paige roared, emitting boundless murderous intent before charging ahead alone. Then, the entire Witch Clan, led by the 12 primordial witches, followed closely behind. Clearly, seeing Jamie injured, they, as enemies of the demon race, didn't want to miss this opportunity. Indeed, Landon thought inwardly. He had vaguely guessed something when Paige instructed the Witch Clan to prepare earlier, and now it confirmed his suspicions. But now wasn't the time to be dazed. As the Witch Clan charged forward, his figure vanished on the spot. The upcoming battle between the Witch and Demon clans was far beyond what Landon could currently participate in. Just consider how even quasi-saints were obliterated during previous clashes, not to mention that he was only at the early stage of Great Luogene Immortal now. How could he have the confidence to survive within? Therefore, it was best for him to watch such a historic battle. Of course, he wouldn't just spectate. Download the 33 Heaven Star Array. Retreating from the Witch Clan, Landon observed Jamie's figure while silently thinking to himself. Though he couldn't participate now, with all the powerful beings gathered here engaging in fierce battles, downloading something from them would benefit him greatly. One example was the 33 Heaven Star Array. Also, there was the 10,000 Immortals formation. Indeed, before Biff's demise, Landon secretly downloaded the 10,000 Immortals formation. Though the number had reached its limit, he stealthily deleted 5 Cooper Witches' all-heaven divine killing formation, allowing him to download the 10,000 Immortals formation. The 4 great killing formations of the Chaos each had their advantages, especially since the 10,000 Immortals formation was the protective formation of his own sect of severed destiny. Naturally, Landon chose to download it. As for Biff's demise causing the download to stop, remember that after Biff used the 10,000 Immortals formation, not only did he master it, but so would Master Shaw. Speaking of Jamie, upon witnessing the Witch Clan's assault, his expression changed. He clearly hadn't anticipated the Witch Clan would act at this time. With no time to think further, he exchanged glances with Zechariah and then led billions of demons to charge against the Witch Clan. A battle between the Witch and Demon clans was inevitable. Though unexpected, it made sense. Boom. Instantly, the armies of billions of demons and trillions of witch elites clashed. One side was in the sky, the other on the ground, densely packed. At first glance, it seemed like the sky and earth were battling. Indeed, demons controlled the heavens and witches controlled the earth. They naturally represented the sky and land of the chaos. This battle would decide who triumphed. As soon as the battle started, everyone engaged their respective opponents. Moments later, countless small and large skirmishes erupted. Amidst these battles, the combat between the 12 Cooper Witches and the Imperial and Holy Demons led by Jamie was the fiercest. East Rock Zechariah stood particularly strong, wielding the supreme innate treasure, the Chaotic Bell, facing 6 Cooper Witches alone without falling behind, fully displaying the might of the East Rock. As for Jamie and the 10 Holy Demons, the former faced 1 Cooper Witch alone, while the latter 2 teamed up against another. Hiss. Seeing this, the hidden powerful beings all drew cold breaths, shocked by both the Chaotic Bell's power and East Rock Zechariah's terrifying strength. Even Landon couldn't help but marvel internally, acknowledging that Zechariah was indeed the first below the saints. However, the Demon Clan only had 1 East Rock Zechariah. The other demons weren't as powerful as Zechariah, and the Witch Clan was known for their formidable physical prowess, easily handling 3 opponents at once within the same realm. Those demons with treasures could still resist, but those without met a tragic fate, being beaten to death by the witches. For a moment, the Witch Clan's chances of victory became more evident. The ongoing battle below caught the eyes of Jamie and East Rock Zechariah. Seeing this, they exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, then abruptly retreated 10,000 miles to form a grand demonic array. 33 Heaven Star Array. Activate. Luckily, Jamie hadn't dismantled the array when dealing with Biff, so the 33 Heaven Star Array reappeared instantly. Once the array was formed, familiar scenes emerged again. Boundless stars pierced through the world, instantly locking onto all witches. Although the array lacked spatial confinement, anyone locked by it could not escape the falling starlight, regardless of their abilities. Thus, the Witch Clan suffered a similar fate as Biff et al. But how could the Witch Clan, who had seen this scene before, not be prepared? 12 all-heaven divine killing formations. Activate. Facing the endless falling starlight, Paige remained calm, roaring calmly. As descendants of Xavian, the true-blooded witches, along with the Demon and Biff clans, had their countermeasures. Following Paige's command, the 12 Cooper Witches successively revealed their divine forms, drawing boundless calamity energy into their bodies. Their internal Xavian blood pulsated fiercely as if guided by some force, eventually surging above the 12 witches. It was unmistakably the 12 all-heaven divine killing formations. Once formed, an ancient and imposing power swept across the entire chaos. Simultaneously, the 12 drops of Xavian blood slowly merged, combining with the boundless calamity energy, forming a towering man before everyone. Pa. Xavian the Great God. Chapter 43, The True Grandmaster. Pan, Toby Great Deity. The moment the towering figure appeared, everyone's pupils contracted, including Landon. Involuntarily, they blurted out the name of the giant. Indeed, this was none other than the true form of Toby that had been manifested by the 12 Aiden Gods array. Meanwhile, Franklin. Even Ashan, who normally upheld the philosophy of non-action, couldn't help being startled as the figure emerged. His face was etched with shock. Murphy abruptly stood up, his face showing indescribable horror. Shaw's heart and spirit trembled, clearly astonished. It wasn't just them. At this moment, all the sages of XuanHuan and the celestial immortals were equally shaken, all of them terrified, speechless. Toby. When they heard the witch tribes would set up an array, they had anticipated how terrifying the witch's formation could be, but directly manifesting the true form of Toby exceeded all expectations, even causing shock among the greatest beings. After all, this was the great deity Toby. He had created the entire XuanHuan, and regardless of everything, everyone felt an inexplicable natural reverence for him. And because this was the great deity Toby, even if it was only a trace of his power, it was incomparable to anything else. The moment the true form of Toby coalesced, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand treasures, would have likely met their end. Yet, despite this, their previous bravado was now nowhere to be seen. They were drenched in blood, their hair disheveled, their eyes full of despair. The demon race, defeated. What difference did it make whether it was early or late? Then, the true form of Toby swung the axe again, as if intending to annihilate the demon race. But at that moment, a heavenly melody suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Lying high in the 9th layer of clouds, seated on a mat to comprehend the way beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the honored master. Born from Toby, Tai Chi gave birth to 2 instruments, then the 4 symbols followed in sequence. One way passed to 3 friends, the 2 teachings of complete and cut divided, leading all under the Taoist gate. One breath transformed into Yuing. As the melody fell, divine authority descended, instantly dispersing the second blow of the true form of Toby, saving the demon race. The Tao ancestor Yuing intervened. Seeing this, everyone understood. Then, a figure as imposing as divine authority gradually appeared, his expression calm, treating all living beings as mere straw dogs. Clearly, it was Tao ancestor Yuing. The moment Yuing appeared, everyone's expressions changed unpredictably. The witches were furious, glaring at Yuing. Timothy and others rejoiced, never expecting the Tao ancestor to assist the demon race. The 6 sages' gazes narrowed, their deep eyes lost in thought. Even Landon was captivated. In short, reactions varied. Why did you, Tao ancestor Yuing, obstruct our witch race's extermination of the demons? Inside the true form of Toby, Hotu's angry voice resounded. Seeing the impending annihilation of the demon race and the opportunity for the witch race to govern XuanHuan, yet being halted by Yuing, the witches could not contain their fury. Moreover, the witches had never revered any sage, only Franklin Toby. Thus, they dared to question Yuing. This time is not the true arrival of calamity. The demon race cannot be destroyed now. From this point forward, demons shall rule the heavens, witches shall govern the earth, and no disputes may arise for one XuanHuan. Yuing replied coolly. No disputes for one XuanHuan meant that the great calamity would arrive after one XuanHuan. Everyone understood this. However, the witches weren't concerned with that. They were about to eliminate the demon race with ease. Would they be dissuaded by just a few words from Yuing? I don't care about what Tao ancestor you are. Today, I will destroy the demon race. Blocking the witch race's path, I fear no sage, and this is a perfect chance to test their strength. Zhu Rong's enraged voice reverberated through the heavens. Upon hearing this, the world paused. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Landon was stunned into silence. This was Tao ancestor Yuing. Should they say the 12 ancestor witches were fearless or outrageously bold? While the 12 ancestor witches could manifest the true form of Toby, they weren't truly Toby. They might not even be able to withstand a sage, let alone Yuing, the teacher of the 6 sages and the Tao ancestor. Sure enough, just as the true form of Toby swung the giant axe, an immense power surged down from the heavens, striking the true form of Toby. Boom! In an instant, the true form of Toby shattered, revealing the 12 ancestor witches, each pale-faced and flying backward. They were all gravely injured. In just one strike, the true form of Toby was shattered by Yuing. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the unfathomable might of Yuing. Even Zhu Rong, who had been loudly threatening, was now silent, her face filled with shock and defeat. They never expected Yuing's strength to be so terrifying. This was the ultimate formation they had found in the essence of Franklin, specifically to counter sages. Yet reality struck hard, forcing them to acknowledge the unparalleled strength of the sages. Nevertheless, they showed no fear. Fortunately, the cosmos treated all things as straw dogs. At this point, Yuing had severed his 3 corporeal manifestations and merged with the heavenly Tao. He paid no heed to the provocation of the 12 ancestor witches, merely casting a cold glance before vanishing. Thus, the first major battle between the witch and demon races ended in mutual devastation. Chapter 44 Who profits from the muddied waters? Seeing this, Landon couldn't help but sigh. This grand battle truly exceeded everyone's expectations. First came the 2 world-defining great formations, then the Yao clan killed Creed, followed by the Wu clan's attack which seemed to be on the verge of annihilating the Yao clan. Just then, Yuing, rumored to be one with heavenly Tao, also joined the fray. Everything happened as if they were following Landon's memories precisely, without a single deviation. This made Landon's eyes narrow in contemplation. Previously, he had suggested the unity of the 3 pure ones in Kunlun, all for the sake of attempting to change events. Yet, the 3 pure ones still split up in the end, and now it was happening with the Wu and Yao clans as well. Could it be that the great trend cannot be changed? If so, wouldn't the calamity foretold after the Wu-Yao War, the Divine Tribulation, also occur as scheduled? Although the Wu-Yao War did not concern him, the Divine Tribulation certainly would. It mainly targeted the Jiejiao sect, and he was none other than the eldest disciple of the Jiejiao sect. If the Divine Tribulation were to arrive, even Landon dared not say that he could truly remain unscathed, and not be slain to have his name inscribed on the list of gods. After all, while the Wu-Yao War was still manageable without the involvement of the Holy Ones, the battle during the Divine Tribulation would be different. It would pit the Jiejiao sect against the 3 major sects, or even the 4 Holy Ones. If the Divine Tribulation arrives, even Landon couldn't guarantee his safety from being listed on the tablet of deities. After all, the Wu-Yao War had no involvement of sages, but the Divine Tribulation would pit the Jiejiao sect against 3 major schools, and even 4 sages. Thinking this far, Landon fell silent, feeling heavy-hearted. This was why he needed to break through quickly. But soon, he shook his head, clearing away distractions. It was too early to worry about these matters. Even if they were to come, what was there to fear? Right, now that Creed is dead, doesn't his treasure trove become unclaimed? Suddenly, Landon thought. After tasting the benefits of treasure troves, he immediately recalled Creed's vault. Everyone was still immersed in the aftermath of the great battle, and Creed was already dead. This was the perfect time to take advantage of the chaos. Landon took a step forward, using his divine ability, a hand across vast distances, effortlessly, arriving on a Draenlai island shortly. Creed had established the ancient celestial court on a Draenlai island, with a palace at the center of the island. Landon flew inside, spreading his divine sense to scan the inside and outside of the hall. Soon enough, a ray-covered hidden door appeared within his divine senses. Ordinarily, a treasury would likely be hidden here. Thinking this, Landon started deciphering the array. Fortunately, he had learned many abilities from the 3 pure ones, including array arts. Since Creed didn't expect anyone to visit his treasury, the array wasn't overly complex. Landon cracked it swiftly. Indeed. Upon breaking the array, countless spiritual treasures emitting Taoist auras appeared before Landon, bringing him immense joy. His gaze swept across them. Thousands upon thousands of heavenly treasures filled the space, much like what he had seen in the Wu clan's treasury. However, due to the Wu clan not needing spiritual treasures while the Yao clan did, the number of high-grade treasures here was significantly fewer compared to the Wu clan's collection, differing vastly in quality. Only 2 treasures caught Landon's special attention. The first was a fruit tree planted here. It looked like an ordinary tree, emanating only innate Daoistic auras, but what caught Landon's eye was the peach fruit growing on it. He wasn't unfamiliar with these peaches. Upon arriving in XuanHuan, he had received one, which greatly increased his strength and propelled him to the early stage of a mortal realm. He remembered this vividly. Yes, these were the peaches he had eaten, the peaches of immortality. This tree was undoubtedly one of the 10 primordial spirit roots, the tree of immortal peaches. Landon hadn't expected that Creed's treasury would hide a tree of immortal peaches. This meant that from now on, he could have a continuous supply of immortal peaches. Additionally, another spiritual treasure surprised him. Next to the tree of immortal peaches floated a purple lotus with 12 petals in midair, exuding a sense of cyclical Taoist meaning. Is this the 12-petaled purple lotus of reincarnation? Had it just been the lotus appearance, Landon might not have recognized it. But sensing the cyclical Taoist meaning, he brightened up, realizing this corresponded to a certain spiritual treasure. Legend had it that the chaos treasure creation lotus, when heaven and earth parted, was damaged under pressure and fragmented into numerous spiritual treasures, with its 6 lotus seeds forming 6 different 12-petaled lotus platforms. The 12-petaled creation green lotus, 12-petaled purple lotus of reincarnation, 12-petaled virtue gold lotus, 12-petaled flame red lotus, 12-petaled purifying white lotus, and 12-petaled to attack the Tommy father, risking near extermination of their clan, only to find that the treasure vault was cleaner than their faces. This was like working for nothing. At this thought, Jamie, who was already furious, couldn't help but let a trickle of blood ooze from the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Rock, it seems someone has been here. Suddenly, Hal's voice rang out. Immediately, Jamie's face changed, and he quickly summoned his spiritual treasure, He Tu Luo Shu. He was calculating, trying to figure out who dared to rob the heavenly court's treasures. However, he was disappointed. Even with the help of the He Tu Luo Shu, he couldn't determine anything. Not even a hint of information could be calculated, as if all celestial secrets were concealed. But then, Hal wrinkled his nose as if smelling something and muttered, "This smells like the scent of humans." Humans? Upon hearing this, Jamie first froze in shock, then his expression turned grim, and boundless killing intent surged around him. Again, the humans? Putting aside what happened inside the Tommy father's treasure vault, let's return to Landon. Having just raided the Tommy father's treasure vault, he headed straight back toward Jineo Island. After all, he had been away for quite some time, and the 1,000-year lecture period by Shaw had long passed. Now, with some free time, he decided to return home to report his safety and also take stock of his recent gains, and was introduced earlier as a specific sect or school. It should follow that naming convention. Seeing this, the disciples of the sect who had been listening to the lectures were puzzled, as they had never seen their senior sister act so emotionally before. Curiosity piqued, they followed along. Or if a specific name for Jiajiao has been given previously in the text. Seeing this, the disciples of the specific name sect who had been listening to the lectures were puzzled, as they had never seen their senior sister act so emotionally before. Curiosity piqued, they followed along. Landon hadn't expected that his mere return would stir up such excitement among his 8 junior brothers and sisters. Yet, what happened next surprised him even more. Scott greets elder brother, congratulating you on your safe return from your travels in the vast primordial chaos. Fenwick greets elder brother, congratulating you on your safe return from your travels in the vast primordial chaos. The 3 Xiaos greet elder brother, congratulating you on your safe return from your travels in the vast primordial chaos. Elena. As the 8 juniors appeared, they all looked delighted and simultaneously saluted Landon with high praise. The other Jiejiao disciples suddenly understood and followed suit. Wuyun greets elder brother, congratulating you on your safe return from your travels in the vast primordial chaos. Landon understood, feeling a warm, inexplicable sense of gratitude. In this moment, Jiejiao felt like a home to him, providing warmth and comfort. Thank you all for welcoming me back. Please go back to your duties, and don't let my return disrupt your cultivation. Suppressing his emotions, Landon scanned the pure faces before him and thanked them. At this moment, Shaw's figure appeared out of nowhere. Looking at Landon with satisfaction, though he remained silent, Landon could feel his master's happiness and contentment. Much like a father watching his children return home safely. Clearly, Master Shaw had been equally worried about Landon's safety. "Master, I'm back." Landon stepped forward, softly speaking, confirming his safe return. It's good to have you back." Shaw nodded slightly. To think, Shaw had not anticipated worrying so deeply for a disciple. After realizing Landon was missing during the last lecture, he immediately stopped teaching and kept calculating Landon's whereabouts until satisfied. He even obscured the celestial predictions to protect Landon from potential threats, showing his readiness to intervene whenever necessary. Especially during the war between the demons and fairies, Shaw stayed vigilant, ready to descend and protect Landon should any danger arise. Fortunately, now that Landon had returned safely, Shaw could finally relax. 3 Xiaos, take elder brother to his cave palace. Leaving this instruction, Shaw vanished from sight. Led by the 3 Xiaos, Landon headed to his new residence. With Jiejiao growing larger and more disciples joining, it was important to assign each a place to stay. Though called a cave palace, Landon's dwelling was more like a luxurious mansion, comparable in scale to Bio Palace. The gathered chi here was formidable, forming tiny droplets of spirit liquid that floated in the air. Additionally, within the grand hall lay a powerful array capable of withstanding even a quasi-saint's attack. Throughout the vast primordial chaos, Few places could match it besides the Holy Realms. Master. Seeing this, Landon was moved again, a warm current spreading through him. As a master, Xia had not only welcomed his disciple personally despite lowering his dignity, but also made Landon's living quarters a top-tier sanctuary, undertaking numerous actions behind the scenes. Such a master was likely unprecedented. Most importantly, Xia made Landon feel something he had never experienced before. Chapter 46, Seclusion for Cultivation. Senior brother, I'll be on my way then. After guiding Landon to this place, the three Sun turned and left. At this moment, Landon also snapped back from 10 restrictions of the profound Yuan water control flag were refined. By the 30th year, 24 restrictions were quickly refined. By the 100th year, all 48 restrictions were completely refined. Thus, the second supreme innate spiritual treasure was entirely refined. However, he did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he plucked a peach from the peaches of immortality tree and consumed it before beginning the refinement of the 12-sector cyclic purple lotus. It was unknown whether Creed intended to keep the peaches for the celestial banquet or for other reasons, but the peaches of immortality tree bore thousands of fruits densely packed together. To know, these peaches bloom every 3,000 years, bear fruit every 3,000 years, and take another 3,000 years to mature. To see thousands now meant untold millennia had passed. Though Landon's current realm might not increase his power, the peaches were perfect for replenishing mana. So whenever his mana ran low, he would consume a peach, then continue refining the spiritual treasures, repeating the cycle. There is no calendar in the mountains. Time stands still in cultivation. A millennium passed in an instant. While Landon was refining his spiritual treasures, the heavenly court of the demon clan. A millennium had passed. With the backing of the demon clan's heavenly court, they naturally restored most of their initial losses, and even Rock June and others recovered from their injuries. Yet despite this, Rock June seemed to have lost much of his imperial dignity, with an air of gloom surrounding him. Now Aaron claimed he had found a method to deal with the Witch Clan, meaning they could survive and still vie for dominance in the Chaos Realm. Do you recall the human race? Aaron asked in return. Upon hearing this, though puzzled, Rock June's expression darkened again. Human race? They killed our tiger general and later stole the fruits of our clan. Honestly, when he learned that Creed's treasure house had been emptied by the humans, Rock June wasn't without thoughts of exterminating them. However, given his own deep injuries and respect for Marina, he refrained from immediate action. Now reminded by Aaron, buried hatred surged forth. That's right, those very humans. In one instance, I discovered their soul essence can disrupt the constitution of the Witch Clan. Aaron replied, sharing his findings over the years. Disrupting the Witch Clan's constitution. Rock June's eyes gleamed, nearly driven mad with excitement. To know, the Witch Clan was stronger because of their formidable physical bodies, especially the ancestors, whose physical prowess even supreme innate spiritual treasures struggled to break. If the constitution of the Witch Clan could be breached, then they'd be paper tigers before the Demon Clan, easily broken, and if an ancestor could be slain, the 12 Supreme Heavens array would crumble without effort. Then it would be their turn to retaliate. At this thought, Rock June rejoiced, mumbling almost possessed, excellent, excellent, let's quickly exterminate the human race, forge a Witch Slayer sword, and slay the Witch Clan to quell my hatred. But the human race was created by Lady Marina. Should we report to her? Seeing Rock June's frenzy, Aaron asked again. Hearing this, Rock June fell silent, clearly aware of the crux, but his resolve hardened. Marina is also of our demon clan, and a few humans don't matter much. The Witch Slayer sword must be our priority. This Rock June was no longer what he used to be, greatly affected by the past battles, his character long changed. Adding new and old grievances against the human race, he immediately decided to exterminate them. As you command. Seeing this, Aaron had no choice but to agree. After receiving orders, he led many elite troops straight into the Chaos Realm toward the human territories. Chapter 47 Trash. Stop pretending. Bo Palace. By this time, Landon had already completed the refinement of the spirit treasure in his hand, but he did not choose to emerge from seclusion immediately. After all, witnessing the great battle between the witch and demon tribes firsthand had a significant impact on him, deepening his understanding of the importance of strength. However, at this moment, streaks of primordial yellow aura suddenly dispersed from above his scales, falling one by one, causing flesh wounds and bleeding profusely. Dragon race true dragon? I never expected you not only refused to submit to our emperor, but dared to oppose us demons? Parker glanced at Valerie, continuing, considering you are also a dragon king. If you go back now and persuade your kind to surrender, otherwise once my demon army advances, it will be the end for the dragon race. He hadn't anticipated encountering a dragon during this massacre of humans. Otherwise, the human race would have been almost entirely slaughtered by now. Yes, Parker was currently carrying out Rock Jamie's order to use humans to forge the Demon Slayer sword. To be honest, before coming here, Parker was worried that the humans might have powerful guardians, so he secretly observed for a while. Once he discovered that there wasn't a single great Luo immortal among the humans, he attacked immediately. Thus, this scene unfolded. Haha, these humans are simply born to be our demon's food, not only tasting exquisite but satisfying in large numbers. Nearby, a fully perfected lesser immortal bird demon opened its massive mouth and pecked at fleeing humans fiercely, instantly swallowing tens of thousands, even chewing on them. The endless screams, mingled with the sound of bones cracking, chilled the rest of the humans to the bone, making their hair stand on end. Stop! Ben's mournful voice rang out, followed by a swing of innate meritus spiritual fire, slaying the bird demon. As one of the first generation of humans, and having consumed a lot of fully perfected grand ethereal golden immortal tiger meat, Ben had already broken through to the fully perfected lesser immortal stage. However, what good did breaking through to fully perfected lesser immortal do when faced with demons? Not to mention an esteemed demon, even fighting a common demon elite was strenuous. After killing the bird demon, been engaged in a deadlock with an early-stage grand ethereal lesser immortal demon. If not for the innate meritorious spiritual fire accompanying him, he might have died countless times. Didn't expect a fully perfected lesser immortal human. This must taste even better. A demon soldier exclaimed joyfully. Boom. Just as he spoke, the early-stage grand ethereal lesser immortal demon who was battling Bin burst forth with full power, not only sending Bin flying 100 miles away, but also proclaiming to the nearby demons, "This is my food. I see who dares to snatch it. That celestial immortal human is mine. I want this one. Hee, I want all of them." In an instant, countless humans appeared like food to these demon soldiers, ready to be divided. Seeing this, the hearts of the humans sank with sorrow, and despair enveloped everyone. Their guardian, true dragon Valerie, was thoroughly beaten. Even their ancestor Bin was about to become someone else's meal. They had no more help left. The human race was in grave danger. I am ordered by my master to protect the humans here. Unless my master says otherwise, I will not retreat even if it means death. Valerie rose again from the chaotic earth, shaking her dazed head stubbornly. Said this, she charged towards Parker again. Daring to oppose us demons, how utterly foolish. Today, no matter who comes, including the one you call master, I will exterminate the humans. Parker's eyes turned cold. In an instant, his late-stage Great Luo immortal power erupted, instantly arriving above Valerie, holding his halberd down to strike, aiming to sever her dragon head. Initially, he had hoped to persuade the dragons to surrender, thereby increasing the demon's strength, but now seeing Valerie's obstinacy, he no longer wished to wait. Seeing this, the remaining humans involuntarily closed their eyes in despair, accepting their fate and waiting quietly for death. Silence. However, just as they accepted their fate, the anticipated cries of agony did not occur. Instead, they were replaced by a voice. "You trash! How dare you bully my mount and the humans?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of familiarity and then opened their eyes. Upon opening their eyes, they saw Valerie, who they thought would die, not only alive but with 24 white beads slowly spinning above her head. The white beads emitted immense power, perfectly blocking Parker's halberd. However, seeing the figure of an exceptionally handsome youth floating mid-air above Parker, many people's pupils constricted, astonished. Rock Sage. Chapter 48. Extremely angry, with severe consequences. Indeed, this young man was Landon. Even during his earlier seclusion, Landon had sensed a decrease in the human race's aura and immediately suspected that something had happened to them. Hence, he hurried over. Thankfully, it wasn't too late yet. Seeing Valerie, battered and bruised all over, and then witnessing the aftermath of the human race's destruction around him, a cold look flashed across Landon's eyes. He hadn't anticipated that such a significant event would occur while he was merely in seclusion. Especially seeing the sacks of loot from humans in the hands of the demon race filled him with an even clearer understanding. The massacre of the Witch Clan has begun. With these thoughts, Landon's heart instantly surged with overwhelming murderous intent. How dare you offend the human race? Your audacity is not small. The tiger isn't on the mountain, so you monkeys reign supreme, do you? This is disregarding me entirely. Landon was extremely angry, and the consequences were very serious indeed. Master. Valerie, standing beside, saw Landon arrive and her eyes lit up immediately. But before she could say anything, seeming finally at ease, she fainted from pain. In response, Landon remained silent, his gaze turning colder as he slowly pulled out a peach from the pearl of calm sea, feeding it into her mouth before saying indifferently, "Speak. How do you wish to die?" He said it calmly without even glancing at Aaron once, as if discussing something trivial. This troublemaker, Landon didn't believe he couldn't be killed. Upon hearing these words, Aaron thought he had misheard. Being a perfect Great Enlightenment Golden Immortal, he naturally discerned Landon's current cultivation level right away. A perfect Cooper Golden Immortal. But a perfect Cooper Golden Immortal dared to ask him, a later stage Great Enlightenment Golden Immortal, how he wished to die. Subconsciously, Aaron assumed this person was a fool. However, little did he know, Landon's physical body was already at early stage Great Enlightenment Golden Immortal, possessing not only all the divine powers of the three purities, but also accompanied by countless spirit treasures. Boy, you are his master? A perfect Cooper Golden Immortal is quite impressive. If you understand the situation and join our demon race's heavenly court, I can pardon you for your previous crimes and allow you to enjoy the fortune of the heavenly court. After gauging Landon's cultivation level, Aaron tried to recruit him. Previously, someone like Landon wouldn't have been worth his notice, but after the Witch Demon War, the heavenly court had suffered heavy losses, leading him to consider recruiting Landon under his command. However, before he finished, Landon interrupted him. Pacify. With a thought, Landon's mind moved the Pearl of Calm Sea along with it. Instantly, the Pearl of Calm Sea emitted boundless divine light throughout the heavens. The 20 divine pearls gradually grew larger and hurtled straight towards Aaron. Since Aaron did not choose his own way of death, there was no need to waste words. Landon would select for him. Bold. Aaron's face changed abruptly, then he erupted in rage. Unable to think more, he swiftly channeled his internal magical power, swinging his square halberd to block the Pearl of Calm Sea. Buzz. As the Pearl of Calm Sea struck his head, his figure instantly dipped. Seeing this, Aaron's face slightly altered. High-grade primordial spirit treasure. Now I see. No wonder you dare challenge me. But this is far from enough. Saying this, he swung his hand, shattering the Pearl of Calm Sea aside. Indeed, it's not enough. Landon's expression was calm, muttering to himself, showing no signs of surprise as if everything was within there. Perhaps I would have lost. From being hit earlier, he now understood that Landon's ultimate grade primordial spirit treasure was a defensive one rather than offensive, filling him with joy and insatiable greed. Considering he currently only had one medium grade primordial spirit treasure, Seeing Landon's possessions, he immediately harbored thoughts of killing for treasure. But then something shocking happened. Is that so? Then I'll add one more. Landon's indifferent words followed by the appearance of a blackish-blue flag, radiating innate Daoistic resonance, equally powerful as the Wuji apricot yellow banner. Clearly another ultimate-grade primordial spirit treasure, the XuanHuan control water flag. Seeing this, Aaron was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. He wanted to curse. When did primordial spirit treasures become so worthless? But Landon ignored him, using his divine will to control the Pearl of Calm Sea, the Wuji apricot yellow banner, and the XuanHuan control water flag, launching all three spirit treasures towards Aaron. This time, he held nothing back, channeling initial Great Enlightenment golden immortal power into them. When the XuanHuan control water flag appeared, a sense of danger surged in Aaron's heart. He wanted to dodge, but Landon was prepared. How could he escape from three primordial spirit treasures? Soon, the three spirit treasures struck Aaron hard. In just a blink, Aaron was pummeled mercilessly, even losing an arm. The might of primordial spirit treasures was evident. Boy, you're courting death. To lose to a perfect Cooper golden immortal enraged Aaron, who then uttered a threat and transformed into his true form. A nine-headed bird, colored red, duck-like, with wings spanning 100 meters and towering 10,000 feet, darkening the sky. This was Aaron's true form. As one of the 10 great demon saints, it wasn't just due to his terrifying strength, but also because he possessed some horrifying divine powers. Sure enough, after revealing his true form, those 9 heads opened their mouths toward Landon, spraying out 9 torrents of raging flames. This fire was not ordinary. It not only scorched flesh but caused greater damage to the soul, capable of directly extinguishing it. Using his innate divine power, Aaron watched Landon neither dodge nor flee, assuming he was terrified by his power. Smirking coldly, Aaron's expression froze in the next instant. Just as he thought Landon would be burned to death, a layer of apricot yellow shielding suddenly enveloped Landon. The roaring flames landed on it, dissolving like water into the sea, causing no disturbance. It turns out, he had forgotten the Wuji apricot yellow banner, and the XuanHuan control water flag could defend impeccably besides attacking. Guarded by 2 ultimate-grade primordial spirit treasures, even as a later-stage Great Enlightenment golden immortal, Aaron couldn't harm him. Seeing this, Aaron's heart turned cold. Unable to break through the defenses, was he already half defeated? Sure enough, as soon as Aaron's divine power disappeared, Landon stepped forward and instantly appeared beside him. Skill, arm's length beyond reach. Then he punched mercilessly. Since breaking through to initial Great Enlightenment golden immortal, Landon hadn't known the true might of his physical body. Now was the perfect opportunity to experiment. Bang! One punch. Aaron spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards several miles. But would Landon stop at just that? In the next moment, Landon reappeared beside Aaron. Another punch. Arm's length beyond reach. Yet another punch. This cycle repeated endlessly. Before long, Aaron seemed like a mere clay doll, allowing Landon to manipulate him at will. Translation ends here, maintaining the original structure and flow of the chapter, keeping names in pinyin and preserving the tone and style of the narrative. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, 7 out of the 9 heads of his true form were instantly smashed to bits. At this moment, Landon's true strength was laid bare for all to see. With his physical cultivation at the initial stage of Great Enlightenment Golden Immortal, he brutally beat the later stage Great Enlightenment Golden Immortal Demon Saint Aaron of the Demon Race. Chapter 49. Leave? No, keep fighting. At the same moment, everyone watching nearby was completely stunned. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was unbelievable, especially those from the Demon Race. They knew all too well how terrifying their Demon Sage was. With a cultivation level at the late stage Great Perfection Immortal, his true form could even match up with a peak Great Perfection Immortal. But now, not only had he been defeated by Landon's 3 spiritual treasures, but after transforming into his true form, 7 of his heads were smashed directly. Moreover, the explosive sounds and screams caused by every punch landing were enough to send shivers down their spines. This reminded them of the terror of battling the witch clans. Back then, this was exactly how the witches treated them. Was this person from the witch clans? Actually, not just them. Even Aaron himself was beaten to the point of questioning his existence. 7 out of 9 heads were smashed, drastically weakening him and reducing his strength to early stage Great Perfection Immortal. Even a peak Great Perfection Immortal was utterly decimated by Landon. Thank you, Great Sovereign. Long live the mighty and invincible Great Sovereign. Seeing this, the humans on the side were all dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes as if they couldn't believe it, and then broke into tears of joy. Landon was indeed too powerful, simply shocking and awe-inspiring. The human race is fortunate to have the aid of the Great Sovereign. The Great Sovereign should leave first. The human race cannot afford to offend or provoke the demon race. It is already a great honor for us to gain the favor of the Great Sovereign. We do not dare to ask for more, only that the Great Sovereign take some humans away to preserve our lineage. Yes, although we know the importance of perseverance, the demon race is too strong for the human race to withstand. We only ask that the Great Sovereign leaves first. Even if we use our bodies to build a path, we will die protecting the Great Sovereign's escape from the demon race. Suiren clan, we implore the Great Sovereign to leave first. Implore the Great Sovereign to leave first. Please, leave first. After the jubilation came contemplation. Realizing Aaron was from the heavenly court, many humans immediately understood the pros and cons and speculated on the outcome for the human race. Unfortunately, the human race was currently too weak. In contrast, the demons were vastly powerful. The previous battle for dominance in the universe swept through the entire chaotic world. How could the human race possibly contend with the demons of the heavenly court? They had no qualifications to fight. The human race simply couldn't match the demons. They would inevitably suffer revenge from the demon race in the future. Thinking of this, the humans wanted Landon to abandon them and leave first. This was also to protect Landon. As they finished speaking, all the humans knelt before Landon, shouting in unison. Their voices echoed across the cosmos. Their momentum soared. Millions of humans jointly wished for Landon to leave first. Sigh. Witnessing this scene, the remaining demons were shocked. Some demons even instinctively took a step back, startled by the humans' overwhelming presence. Realizing this, they couldn't help feeling humiliated. Had they really been affected by mere mortals? Speaking of Landon, logically, using his early-stage Great Perfection Immortal physique to slay a peak Great Perfection Immortal demon sage should make him feel triumphant. However, at this moment, he suddenly fell silent. He hadn't anticipated that after killing Aaron, the human race would react like this, to acknowledge their inability to face the demons and offer their own lives to protect him while ensuring his safety. How could he not fall silent? Not bursting forth from silence, but silently contemplating. At this moment, a significant change occurred within him. Originally, rescuing the human race was for his peace of mind and the benefit of humanity's fate. But now, he genuinely identified with these humans. Our human race was abandoned by Audrey Sonia, left unattended. But we did not anger, grieve, nor complain. Afterward, our human race persisted in life despite adversity, yet the demon race pressed upon us relentlessly. Even insects strive for survival. Now, if we must die, let us die with dignity. After a long pause, Landon spoke calmly. Upon finishing his words, the 24 sea-stabilizing pearls floating beside him suddenly emitted a brilliant light, gradually enlarging and then hurling towards the other demons. Boom, boom. With the explosions, the remaining demons were instantly killed by the sea-stabilizing pearls. Having done this, the sea-stabilizing pearls hovered above Landon's head, astonishing the crowd, as they abruptly carried Landon swiftly toward Lingxiao. Storming into Lingxiao. Demons? Today, I will celebrate the rebirth of the human race with the blood of demons. Chapter 50. Fine, fine. Come to die, shall you? Leaving behind these words, Landon headed straight for Lingxiao. Since Rock Jamie established the Heavenly Court, most of the demon race has resided within it. Furthermore, both inside and outside the Heavenly Court are heavily guarded, with even a gatekeeping demon at the southern Heaven Gate possessing an initial stage of Great Sage rank. An initial stage of Great Sage rank. It is important to note that even leaders of some smaller clans in the chaotic wastelands lack such cultivation. Yet, here, they can only be gatekeepers. This clearly demonstrates how terrifying the power of the demon race truly is. Snake Mountain was Arlo guarding the southern Heaven Gate on behalf of the demon race. On this day, he was meditating right at the entrance. Though he held the position of gatekeeper, who would dare challenge the Heavenly Court? Therefore, his job mostly involved meditation. Boom. However, just as he sensed a breakthrough looming, a deafening explosion suddenly interrupted him. Not only did it shatter his moment of enlightenment, but it also nearly drove him into madness. This instantly fueled a surging rage within him. He opened his eyes, ready to confront whoever dared cause such chaos. But upon opening his eyes, he was met with an astonishing sight. Before him stood a youth with long flowing hair, standing atop the southern Heaven Gate. The swirling currents around him caused his white robe to flutter, and the divine pearls emitting boundless light added to his charisma. One glance left everyone inwardly marveling at the sight of this pure boom. With an explosion, Snake Mountain, at the initial stage of Great Sage rank, was crushed to death by the 24 divine pearls. An initial stage, Great Sage rank killed in one move. Especially his true form, unable to withstand the might of the divine pearls, exploded into a shower of blood in midair, staining even the ruined southern Heaven Gate. Indeed, only in battle can one truly enhance their strength. In the desolate southern Heaven Gate area, the youth murmured. The 24 divine pearls returned to his side. Clearly, Snake Mountain's swift death was at Landon's hands. After suppressing Snake Mountain, the youth didn't spare a glance at the endless rain of blood and flew straight into the southern Heaven Gate. Only the blood and the ruined southern Heaven Gate remained behind, creating a scene that would surely leave future rebels like Malachi pondering its implications. Just then, the foremost disciple of the Jia sect, human Landon, comes to pay respects, requesting the guidance of the demon race's Heavenly Court. Suddenly, a roaring voice echoed through the heavens, reaching far and wide, causing countless demons to stir. Indeed, the youth who suppressed Snake Mountain earlier was none other than Landon. Countless humans have been massacred, and he intended to return the favor. Thus, he single-handedly attacked the Heavenly Court. What? I must have heard wrong. Someone actually coming to my demon clan's Heavenly Court to create trouble? How audacious, so audacious. How daring. Who wants to join me in cutting down this person? Do they think our Heavenly Court has no defenders? Looking for death. Is this a joke? Charging alone into our court? Even thinking you have a brain is giving you too much credit. As soon as the voice reverberated through the Heavenly Court, numerous furious voices rose. Clearly, the demons within the court were reacting. Initially, they thought they misheard Landon's declaration. After all, they were the demon race, and the Heavenly Court was their stronghold. Now, someone dared challenge them at the court? This wasn't just humiliating them but urinating on their heads. Instantly, countless auras surged up. Regardless of whether demons were in seclusion or breaking through, they all rushed angrily towards the southern Heaven Gate. In no time, thousands of black specks appeared in the distant sky, growing larger. They were the arriving demons. Not only that, but the numbers kept increasing at an alarming rate. Within moments, tens of thousands. Countless and uncountable. Had this not been near the southern Heaven Gate, but deeper within the court, where stronger demon masters reside, supreme beings would have arrived instantly. Nevertheless, at this moment, in the Lingxiao Heaven, and divine music spread through the universe. releasing an overwhelming aura that made all living things feel insignificant. Witnessing this, all beings in the chaotic wastelands looked on in awe, their faces filled with horror. Because they knew a sage had acted. Chapter 51. Stand and do not move. Sage. The moment this realization dawned in everyone's hearts, it immediately set all their nerves on edge. Not becoming a sage means forever being as insignificant as ants. This was an adage that had echoed through the endless eons of XuanHuan. However, ever since Ewing attained sainthood, even though the era of sages arrived, no other sage has intervened except during the Great War between the witches and beasts when they engaged in conflicts over the rule of heaven and earth. But now, a sage is acting again. Thus, how could they not feel shocked and curious? While everyone knew sages were invincible, knowing it and witnessing it firsthand are entirely different matters. Amidst the boundless blood sea across the vast expanse of XuanHuan, though only Xianxia's heavenly palace resounded with endless immortal melodies, there was a vague sense that many great beings felt reflected in their pupils replaced by another scene. It's him, Jean exclaimed softly, while Dirk cried out in surprise. Both pondered thoughtfully, unsure what they were contemplating. As predicted by all, a sage has acted, and the one who acted is none other than the master of Xianxia sect. 4. Unknown to Win, on top of Xianxia's heavenly palace, the silhouette of Xia unexpectedly appeared in the void above. The moment he appeared, countless phenomena emerged alongside. The heavens darkened, golden lotus blossoms bloomed endlessly on the ground, reflecting myriad celestial phenomena. More striking was the invisible divine sword standing aloft above Xia. Its length unknown, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, seemingly reaching the heavens, its width encompassing endless shadows piercing through time and space. The awe-inspiring sword intent drew horrifying spatial rifts, which would surely carry away any greater Luo immortal before they could approach the divine sword. Seeing this scene, including Rock Jamie and Zechariah Donghuang, everyone in the heavenly palace shivered inwardly, feeling the immense sword intent piercing through their souls, making them unable to look directly at it. The divine sword shook heaven. May I ask, Sage Xia, why do you interfere? After a long pause, Jamie stepped forward, cupping his fists to ask, die. The demons in the grand hall blinked, and in that fleeting moment, only the word die lingered, leaving each of them facing an invisible divine sword, feeling utterly isolated. A threat, an outright threat. Countless demon sages and generals glared angrily. The proud Zechariah Donghuang had solar true fire blazing around him, and the chaotic bell in his hand gradually grew larger. However, just then, a hand suddenly pressed down on the chaotic bell. Tracing the origin, it was Jamie's doing. At this moment, Jamie's face remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Xia's threat. Yet, everyone had a strange feeling that Jamie seemed much more restrained. It wasn't that he didn't want to act against the sage. After all, the All-Heaven Star Array wasn't created merely to counter the Witch Clan, but also prepared to challenge the sages. But he couldn't act now, because after the last Great War, the Demon Clan hadn't recovered. Acting against a sage would be too costly. Moreover, failing to achieve sainthood doomed one to insignificance. Thus, in this subtle silence, Jamie and company were kept at bay by Xia, unable to leave, watching helplessly. Speaking of Landon, after smashing the southern gate, he watched the incoming demons, momentarily stunned. He wasn't bewildered by the demons or afraid, but rather by the laughter echoing in his ears. You mischievous disciple. It was Xia, his own master, Sage Xia. Landon froze. Before he could respond, Xia's voice sounded again. Rest assured, Jamie is under my watch. Go ahead and create chaos. With your master supporting you, nothing will happen. The domineering words echoed. Hearing this, Landon instantly understood. Logically, his disturbance had already caught Jamie's attention. Initially puzzled by Jamie's absence, he now realized it was due to his master keeping him at bay. Moved by this realization, he didn't expect his master to care so deeply about his safety, coming to assist when danger arose. Thinking of this, Landon bowed deeply toward Xia at Xianxia's heavenly palace. Everything was left unsaid. Grateful, Landon dispelled his feminine demeanor, turning to face the approaching myriad demons. Next, he summoned the Wuji yellow flag overhead, held the 24C stabilizing pearls in hand, and stepped upon the XuanHuan water control banner, transforming into a streak of light. The foremost disciple of Xianxia sect, Human Landon, has come to seek instruction. Chapter 52. Who doesn't know how to rally support? Zhejiao's chief disciple, Human Race Landon. I come to challenge. He roared. Facing the onslaught of 10,000 demons, Landon, wielding a high-quality innate magic treasure and an ultimate quality innate magic treasure, unleashed his full cultivation and charged straight into battle. Fortunately, though these demon races seemed numerous, few had high cultivations. Most were at the peak of the Great Hemlock Immortal level, with some even lower. However, their numbers could crush even a Great Luo Immortal. Even a peak Great Luo Immortal or Quasi-Holy might perish if they weren't cautious. Seeing this scene, the great powers observing in secret couldn't help but feel deeply curious. For Landon's cultivation, aside from his physical body which was unobservable, they instantly recognized that his soul power was at the peak Great Hemlock Immortal level. But a mere peak Great Hemlock Immortal faced thousands of demons, not retreating but advancing, charging alone into the fray. However, they soon understood why. Inside the southern heavenly gate, suppress. A thunderous voice echoed like celestial sound. In the next moment, 20 stabilizing sea pearls appeared from all directions, innate Tao essence flowing continuously, suppressing the universe itself. Even space succumbing glance at these attacks, merely moving his mind. Instantly, the Cooper water controlling flag underfoot emitted 10,000-foot beams of light, creating a transparent water-like barrier around him in an instant. When the demonic powers struck Landon, the barrier seamlessly protected him, dissipating the attacks like water blending into the sea, leaving Landon unharmed. Seeing this, the demons who were initially elated were now dumbfounded. Attacks from peak Great Hemlock Immortals were so fierce, yet his defenses were horrifying, such that nearly 100 demons attacking together couldn't break through. What the hell are we fighting for? Fortunately, there were astute ones among the demon races, sensing their demoralization and hesitation. A loud shout echoed. This Taoist has a few treasures for defense, but his magical power won't last long. Besides, we are many. What do we fear? This spurred hope in the demon masses, renewing their resolve. You're right, it's just one man. What does our race have to fear? Kill. With their renewed shouts, the demon's murderous intent soared, an overwhelming killing chi converging even before they made their move, terrifying to behold. Meanwhile, the great powers watching covertly nearly bulged their eyes out. A high-quality innate magic treasure? And 2 ultimate quality ones too? Phew. The great powers sucked in cold breaths, various envious and resentful expressions appearing in their eyes. Now they understood. The reason for Landon's confidence lay in these 3 treasures. Realizing this, envy filled them. They marveled at Landon's resources. Some great powers still lacked an ultimate quality treasure, yet Landon had 2, truly infuriating. Amidst their envy, some shook their heads, agreeing with the earlier demon's words. After all, an individual's magical power had limits, especially using treasures so frequently, depleting energy quickly. Under such conditions, Landon would likely fall soon. Indeed, after only thrice using the treasures, Landon's internal magic was almost entirely depleted. Unfortunately, treasures were both his strength and his downfall. His soul cultivation was only at the peak Great Hemlock Immortal stage. Using ultimate quality treasures clearly strained him, let alone 2 plus a high quality one. However, Landon wasn't overly worried. He beckoned, retrieving the stabilizing sea pearls. Then he pulled out a peach of immortality. Gulp. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom. Instantly, Landon's internal magic surged, quickly recovering more than half. Kidding, though his magic depleted fast, he had the peaches of immortality, one of the 10 great innate roots, capable of rapid magical recovery besides aiding breakthroughs. Witnessing this, including the generous, few had high cultivations. Almost all were around the peak of the golden immortal realm, with some even below that. However, by sheer numbers alone, they could overwhelm even a great perfection golden immortal. Even one at the peak or a near saint might succumb if careless. Seeing this, the powerful beings observing in secret couldn't help but feel deeply curious. Except for Landon's physical body, they could easily discern his spirit was at the peak golden immortal realm. Yet, why would a mere peak golden immortal face thousands of demons without retreating but instead advance solo into battle? But they soon understood why. Inside the South Heaven Gate, subdue. A command resounded like heavenly music. In the next moment, 20 sea stabilizing divine pearls appeared from all directions, their primordial aura flowing continuously. The power of the high-grade Cooper divine treasure pressed down upon the universe, subduing even space itself. Instantly, several dozen demons of the mystic golden immortal realm, who hadn't yet approached Landon, were killed on the spot by the sea-stabilizing divine pearls, transforming into boundless blood rain that fell across the land. One strike killed dozens of mystic golden immortal demons. The power of a high-grade Cooper divine treasure was evident. However, Landon didn't have just one such treasure. Right after using the sea-stabilizing divine pearls, Landon threw the wooey apricot yellow banner into the sky. Boom! Thunder roared. Originally only 1 foot 7 inches, the banner suddenly expanded to 10,000 feet wide, instantly covering the sky. At the same time, boundless wonders emerged, with yellowish-brown energy weaving into countless golden lotuses, instantly trapping dozens of demons within. Instant kill. Another instant kill. In just a flash, dozens of demons were struck down by Landon. Though the wooey apricot yellow banner was primarily defensive, its status as an ultimate-grade Cooper divine treasure ensured its power rivaled the sea-stabilizing divine pearls. Just as Landon attacked the demons, the other demons finally reached him. Kill. Roars erupted as the demons unleashed various attacks toward Landon. However, Landon didn't even glance at the incoming attacks, and with a mental command. Suddenly, the Cooper water control flag underfoot emitted dazzling light, enveloping Landon in an invisible barrier within moments. Buzz. When the demonic skills landed on Landon, they found the barrier protected him flawlessly, dissipating their abilities harmlessly, like water merging into the sea, leaving Landon unharmed. Witnessing this, the demons who had initially rejoiced were now stunned. Attacks from peak golden immortals were fierce, but to have such terrifying defense that even nearly 100 demons couldn't break through? What the hell kind of fight is this? Fortunately, among the demons, there were shrewd ones who seemed to notice the other's hesitation. He yelled out loud. Though this Taoist has a few protective treasures, his magic power won't last long. Besides, we have many demon warriors. What do we fear? With these words, the demons brightened up, agreeing with the idea and redoubling their efforts. That's right, he's just one person. What does our race fear? Kill. Accompanied by shouts, the demons killing intent soared, already generating boundless sha chi before engaging, instilling dread in anyone who saw it. Meanwhile, as Landon engaged, the powerful observers were nearly shocked speechless. A high-grade Cooper divine treasure? And 2 ultimate-grade Cooper divine treasures too? Whoa. The powerful beings drew sharp breaths, envy, jealousy, and resentment flashing in their eyes. Now they knew. Landon's confidence stemmed from these 3 treasures. Understanding this, they felt envious, astonished by Landon's profound background. Some powerful beings still lacked an ultimate-grade Cooper divine treasure, yet Landon possessed 2. A stark contrast indeed. Amidst their envy, some shook their heads, agreeing with the demon earlier. After all, one's mana has limits, especially with frequent use of divine treasures, which would quickly drain it. Given the increasing pressure, Landon would likely be defeated soon. Indeed, having used the treasures thrice, Landon's mana was already mostly depleted. No choice. Success breeds failure through the same means. His spirit was merely at the peak golden immortal realm, finding it taxing to wield ultimate-grade Cooper divine treasures, let alone two along with one high-grade one. However, Landon wasn't overly concerned, summoning back the sea-stabilizing divine pearls, then pulling out a peach. Gulped. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom. Instantly, Landon's mana surged, rapidly recovering. Kidding aside, though mana consumption was swift, he had peaches. As one of the 10 great Cooper spirit roots, the peach not only aids breakthroughs but also quickly restores mana. Seeing this, including the demons, everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? Not only did he have 3 Cooper divine treasures, but he also had a spirit root for restoring mana. Many cursed inwardly. Yet, despite their curses, they didn't stop. Again swarming towards him, this time in greater numbers, nearly 1,000 in total. Most were still at the golden immortal realm. Feeling the mounting pressure, Landon put away his previous disdain, his gaze becoming serious. But he wasn't one to sit and wait for defeat. Restored, he immediately few demons were envious, and Jamie himself began to feel anxious. Fortunately, the demon warriors were not cowards, let alone could Landon, being only one person, prevail against them in an extended battle despite having accompanying spiritual treasures. Thinking this far, Jamie felt immense joy internally. He wished his demon tribes would put in more effort to suppress Landon right then and there. He was even thinking about what rewards should be given to those who would slay Landon. However, just at that very moment, his face froze. He saw Landon pull out a peach and eat it, restoring more than half of his power instantly. Moreover, what shocked him even more followed. How dare you bully my senior brother? How presumptuous! Where are the disciples of our Jia teachings? A roar resounded. The voice appeared along with the figure. A form emerged out of nowhere. Observing its cultivation level, it was clearly in the middle stage of Great Hemlock Golden Immortal. But the middle stage Great Hemlock Golden Immortal's cultivation was nothing extraordinary. What drew immediate attention was the haphazard array of accessories adorning this figure, each exuding immense power. All were spiritual treasures. Not just that, just as this man roared, another melodious voice chimed in fiercely. Senior brother, fear not. I, Neve of the Jia teachings, comes to assist senior brother. Heidi of the Jia teachings comes to assist senior brother. Gillen Hodging of the Jia teachings. Aya of the Jia teachings. Xianxia of the Jia teachings. And so on. With the echoes of their roars, figures kept appearing. Upon learning Landon was in distress, thousands of immortals of the Jia teachings came to offer their aid. Each might not have impressive individual strength, but together they created an awe-inspiring force, striking fear into anyone witnessing them. Especially the endless procession of tightly packed figures coming forward made anyone watching break into cold sweats. Hence, for the first time since its establishment, disciples of the Jia teachings gathered to fight side by side. Thousands of immortals came. Wow! Witnessing this spectacle, the hidden powerful figures were astonished, not by the cultivations of the Jia teaching disciples, but by the unity and strength of the Jia teachings. The demon clans were among the most formidable in the world, whom only the sages and witch clans dared not provoke. Yet here they were, risking everything to come to the aid of Landon, a mere individual? Such resolve, such courage, such spirit, all left the mighty figures awestruck. They sensed that in due time, the Jia teachings would surely thrive. No, it was bound to happen. After all, they knew the founder of the Jia teachings was the great sage Xia. Regarding Landon, at this moment, he was dumbfounded, never expecting that besides his master, the Jia teaching disciples would also come to his aid. Seeing those familiar faces, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude welling up inside him. Thank you, juniors, for your assistance. Landon clasped his hands in gratitude. But before he finished, Scott interrupted him. Senior brother, we are all Jia teaching disciples, one family. There is no need for thanks. Yes, indeed. You are our senior brother. How could we stand by when you're in trouble? Senior brother, command us. This group of demons is nothing compared to our strength. Scott's words were met with enthusiastic agreement from the others, including the 3 Xiaos, full of laughter and without a hint of tension facing the demons. Hearing this, Landon felt another wave of warmth surge through him. Indeed, the Jia teaching disciples were one family. Originally, Landon wanted to say more, but words failed him as he tried to speak. But he knew that from this point onward, the Jia teachings would be his second home. Realizing this, he didn't say more but cautiously reminded them, all right, I will not dissuade you further. Remember, your safety always comes first. Understood, senior brother? The Jia teaching disciples acknowledged. Then, without hesitation, Landon wielded 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures and charged forward first, leading the assault against thousands of demons. Kill. Roars reverberated. Immortals of the Jia teachings closely followed. Thus, thousands of immortals of the Jia teachings came, joining Landon in assaulting the demon clans. Chapter 54. Audacious. Who dares to run wild? You scum dare to lay a hand on my senior brother? Die! With an angry roar, Scott, relying on his multitude of spiritual treasures, swiftly suppressed several early-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal demons, including one mid-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal demon. It must be noted that Scott himself was only at the mid-stage Zechariah Golden Immortal level. His strength was evident. Not just Scott, but the other Jia Jiao disciples were also like they had been injected with adrenaline, each one fighting ferociously. One might think that the demons earlier attacked not Landon but them personally. Note: I have made Jiejiao as Jiejiao to maintain consistency in terminology. Also, disciples is used instead of Zathui, trash, to stay true to the context and ensure natural fluency in English. Clearly, all disciples of Jiejiao felt the same pain as Landon and were even more enraged. How dare you bully a disciple of Jiejiao, especially the senior brother? Truly reckless. Come and die. Cooper Golden Dipper, kill. Among them, the three fairies, Sanshao, were particularly fierce, working together in perfect harmony. Even against opponents 2 levels higher, mid-stage Zechariah Golden Immortals, they didn't last more than 5 moves under their combined efforts. The other Jiejiao disciples were no less impressive, each holding off 2 enemies without faltering. However, the most outstanding was undoubtedly Landon. Being the highest-ranking cultivator among Jiejiao disciples, and having learned all the Taoist arts from the 3 pure ones, plus being guarded by 3 supreme innate treasures, he was simply incomparably strong. Previously, he would have struggled against so many demons, as personal power has its limits. Each swing of a spiritual treasure drained much of his magical energy, and though he possessed the peaches of immortality, one of the 10 great innate spirit roots, recovery took time. But now, with the help of Jiejiao disciples, he felt much more at ease. With every gesture, dozens of demons were obliterated. As soon as his magical energy neared depletion, he'd pull out peaches from the sea-stabilizing pearl to recover, all while keeping an eye on weaker fellow disciples. This cycle repeated countless times, slaying numerous demons while protecting his Jiejiao brothers and sisters, ensuring no casualties. At the same time, this scene left full stage great perfection golden immortal, no, half-step quasi-saint. Landon's gaze sharpened as he watched the incoming behemoth. This aura was familiar. Before coming to the demon heavenly court, he had slain a full stage great perfection golden immortal. But this figure was evidently stronger, nearly reaching the quasi-saint realm. Not just Landon, the entire battlefield was swept by the half-step quasi-saint's aura, everyone instinctively stopping to look in the same direction. In front of them appeared a 9-headed beast with a fierce countenance, covered in shimmering scales under the intense light, looking extremely formidable. It's Porter Demon Saint. A demon exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, everyone understood who had arrived. Porter, one of the 10 great demon saints, lived up to his name with 9 heads, each representing a life. He could recover quickly even if one head was cut off, virtually immortal. Even true quasi-saints found him challenging. Thinking of this, the demons rejoiced. One stepped forward, pointing at Landon. Report to Porter Demon Saint. These are the ones causing trouble at our court. As he spoke, Porter turned his 9 heads toward Landon, eyes filled with icy killing intent, his half-step quasi-saint aura overwhelming. Meanwhile, in Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, I heard Porter plan to seclude himself to break through to quasi. Melvin was a half-step quasi-saint, and did not dare to be careless. Bold indeed. Melvin did not expect that upon seeing him, Landon showed no trace of fear and instead attacked first. As a half-step quasi-saint, Melvin could see at a glance that Landon's spirit had reached the peak of the Zechariah Golden Immortal Realm. Despite recognizing this, Melvin immediately flew into a rage. When had a mere peak Zechariah Golden Immortal dared to make a move against him? Suddenly enraged, Melvin's 9 heads glared furiously, with surging, overwhelming power. A force of yin-yang energy swirled around the 9 heads. Then it surged directly toward Landon, who was flying towards him. Without a doubt, Melvin, as a half-step quasi-saint, far exceeded the ghost chariot previously killed by Landon in terms of speed and strength, at least tripling its capabilities. Thus, before Landon could react, Melvin's tremendous power already hit him. Buzz. However, what Melvin expected did not happen. As soon as his power landed on Landon, a transparent barrier like water dispersed it instantly. It was none other than the Supreme Cooper Treasure, the XuanHuan water controlling banner. Supreme Cooper Treasure. Melvin also appeared, not expecting Landon to have such a treasure. His pupils constricted, exclaiming in surprise. But then, boundless greed appeared in his eyes. Bang! Before he could make any further moves, Landon was already in front of him, striking one of Melvin's heads with a punch. Landon knew that facing Melvin, a half-step quasi-saint, his own spirit cultivation was too weak. If he used his power, he might not even break Melvin's defenses. As Landon predicted, even his initial stage Great Luo Golden Immortal physical prowess, which punched Melvin's head, felt like hitting an acquired spiritual treasure. Not only did his arm ache from the impact, but Melvin only lost some skin and retreated miles away, unharmed as Landon hoped. Pity. While eating a peach to recover, Landon sighed. He hadn't expected Melvin's defense to be so formidable. However, Melvin was even more shocked. What a powerful body. After retreating for thousands of miles, Melvin gasped, looking at Landon's body as if he were a primeval god. Although his head wasn't blasted apart, Melvin didn't feel good. It remained dazed, and the pain spread through his entire body. Melvin's heart churned with shock, believing Landon to be of the witch tribe, perhaps attacking the heavenly court in defiance of the ancestors' orders. Indeed, only the bodies of the witches were so strong. But quickly, seeing the treasures Landon possessed, Melvin realized witches cultivate only their bodies and don't have spirits or power, nor use treasures. So Landon couldn't be from the witch tribe. After understanding, Melvin became even more shocked. There actually existed a cultivator whose physical prowess rivaled the witches? Could it be that this person combined the advantages of the witches and cultivators, cultivating both body and spirit? If given time, no, just reaching this realm would allow Landon to obliterate him instantly. With this thought, Melvin's killing intent flared up, deciding Landon must not be left alive. He stopped hesitating, his gaze turning cold. All 9 heads flicked out tongues, mouths opening wide to unleash several mystic powers. Toxic flames and murky currents spewed from his mouths, weaving into a huge firewater net, full of endless murderous intent, rushing towards Landon. The immense firewater net trapped Landon despite his early awareness. Just as the net began to constrict, aiming to crush Landon, another dark yellow barrier suddenly appeared, protecting him tightly and dispersing the net. Another Supreme Cooper treasure? Melvin exclaimed, almost popping out his 18 eyeballs. Clearly, like the mighty beings observing covertly, Melvin was astounded by Landon's luxurious treasures. Yet in battle, distraction is fatal. Indeed, as he exclaimed, Landon beaten by Landon. With thunderous explosions, Melvin's heads kept exploding. Only his unique ability allowed quick recovery from losing one head, saved him from immediate death. Nevertheless, Melvin felt colder inside, realizing Landon was even stronger than the witch enemies, terrifying beyond imagination. If nothing else worked, his own demise would only be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Melvin grew anxious. At this moment, a voice filled with imperial authority suddenly echoed in his mind. Telepathy. Melvin, hear me without making a sound. Quickly set up the small universe array. It was Rock Tai Hao Jamie. Melvin rejoiced, an idea flashing across his mind. Suddenly enlightened, he sacrificed 3 heads and escaped temporarily under heavy injuries. Seeing this, the observers were puzzled, but they were stunned in the next moment, because Melvin's voice suddenly echoed. Children of the demon race, follow the order to form the small universe array. Chapter 56. Showing off in front of me? I can do it too. Children of the demon race, obey my command and form the small Zhu Xian star array. As Reed's voice echoed, he threw out a star banner. Upon hearing this, the rest of the demon race's eyes lit up, as if they suddenly remembered something important. Yes, they still had the small Zhu Xian star array. Hurry, quickly form the array. The Zhu Xian star array was originally intended to deal with the witch clan. Later, the demon rock simplified it so we could better combat other witches, thus creating the small Zhu Xian star array. Great. Now we can show the world the power of our demon race. Amidst the excitement of the demon race, they swiftly flew under Reed, arranging themselves in formation, each taking their assigned roles. In no time, the grand formation was completed. As soon as the formation was set, countless small stars in the distant heavens began to shine brightly, radiating divine light that intersected and illuminated downward. The principle behind the Zhu Xian star array is using the 365 main stars in the primordial universe as guides to mobilize millions of stars, thereby summoning endless star power. As for the small Zhu Xian star array, it is much simpler than its counterpart, hence reducing its power significantly. It can merely hold off a quasi-saint for some time, but lacks the strength comparable to a saint. But even so, it is more than enough to deal with Landon and his company. For this reason, all members of the demon race were overjoyed. Sigh, who would have thought that after the defeat of the demon race, they not only didn't lose any fighting spirit but also strived harder, even simplifying the Zhu Xian star array. The great powers observing from the shadows sucked in a cold breath. Their shock was no less than when the Zhu Xian star array first emerged. After all, there's no need to mention the immense power of the Zhu Xian star array, which rivals that of a saint. Now, with the simplification of this formation by the demon race, its power can be imagined. Even though it cannot rival a saint, it is sufficient to delay them temporarily. Thinking of this, the great powers felt a sense of impending crisis. Not only them, even the always composed Shaw felt this matter was beyond his expectations. His body trembled slightly, and he was ready to disregard the saint's words and act immediately. However, just as he was about to make his move, something shocking happened. An unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone. You demons have your formations, don't I have them too? Facing the demon race's small Zhu Xian star array, Landon remained calm and said indifferently. His words left everyone, including the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao, stunned. Does Jiejiao have an array? Why hasn't Master mentioned it? The 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao were confused. Before they could figure it out, Landon's voice resounded in their hearts. Telepathic transmission. Junior brothers and sisters, I will now impart you an array. Once you understand it, immediately join me in forming the array. Listen carefully. This is the 10,000 immortal array, with me as the eye of the array, gathering the strength of each of you. Landon's words left everyone shocked. 10,000 immortal array. Isn't this the array Biff used against the witch clan? How did elder brother learn it? In an instant, many people became even more puzzled. Yet they knew it wasn't the time to delve into it deeply, so they hurriedly listened attentively, grasping its mysteries. Now let's talk about Landon. When he heard the demon race mention the small Zhu Xian star array, he was also surprised at first, but soon, he regained his composure. If the demon race has an array, doesn't the witch clan have one too? Thinking of this, he promptly said inwardly, apart from the spiritual treasures I've refined and the peach tree, sacrifice 1/5 of my spiritual treasures to increase the downloading speed of the 10,000 immortal array. Indeed, his plan was to bring out the 10,000 immortal array belonging to Jiejiao prematurely. Fortunately, he obtained quite a few spiritual treasures from Biff's treasure vault earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any treasures to sacrifice. Ding! The sacrifice was successful, accelerating the 10,000 immortal array's download speed. 1%, 2%, 3%. With the system prompts, a progress panel appeared. Seeing this, Landon felt the download speed was too slow and couldn't help but say, sacrifice 3/5 of the spiritual treasures again. Ding! Sacrifice successful. 4%, 24%, 44%. Ding! Download successful. Will the host use it? Use it, Landon thought. As soon as the words left his lips, countless array secrets appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he had previously learned numerous spells and array techniques from the 3 pure ones, including the art of arrays. Otherwise, even if the 10,000 immortal array appeared in his mind, it would take time to comprehend it. With his mastery of array techniques, however, he didn't need such extra effort. After comprehending the 10,000 immortal array, Landon relayed its intricacies to his fellow disciples. Next came the scene described earlier. Fortunately, Landon only taught them the formation techniques without making them serve as the array's eye. Otherwise, even with the 10,000 immortal array in front of them, it would take millennia for anyone to grasp it. For this reason, the 10,000 immortal array was quickly mastered by the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao. Indeed, the 10,000 immortal array seemed tailor-made for Jiejiao. All disciples were extremely excited upon learning this formation, feeling like they were aided by heaven. Afterward, once all 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao had grasped it, Landon didn't hesitate. With a flash, he stood tall, holding the Wuji apricot yellow flag above his head and stepping on the XuanHuan flood control flag. In his left hand, he held the 24 stabilizing pearls, standing proudly before the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao. Immediately, he raised his right hand, and a golden seal appeared in his palm, the esteemed Kunlun seal of the human race. Landon knew that due to Jiejiao's lack of a fortune-pressing artifact, their abundant fortune gathered and dissipated, leading to successive defeats and eventually almost all of it being claimed by the Western teachings. But now, it was different. He had a precious artifact capable of pressing down fortune. Even though the Kunlun seal is meant for pressing down the human race's fortune, it is sufficient for pressing down Jiejiao's temporary fortune. Sure enough, as he used the Kunlun seal, a mighty yellowish-brown aura condensed into a golden dragon that slowly descended upon the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao. Jiejiao's fortune was concentrated at this moment. 10,000 immortal array of Jiejiao, arise. Chapter 57. Contend with me? You're still lacking. The 10,000 immortal formation of the JE sect, rise. Landon said calmly. Though his words were light, they echoed through the 9 heavens and all the universe, landing clearly in everyone's ears without a single word missed. Immediately after, the 10,000 immortals of the JE sect responded as if hearing a signal. The profound formation appeared in their minds, and boundless magical power surged within them, each moving and displaying their unique abilities. In an instant, countless abilities and magical powers emerged. The 10,000 immortal formation was now formed. Landon's aura also gradually rose. Early stage Great Perfection Golden Immortal. Mid-stage Great Perfection Golden Immortal. Late stage Great Perfection Golden Immortal. Within a few breaths, Landon's momentum surged like bamboo shoots after rain, rapidly increasing to late stage Great Perfection Golden Immortal. At the same time, when the great beings saw the JE sect activate the 10,000 immortal formation, they were all stunned. Sigh. 10,000 immortal formation. It's actually Biff's 10,000 immortal formation? Biff is dead. How can this be? The great beings were suddenly startled, their faces filled with shock, their hearts tumultuous. Even when Biff was developing the 10,000 immortal formation, they were already shaken. After seeing Biff's demise, they oddly felt relieved. They had witnessed the power of the 10,000 immortal formation, capable of matching that of a sage. With the owner of such a supreme killing formation being eliminated, they naturally felt more at ease, for the world was one less threat. However, they did not expect the 10,000 immortal formation to reappear here, and even to be possessed by the JE sect. Thinking about this, they grew uneasy. No one was a fool. The determination of the JE sect's masses already shocked them. Now, with the 10,000 immortal formation adding strength, it made them even more formidable. Kunlun Mountain. How is this possible? Could it be that my junior brother learned Biff's formation and passed it on to Landon? Seeing the JE sect arrange the 10,000 immortal formation, Augustine's pupils constricted slightly, and he gasped in surprise. As one of the 3 pures, since separating from Hawkins, Augustine had always been paying attention to Hawkins and the JE sect. Despite his pride, he wanted to be superior as the senior brother, otherwise, what would it say about his Tao? Thus, he also followed suit. The JE sect widely recruited disciples, and so did he. Hawkins took in 9 personal disciples, and he took in 12 golden immortals for the Chuanjiao. Thinking about this, he believed his own Chuanjiao was better than the JE sect. But now, seeing the JE sect possess the 10,000 immortal formation, Augustine could not help but feel deeply threatened, as if he might lose. Western sect. When preparing to establish the Heavenly Court, the Tao ancestor appointed Biff as the chief male immortal. Later, when founding the Heavenly Court, Biff even created an ancient Heavenly Court to divide his fortunes. Finally, upon slaying Biff, even in death, he did not let him off easily, self-destructing to injure him. Now, the 10,000 immortal formation left by Biff reappeared, once again against the demon race. This only intensified Jamie's anger. As for Hawkins, being Landon's master, he was also quite surprised. Regarding the 10,000 immortal formation, when he first saw it, he thought it was tailor-made for his JE sect. He had learned much of it from Biff, but only grasped half of it, intending to perfect it later. But he did not expect that before he mastered it, his beloved disciple Landon had taken the lead. Not only had he learned it, but he also imparted the formation to the 10,000 immortals of the JE sect. Thinking about this, Hawkins was both astonished and delighted. Astonished by Landon's terrifying talent, delighted that Landon lived up to being his disciple, thinking along the same lines as him, regardless of everyone's reactions. At this moment, inside the south gate of heaven, the space froze, and the atmosphere reached its peak. The emergence of the 10,000 immortal formation astonished even great beings and sages. Those opposing Landon, like Melvin and other demons, were even more so, especially since they had previously experienced battling the 10,000 immortal formation. The mere thought of that overwhelming power sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, the current disciples of the JE sect were not as powerful as the cultivators of Mount Adrenli Island back then, making the 10,000 immortal formation somewhat weaker. Moreover, the situation demanded immediate action. The small Zhou Tian stellar formation, attack! Melvin roared into the sky. All demons exerted their full power. In an instant, hundreds of small stars descended. Though small, each star was millions of feet wide, with everyone rivaling a great perfection golden immortal in power. hundreds of stars combined, temporarily blocking out the sun. Even the divine light of the sun star was obscured. Facing this, Landon showed no fear and frantically operated the 10,000 immortal formation, his overwhelming aura sword. Suddenly, all gazes of the great beings converged here, staring intently without blinking. Thus, history repeated itself. Two supreme killing formations clashed again. Demon Race's small Zhou Tian stellar formation versus Je Sect's 10,000 immortal formation. Practically, his body instinctively warning him to take cover immediately. However, Landon did not heed it. Facing the assault of hundreds of stars, under tremendous pressure, he remained unperturbed, his vast power flowing with ease through his veins. Myriad Immortals formation. Attack! A faint voice emanated from his lips. Next, one could see the myriad immortals of the Zhejiao sect unleash their collective might, converging into one force. In the sky above Landon's head, following the myriad immortals formation, there formed a cluster of multicolored divine energy. The size of this energy cluster was comparable to the lesser Zhou Tian stellar array summoned by the demons, yet when compared to the sum total of the hundreds of stars, it seemed puny. But its aura subtly exceeded even the hundreds of stars, being grander and more substantial. Upon the appearance of the energy cluster, Landon also channeled his own power into it. Buzz. The moment his power merged, he felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the energy cluster. This was precisely his role as the focal point of the myriad immortals formation. With this connection established, Landon didn't hesitate. He immediately activated his sword Dao magic skill. There was no choice. The sword Dao magic skill was learned from his master, Walker. Previously, before achieving XuanHuan status, he managed to slay 2 XuanHuan experts. Now, as a Da Luo XuanHuan, wielding the power of the Zhejiao myriad immortals, simulating the sword Dao magic skill of sages like Walker, one can only imagine how terrifying this would be. Just as he anticipated, upon initiating the sword Dao magic skill, a strand of heaven-shaking sword intent emerged abruptly. Power of the myriad immortals, condense. Sensing this, he raised his hands above his head, both index fingers pointing upwards, his overwhelming power surging, the sword Dao magic skill moving with his will. Sword come. At the peak of this exertion, he roared to the sky, channeling the sword Dao magic skill through his mind. Boom! In the next moment, the clouds parted, the sky changed colors. An infinite flow of energy surged around Landon, emitting a heaven-shaking force. Meanwhile, unknown to Win, the energy cluster above Landon's head had transformed into a towering, divine sword. Its length spanned 1,000,000 zhong, piercing through the heavens and earth. Its width covered all, perfectly enveloping the Zhejiao immortals. Clearly, this was Landon's sword Dao magic skill. Upon its birth, a radiant light saying that the law is fundamental is not an exaggeration. Similarly, it's evident how challenging it is to grasp. One must understand that even as supreme powers, favored by heaven and born as top-tier primordial deities, they could only grasp the law at most during their late-stage Da Luo XuanHuan phase. However, what they saw now, Landon had just ascended to Da Luo XuanHuan and already understood the law. Such astonishing talent left even them in awe. Yet, more shocking revelations awaited them. Because, right then, the colossal divine sword suspended above Landon's head began to move. Boom. Following Landon's finger gesture toward the approaching hundreds of stars, the divine sword, obeying his will, pointed at the stars. Simultaneously, during Landon's use of the sword Dao magic skill, the hundreds of stars gradually drew nearer. 10,000 zhong, 1,000 zhong, 100 zhong. Feeling the increasing pressure, Landon hesitated no longer, gently parting his lips to utter a single word which resonated across the skies. Slash. Chapter 59 Annihilation. Slash. The moment the words were uttered, as if spoken and obeyed instantly, the astonishing divine sword suspended above Landon's head moved. Just like Landon's will, under everyone's shocked gazes, the divine sword did not slash forward as expected. Instead, it slowly drew back, its speed appearing impossibly slow, even slower than a tortoise's. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. Such speed could not even handle those hundreds of small celestial bodies, let alone evade an attack from a great firmament golden immortal. For a moment, they thought the early-stage Great Law golden immortal Landon was unable to control the divine sword. However, the next moment, they were stunned. Just as the divine sword began to move, a heavenly sword intent swept across the entire realm and 9 heavens, affecting the entirety within and outside the 9 heavens. To the shock of all onlookers, this sword intent directly struck at those hundreds of small celestial bodies in front of Landon. Then, no one knew when exactly it happened, but the previously incredibly slow divine sword suddenly appeared atop those hundreds of small celestial bodies in an unbelievable manner. At this point, everyone immediately understood. It was clear that the divine sword had already traversed time and space. It wasn't too slow, but rather too fast, so fast that even time and space couldn't capture it. They couldn't perceive any trace with their naked eyes. Because of this realization, everyone was astounded. What kind of power was this? Yet, what came next was even more astonishing. Right then, the demon clan's lesser Zhou Tian stellar formation, which had summoned hundreds of celestial bodies, finally collided with the vast perfection array of the confining sect and Landon's transformed divine sword. Boom! With a thunderous roar, both objects burst into myriad rays of blinding light, forcing everyone to use their divine senses for inspection instead of looking directly. Upon investigation, a massive explosion engulfed the entire realm and the 9 heavens. Infinite turbulent currents emerged, causing countless demons and disciples of the confining sect to retreat for thousands of miles, leaving them momentarily disheveled and distressed. Even just the aftermath of the battle was this immense. not to mention the battle itself. Crack, crack, crack. A strange sound echoed, immediately catching the attention of countless beings. Upon sensing with divine awareness, they saw the small celestial bodies slashed by the divine sword slowly cracking apart. Boom. Just as the cracks appeared, a thunderous explosion resounded. A million zhang celestial body exploded instantly. The whole process took less than a single breath. Following the explosion of this small celestial body, as if it triggered some sort of omen, a series of consecutive explosions followed. Bang, bang, bang. Looking along the sound, they discovered that other celestial bodies also started exploding out of nowhere. Instantly, myriads of debris scattered throughout the heavens. Within a single breath, nearly 100 celestial bodies were destroyed. After another breath, a familiar scene repeated, with another nearly 100 celestial bodies exploding. On the third breath, all remaining celestial bodies exploded. In merely 3 breaths, the divine sword had slashed through and obliterated hundreds of celestial bodies. Thus, the hundreds of celestial bodies summoned by the demon clan's lesser Zhu Xian stellar formation turned into endless meteors, descending towards the vast primordial world. In an instant, a picturesque scene unfolded across the primordial realm, as if it were the most beautiful sight in the world, causing everyone to momentarily lose themselves in awe. But what left everyone awestruck wasn't the beauty of the scene, but the might of the vast perfection array. One slash obliterated hundreds of celestial bodies. So terrifying. Similarly, this indicated that in this battle between 2 supreme killing formations, the lesser Zhu Xian stellar formation had lost. The vast perfection array won. The demon clan suffered defeat. The confining sect emerged victorious. However, this wasn't over yet. Before the crowd could recover from the demon clan's defeat, they saw that the shocking but it had also annihilated the myriad demons. And at this moment, the divine sword hadn't ceased its assault. It charged towards Lingxiao Heavenly Palace behind the myriad demons. In the blink of an eye, the divine sword struck Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. Clang! Amidst the clashing metallic sounds, Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, the symbol of the demon clan, towering in the 9 heavens of the primordial world, was, under everyone's shocked gazes, severed of a corner. Though it was just a corner, that part was equivalent to 10,000 zhang in size, comparable to a celestial body itself. Immediately, countless fragments blasted outward. Only now did the divine sword dissipate into the heavens. However, no one relaxed, because Lingxiao Heavenly Palace had become a desolate wasteland. Throughout the ancient era of the primordial world, one of the eternal realms, Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, collapsed. This chapter showcases the devastating power of Landon and the confining sect's vast perfection array, shattering the demon clan's defensive formation and ultimately leading to the destruction of Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. The intense battle highlights the overwhelming force and strategic prowess exhibited by Landon and his allies, underscoring the gravity of the confrontation. Chapter 60. Are you here to annoy me? Hiss. Lingxiao has collapsed? Seeing this scene, all the great powers couldn't help but spring up in shock, drawing a sharp breath. They were all shocked. Lingxiao Celestial Court. This was the most crucial part of the Heavenly Court. It wasn't just a place for gatherings of the Demon Clan Council. It also symbolized the spirit of numerous demon clans, possessing incomparable significance. The significance far outweighed its function. Its meaning far outweighed its function. Now, with a corner of the Heavenly Court collapsing, it was not merely a declaration of war. It was akin to urinating on the heads of their Yozu and insulting them while stepping on their necks. This way, it might infuriate Jamie even more. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but glance curiously in the direction of Jamie. Indeed, as they had thought, as they turned to look at Jamie, they heard an earth-shattering roar echoing through the heavens. Ah! Come die now. It was clearly Jamie. At that moment, he stared at the collapsed corner of the Heavenly Court as if he couldn't believe it. After standing dazed for a long time, he finally came to his senses. Once he did, his eyes widened, with boundless rage surging in them as he roared to the sky. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into his true form, the 3-legged golden crow. Instantly, endless sun flames erupted from within the golden crow, revealing his peak quasi-saint aura without reservation. On either side of him hovered the supreme primordial treasures Hichu Luoshu, making him stand like a small sun star in the void. Such intense solar true fire would likely be unbearable even for ordinary great Luo immortals. Everything showed that Jamie's divine power was overwhelming, astonishing, and awe-inspiring. Dong! Not only that, at this moment, a bell sound seemed to come from ancient times, resonating from Lingxiao throughout the entire universe, stirring the minds of everyone. After the bell rang, when they looked at Jamie again, another 3-legged golden crow appeared beside him, its demeanor arrogant and powerful, seemingly even stronger than Jamie by 3 points. Moreover, above its head floated the profound yellow bell, adorned with images of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and stars, exuding thick waves of innate Tao aura and immense power. It was clearly the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, and this 3-legged golden crow was none other than Hanley himself. Too excessive. Gio, you must be killed. This is a disgrace. At this point, the others inside the Heavenly Court finally regained their composure, following closely behind, each revealing their own auras and calling out their inner treasures. Early stage quasi-saint, mid-stage quasi-saint, peak quasi-saint, Cooper spirit treasures. In an instant, fury and killing intent surged throughout the Heavenly Court. They immediately prepared to rush out and strike down Gio. However, right then, something shocking happened. Just as the Yozu were furious and about to rush out, an infinite barrier suddenly appeared before them. Although it seemed fragile, it perfectly blocked all the Yozu members, even suppressing the tremendous auras they emitted earlier. Seeing this, everyone's hearts shook. involuntarily looking toward the towering figure in the sky that compared to heavenly authority. Shaw. The sage Shaw had acted. Everyone suddenly understood, quickly realizing that only Shaw could stop all the Yozu. Crack. Why, Sage, do you still block us? Even Jamie, who saw the invisible barrier, suppressed his constant release of solar true fire, his face instantly turning ashen, then gritted his teeth and glared at Shaw's back. After he spoke, the other Yozu also turned to look at Shaw, their expressions arrogant and filled with unwillingness. Now that Ling Xiao was smashed, they wanted to crush these intruders but were stopped right outside their doorstep. One can imagine how enraged they were. I do not wish to repeat myself. As everyone's gaze focused on him, Shaw spoke under countless pairs of eyes. A heavenly voice echoed in everyone's mind. It made one tremble with awe and respect. Yet after listening, everyone pondered, what extra words? It meant that if Jamie went out, Shaw would act, and then, thinking here, everyone wondered curiously how Jamie would react to Shaw's threat. If the sage's Biogong were destroyed and your dignity insulted, what would you do? Facing Shaw's threat, Jamie seemed not to see, his proud demeanor unaltered as he questioned. This was precisely why he was angry. If Gio and his followers had only killed some Yozu, it wouldn't have been so severe. After all, there were many Yozu clans, and this was just a small group, at worst viewed as enemies of the Yozu. But now that Ling Xiao had collapsed, that was another matter entirely. The Yozu not only considered Gio as an enemy, but also marked him for certain death. However, before Jamie finished speaking, Shaw hadn't opened his mouth yet. Suddenly, Gio interjected. Jamie, if I've insulted your Yozu, haven't you forgotten your intention to destroy my human race? In the land where strength is revered, our human race is weak and admits inferiority to you. Yet, today I come representing humans to return the insults we've endured, and you refuse to acknowledge this. Do you truly believe all of the world belongs to your heavenly court? Gio rebuked, looking at Jamie and company within the heavenly court. After he spoke, before Jamie could respond, the hidden great powers nodded involuntarily in agreement. Indeed, the Yozu started this conflict. Being confronted was understandable. Moreover, over the years, the Yozu had become too domineering, bullying even some of the great powers. But as a major clan in the cosmos, they had to endure the humiliation. Seeing Gio confront the Yozu, many felt vindicated. Jamie, momentarily speechless due to righteous anger, couldn't argue because their actions indeed lacked reason. Yet, lack of reason aside, with Ling Xiao collapsed, it drove him to lose all rationality, thinking only of slaying Gio, thereby saving face for his heavenly court. Moreover, he had no other choice. After the battle between the witch and demon tribes, their prestige had already diminished. Now, being challenged by an early-stage Great Luo immortal, and with Ling Xiao smashed, if he didn't crush Gio soon, many Yozu would likely lose faith, leading to their eventual downfall. Thinking of this, he looked at Gio with murderous intent, and then continued looking at Shaw. What if I insist on going out? Jamie pressed. Many glanced sideways, understanding Jamie's implication. Buzz. Similarly, Shaw understood but didn't speak. Instead, the mighty celestial sword beside him quivered slightly. The meaning was clear. If Jamie stepped out, he would act without hesitation. Seeing this, Jamie became even angrier. After so much restraint, Shaw blocking them repeatedly, anyone would grow enraged. Especially as Heavenly Rock. Very well, very well, very well, Yozu warriors assemble. Arrange the all-heaven star formation. Jamie exclaimed thrice, trembling with anger. Then, flapping his wings, he loudly ordered. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts jolted, their eyes wide, scarcely believing what was happening. Since the witch tribe provoked the Dao ancestors, were the Yozu really preparing to fight against the sages? Chapter 61. Shocking Power. Sage. Every time these two words were heard, everyone's hearts would sink. There was no way around it. Sages were simply too powerful, like an insurmountable mountain towering over all hearts. And now, looking at this situation, the demon race was actually going to wage war against Shaw Sage. In fact, ever since the demons set up the Great Zhu Xian Star Array, everyone knew that it wasn't just for the witch race, but also prepared to counter the sage. After all, through that stunning battle back then, they knew the might of the Great Zhu Xian Star Array made them feel as if facing a sage. Insurmountable. Not to be challenged. Not to be defined. After all, learning from the three pure ones previously was merely surface level. Learning through battle was undoubtedly better. He had realized this during the great battle with the demon race, not only breaking through to Great Luo Golden Immortal, but also mastering the use of magical treasures, advancing his sword Dao skills, and even comprehending some of the sword Dao law. In short, his gains were enormous. Now, with a sage acting, such a rare opportunity in eternity, there's no need to say how invaluable it is. As for why Landon was certain his master would win, isn't it obvious? Do you really think all below the sage are ants is a joke? Regardless of what Landon thought, all eyes were on him at this moment. Instantly, the heavenly court became the focus of the chaos era. At this time, set up the Great Zhu Xian Star Array. Following Rock Jun's roar, the demons behind him seemed prepared, quickly taking out star banners, each standing for their own masters, swiftly forming the array. In less than a moment, the Great Zhu Xian Star Array was formed. Clearly, after the previous experience of setting up the array, the demons were much more proficient this time. Rumble. Just as the array was formed, a thunderous sound echoed across the heavens, reverberating through the 9 skies. Not only did the mighty ones of the chaos era hear it, but even some bewildered creatures on the earth felt a faint sense of danger, making them look up at the sky. That glance revealed a shocking scene. Before they could raise their heads, the sunlight under the sun star abruptly vanished, shrouded by dark clouds. Looking up, they saw that the sun star had disappeared. plunging the chaos world into darkness. But soon, a tiny light point suddenly appeared in the chaos sky. This point was almost invisible, barely visible to the human eye, yet within moments, it rapidly expanded, filling the entire field of vision. In an instant, the light point grew to be millions of miles wide, blocking out the sun and moon. Only then did everyone clearly see what the light point was. This was not a light point at all, but a colossal meteoric star. But it didn't end there. Another breath, another light point appeared before their eyes. And with the appearance of this second light point, it was as if a signal had been given. Rush, rush, rush. Light points began appearing across the sky, covering the entire expanse of the chaos heavens, replacing the sun star, illuminating the whole world. Clearly, these were also meteors and stars. Great Zhu Xian stars, a sky full of stars. All this was due to the Great Zhu Xian star ray. The sky transformed, the sun and moon reversed, and the chaos heavens were covered with countless stars. This sight was undeniably magnificent, arguably the most beautiful scene in the entire history of the chaos era. However, everyone was too stunned by the boundless danger contained in the stars to appreciate the beauty. Stars in the sky, the Awaken star hidden away. This was nothing short of a miracle. Seeing this, how could anyone not understand that the demon race's Great Zhu Xian star array had become even more powerful after the battle with the witch race? Meanwhile, everyone was even more eager to see the outcome. Facing such overwhelming power, how would Sha Sage respond? Without delay, celestial music resounded through the 9 heavens. Golden lotuses bloomed in the void, finally blossoming into 9 flowers. 9, the highest number, and amidst thousands of golden lotuses, sword and tint emerged from within, containing myriad sword and tints. Even before using the sword and tint, all living beings felt a piercing coldness that made their souls tremble. As if encountering a great terror, pupils instinctively shrunk. Clearly understanding this was the sign of Sha's action. Yet, despite knowing, they were astonished. A sage acted, but they couldn't catch even a trace? No, not even a hint of a warning was noticed. At this thought, everyone's hearts froze, realizing just how unfathomable a sage truly was. Instantly, Sha's power became apparent. Boom, boom, boom. They were left no time to marvel, immediately drawn to the endless celestial sounds caused by the collision above. Sha's might collided with the endless starlight. Chapter 62. A swarm of ants. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky, followed by the sight of a celestial star millions of feet in diameter exploding in the heavens. It turned out that at some point, the awe-inspiring divine sword hovering behind Sha had struck directly at the star. Just one touch, and the formerly majestic star burst open like thin paper, disintegrating into countless meteors falling upon the primordial earth. Seeing this, everyone's hearts were shaken. How could they not understand that it wasn't the star's weakness, but the overwhelming power of Sha's sword? Come on, these were ancient stars, each comparable to a great perfection immortal. And yet, even so, the star exploded in an instant. However, the shock for everyone didn't end there. After the star exploded, it seemed to trigger some kind of ominous omen, as one deafening explosion after another erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Looking in the direction of the sounds, it was clear that those stars which had previously dominated the sky were now exploding one after another. One star alone could create waves thousands of feet high, and with so many stars, the effect was unimaginable. Instantly, the stars of the universe exploded, scattering endless meteors and rocks across the heavens and earth. With the explosion of the stellar formation, Jamie and others who had set up the celestial stars formation in the heavenly court suddenly blushed, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, the celestial stars formation was shattered. Before it could even descend, it was obliterated by Sha. Moreover, Jamie and the others were gravely injured. In that moment, Sha's might became apparent. The power of a sage was revealed here without reservation, displaying itself to all for the first time since Master Yuing. This single event left everyone deeply moved, instilling supreme reverence in their hearts. Indeed, all are ants beneath a sage. Seeing this scene, all the great powers took a long while to react, their expressions complex beyond measure. Countless words wanted to escape their lips, but only one phrase trembled past their lips. Yes, after this great battle between the demon race and Sha, everyone deeply understood what it meant. Because of this, everyone felt incredibly conflicted. Never did they think that after millennia of cultivation, they would still be nothing more than ants to a sage. How could such a realization not leave them feeling despondent? However, this was the power of a sage? Jamie and others were internally shocked. Only those who faced a sage's power firsthand could truly understand. Because of this understanding, none of them retained their former arrogance and flamboyance. Disappointment and dejection were clearly visible on their faces. They knew sages could not be provoked, and by challenging a sage's authority, they had committed a grave offense. What awaited them next was the sage's wrath. Their fears were realized. Boom. A pressure wave emanated from Sha, heading straight for Jamie and the others. Accompanied by a heavenly sword and tint, it seemed poised to slay Jamie and the others on the spot. But at this moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Suddenly, a heavenly melody echoed from the horizon. Following it were milky white orbs, each no larger than Landon himself. Yet, their number was staggering, covering the entire sky in an instant. With a series of cracking sounds, these orbs burst open, revealing ethereal phoenixes named Marloyuan. Everything was wondrous, brimming with boundless mysteries. The myriad Marloyuans slowly flew to Jamie and the others. Whoosh! Instantly, the Marloyuan apparitions clashed with Sha's sword and tint and vanished. Sha's overwhelming presence, laced with sword and tint, dissipated along with them. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Another sage intervened. Junior sister, why do you block me? At this moment, Sha suddenly spoke. He turned around, facing away from everyone, and asked towards the void beside him. This left everyone puzzled. There was no one in that space. Why was Sha speaking to it? And calling someone junior sister? Could it be? Suddenly, everyone's hearts leapt, their eyes widening, as if a guess formed in their minds. As far as they knew, this supreme being was Sha's fellow disciple and also had ties to the demon race. Next, seemingly confirming their suspicions, under everyone's stunned gaze, a figure gradually emerged from the void Sha faced. She had a human upper body and a serpent tail. Upon appearing, the heavens instantly grew quiet, seemingly unable to contend with her presence. Indeed, this unique form and sage-level power belonged to only one person. The newcomer was Abriel. Chapter 63. Can you withstand my ultimate skill? Sonia. Yes. One must know, there are only a few sage rocks in the vast chaos who have a human upper body and a snake tail, and are connected to the demon race. Naturally, it could only be Sonia. Indeed, events unfolded as everyone expected. Pay homage to Empress Sonia. When this sage appeared, the originally despondent demons immediately rejoiced, forgetting their injuries and hurriedly bowing deeply, calling out loudly. It was true that provoking a sage would come at a price, but if another sage were helping them, things would be different. And Sonia was their demon race's sage. Although their relationship with Sonia hadn't been good previously, they could only beg her for help now, especially since her appearance here indicated she still had some sentiment towards their demon race. Sister, please save my Andre brother. Elmer disregarded his dignity and earnestly pleaded on the spot. Hearing this, Sonia's calm gaze flickered slightly, then she nodded imperceptibly at him, turning to look at Sha beside him. Elder brother, can you give your younger sister a face and let the demons off this time? Sonia said this. Her soft yet cold voice echoed in everyone's heart, instantly silencing the heavens and calming everyone's spirits. Even Landon felt a momentary daze. So powerful. Everyone, including Landon, secretly marveled in their hearts. Word followed by law. This clearly demonstrated the true realm of word followed by law. However, what surprised them even more was Sonia pleading on behalf of the demons. Initially, they thought Sha would destroy the demons here, but unexpectedly, Empress Sonia appeared, aiding the demons for the first time openly. At this thought, all eyes turned to Sha, curious how he would respond with Empress Sonia intervening. Little sister, you should know what the Yaos did before. They bullied my Jiejiao top disciple. If I retreat for your sake today, where will the face of my Jiejiao sect and I, Sha, stand? Who will give me face? Note. For a more fluent reading, Yaos, can be translated as the Yaos or the Yao clan, depending on context. The term, Jiejiao, seems to be a specific sect name which is usually left untranslated, but top disciple is a clear and understandable phrase in English. To improve fluency and clarity. Little sister, you know very well what the Yaos have done. They bullied my Jiejiao's top disciple. If I back down for your sake today, where would the dignity of my Jiejiao sect and I, Sha, stand? Who will respect us? Sha spoke calmly, suddenly turning his gaze sharply towards Rock Jamie and others, releasing his sage aura. It couldn't be helped. Everything happened because the demons brought it upon themselves. Bullying Landon was one thing, which he might overlook, but attacking him went beyond limits. To attack a sage, they had to pay the price. Though they knew, the mighty beings listening and privately found Sha's words somewhat speechless. Bullying the Jiejiao sect? If they thought so before, witnessing Landon using the 10,000 Immortals formation to subdue countless demons changed their minds. How was this bullying the Jiejiao sect? Slowly floating up into the air. Additionally, his 5 chi and 3 essentials of Deluogene rank were stripped away. Thousands of years of cultivation vanished in an instant. One less Deluogene immortal in the world. Witnessing this, everyone shuddered, astonished by Sha's power. Just a glance, stripping away the power of a Deluogene immortal. This was the might of a sage. This request they cannot comply with. Andre brother, can you offer another condition? Sonia frowned, seeing Jamie and others dare not utter a word. Of course, she knew they wouldn't agree, so she asked Sha to change the punishment. But who was Sha? He spared the demons out of respect for Sonia, and because his own disciples weren't harmed, agreeing to her plea. But now that he had given a punishment, Sha cared not whether the demons agreed or not. He demanded compliance. Thus, hearing Sonia reject it, he didn't speak, but instead unleashed his sage aura. Rumbling. The sage aura released, his awe-inspiring celestial sword trembled behind him, stirring the entire chaotic world, causing heaven-shaking commotion. Does elder brother intend to fight? At this point, Sha showed no sign of backing down. Sonia grew slightly impatient, her own sage aura spreading. Sages were proud. Earlier, she begged Sha for the demon's sake, considering her brother Elmer. But now, repeatedly asking for mercy and facing his aura release. If she pleaded again, wouldn't it show fear of Sha? As equals, none willingly accepted being beneath another. However, her silence held better than these words. Sha's excitement flared. Just as I wished, I also want to see my younger sister, the first sage after our master, display her strength. Sha's laughing voice rang out. Boom. As he finished speaking, the awe-inspiring celestial sword behind him split into 4, suddenly shrinking and hanging beside Sha. The swords, though smaller, exuded greater might. Most importantly, each bore ancient runes. Punishment, slaughter, entrapment, destruction. The 4 swords of punishment. Landon's heart raced, recognizing the 4 divine swords by his master. Indeed, the 4 swords of punishment. These were not ordinary spiritual treasures, but supreme instruments of chaos, rivaling primordial treasures in power and exceeding them. Moreover, the 4 swords of punishment could form the array of punishment, unbreakable except by 4 sages. In later wars, his master used this ultimate killing formation to battle 4 sages alone. Unexpectedly, because of him, not only did his master take action, but the array's power revealed itself early. Not just Landon. Hidden mighty beings were equally stunned. Empress Sonia appeared. They thought matters concluded, but Xia showed no signs of backing down, hinting at an imminent battle between two sages. Two sages battling? Hashtag Chapter 64, a heart-stirring battle. Suddenly, everyone was drawn over. Kunlun Mountain. What's going on? Junior brother Xia actually confronted Abrielle Junior sister? Wu Wei Eshan had just shifted his gaze from the heavenly court, but he was soon captivated again by two powerful auras colliding. He looked toward the heavenly court and saw his junior brother Xia facing off against Abrielle. Confused, he immediately calculated the situation, and the causes and effects flashed before his eyes. His ancient, unperturbed expression flickered with contemplation. So that's how it is. Similarly, Murphy felt the same. Honestly, Landon and other junior skirmishes didn't concern him much, so he only glanced a few times before looking away. But for immortals, especially these two extraordinary ones, it was different. On one side was his junior brother Xia, who possessed the immaculate celestial sword formation, unbreakable except by four immortals, a fact known since their master Yuan distributed treasures long ago. They had all envied Xia then. Moreover, ever since Xia obtained the whip, he had kept an eye on him. Now that Xia was about to act, how could he not be concerned? On the other side stood none other than Abrielle, the first immortal after Yuan, creator of humanity. Though she was a woman, her ability to surpass them and become the first immortal after Yuan was no small feat. This would surely be an exciting spectacle. Murphy's heart stirred with endless curiosity. Western Sect. Hiss. These are the four immaculate swords bestowed by our master to Xia. Only four immortals can break this formation. Indeed, the reputation is well deserved. Even from afar, I feel a piercing sword in tint. Since Landon's chaos in the heavenly court, Dirk and Tisha had been paying close attention. Abrielle's appearance drew even more focus. Seeing both preparing for battle sparked immense curiosity within them. Immortals. Everyone knew immortals were invincible below their rank, which meant in the chaos realm, immortals were unmatched. But now, with two immortals about to clash, how could they not be curious? Furthermore, as immortals themselves, all revered each other highly. Yet seeing another in action was a different matter entirely. Fortunately, this opportunity would reveal the true might of fellow immortals. Instantly, all immortal eyes turned here. Not only immortals, but when Xia summoned the four immaculate swords, every great power in the chaos realm was alerted, focusing on the heavenly court. They witnessed Xia and Abrielle confronting each other. This shook the masses sect towards Golden Turtle Island. However, as Landon and company prepared to leave through the damaged south gate, some demon tribes suddenly blocked their path. It turned out demon troops had arrived by the millions. After all, the heavenly court was their stronghold. Although the demons obstructed Landon's path, they trembled involuntarily, eyes on the celestial beings like Jamie inside. Clearly, they had seen Landon's ferocity and, being Xia's disciples, hesitated to move without orders, only seeking Jamie's permission. Release them. Seeing Landon depart, Jamie's face flickered with varied emotions, yet finally gritted out two words. Indeed. Release them. Jamie considered killing Landon on the spot, but thinking of Xia's immortal might, he felt fear as the heavenly rock for the first time. Though Abrielle aided them, he knew her presence was mostly due to her Andre brother Elmer. Otherwise, her arrival was uncertain. More importantly, they had already angered Xia once. Aggravating him further could be disastrous. And with Xia and Abrielle battling in the void, waiting till after the fight made sense. Thus, under everyone's gaze, Landon led the myriad sages of the Jia sect towards the chaos realm, ending the uproar in the heavenly court. However, this did not attract much attention. Instead, people were drawn to the overwhelming force caused by the immortal battle outside the chaos realm. Thunder boomed intermittently from the void. An immortal battle was far from an ordinary cultivator's fight. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, the battle continued. 10 years. 100 years. Until the first millennium. Subconsciously, all living beings felt a connection. Whether in seclusion or refining treasures, they looked up spontaneously. Even Landon on Golden Turtle Island felt it too. Because he knew. The immortal battle was about to conclude. That is, who would win or lose between these two immortals would soon be revealed. Hashtag Chapter 65, playing by the rules. Long before Xia and Marina clashed in the chaos beyond the primordial world, Landon was not idle. While secluded in meditation, he quietly tallied his gains from this battle. Breakthrough to the great sage rank in Cooper spirit cultivation, comprehending the myriad immortal formation, mastering the sword Dao Law. Most importantly, I managed to download Marina's Saint cultivation. When Empress Marina appeared, Landon murmured in pleasant surprise. His assault on Lingxiao Palace had indeed been fruitful. Advancing to the initial stage of great sage and Cooper spirit cultivation was one thing. But grasping the myriad immortal formation significantly bolstered the Jijao sect's overall strength by more than 10,000 times. Before, people only knew that Jijao was founded by Xia. Now, Jijao had become a top-tier force below only the heavenly and earthly races. Moreover, comprehending the sword Dao Law was a delightful bonus for Landon. Hadn't his previous efforts to learn so many mystic arts from the three pure ones been in preparation for this very moment of law comprehension? Of course, what delighted him most was obtaining Marina's sage cultivation during her appearance. Another sage-level cultivation meant he was closer to gathering the power of the 6 great sages. Only the 2 sages of the Western Sect, Dirk and Tisha, were left. At this thought, Landon couldn't help but feel boundless anticipation. He had personally witnessed the might of a sage before. If even one sage could make one of the celestial or terrestrial races bow before it, what would happen if he gathered the power of 6 sages? However, apart from these gains, Landon also realized through this great battle that his own strength was still far too weak. Although his Cooper spirit body at the early stage of Great Sage, combined with several divine treasures, allowed him to face off against a half-step sage without falling behind, he was still no match for true powerhouses like Rock Yen. Naturally, he was very curious about the battle outside the chaos, and if his strength allowed, he would have already gone to watch. So, seeing his master appear, he immediately asked, not about who won or lost, but specifically about how Xia defeated Marina. You cunning rascal. Having just arrived at Golden Turtle Island, Xia heard this from his eldest disciple and was momentarily taken aback, then laughed while scolding him. As a sage, he couldn't possibly not know Landon was trying to fish for information. But thinking of his agreement with Marina, he didn't answer Landon's question. Instead, something seemed to strike him, and he stared intently at Landon. Master, what's wrong? This time, Landon was confused. You're more formidable than your master. After a long pause, Xia sighed and continued. Tell me quickly, how did you grasp the myriad immortal formation? And what are its principles? Ah, it's about the myriad immortal formation. Realizing this, Landon understood immediately. His master must have seen him use the formation earlier. It made sense, given he himself knew the myriad immortal formation was tailor-made for Jijiao, and his master surely knew this too. Moreover, unexpectedly, after Biff's death, his master hadn't yet perfected the formation he learned. Yet here he used the complete myriad immortal formation. No wonder he was surprised. The myriad immortal formation used if he gathered the cultivation of 6 saints. Still, aside from these gains, the battle also made him realize his own weaknesses. Though with his current initial stage Great Sage Cooper spirit cultivation and several divine treasures, he could match up against a semi-saint without losing ground, he still fell far short compared to powerful beings like Rock Jamie. Remember, those who haven't attained sainthood are merely ants. Even someone as formidable as Jamie wasn't at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Only the saints held that position. Besides, the age of sealing deities would soon follow the war between the witches and demons. Then, the Jijiao would be isolated and need to contend with 4 saints. Note, for a more fluent reading, it might be better to replace Jijiao and Jijiao with the English name of the sect if there is one, or simply refer to it as my sect or our sect. But without more context, I've left it partially translated. For improved fluency, here's an alternative version. Remember, non-saints are like mere ants. Even a formidable figure like Jamie isn't at the peak in the Cooper world. Only the saints stand at the pinnacle. Moreover, after the war of the witches and demons, the era of sealing the saint, he well understood Landon's intent to elicit more information from him. But recalling his agreement with Marina, Xia didn't answer Landon. Instead, he seemed to remember something and stared intently at Landon. Master, what's wrong? Now Landon was puzzled. I can't match you, my disciple. After a long pause, Xia sighed. Quickly tell me how you comprehended the myriad immortal formation, and what is its principle? Ah, it's about the myriad immortal formation. Realizing this, Landon immediately understood. Master saw him use the formation earlier. Indeed, knowing it was tailor-made for our sect, how could Master be unaware? Moreover, after Biff's demise, Master likely hadn't yet perfected the myriad immortal formation he had learned. How could he not be astonished that Landon used the complete version while he hadn't perfected it? The myriad immortal formation centers on one person as the array I, using the power of myriad immortals. Within the formation lie the Tai Chi array, 2-instrument array, 4-symbols array. Deciding, Landon stopped playing coy and explained the myriad immortal formation outright. For a moment, the roles seemed reversed. Xia asked, and Landon lectured like a master. Interrupted by Xia, Landon forgot to ask about the victor for a while. Later, after receiving immense benefits from Marina, he realized the outcome of the battle and the significant advantages Xia secured for him. Meanwhile, in heaven, both Xia and Marina returned. Her graceful form appeared within heaven. Immediately, figures like Jamie noticed her. Dare I ask, Empress, who won? Chapter 66, a minor matter, just need to suppress it. May I ask Her Majesty who won? Asked Atlas respectfully. His words instantly drew the curiosity of all the demons in the heavenly court. This was the first great battle among the sages in the Cooper Chaos era, so they could not help but pay attention. However, Marina did not even bother to respond to him. She only glanced at Elmer by her side. Brother, please come back with me. If she felt some guilt towards the demon race earlier, after resolving this calamity and compensating Xia, she no longer owed the demon race anything. Therefore, she didn't wish to have any more ties with them. The only thing concerning her now regarding the demon race was her brother Elmer. Facing Marina's disregard, Atlas was quite embarrassed, and the other demons also fell silent, all looking at Elmer. Among them, Jamie's gaze meeting Elmer's held an inexplicable look. Well, sister, the demon race still needs me, so I will not return. Looking at the gazes from surrounding demons, Elmer felt somewhat uncomfortable. In truth, he had thought about leaving, but thinking of his unparalleled status overwhelming power, the demons finally took the might of the sages seriously. Understanding that sages were the pinnacle force in the world, to retain Marina, Jamie spared no effort, forgetting the dignity of a celestial rock. Please, Your Majesty, return. Please, Your Majesty, return. Please, Your Majesty, return. Once Jamie started, the rest of the demons quickly joined in. In a flash, everyone in the heavenly court was earnestly pleading Marina to return and aid the demon race. Yet, how easy would it be for Marina to change her mind? She wasn't swayed by their pleas and looked at Elmer with a barely noticeable disappointment. She shook her head slightly, rejecting the collective plea of the demons. Just when everyone was disheartened, she suddenly said, I will not return. But even so, you will be able to deal with the powerful witch race when the time comes. Her words brought instant joy to all present. They retained her with great effort not just for another sage, but to prepare for the future threat from the witches. The terror of Xavian's true form was still fresh in their minds. Without a solution, their fate would remain the same. This urgency also explained why they wanted to destroy the human race as soon as possible. However, due to Landon, the human plan was no longer feasible. Fortunately, hope remained. Marina's words implied they could handle the witches? May I ask, Your Majesty, why is that? Jamie asked in pleasant surprise. I cannot say either. Heaven's secrets are muddled now, But I know the witch race's power will greatly diminish during this period, Marina said calmly. Upon confirmation, the demons rejoiced, not noticing when Marina disappeared. Now speaking of Landon. By now, he had explained the principle of the 10,000 Immortals formation to Shaw, who quickly understood it. More than that, he significantly improved the formation. It was well known that this formation was used by Biff for the first time, and naturally had flaws. But Shaw, being a sage proficient in formations, swiftly perfected the 10,000 Immortals formation. Thus, a new 10,000 Immortals formation appeared, arguably twice as powerful as before. After learning this improved formation, as Shaw was about to leave, Landon suddenly recalled something else. Master, I have a treasure that can suppress the destiny of my sect. As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning a golden seal, the very Kongtong seal he had previously used. Having obtained the Kongtong seal, he immediately considered whether it could suppress the fortunes of his sect, knowing full well that in later times, the sect of subjugation lost battles due to lack of such treasures. Now was the time to see if the Kongtong seal could suppress both the human races and the sect of subjugation's destiny, granting him maximum benefit. With the dual support of great destinies, understanding of the principles became easier. Most importantly, with the sect's destiny secured, the outcome of the later deification could be altered. Chapter 67. Unbearable discomfort unless I get stronger every day. The war for divine enthronement. Although he and his fellow disciples managed to defeat the demon clans through a combined effort, Landon did not forget that the most perilous event for the Jie clan was the war for divine enthronement. After all, he knew very well that if things proceeded as they historically did, during the divine enthronement, the once glorious Jie clan would not only be completely hollowed out by Western religion and heaven, but would also utterly collapse. Thinking of this, Landon couldn't help but recall the scene from not long ago when he attacked Lingxiao Pavilion and his junior siblings came to assist him. However, during the war for divine enthronement, these admirable and lovely junior siblings would eventually die one by one, be listed on the divine enthronement chart, and even he might share the same fate. But now that I'm here, everything is uncertain. Amidst countless thoughts, the more he pondered, the heavier it felt. Shaking his head to dispel all worries, a smile rose at the corners of his mouth. All this was just the original historical trajectory. Now that he had attacked Lingxiao Pavilion and saved Hu, thus enhancing his strength. Furthermore, during the battle with myriad demon clans, he realized not only was his cultivation level too low, but his magic power was also scarce. This became evident as he had to eat peaches while fighting. However, this was normal. After all, who in the Cooper Chaos would be as wealthy as Landon, possessing a high-grade innate spiritual treasure and 3 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures for protection? Using them together, even a late-stage Great Luo immortal wouldn't stand a chance. Yet, Landon was not content with being an ordinary Great Luo. What others cannot achieve doesn't mean he can't. Especially since he knew 2 treasures in the Cooper Chaos could make up for his lack of magic power. The Sky Measuring Ruler and the 36 Stabilizing Sea Pearls. Landon's heart stirred as the 2 treasures abruptly surfaced in his mind. These were no ordinary treasures. Each possessed the rank of a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, and when combined, they could form the 36 heavens, providing immense power against enemies and granting their Yandre the immense power of the 36 heavens. The immense power of the 36 heavens was virtually boundless, undoubtedly perfectly resolving his shortage of magic power. More importantly, he already possessed 24 stabilizing sea pearls. He just needed the Sky Measuring Ruler and 12 more pearls. Therefore, if there's a chance, he must obtain them. Sacrifice the remaining treasures to accelerate the download speed of the Cooper deity constitution. Suddenly, Landon seemed to think of something and inwardly said to himself. Besides realizing his lack of magic power through the recent battle, he also found benefits in cultivating physical strength. Now, in the Cooper Chaos, most cultivators only cultivate their spirit, neglecting physical strength. In such a scenario, if a physically strong witch approached a spirit-only cultivator, it would be like a parent beating a child, easily overwhelming them. This was why witches were formidable. But if there were cultivators who cultivated both body and spirit, possessing immense power, they would be nearly invincible. This was evident from Landon's battle against the demon clans, where despite being at the early stage of Great Luo, he fought effortlessly among thousands of demons. If obtaining the Cooper deity constitution containing Xavian's essence, it would surely be even more formidable. Ding. Sacrifice successful. Starting acceleration. 0.3%. 0.31%. 0.32%. As the system notification fell, the download speed for the Cooper deity constitution noticeably increased. But obtaining the Cooper deity constitution containing Xavian's essence was no easy task. Even after sacrificing most of the unrefined treasures, the progress remained disconcertingly slow. Fortunately, he was prepared and not overly disappointed. Closing the interface before him, he turned his gaze toward the Kongtong seal floating in the sky over Gold Turtle Island, which condensed the fortune of the Jie clan. He hadn't expected that the Kongtong seal not only suppressed the fortune of humanity, but also the Jie clan. Thus, the Kongtong seal condensed the fortunes of 2 major forces. It was without exaggeration one of the top-tier fortune-bearing treasures in the Cooper Chaos. Considering this, as the master of the Kongtong seal, Landon couldn't help but feel endless anticipation for the benefits it would bring. At that moment, the Kongtong seal had just completed condensing the Jie clan's fortune and slowly flew towards Landon. Boom. As soon as it reached Landon's hands, his face suddenly changed, washed over by a vast surge of fortune that strengthened his entire body, akin to a cleansing and refinement process. Simultaneously, a profound opportunity suddenly appeared in his heart. He was about to break through. Landon was overjoyed. How could he not know what this meant? With newfound understanding, he was so excited that he hurriedly returned to his cave, dwelling to prepare for his ascension to the mid-stage Great Luo realm without bidding farewell to his master. Shaw was different. He knew full well that this easy departure from the demon clans was largely thanks to his master. When saints appear, who dares challenge? Such facts unequivocally represented that power alone was the real great trend. Thus, as long as one possessed immense power, anything could be changed. Upon reaching this conclusion, Landon ceased contemplating and brought his mind back to reality. To rapidly strengthen myself, planning Louise's reincarnation cycle must be prioritized. Furthermore, through the battle against the demons atop Lingxiao recently, I've realized numerous flaws within myself. A strange light flickered in Landon's eyes. There was no need to elaborate on Louise's reincarnation cycle. This was comparable to the unification of the path that Ewing undertook. Merely through meticulous planning, one could gain considerable virtue and, thereby, boost personal strength. Moreover, amidst his battles with thousands of demons, he also understood that not only was his cultivation level too low, his magical powers were incredibly sparse, evident in his need to eat peaches while fighting. However, this was normal. After all, who in the primordial chaos possessed as much wealth as Landon? Owning a high-grade innate spiritual treasure and 3 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures for self-protection was unheard of. Using altogether meant even a perfected Dharma king would struggle. But how could Landon be content with becoming an ordinary great Luo Jinshan? Just because others couldn't achieve it didn't mean he couldn't. Additionally, he knew 2 treasures in the one: overwhelming dominance. This exemplified the witch tribe's prowess. Even so, witches focused solely on physical strength. Imagine if someone cultivated both the physical and spiritual realms and possessed abundant magic power. They'd be invincible. Landon's recent combat with demons had proven this. Despite being only an early-stage great Luo Jinshan, he fought effortlessly among countless demons. If acquiring the constitution of the ancestor witches imbued with Xavian's essence would yield such results, the improvement would be even more formidable. Ding dong. Sacrifice successful. Accelerating. 0.3%. 0.31%. 0.31%. With the system notification fading away, the download speed of the ancestor witch constitution noticeably increased. But downloading the constitution of ancestor witches infused with Xavian's blood was not a simple task. Despite sacrificing most of his unrefined treasures, the speed was still disconcertingly slow. Luckily, he had anticipated this, avoiding undue disappointment. Closing the panel before him, he turned his gaze toward the Kongtong seal floating above Jinghua heaven. Boom. Vast clouds that blocked out the sun emerged one by one. In an instant, everything below the dark clouds in the chaotic world became dim, drawing everyone's attention to look up at the sky. But as soon as they did, they were shocked. Those were not dark clouds in the sky, but rather countless numbers of demon troops. After 1,000 years had passed, the heavenly court appeared again. With tens of millions of elite soldiers setting out, it was clear that the demons planned to attack another force. Instantly, all major forces in the chaos went on full alert. Although the demons had been defeated by the witches and even bullied by the early-stage Greater Luo Immortal Landon, no one dared to underestimate the demons. Is this the EC? Looking in the direction where the demons were heading, everyone suddenly realized and understood that the target of the demons this time was in the direction of the EC. Once they knew the direction of the demons, people began to speculate about which force the demons intended to attack this time. Other than the human race and Saint Sha on Janeo Island, only the Dragon Clan is in the EC. It's the Dragon Clan. In just a moment, everyone quickly understood. There was no need to mention the humans. Landon had previously killed for them at Lingxiao Palace, and presumably, the demons didn't want to go through that again. And regarding Saint Sha, there was even less reason to mention him. Even if the demons were given 10 lives now, they wouldn't dare provoke him again. Thus, the intentions of the demons instantly became clear. Indeed, reality confirmed what everyone thought. Before long, Killian, one of the 10 great demons, led tens of millions of demon troops over the EC sky. Dragon Clan, come meet me immediately. Killian's roar echoed throughout the heavens. Then, the energy of an initial stage quasi-saint pressed down upon the depths of the East Sea. Boom. Tens of millions of demon troops followed closely behind, each radiating their own power. However, with so many demon troops emitting their aura simultaneously, space itself seemed to freeze, and despite being millions of miles away, many felt a sense of shock. Everyone knew that the Dragon Clan was in trouble this time. Killian, what do you mean? At this moment, Finian slowly rose from the bottom of the East Sea, though his face was pale with rage. Kidding aside, how could he not know when tens of millions of demon troops were moving? What surprised him was that the target of the demons was actually the Dragon Clan, and upon arriving here, they gave him a stern warning right away. Its intention was obvious. As Finian appeared, the rest of the Dragon Clan also emerged. Their numbers were vast, instantly occupying hundreds of thousands of miles of the East Sea surface. The dragons all shared Finian's fury and looked up angrily at the demon troops above. Fulfilling the order of the Heavenly Rock, henceforth the Dragon Clan will be a subordinate force of our demon-led Heavenly Court. Killian loudly declared. Upon hearing these words, not only was the reaction of the Dragon Clan shocking, but even the creatures observing from the shadows were stunned. No one expected that after 2 consecutive defeats, the demons would turn their gaze towards the Dragon Clan. However, upon careful reflection, everyone found it understandable. After all, the demons had already suffered 2 successive defeats with countless casualties. They needed to restore their strength and reclaim their honor. Finian well understood this point, especially since the demons had issued orders to their Dragon Clan before. However, he had refused it back then, and fearing that the demons might come looking for trouble, he had specially taken his precious daughter Valerie to seek refuge in the cut-off teaching sect. Yet, unexpectedly, Valerie became Landon's mount. Outrageous. We, the Dragon Clan, are one of the 3 ancient races. Today, even if someone as mighty as Jamie came, we would not submit. Yes, we, the Dragon Clan, will never be slaves. A subordinate force? If it were the ancient times, not even Hanley would have dared to be so impudent in front of us, let alone a mere unable to refute the truth. Because, just as the demon said, fortune had shifted. their dragon clan was truly in decline. The demons were now undeniably the hegemon over the dragons. How else could Finian disregard his clan's pride and make the princess become Landon's mount? Though they understood this, enduring such humiliation pushed Finian to the edge, turning grimly towards Killian. Killian, don't push too far. His voice filled with suppressed anger. But before he could finish speaking, Killian interrupted. Our demon brothers are right. It is your clan's honor that the heavenly rock looks favorably upon you. Hurry and return to the heavenly court with me. Killian's arrogant tone resounded. Nonsense. This enraged Finian. Even ordinary dragons harbored boundless pride, and as the head of the dragon clan in the East Sea, his pride was unparalleled. However, as the leader, he always prioritized the dragon clan, suppressing his immense pride. Now, with continuous insults and attempts to fully subordinate the dragon clan, his patience finally snapped. You fools. Kill. Seeing Finian's rage, Killian knew he would never agree. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand. Kill. Behind him, the tens of millions of demon troops erupted with their power, rushing toward the dragon clan. After 1,000 years, the demons reappeared, making a shocking comeback, engaging the dragon clan in battle once more. Chapter 69. Only he can save us. Too outrageous. Sons, charge for the last dignity of our dragon clan. Seeing the demon race attack, Finian wasted no time and roared in anger. Summoning his true dragon form and releasing all his might, he charged forward. Roar. Kill. In an instant, above the eastern sea, numerous true dragons appeared, piercing through the clouds, charging towards the demons. Just as Finian had said, though the dragon clan's strength wasn't what it used to be, they could not allow anyone to trample on them. Even if it meant death, they would defend the final dignity of the dragon clan. They would not let the future of the dragon clan fall into their hands. Without more words, in a moment, the dragon clan and the demon clan engaged in a fierce battle, constantly slaughtering each other. Together, both sides numbered in the hundreds of billions. The war caused tremendous turmoil, stirring up countless waves, with a murderous aura permeating the air. Moreover, the surface of the eastern sea was rapidly turning red at an astonishing speed, forming a small sea of blood. As everyone knew, the dragon clan possessed formidable combat power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suppressed one corner of the universe in ancient times. Furthermore, they were especially skilled in water manipulation. Here above the eastern sea, they utilized this ability to its utmost, every move enhanced by tremendous water power. Even though their numbers only reached hundreds of billions, they did not fall behind against the trillions of demons. However, the demon race seemed determined to forcefully subdue the dragon clan this time. They not only dispatched Killian, one of the 10 great demon saints, but also 35 demon generals, each possessing the cultivation of the Luo Jin Xian, Great Calamity Golden Immortal. For the sages, perhaps the Luo Jin Xian didn't mean much, and for the ancient dragon clan, it barely made a mark. However, now the dragon clan was in decline. Though their numbers weren't drastically different, their quality left much to be desired, with those reaching the Luo Jin Xian countable on one hand. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly deal with the demons? Therefore, before long, the dragon clan was beaten back continuously. Occasionally, a dragon would die, falling helplessly from the void onto the eastern sea, causing ripples. But just then, a shout suddenly echoed. Elder brother, I'm here to help you. Before the words finished, everyone saw dark clouds floating over from the south. On closer inspection, they realized it wasn't just any cloud. It was clearly members of the dragon clan. It's our kin from the southern sea. One of the dragons below Finian exclaimed joyfully, revealing the identity of the newcomers. Since the DragonHuan calamity, the dragon clan had split into four, collectively governing the vast eastern, southern, western, and northern seas. Though divided into four, the dragon clan shared enmities and supported each other in times of trouble. Ever since the southern sea dragon clan learned that the eastern sea dragon clan was attacked by demons, they rushed over immediately. If the southern sea dragon clan acted so, the other two seas dragon clans naturally did not stand idly by. Elder brother, I'm coming too. Do not panic. Eastern sea dragon clan, we from the northern sea are here to assist. Two shouts rang out. With voices came their forms, as two large groups of dragons appeared from the west and north. Clearly, they were the Western Sea Dragon Clan and the Northern Sea Dragon Clan. Thus, the entire primordial dragon clan gathered, battling the demon clan together. Perhaps the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan couldn't match the number of demons, but combined, the four seas totaled in the hundreds of billions, instantly matching the demons' force. Additionally, the advantage of being over the Eastern Sea, where the dragon clan's water manipulation was at its peak, gave them the upper hand, gradually putting the demon clan on the defensive. Seeing this, Killian's face darkened, clearly not expecting the dragon clan to be so hidden. Fortunately, having come to forcibly subdue them, he indeed had means. Formed the lesser heavenly stellar dipper formation. Killian shouted. Immediately, he and the 35 demon generals behind him threw out their own stellar banners. Using the stellar banners as eyes, each leading 100 million demons, each had their roles. Boom. 36 beams of starlight descended from the primordial sky, striking Killian and others. Thus, the lesser heavenly stellar dipper formation was formed. The Cooper stellar dipper formation is one of the four major formations in the primordial chaos. Even though the lesser heavenly stellar dipper formation was a simplified version, its power was unfathomable, certainly not something ordinary beings could withstand. Almost instantly, accompanied by screams of pain, many dragons fell under the power of the stars. Among them were numerous able Jin Xian round perfection cultivators, countless Jin Xian, and even a Deluo Jin Xian perished. Instantly, the power of the lesser heavenly stellar dipper formation became evident. Roar, kill. With the swift death of fellow dragons, the remaining dragons instantly flew into a rage, hatred and killing intent filled their eyes. They had gone berserk. Ah, demons, die. Finian himself issued a thunderous roar and charged forward, planning to break the lesser heavenly stellar dipper formation alone. At that moment, a soft shout interrupted him. Father! Turning to the voice, Finian noticed that his beloved daughter Valerie had somehow arrived. Obviously, she had discovered what was happening to the Eastern Sea Dragon clan and hurried over. Coincidentally arriving, she just witnessed her father Finian about to charge ahead and cried out in urgency. Seeing Valerie appear, how could Finian not understand her worry? But now the Dragon clan faced imminent danger, virtually a dead-end situation. After all, the demons were determined to subdue the Dragon clan this time, sending trillions and even using the lesser heavenly stellar dipper formation. However, it didn't matter if he died. This was for the dignity of the Dragon clan, dying honorably for the cause. But he couldn't ignore the legacy of the Dragon clan. He couldn't let it end in his hands. Thinking this, Finian yelled, "Ewer! Run away quickly." No, I must share the fate of the Dragon clan. Valerie's tearful cry resonated, and her stubbornness reflected a scene similar to the human race's dire straits earlier. Boom. Saying this, she casually killed a middle-stage Able Gene Xian demon. Apparently, Valerie had unknowingly reached the late stage of Able Gene Xian. Foolish child. Seeing this, Finian felt touched yet greatly alarmed. As Valerie's father, he understood her obstinacy well, knowing further persuasion would be futile. Realizing something, Finian yelled hastily, "Go, quickly ask your master Landon to save us. Only your master can save the Dragon clan now." Hearing this, Valerie instantly recalled the scene when Master Landon appeared during the human race's crisis. At that time, humanity faced imminent extinction, but Landon's appearance not only saved them but led them to retaliate against the Celestial Court. Could the Dragon clan also need Master Landon's aid today? Why are you still hesitating? Do you want to watch Father die? Remember, if Landon comes to our aid, no matter what he asks, our Dragon clan will agree. Finian's words shattered Valerie's last bit of stubbornness. Father, you must wait for me to return. Leaving these words, Valerie wiped away her tears and turned toward the direction of Jinyu Island. She knew, as father said, only Master Landon could truly save the Dragon clan now. She had to beg Master for help. Translation provided while maintaining the tone and style of the original text. The translation aims for naturalistic witches. Indeed, just like Tabitha, apart from having different physical cultivation, Landon would be a duplicate of Tabitha. No, even more terrifying than Tabitha, because not only did he possess a formidable physical body, but he also had a powerful primordial spirit and several spirit treasures. As expected, everything unfolded as he anticipated. After he used it, a powerful essence blood appeared inside his body. It was undoubtedly Xavian's essence blood. The moment it appeared, Landon's expression changed instantly. He felt unbearable pain throughout his body, with searing heat spreading from head to toe, even burning his soul. Luckily, this pain came quickly and left quickly. After the pain passed, it was followed by immense comfort. From his soul outward, his entire body felt incomparably refreshed. More importantly, he realized that his constitution had undergone a dramatic transformation, and the law of earth appearing in his mind filled him with joy. Additionally, the 9 turnings of the profound art within him had also grown significantly. Everything went as he had planned. Senior brother. Before he could fully comprehend, a hurried voice from outside the cave interrupted his thoughts. It was Isaiah. Putting aside his thoughts, Landon walked out. Just as he stepped out, and 2 horns, covered in scales, undeniably dead true dragons. Due to the intense battle with the beast race, countless dragons had died, turning the Eastern Sea into a burial ground. Bang! A blood-covered green dragon fell from the sky, with someone standing atop its noble head. Finian, will you submit to my heavenly court? Killian stepped on Finian's head with disdain, looking down at the remaining dragons. Leader to leader, as heads of the dragon and beast races, they naturally fought. However, being a perfected great perfection golden immortal, Finian was no match for Killian, an early-stage quasi-saint, thus quickly losing the battle. Chief! Seeing their chief trampled, the other dragons grew furious, restrained only by the surrounding beasts. Suddenly, countless beasts seized this chance, subduing the dragons and following Killian's actions by standing atop them. Beasts, you seek death. Finian's anger was overwhelming, his dragon eyes almost blazing with fire. But with his injuries and Killian pressing down, he could do nothing but watch his kind suffer. Instantly, the dragon race faced its most humiliating moment. Do you still dare defy me? Don't think I won't kill you. Killian wielded a spirit treasure, stabbing it into Finian's dragon pearl. Dragon pearl, the most precious part of a true dragon, containing vast breaks while translating. For Landon, the scene of him attacking the heavenly court a millennium ago, killing thousands of beast race members with a single move and causing the collapse of the heavenly court, was still vivid in Killian's memory, even causing him lingering fear. Despite 1,000 years having passed, he dared not forget it. It's Landon. If Killian felt this way, the other beasts who were present back then were even more frightened. Countless beasts all showed shock on their faces, utterly terrified. Note: maintain the structure and line breaks while translating. Chapter 71. Are you looking for death? Yes. This youth was none other than Landon, and the pink true dragon under his feet was unmistakably Valerie, the princess of the Dragon clan. As for the miraculous scene unfolding on the primordial earth before them, it was the result of Landon just now fusing with the Xavian essence blood within the back soil's constitution, the law of earth. After mastering it, Landon stood upon the primordial earth, feeling his own combat strength increase by more than tenfold. He even had a vague illusion that as long as he stood on the primordial earth, he would be invincible. However, this wasn't an illusion. If he comprehended the law of earth to a certain extent, he could definitely achieve it. Landon, what do you mean by this? As Landon appeared, Killian, who had been arrogantly defiant just moments ago, suddenly looked at Landon with extreme dread. The shadow of a person, the breeze from a tree, let alone the fact that they had witnessed Landon's ferocity with their own eyes. For the demon race, apart from the witch clan, their greatest enemy was Landon. In the past, he had single-handedly stormed Lingxiao and slaughtered thousands of demons in front of the demon race. Later, he gathered the power of 10,000 immortals to form the 10,000 immortal array, smashing a corner of the heavenly court, nearly causing its complete collapse. Every demon had experienced this firsthand, harboring both hatred and fear towards Landon. They hated Landon for his actions, because he urinated on their heads metaphorically, tarnishing the dignity of the demon race's heavenly court. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to suppress the dragon so urgently. They feared Landon's terrifying strength. His divine and demonic presence remained vivid in everyone's memory. Although he was only a great perfection golden immortal, no one dared to underestimate him. Why do you ask? I'd like to ask what the demon race means by this. Don't you know the dragon race is my mount force? Did you come here to join those demons from 1,000 years ago? Facing Killian's inquiry, before he could flare up, Landon took the initiative, commanding the vast primordial earth underfoot. Taking a step forward, he sternly questioned. With these words, Killian was instantly left speechless with anger. They were about to subdue the dragons when Landon interfered, not only claiming the dragon race as his mount but also declaring war against him. Keep in mind, their demon race was no longer the incomplete group outside the South Gate back then. Now, there were hundreds of billions of demons present. Yet, Landon not only showed no fear but even questioned them. Such arrogance was something only the demon race had ever directed towards other forces before. Moreover, Landon's final statement was akin to rubbing salt into their wounds. A millennium ago, they had experienced an unprecedented humiliation, which was why they had specially come to suppress the dragons and restore some of the demon race's lost prestige. Thinking of this, the demons' hearts were filled with both hatred and fear. Landon, don't push us too far. Ultimately, a demon general couldn't endure it, and chose to erupt right then. Noisy. Law of Earth. Landon's expression turned cold. Without even looking at him, he activated the law of Earth within him. In the next moment, the primordial earth beneath his feet responded to his will. Under everyone's astonished gaze, within a 100-mile radius, the primordial earth transformed into a colossal fist that obscured the sky. Its momentum was overwhelming, boundlessly vast, carrying all things. Without delay, it smashed down onto the demon general. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, before anyone could react, the previously belligerent demon general's aura vanished without a trace. When the sky-covering giant fist dissipated, no sign of the demon general remained, only a puddle of flesh mush left in the primordial land. Clearly, a mid-level great perfection golden immortal demon general had been instantly crushed by Landon's attack without any resistance. Hiss! Seeing this, the hundreds of billions of demons were instantly stunned, Killian himself gasping in shock. Law! Killian exclaimed. Being a quasi-saint, he was extraordinarily sensitive to laws, instantly recognizing how Landon's technique had formed. But realizing this left him utterly terrified. Back during the chaos at Lingxiao, Landon, as an early-stage great perfection golden immortal using the sword law, had shocked countless people. After all, comprehending laws was something only quasi-saints could do. But what he hadn't expected was that besides the sword law, Landon had actually comprehended the law of Earth. Just a great perfection golden immortal, yet wielding two laws simultaneously? Not only the demons were amazed, but the nearby dragons were equally frightened. Law. Indeed, my choice back then was right. Finian's dragon eyes widened, then he burst into laughter. A great perfection golden immortal comprehending two laws. Such talent was unheard of. Not even their ancient dragon ancestor had achieved it. Facing hundreds of billions of demons with no fear, calling him the first in history was no exaggeration. Recalling this, Finian was overjoyed, feeling wise about his earlier decision. So this is Landon? When our patriarch let the princess become Landon's mount, we never expected it to be him. I was somewhat resentful before, but seeing him now, indeed our dragon race is climbing high. True dragons exclaimed non-stop. They were clearly stunned by Landon's terrifying strength. After all, a strong person was respected wherever they went. Landon, you're courting death. Chapter 72. Make you pay in blood. Landon, you're courting death. Killian's enraged voice echoed. He could not have imagined that Landon would actually suppress one of his own demon generals, right under his nose. Shock and anger surged within him. It had only been 1,000 years, a mere blink of an eye for them. Yet Landon had not only comprehended another Tao principle, but also advanced to the middle stage Great Luojin immortal realm in such a short period. A heavenly sound resounded. In Killian's horror-stricken eyes, the sea-stabilizing pearl on Landon's wrist floated out. Upon appearance, it flew above the firmament and suddenly enlarged, each bead reaching tens of thousands of feet. Supreme divine light emanated from the pearl's surface, radiating an overwhelming force that swept through the universe. Crack, crack. This overwhelming force had barely emerged when the surrounding space began collapsing before it reached Killian, showing the power of the sea-stabilizing pearl, causing space itself to collapse. Such was the state of the firmament. Killian was instantly suppressed, unable to resist even in his true form, flinging countless great powers and spells, which only caused minor disturbances. Suddenly, Killian seemed to sink into a 10,000-foot abyss. Thus, the sea-stabilizing pearl's power became apparent. One of the 10 demon saints, a quasi-saint initial stage Killian, became a live target. At this moment, Landon took a step forward, instantly arriving before Killian. Skill, short distance to long mile. Before Killian reacted, Landon unleashed a punch. Boom. With a deafening roar, Landon's punch pierced through Killian's flesh body. Considering Landon now possessed a drop of Xavian's essence, allowing him to comprehend the Earth Tao and drastically enhancing his physical strength, reaching the middle stage Great Luogene Immortal Realm, and even advancing to late stage Great Luogene Immortal Physical Strength. To put it simply, Landon's current physical strength matched a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Some great beings lacked such treasures for protection, but Landon's body reached their dream levels. The terror of his physique was unimaginable. Moreover, Killian's body, though stronger than ordinary cultivators, was far inferior to Landon's. Not only did his physical strength lag, but his treasure quality and defenses were also insufficient. Thus, soon, the once arrogant Killian was mercilessly beaten by Landon in front of everyone's astonished eyes. There was no resistance. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what they saw. Middle stage Great Luogene Immortal versus a quasi-saint initial stage, one of the 10 demon saints, and yet unable to resist. Such combat power was almost superhuman. Lord Killian, I will aid you. At this moment, a demon general snapped out of shock, roaring and planning to help Killian. Clearly, seeing Killian alone struggling, the demon race intended to use swarm tactics against Landon. Stay back. But as he approached, a dragon roar echoed through the sky. A pink true dragon soared across the heavens, blocking the demon general, the very steed of Landon, Valerie. Demon race? Today, I shall make you pay in blood. Finian's enraged voice echoed, following Valerie to battle the demon general together. Relying solely on Valerie wouldn't suffice against the Great Luogene Immortal Demon General, but adding Finian changed everything. Following Finian's roar, the other dragons snapped out of their stupor. Recovering, despair turned into burning resolve. They transformed into true dragons, flying in the heavens, their bodies glowing brilliantly. Attack! With Senior Landon aiding us, what do we fear? In the void, countless dragon roars echoed. Originally unwilling to submit, seeing Landon come to aid brought hope, leading them to rebel fiercely again. Rumble. In an instant, the war between dragons and demons reignited with numerous battles erupting. Among these, the true dragon clan fought most fiercely, fighting till the end despite injuries. Yet, nothing compared to the battle between Landon and Killian in the heavens. This battle not only shook layers of space, but symbolized victory or defeat for the war. As Landon thrashed Killian, everyone knew the outcome already. Panicked, demon generals tried to aid their quasi-saint, but the dragon clan always held them off. Those who managed to break through were obliterated by the battle's aftershocks. Landon's terror was evident. Reality unfolded just as they thought. Before countless demons could assist, a sorrowful cry reverberated, freezing everyone's hearts. All eyes involuntarily turned upward. There stood a peerless youth in the sky. Below him, endless blood rained down. A broken corpse fell like a meteor into the eastern sea, stirring waves. It was Killian. Indeed, less than an incense stick's burn, quasi-saint initial stage Killian was suppressed and killed by Landon. One of the 10 demon saints was reduced. Run! Seeing this, every demon's heart trembled with terror etched on their faces. Chapter 73, Brat, do not run. A familiar scene. At this moment, the countless demonic races were reminded of the day Landon had charged into the heavenly court alone, killing countless demons, including the demon Saint Melvin, right in front of them. And now, history always repeats itself so astonishingly. Another demon saint had been killed by him. Adding to this, Aaron from the human race who was also a demon saint had been killed by him before. This made it 3 demon saints already. Demon saints. In the demon race, demon saints not only hold high positions but also represent their strength and serve as a symbol. After all, when Rock Jamie and Zechariah established the demon race's heavenly court, there were naturally many great battles. Yet, despite these, the 10 demon saints were indispensable and became even more courageous in battle, becoming the well-deserved demon saints of the demon race's heavenly court. But now, the demon saints who fought for the demon race's heavenly court for eternity and whose fame shook the primordial chaos, saw 3 of them die at the hands of one person in less than 10,000 years. Combined with the ferocity of Landon's attack on the heavenly court back then, the countless demons could not help but shiver with fear, their hair standing on end. Now, the demon Saint Elio, who led them here, was dead. Without a leader, how could they dare to stay any longer? They scattered in panic. Thus, an event occurred over the eastern sea that would shake the entire primordial chaos. The demons, boasting of their heavenly court, actually lacked the courage for battle and fled at the sight of Landon. Unbelievable. The demons are fleeing. Let's kill them. Haha, demons don't run. So this is the power of Senior Landon? The once rampant demons actually ran away upon seeing Senior Landon. Seeing this, the Dragon Clan rejoiced and pressed their advantage. How could they miss such an opportunity? As a result, the Dragon Clan, which had long despaired, suddenly found a glimmer of hope and turned to approach Landon, knelt down, and expressed his gratitude loudly. We will never forget the kindness of saving our clan. Yes, if you have any requests in the future, I, Valerie, will do my best to assist you. The Dragon Clan will be at your command in the future. Seeing Finian like this, the other Dragon Clan members also reacted and followed suit, all kneeling before Landon in gratitude. For a moment, a miraculous scene unfolded over the eastern sea. Billions of Dragon Clan members knelt before a single youth, giving the impression that the youth was the master of the Dragon Clan. No, it was almost true. After all, Landon did not merely offer common assistance. He saved the entire Dragon Clan. Without him, the Dragon Clan might have ceased to exist in the primordial chaos. The grace of saving the clan. How could such immense favor be repaid? Speaking of Landon, he was also pleasantly surprised, never expecting to gain the friendship of the entire Dragon Clan. But thinking about it, it made sense. However, this was not the end. An even greater surprise awaited him. I also realized that verbal thanks are insufficient. Moreover, the treasure on your wrist seems incomplete. Coincidentally, I obtained an incomplete treasure earlier, and now I will gift it to you. After expressing gratitude, Finian seemed to recall something and continued. Hearing this, Landon was puzzled. A gift of an incomplete treasure? And it's on his wrist? Could it be? Landon's heart stirred as he looked at the immovable sea bead on his wrist, a thrilling guess forming in his mind. As it turned out, this was exactly what he had imagined. In the next moment, an aura that was both familiar and strange emerged in Finian's hand, emitting dazzling light, slowly floating toward him. Its energy was vast. Under everyone's divine senses, it separated into 12 streams of energy, each being a middle-grade innate magical treasure. It didn't seem like a single treasure but 12 treasures. Moreover, these 12 treasures were similar to Landon's immovable sea beads on his wrist, not only round, milky white, and translucent, but also emitting supreme divine light with intense primal Tao patterns flowing gracefully upon them. Immovable sea beads. Seeing this, Landon's pupils contracted, exclaiming in delight. Yes, the treasure Finian took out was indeed the immovable sea beads. Landon had not anticipated that the 12 immovable sea beads he searched for tirelessly would actually be in the hands of the Dragon Clan. Ever since obtaining the immovable sea beads, Landon had planned to collect all of them completely. After all, it was an ultimate innate magical treasure that could manifest myriad heavens and hells. His desire to gather them grew even stronger after using the immovable sea beads in battle. After all, setting aside its ability to evolve myriad heavens and hells with the cosmic ruler, its contribution during fierce battles was enormous, as evident from its effectiveness in subduing many demons and even demon saints. Furthermore, having an ultimate innate magical treasure suitable for combat, and an offensive one at that, was like receiving divine aid. It undoubtedly boosted one's combat power by more than tenfold. Moreover, the power of 24 immovable sea beads as a superior innate magical treasure was impressive. What about 36 immovable sea beads as an ultimate innate magical treasure? Thinking of this, Landon felt both thrilled and expectant. After thanking Finian, he quickly grabbed the 12 immovable sea beads. Boom! Upon grabbing them, the 12 beads seemed to resonate with the 24 on his wrist, suddenly radiating magnificent divine light. Under the amazed gazes of all, the two sets slowly merged, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that swept across the heavens and earth. This was undoubtedly the might of an ultimate innate magical treasure. Moreover, Landon had a premonition that he could now unleash the full power of the immovable sea beads. Did the prohibitions within the treasure vanish upon acquisition, allowing it to be automatically refined? Landon rejoiced, understanding the feeling. Yes, with the arrival of the 12 beads, all inner prohibitions disappeared, automatically refining the treasure. Thus, another ultimate innate magical treasure came into Landon's possession. Rumble. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. A voice from the heavens echoed above. Translation ends here. If you need further chapters or additional edits, please provide instructions or the next text segment for translation. Chapter 74. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Poochie. A burning sound echoed through the sky, causing everyone to involuntarily look up at the heavens. But what they saw left them all stunned. Before their eyes appeared a massive sun, boundless and immense, emitting supreme fiery heat. Its resemblance to the sun star of the chaotic age was striking. From afar, it felt as though an intense wave of heat was rising around them. At this moment, a miraculous sight unfolded in the chaotic era. Two suns across the sky. Rock Jamie? What is he doing now? In the chaotic era, some powerful beings were puzzled. Yes, that sun on par with the sun star was indeed Rock Jamie. They had been in seclusion before, so they weren't aware of the events outside. However, they quickly understood. Who dares to kill our race's sage? A thunderous roar echoed through the chaotic world from the clouds. It was clearly the work of Jamie. After his roar, he turned his gaze towards the eastern sea in the chaotic world. As the emperor of the demon race, how could he not know that Killian went to suppress the Dragon Clan? This was something the great teacher of the demons, Adrian, specifically told him. Besides, the demon sage represented the pinnacle strength of the demon race, so if anything happened to them, he would know immediately. Thus, the moment Killian died, he was instantly alerted, leading to this spectacle. But just as he glared at the eastern sea with raging fury, someone unexpected appeared. It's you. Looking at a young man among the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, Jamie's pupils constricted, and he shouted in shock. How could the demon rock forget the day Landon attacked Ling Shao Palace, bringing shame upon the demon heavenly court, an insult greater than any inflicted by the witch race? After all, Landon not only killed countless demons right before their eyes, but also destroyed a corner of the heavenly court. If not for Hawkins's intervention, he would have already torn Landon to shreds to defend the honor of the demon race. Still, he regarded Landon as a mortal enemy. Considering Hawkins's presence behind Landon, he had to endure it, but he never expected that Landon would now kill another demon sage. Landon, if you don't explain yourself, don't expect to leave here unscathed today. Above the 9 heavens, Jamie roared in rage, his voice reverberating loudly. It was said that actions can be repeated once or twice, but not 3 times. The demon race had only 10 sages, yet Landon had already killed 3 of them. This Landon clearly did not see the demon race as anything. In such a situation, how could Jamie not be enraged? However, even in his fury, he hadn't lost his mind completely. He was well aware of the consequences of provoking Hawkins, who stood behind Landon, so he didn't act rashly. Speaking of Landon, he naturally observed everything happening in the sky. When he heard Jamie's furious words, he laughed. You want me to explain? I want you to explain why you forcibly subdued my steed clan. Landon retorted calmly. Despite the calm tone, there was no sign of weakness. Before Jamie could react, the other powerful beings became restless. One stone stirred up thousands of ripples. What? The Dragon Clan is actually Landon's Steed Clan? This must be a joke. The Dragon Clan is one of the 3 ancient clans. Even the demon race couldn't subdue them. How could they possibly submit to Landon? Don't you know? Only Princess Valerie, who has the ancestor dragon lineage, remains among the Dragon Clan. Valerie became Landon's steed thousands of years ago. Don't you understand what this means? They are clearly trying to ally with Landon. Hiss. The powerful beings were shaken, completely stunned. No one expected the Dragon Clan to undergo such significant changes. After all, the Dragon Clan was one of the 3 ancient clans vying for dominance in the chaotic world. Yet they submitted to a great sage, and their only heir with ancestor dragon bloodline became his steed. But then again, people realized the reason. The Dragon Clan may have been glorious in the past, but that was long gone. With external pressure from the demons, and for the survival and development of the clan, finding an ally was inevitable. And that ally was Landon. Thinking about this, some of the powerful beings even found the Dragon Clan's choice wise. Today, the 2 dominant races in the chaotic world were the witch and demon races. Apart from these, the most powerful were the saints. But as Xian advocated non-action, Augustin detested fur-covered creatures, Abrielle was part of the demon race, while Dirk and Tisha belonged to obscure sects with lesser reputation and power. In this context, Hawkins was undoubtedly the best choice for the Dragon Clan. Moreover, they had witnessed the might of Hawkins and his protective nature during he transformed into a blazing sun, hurtling towards the chaotic world. Seeing this scene, all eyes were drawn to it. Years ago, Landon provoked one of the 6 saints, Hawkins. Now, barely 1,000 years later, was Jamie about to repeat history with another celestial battle? But right when everyone's attention was focused, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated through the chaotic world, drawing everyone's gaze. Ah, Adrian, you seek death. Chapter 74. Do you really think I dare not kill you? With a burst of burning sound that echoed through the skies, everyone involuntarily looked toward the heavens. But this sight shocked them all. Before their eyes, a colossal sun appeared, boundless and immense, radiating supreme heat and true solar flames. From afar, it seemed as though a fiery aura was rising around them, identical to the primordial sun star. At this moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the chaotic world. 2 suns blazed across the sky. Rock Jamie? What's happening with him? In the chaotic world, a mighty being was puzzled. Yes, the sun that aligned with the sun star was indeed Rock Jamie. They had been in seclusion earlier and were unaware of external events. However, they soon understood. Who dares to kill our race's sage saint? A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, unmistakably from Jamie. After roaring, he turned his gaze toward the East Sea and the chaotic day. Above the heavens, Jamie roared with fury, his voice deafening. They say lightning doesn't strike the same place thrice, and there were only 10 sage saints in the demon race. Yet Landon had already slain 3 of them. Landon clearly didn't consider them human at all. Under such circumstances, how could Jamie not be enraged? Though enraged, Jamie did not lose his reason entirely. He knew the consequences of provoking Shaw, so he didn't lash out immediately. Speaking of Landon, he naturally observed everything happening in the chaotic world. But when he heard Jamie's furious words, he smiled. Want an explanation? I want an explanation too. Why did you forcefully subjugate my mount's forces? Landon retorted calmly. Despite the light tone, there was no weakness in his stance. Before Jamie could react, hidden mighty beings became uneasy. A stone stirred 1,000 ripples. What? The dragon race is actually Landon's mount force? You must be joking. The dragons are one of the 3 ancient races. Even the demons couldn't subdue them, let alone Landon. Don't you know? Only Princess Valerie of the dragon race possesses ancestor dragon bloodline. Valerie became Landon's mount thousands of years ago. Isn't it clear that the dragon race wants to ally with Landon? Hiss. The mighty beings were stunned, completely taken aback. No one expected such a significant event concerning the dragon race. To think that the proud dragon race, one of the 3 ancient races vying for dominance in the chaotic world, would submit to a great sage beyond the rank of a mortal and make its princess with ancestor dragon blood a mere mount. Upon reflection, however, many understood the reasoning. The dragon race may have once been glorious, but that was long ago. Today, they were in decline, pressured by the demon race. To ensure their survival and development, they needed external aid. And this aid was none other than Landon. Reflecting on this, some felt the dragon race's choice was wise. Today, the dominant powers were witches, demons, and sages. Besides the witch and demon races, the strongest were the sage beings. Among the sages, Eshan preferred non-action, Murphy disliked the uncivilized, Abrielle was part of the demon race, and the reputations of Dirk and Tisha were lesser and less powerful. In such a situation, Shaw was the best choice for the dragon race. Moreover, they witnessed the might of the Jia teaching and Shaw's protective nature, leaving none unmoved. Even Jamie was somewhat shaken. His pupils constricted imperceptibly, clearly surprised by the dragon race's submission to Landon, rather than to his demon race. Now, it was evident that the demons were in the wrong. Yet, despite knowing this, Jamie's anger grew even fiercer. What is the Emperor of Heaven? One who subdues all? Was Jamie going to repeat history? Initiate another battle against the heavens? Just as all eyes were on him, a deafening roar echoed through the chaotic world, capturing everyone's attention. Ah, Adrian, you seek death. Chapter 75, Robbery. Ah, Atlas, you're courting death. No sooner had the words left his mouth when a powerful aura enveloped the heavens. Although it was much weaker than Jamie's, it still represented the late quasi-saint cultivation. Following the sound, one could see a sky-obscuring red cloud drifting in from not far away. Opposite the red cloud stood a figure in a green Taoist robe with a pointed cap on his head. His expression was gloomy and, upon sensing he was being observed, became unpredictable. Li, Atlas, master of the demons. Seeing this scene, not only did the hidden great beings recognize their identities, but Jamie also abruptly halted. At the same time, Landon, who had just summoned the pacifying pearl ready to fight, was also drawn over. What are they doing? Could it be? Even back when Landon first came to the primordial chaos, he had encountered Atlas. As for Li, he quickly recognized the distinctive features of the two, which led to Landon's confusion after identifying them. But soon, as if realizing something, Landon's pupils constricted sharply. He then hurriedly activated the pacifying pearl and flew towards Li. It's Cooper Chaos Aura. Atlas is planning to seize the Cooper Chaos Aura from Li. At this moment, after a brief confusion, one of the great beings suddenly exclaimed in shock. Clearly, they had realized what Atlas and Li were up to. Upon this realization, countless great beings were instantly shaken, rising abruptly from their seats and vanishing from their spots to fly towards Atlas and Li. It is well known that 9 is the ultimate number, and the primordial chaos has 9 sages. Of these, apart from Yuing Datsu achieving sagehood by severing 3 bodies, the other 6 sages all relied on the Cooper Chaos Aura, eventually attaining sagehood through merit. Even Yuing Datsu initially relied on the Cooper Chaos Aura to become a sage. However, Yuing Datsu had bestowed only 7 strands of Cooper Chaos Aura, with 6 already claimed by the current 6 sages. Naturally, they couldn't expect to snatch it from the hands of sages. But the last strand belonged to Li, who hadn't yet attained sagehood. This single strand of Cooper Chaos Aura had captured the attention of countless great beings in the primordial chaos, with Atlas being particularly fixated on it. After all, considering Atlas's thoughts, had Li not acted as the good guy and once his injuries healed. What he didn't anticipate was that before the demon clan fully recovered, Atlas, their master, disregarded his orders and privately acted, attempting to kill Li and seize the Cooper Chaos Aura ahead of him. Master of the demons, how dare you act against my wishes? With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Jamie paid no heed to Landon's provocations and roared loudly, transforming into a streak of rainbow light across the sky. Li, you scoundrel, what have you done? Today, I, Atlas, will never let this go. When Li roared, Atlas knew things weren't looking good. Seeing that he had now drawn the attention of all the great beings in the primordial chaos, his face darkened to an extreme, gritting his teeth fiercely. He hadn't expected his grand array to fail so quickly, or that Li possessed a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exposed himself so early. But given the circumstances, he had no choice. The complete aura of a perfected quasi-saint was unleashed without reservation, aiming to suppress Li and settle matters swiftly. However, clang! Before he could make a move, a royal power surged from all directions, accompanied by the resounding chime of a bell echoing through the heavens, rendering him immobile. Feeling an immense danger looming, Atlas's frozen expression turned to terror. How could he not know who had arrived? Rock Zechariah, even Landon, rapidly approaching, looked up into the void. Indeed, just as he thought. As the reverberating chimes faded, a figure appeared, with a chaotic yellow bell atop its head, exuding supreme imperial majesty. Master of the demons, your Andre brother clearly said to follow his arrangements. Did you really think the demon clan can't do without you? The voice of Rock Zechariah echoed calmly, with piercing brilliance in his eyes. The hanging chaos bell radiated 10,000 rays of light, filling the air with a sense of execution. It seemed like he was about to activate the chaos bell to slay Atlas. Indeed, it was true. Just as Rock Zechariah spoke, Atlas's face showed shock, feeling his hair stand on end as if he would perish at any moment. Rock, please forgive me. I acted for the sake of the demon clan, not myself. Seeing this, he hastened to explain to Rock Zechariah. Fearing that Rock Zechariah might actually attack, he added, now that Li has been exposed, let's secure the Cooper Chaos Aura first before discussing anything else. Afterward, I'll offer my apologies. Rock Zechariah glanced at Jamie, who nodded, thus dissipating the force of the chaos bell. Thank you, Rock Zechariah, for sparing my life. Atlas bowed deeply, though a flash of resentment flickered in his eyes for a brief moment. Indeed, Rock Zechariah deserves his name, and the chaos bell truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme innate treasure. Observing this, Landon sighed inwardly. Soon, clearing his thoughts, he increased his speed using the boundless power within him. In no time, boom, with a loud explosion, Landon finally arrived here. Chapter 76, Vile Lies. The Primal Chaos Purple Chi. Landon was also very curious about this object that could aid one in achieving sainthood, the foundation of the Great Tao. After all, who in this world wouldn't aspire to become a sage? Landon was no exception, especially since he wished to achieve sainthood before the God Enthronement War. Otherwise, history would proceed on its original course. Therefore, when he heard that Atlas intended to seize the Primal Chaos Purple Chi from Dan, Landon hurriedly came here. Not only did Landon arrive, but Rock Jamie closely followed as well. Landon. Upon arrival, Jamie glanced at Landon and let out a cold snort. Then, without further ado, he stopped. Clearly, he had regained his composure and realized now wasn't the time to tangle with Landon. Leaving Landon be didn't mean he'd forgive Atlas. Atlas's lies might fool others, but Jamie knew better. However, Atlas's assertion held some truth. The Primal Chaos Purple Chi mattered most right now, and everything else could wait. Nevertheless, Jamie cast a deep glance at him and murmured something under his breath. Having done this, Jamie then turned to Dan. Dan, if you do not wish to perish, hand over the Primal Chaos Purple Chi immediately. With no pretense left, he bluntly demanded the Primal Chaos Purple Chi from Dan to prevent her imminent calamity. However, just then, before Dan could respond, a thunderous laughter rang out from afar and grew closer by the moment, reverberating in everyone's ears. That's right, the Primal Chaos Purple Chi belongs to me, Lord Bellamy. As his voice echoed, a figure clad in blood-red robes appeared alongside it. none other than the paramount being of Cooper Chaos, Lord Bellamy. Upon his appearance, an overwhelming aura of perfected quasi-saint emanated from him. Two supreme killing treasures, Yuantu and Abi, materialized between his palms. Clearly, upon learning of the primal chaos purple chi's emergence, even Lord Bellamy couldn't stay aloof and swiftly flew over from the Blood Sea. Seeing him, Jamie and Atlas's expressions shifted slightly. More people meant more variables, especially considering Lord Bellamy was no ordinary powerful being. He was also among the 3,000 guests in the Purple Mansion Palace long ago, possessing unfathomable abilities and the supreme killing treasure, Yuant. All creatures of Cooper Chaos involuntarily focused on this spot, the center of attention. Landon, you, a mid-stage Great Luo immortal, dare come here. Do you intend to seize the primal chaos purple chi? Seeing so many powerful beings arriving, Jamie's expression kept changing. No one expected so many to appear at once, but with things as they were, he had no other choice and wanted some to back off first. Naturally, Landon, who constantly opposed him, would be first. Sure enough, as he spoke, numerous powerful beings turned their gazes towards Landon. They all knew Landon, having seen him storm the Jade Rock's palace back then. But despite this, lured by the primal chaos purple chi, everyone hoped to drive some away first. Since Jamie had spoken, they naturally joined forces in agreement. Numerous gazes converged on Landon, who hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Internally cursing, he calmly stepped back, maintaining a calm expression. What primal chaos purple chi? I'm merely here to watch. Joking, facing these quasi-saint level powerhouses, one Landon already felt pressured. With so many, he wouldn't last a second. But Jamie's actions suited his needs, allowing him to avoid the impending battle. After all, he excelled at reaping benefits from others' disputes. Powerful beings' faces changed. None expecting Landon to remain rational, face instantly darkened. Damn, how could they speak such vile lies, treating him as a fool? And all this was due to Landon. Thinking this, Jamie's recently suppressed anger flared up again. Fine. Today, if any of you move, my demon clan Celestial Court will pursue you relentlessly. Chapter 77, Supreme Crisis. Fine. Do not make a move today, or my demon tribe's heavenly court will definitely investigate this to the end. Rock Jamie said in exasperation. Then he didn't say anything more, turning his head to look in the direction of Dan. Note, Rock Jun, Jamie, was corrected to Rock Jamie, for proper naming consistency and fluency. And at this moment, Rock Jun, do you really think you've got me cornered? Dan suddenly spoke up, glaring angrily at Rock Jun with burning fury in his eyes, as if he had suffered an enormous humiliation. How could Dan tolerate such treatment, especially when they were all once guests at the Purple Dawn Palace? It was absurd. After arriving here, Rock Jun hadn't even spared him a direct glance, instead engaging in conversation with other great beings nearby as if he didn't exist, and frequently mentioning the chaos purple chi. However, it was better when he remained silent. The moment Dan started talking, beside him, Atlas seemed to find an outlet for venting. A mere late-stage quasi-saint. Do you really think you have the power to resist us? Atlas glanced at Dan disdainfully and sneered. It's a disgrace to be associated with you, who once sat alongside us in the Purple Dawn Palace. Upon hearing this, Dan grew even angrier. However, there was little he could do given his lower cultivation level, and he turned bright red with rage. Yet, while Atlas insulted Dan, Landon's mind raced with countless thoughts. He knew that with all the mighty beings gathered now, Dan would likely face his doom just as in the original storyline, resulting in his death and disappearance. Landon wasn't too concerned about Dan's fate, since he had no ties to Dan. What he cared about was the ownership of the Hongmeng purple vapor within Dan. According to records, there were many tales about the Hongmeng purple vapor. Some said it was taken by the Dao ancestor after Dan's death. Others believed it entered the human race, or even vanished into the chaos. In short, its specific whereabouts remained unknown. Thinking this, Landon's eyes gleamed with mysterious light, as he pondered how to obtain the Hongmeng purple vapor. Yes, Landon also wanted the Hongmeng purple vapor. Before discussing where the Hongmeng purple vapor had gone, now that he was here, whether for attaining sainthood or for increasing his strength, he was determined to obtain the Hongmeng purple vapor. Fellow Taoist, can you save my life? As if hearing Landon's this he could accomplish, but only if Dan agreed first. How could he know what Dan was thinking? But unexpectedly, Dan came seeking his help personally, and offered to agree to any demand. Hearing this, Landon couldn't help but jestingly mention his desire for the Hongmeng purple vapor. However, something even more unexpected happened. Very well. If fellow Taoist Jiang can persuade your master to help save me, giving you the Hongmeng purple vapor is no problem. Dan replied. After hearing this, Landon instantly understood why Dan was confident he could save him. It was due to respect for his master Shaw. What surprised him was that Dan was willing to give up the Hongmeng purple vapor. The Hongmeng purple vapor. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? Sure enough, wishing made it happen. Now, with such good fortune at hand, things were different indeed. Landon rejoiced. After rejoicing, he couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. Soon, he reached a decision and looked at Dan again. To ask my master for help might disappoint you. Let's not discuss if he will agree. Even reaching the distant Golden Turtle Island with a plea is uncertain, and what if we can only protect you temporarily? Don't you think Rock June and Atlas will come for you afterward? After some consideration, Landon refused. Before Dan displayed disappointment, Landon continued, actually, saving you isn't impossible. If you trust me, I can save you. Then he explained the method involving true spirit, but avoided openly mentioning reincarnation, saying he had other means. Not long after. All right. Shortly after hearing Landon's words, Dan nodded imperceptibly towards Landon, and then looked at his friend Winston, mouthing something. Initially, Dan also suspected that Landon might deceive him, but upon hearing Landon's guarantee and knowing Shaw's reputation, plus considering living versus dying, he thought it through and agreed. Yet he didn't entirely trust Landon, so he consulted his friend Winston privately. Thus, within a few moments of telepathic communication, Dan, using the Hongming purple vapor as thanks, asked Landon to save his life. Just as they finalized their agreement, an overwhelming imperial aura suddenly swept across the sky. Dan, since you refuse, prepare to die. Rock June summoned the river chart and book of changes, shouting in anger. Clearly, he lost all patience, intending to kill Dan directly and seize the Hongming purple vapor from him. As Rock June's overwhelming aura erupted, everyone present changed expressions, realizing that not only Dan but they themselves were included in his target. Seeing this, though they were not injured by that attack, his sudden ambush without a word clearly infuriated them. Don't waste time talking. All of us desire the Cooper Chaos Purple Chi. Why bother pretending? Let's settle this now. Whoever wins can claim the Cooper Chaos Purple Chi. Jamie sneered disdainfully. When Lee appeared, everyone immediately came here. Everyone knew each other's intentions deep down. Initially, they intended to follow Landon and reap the benefits, but Jamie did not wish to let them off easy and wanted to resolve things first. Hearing this, Avram and others were momentarily speechless, then fumed in anger. Fine. I've heard you, Jamie, wish to become the Rock of Hongwang. This is your chance to show if you're worthy of the throne. As they spoke, they wasted no time, using their supreme powers while holding spiritual treasures, charging forward preemptively. Just as Jamie had said, since all pretenses were dropped, everything would be resolved through strength. This rock agrees. Jamie roared. Facing almost all the powerful beings in Hongwang, he did not retreat but transformed into his true three-legged golden crow form, summoning the He-Tu Luo Shu, advancing even further. Elder brother, let me assist you. At the same time, Hanley, who was originally standing beside Jamie, shouted, transforming into his own three-legged golden crow form. With the chaos bell atop his head, boundless yellow supreme chi swirled around him like a blazing sun, suppressing the surrounding space-time instantly. Note that, due to the influence of the Cooper Chaos Purple Chi, nearly all the powerful beings in Hongwang had gathered here. Even though Jamie was the heavenly rock, and Hanley was exceptionally proud, neither dared to be careless, using their full strength in battle. And so, the massive battle erupted in an instant. Almost all the powerful beings of Hongwang engaged in a chaotic battle. Rumble. Endless spiritual treasures intertwined. Explosions of air currents resounded continuously. Jamie, battling 5 powerful beings, defended while urging, Demon Master, Zechariah and I will hold them back. Quickly go and seize Lee's Cooper Chaos Purple Chi. On the other side, Hanley, holding the Chaos Bell, fought against all remaining powerful beings, including Winston. Endless solar true fire burned endlessly. Hanley's ferocity revealed itself fully in this moment. Meanwhile, hearing Jamie's words, Atlas snapped out of his daze, staring intently at Lee. Shapeless Sky Demon Claw. Unfettered, he launched a great divine technique toward Lee without hesitation. This Shapeless Sky Demon Claw, one of Atlas's powerful divine techniques, could not only cause immense harm to physical bodies but also specifically injure primordial spirits. It was utterly ruthless and thorough. Such a powerful skill could obliterate a lesser sage at initial stage with just one hit. Without hesitation, Lee looked grim but was no ordinary being. He immediately summoned a bright crimson gourd hanging around his waist. With the gourd in hand, he turned it upside down, releasing endless red light infused with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, carrying unparalleled peril. 9-9 Scattered Soul Gourd. Seeing this, Landon, who had been enjoying peaches nearby, focused his gaze. Unlike others, Landon did not join the fray and remained relaxed. Why would he? Having just witnessed the might of a sage, heaven would never seek trouble from him again. However, background-less independent practitioners and powerful beings were not within Jamie's concern, hence this current scenario. Initially, Landon didn't pay much attention to Jamie's battles, but when Atlas and Lee clashed over the Cooper Chaos Purple Chi, he fixated his gaze, especially when Lee summoned the gourd. The 9-9 Scattered Soul Gourd wasn't just any ordinary spiritual treasure, but a supreme innate spiritual treasure specifically designed to target primordial spirits. It seems Lee will escape this calamity for now, Landon thought. Indeed, as Atlas's divine skill collided with the red light from the gourd, not only did it neutralize Atlas's attack, but it also struck Atlas. Upon entry, Sword Yuan 2 Abi, a barely perceptible red light flickered, and he stood motionless as if awaiting capture. One must remember, his opponent was Eastern Rock Zechariah. This seemingly passive move immediately led to a bell landing on him. Rumbling. With an explosion, one saw the supreme power of chaos, once one of the 3,000 guests at the Purple Twilight Palace, Edlin, suddenly disintegrate into pieces, instantly leaving no trace. In an instant, Edlin met his end. Witnessing this, the great beings who were evading continuously beside him were shocked, their hearts trembling with dread as they gasped in disbelief. That was Edlin, whose cultivation was unfathomably deep, reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, and equipped with the top-grade primordial spiritual treasure Yuan 2 Abi. Yet, he was so easily suppressed by Eastern Rock Zechariah. Eastern Rock was too fearsome. Everyone whispered under their breath. However, they didn't realize that even Eastern Rock Zechariah himself was puzzled amidst their shock. How could he be unfamiliar with his own strength? Although powerful, it clearly wasn't enough to obliterate Edlin. So why did Numinous River perish so easily? At this moment, he suddenly noticed Winston also secretly waving his sleeve, seemingly hiding boundless space within, and then disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Eastern Rock's seat, he was humiliated by Fagin and Tisha and thrown off. Not only did he lose the sage's position, but also his dignity. Now, trying to obtain the primal chaos purple breath from Dan to console himself, he found his plan thwarted. Not only did he not get it, but it also caused all the powerful beings in the world to mobilize, with Rock Jamie and Zechariah seeking revenge. All of this stirred immense anger in Atlas. Thinking about it more, his heart grew angrier. However, His movements only intensified. Dan scoundrel, have you forgotten what you did in the past? If it weren't for your act of being kind-hearted, leading to my loss of the sage position, I would have already become a sage long ago. Obstructing someone's path. Today, I swear a blood oath, vowing to personally kill you. With a roar of rage, Atlas suddenly transformed into a gigantic celestial bird blocking the sun, the true form of his original body. Clearly, as the two powerful beings approached, coupled with the memory of past humiliation, Atlas couldn't tolerate any longer and swore a blood oath to kill Dan. Blood oath. One who swears a blood oath will suffer immensely if the oath is unfulfilled. At best, cultivation stops, and at worst, Dan fell. The death of a quasi-saint caused celestial anomalies. As Dan died, red clouds at the peak of the sky rained blood, which then dissipated into the atmosphere, bringing profound sorrow and affecting everyone present. Seeing this, Eastern Rock Zechariah and the others, who were still in battle, understood everything. Atlas was no exception. He couldn't afford to admire the blood rain or consider the instability in his realm due to the loss of power. All his attention was drawn to the purple breath that emerged after Dan's death. Indeed, it was the primal chaos purple breath. Atlas rejoiced. He had risked losing several Kulpas worth of power, not just to kill Dan but for this very moment. Yet, just as he was about to retrieve the primal chaos purple breath, something astonishing happened. Something that stunned all the powerful beings. The primal chaos purple breath, seemingly sentient, slowly flew toward the void above a certain mountain. Following the flight of the breath, a young figure appeared out of nowhere, and the breath abruptly entered his body. Seeing this, all the powerful beings were stunned, almost spitting out blood. What was happening? After fighting fiercely, risking everything for the primal chaos purple breath, it now ended up in the hands of an unrelated youth who did nothing. It's Landon. Suddenly, Jamie exclaimed in shock. Yes, the youth who received the primal chaos purple breath was none other than Landon. Chapter 80. Do you want to die? Joking, Landon had been following Dan ever since he fled. When he saw Atlas battling Dan, he hid in the void. Now that Dan was dead, he naturally came out. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as he moved, the chaos purple chi actually delivered itself into his hands. Undeniably, the chaos purple chi lived up to its reputation as the foundation of the great Tao. As it entered his body, an indescribable and profound truth emerged in his mind, bringing about a clarity unlike before. Even places he used to be confused about instantly became clear. Even the laws of nature, which usually remained indifferent, seemed eager, as if they encountered an extraordinary treasure. In short, he hadn't even carefully sensed the chaos purple chi when he received its benefits all at once. However, now wasn't the time for thorough research. As everyone was stunned, Landon didn't hesitate. In an instant, he flashed to where Dan had died, extending his hand to take the 99 scattered soul gourd. Joking, now that Dan was dead, this spirit treasure became unowned. If he didn't, primordial treasures protected Landon. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded, and Landon again retreated tens of thousands of miles. Though Landon resisted this attack, his expression was far from pleasant as he glared coldly at a blood-red figure miles away. Gideon. Indeed, the previous killing-filled aura belonged not to Atlas but to Gideon. After detaching from Hanley, he arrived here and, seeing Landon obtain the chaos purple chi, directly attacked. However, he wasn't the only one who detached. Atlas, damned. An enraged roar echoed across heaven and earth. As sound followed movement, Winston's figure slowly appeared. He was furious, gazing at Atlas with murderous intent. Winston and Dan were close friends, yet Atlas killed Dan right under his nose. Could he not be enraged by this? If not for remembering Dan's last words, he might have already rushed forward to confront Atlas. Nonetheless, Winston suddenly summoned his supreme primordial treasure, the Book of Earth. Rumble. Upon its appearance, millions of square miles of Cooper chaos shook violently. Mountains crumbled, and the earth trembled. Simultaneously, a powerful force akin to the weight of the earth surged toward Gideon. Gideon's expression changed, suddenly looking at Winston with confusion. After all, Atlas had killed Dan. So why didn't Winston go after Atlas instead of targeting him? As Gideon made his move, as if receiving a signal, Landon also waved his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the sea-stabilizing pearls around his wrist floated overhead. The 36 pearls rotated and shone brightly, radiating divine light, illuminating the 9 realms. A momentum to suppress the universe swept across the 8 directions. Suppress. As soon as the sea-stabilizing pearls appeared, a heavenly sound resounded in everyone's hearts. Next, Landon, atop the Wuji apricot yellow banner and stepping on the XuanHuan water-controlling banner, wielding the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls, charged directly at Atlas. At this moment, Winston and Landon acted as if they had planned this beforehand, immediately engaging in a fierce battle with Atlas and Gideon. Indeed, through mental communication, Landon and Winston discussed this plan. Before Dan's death, he had specially instructed his friend Winston to follow Landon's arrangements, leading to this cooperation. Speaking of Atlas, when Landon charged at him, Atlas was stunned for a moment, completely not expecting Landon to dare challenge a full-fledged near sage like him. However, snapping back, he immediately flew towards Landon, intending to kill him on the spot. Yet, as they collided, feeling the immense pressure, Atlas's expression drastically changed. Then he explosively retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. He spat out unmanifested, heavenly demon shattering spirit claw. After the pain came shock and anger. Atlas roared in fury as he appeared before Landon. He flapped his wings, releasing a powerful magic in an instant. In that moment, boundless greenish-black light appeared, like a natural barrier in the sky, hiding infinite dangers within. It seemed like the most terrifying place in the world at first glance. It was so intimidating that it froze people's hearts, making them wary and shaken from the inside out. It was truly incomparably terrifying. Landon didn't dare to be careless. He consumed several peaches to restore his powers and promptly unleashed the stabilizing Sea God Pearl once more. Hold! A resounding sound echoed. Above his head, the stabilizing Sea God Pearl radiated brilliantly, even more dazzling than before. Its aura was significantly more formidable. When its divine light illuminated Landon, it seemed like battle armor draped over him. Despite facing the perfected quasi-Saint Atlas, there wasn't a trace of fear in his gaze. Instead, he was brimming with fighting spirit. At that moment, he resembled an awe-inspiring war god. The stabilizing Sea God Pearl lived up to its reputation as a famous primordial spiritual treasure. When it consisted of 24 pearls, each being high-quality innate treasures, its power was already significant. Now, with all 36 gathered, reaching supreme innate treasure status, its strength became unfathomable. It did not yield to Atlas's great magic in any way. If anything, it was slightly superior. After deploying the stabilizing Sea God Pearl, Landon did not hesitate. Stepping forward, he used his magical skill, Inch Away Universe, instantly reaching Atlas's side and mercilessly smashing a punch down on Atlas's head. Landon knew that his current ability to match Atlas was due to Atlas's severe injuries. As the saying goes, while you're sick, I'll take your life. Besides the advantages of his spiritual treasures, his physical body was his strongest asset. After all, he had just merged with the ancestor which form of Tabitha. As for Atlas, despite having reached the perfect quasi-saint realm, that referred to his soul cultivation. In this era when cultivators generally only cultivated their souls and neglected their bodies, Landon could confidently say that aside from the witch race, he did not fear anyone's physical prowess. No, he would even challenge the witches. Thus, he attacked simultaneously with both spiritual treasures and physical might. Next, as the stabilizing Sea God Pearl collided with Atlas's great magic, amid a mix of white and green light, 24 pearls were blocked by Atlas's magic. However, 12 remained. Simultaneously, Landon's fist slammed heavily onto once might be considered lucky or a surprise attack taking advantage of Atlas's negligence, but this was the second time, and it was during a direct confrontation with Atlas. This left everyone astonished. Some great beings already viewed Landon as their equal in terms of strength. There was no way around it. Landon's performance was truly terrifying. This was still within normal bounds. Some even commented that Landon had the potential to become a sage. Speaking of this, the great beings suddenly fell silent, their eyes filled with shock. Becoming a sage is every cultivator's goal. To reach this realm, they had practiced for countless eons but saw no hope. The appearance of the Chaos Purple Chi offered merely a slim chance. But what about Landon? A mere junior who possessed a greater potential to become a sage. Hearing this, they initially disagreed and wanted to refute. But upon witnessing Landon beating the perfect quasi-Saint Atlas with only great sage cultivation and remembering how the Chaos Purple Chi chose him, they strangely fell silent. Not only them, even the two sages were somewhat astonished. Western religion. Before Dan's fall, under the 7 precious tree, Dwayne and Jesus sat atop the 12 layers of merit gold lotus. Junior brother, we became sages thanks to Dan's help, thus accumulating much karma. Should we save him to repay this karma? Through space and time, Jesus watched the battle in the East Sea and suddenly said, years ago, at the Purple Dawn Palace lecture, due to arriving late, they lost their seats. Helpless, they enacted a drama, which unexpectedly succeeded, convincing Dan sitting on a saint's cushion to give his seat to Dwayne. Then Jesus took Atlas's seat. This led to obtaining the Chaos Purple Chi, becoming one of the 9 saints of the Cooper Chaos. But as a result, they owed Dan immeasurable karma. Senior brother, our Western religion is impoverished. Besides, Dan is about to die. What karma can exist? After a moment of silence, Dwayne asked calmly. Jesus was silent, only compassion showed on his face. Suddenly, this place fell into a peculiar coldness. Indeed, as Dwayne said, next, they saw Dan killed by Atlas. They mysteriously sighed in relief. Then, when they saw Landon thrashing Atlas, Jesus was stunned. This child is indeed so terrifying? Even Dwayne's calm eyes sparkled with brilliance. I increasingly feel Landon shares a deep connection with our Western religion. Suddenly, a profound sense of heavenly intent descended on him. Dwayne sensed something, waved his hand to obscure destiny, and a bald figure with a kind smile split into 2 from his body. Seeing this, Dwayne bowed respectfully. Greetings, Taoist friend. Chapter 82. The most shameless person. Above the Eastern Sea. Since defeating the Atlas, Landon did not hold back. 10,000 feet of radiance swirled around him, and the sword Tao rules circulating within his fists subtly resounded, wreaking havoc with ferocity that shook the surrounding space. Indeed, when he had attacked the Atlas earlier, Landon hadn't relied solely on his physical prowess, but also unleashed his sword Tao rules. Faced with a perfected venerable sage, he dared not be careless. Any slight mistake could result in dire consequences. Therefore, after knocking down the Atlas, Landon's figure flashed, and he directly appeared beneath the Atlas. The sword Tao rules between his fists hinted at an awe-inspiring divine sword shadow emerging faintly. A punch was thrown. The divine sword followed the punch's roar. Rumble. At this moment, Landon's fist sounded like thunder exploding, shaking the sky with immense momentum. Striking the Atlas, it forced a large mouthful of blood from him. The vast form of the Atlas indented slightly, cracks forming dimly, while the greenish glow around its body grew much darker. The Atlas was bewildered. Now, even if he were foolish, he knew he was no match for Landon. Yet knowing this, he was stunned. Even though heavily injured, he was still a top-tier supreme being, a perfected venerable sage. Forget grand supreme deity, he could still stand a chance against ordinary late-stage venerable sages. Even if he couldn't win steadily, self-preservation was assured. But against just a Grand Supreme Deity, he was utterly helpless. When did Grand Supreme Deities become so brutal? No, it wasn't Grand Supreme Deities who were brutal. It was Landon who was brutal. The Atlas soon realized this. Even after realizing it, however, he began to think of retreating. Thoughts of seizing the Cooper Chaos Purple Chi faded before the thought of surviving. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. Perhaps due to years of intense battles or the benefits from fusing Xavion's blood essence, Landon's combat awareness had reached astonishing heights. Whenever he found an opportunity, he would never let it slip by. Just now, seeing the effectiveness of his punch, Landon suddenly stopped, slowly descending, standing on the ancient chaotic earth, ruled by heaven and earth. Landon softly shouted. Next moment, words became reality. Landon's 7-foot stature abruptly magnified to hundreds of meters high within a breath. In another blink, boom, a giant 10,000 feet tall emerged in the ancient chaotic world, and his true form was drenched in blood, and his wings were grossly asymmetrical, one intact, the other non-existent. Landon had obliterated one wing. After doing all this, Landon didn't stop. Using the rule by heaven and earth technique had advantages and disadvantages. Strength increased tens of thousands of times, but speed decreased due to his massive size. However, Landon still possessed a speed technique, step ladder to infinity. With a thought, he appeared beside the Atlas. Bang! Another punch was thrown. The Atlas spat out a mouthful of blood, his body retreating several thousand miles, scales stained red, revealing utter disarray. One strike led to another. Step ladder to infinity. Another punch. Step ladder to infinity. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded in the chaos. The Supreme Demon Teacher Atlas, one of the two major races, was reduced to Landon's plaything under relentless assault. After a few breaths, Atlas abandoned resistance, losing all clarity, subjected to merciless beatings. Witnessing this, everyone felt a chill, deeply shaken by Landon's brutality. As fellow cultivators, they used spirit treasures and great power, protecting Landon from all evils. Boom. Just then, a spirit treasure filled with boundless dusk-like energy sped towards him, with tremendous force, carrying endless deathly chi. Its target was none other than Landon's unguarded back. This illustrated the sneak attacker's viciousness and ruthlessness. Sensing danger, Landon quickly turned, directing the accumulated immense power and rules towards his back. Bang! Upon collision, not only did the stream of light fail to break through Landon's defense, his enormous power struck a spot in the chaotic void fiercely. Aya! A scream echoed as an empty, battered figure appeared where there had been none before. Jackson? As the figure materialized, Landon's gaze sharpened with intense murderous intent. Yes, the person who ambushed him was none other than one of the most shameless individuals in the chaos, Jackson. Chapter 83. Still dare to bully? Just as Landon had said, not only did he recognize the figure's identity, but the other powerful beings also realized it. Expelled from the void, Bailey seemed completely unprepared for his ambush to fail, even less expecting that Landon still had the strength to retaliate. Taken aback, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn you, brat. You actually dare to hurt me? After being forced to spit blood, Bailey was enraged. After his anger subsided, he looked at the Dinghai Divine Pearl above Landon's head, his eyes shining with intense desire. Not only did you snatch my spirit treasure, now you've injured me too. It seems I can't let you live today. His words were filled with fury, and those who didn't know better might truly believe that the spirit treasure belonged to him. Clearly, Winston and Jalmer had managed to escape, and how could Bailey, the most shameless person in Hongwang, be an exception? However, he had been hiding in the void all along, secretly looking for an opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that Landon's Dinghai Divine Pearl made him feel that it was his path to enlightenment, igniting an incomparable desire in him, he might have stayed hidden. I've long heard that you are exceptionally shameless, and indeed, you live up to your reputation. Landon laughed out loud, seething with rage. The Dinghai Divine Pearl was a gift from his master, and this was well known among many powerful beings in Hongwang. Yet, Bailey, despite being a quasi-saint, ambushed him and then turned around to accuse Landon of injuring him, claiming the Dinghai Divine Pearl as his own spirit treasure. No wonder such a character would be infamous for millennia for his shamelessness. He's simply the pinnacle of despicability. How is this possible? You actually know my origin? Bailey was startled. Much of his anger vanished, replaced by shock. Considering he was originally a primordial coffin that had transformed into human form, he hadn't mentioned his origin to anyone. How could he not be shocked when Landon revealed it so accurately? But he didn't have time to think further. Overwhelming desire surged within him, followed by a murderous intent. To gain enlightenment, one must seize every opportunity. The key to enlightenment was right before him. Killing Landon would solve everything. He wouldn't need to ask any questions. Spirit beer lamp. Thinking this, Bailey no longer concealed himself. His late-stage quasi-saint aura burst forth as he summoned his spirit beer lamp and hurled it at Landon. Undoubtedly, Bailey lived up to his notorious reputation. In one moment, he appeared surprised, as if seeking an explanation from Landon, and in the next, he attacked without a word, all within the blink of an eye. Right on time. Landon's eyes glinted with determination. He didn't retreat but advanced, maintaining his celestial body transformation, delivering a powerful punch while the Dinghai Divine Pearl atop his head gleamed ominously, aiming directly at Bailey. One must understand, the combination of Dinghai Divine Pearl and the ruler's ruler scale possesses boundless mysteries, capable of evolving forces. 1. The future protagonist race of humanity in Hongwang, and 2. The complete heaven sect founded by the holy sage Sha. Accumulated and suppressed luck was immense, accounting for at least 1/10 of the entire fortune of Hongwang. Though just 1/10, It represented a significant portion of XuanHuan's total luck, more than what even the 9 holy sages dared claim. Ruler's scale appear? Seeing his spirit treasure flung away, Bailey's face changed drastically. Mobilizing tremendous power, he hurriedly brought out another treasure to block. Yet, deep down, he regretted it entirely. He never imagined Landon had more means up his sleeve. His appearance wasn't solely driven by the allure of the Dinghai Divine Pearl, but more due to confidence in knowing all of Landon's tactics. After all, he wasn't foolish. Why risk death when even an injured Adrangian couldn't stand a chance? But who would have thought that Landon possessed 3 supreme primordial spirit treasures, plus another treasure containing vast fortune? There was even more he hadn't anticipated. Earth Principle. Both Bailey and Landon had their moves. At Landon's mental command, the Earth Principle within him responded, roaring loudly. Suddenly, the Earth shook across millions of miles, exuding an overpowering aura. Standing on the Earth of XuanHuan, Landon felt his strength tripled instantaneously. An invincible feeling surged within him. Indeed, as he unleashed the Earth Principle, his punch encapsulated the might of the land of XuanHuan. For a moment, Bailey felt he wasn't facing Landon but the vast land itself. How could Bailey resist such overwhelming force? Bang! Soon, amid endless splendor, Bailey flew backward hundreds of thousands of miles, spewing blood uncontrollably. Thus, late-stage Quasi-Saint Bailey, defeated. However, Landon was also in no good shape. Not to mention that he was only a great Luo, a high-ranking celestial being. Even a Quasi-Saint wouldn't dare to use 4 supreme primordial spirit treasures simultaneously, including one that controlled the fortunes of 2 major forces. Note, Great Luo should be Great Luo for consistency and fluency in English. Without possessing the 3 purities body type of Holy Sage, Xia, and Xavian's divine blood, even using the Kundiang seal alone would be challenging. Despite this, Landon reverted from celestial body to human form, weak and breathless. After recovering Bailey's ruler scale and spirit beer lamp, he staggered and collapsed where he stood. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Your Majesty, your servant has arrived. Dark clouds spread from afar. Closer inspection revealed not clouds but the countless elite troops of the Heavenly without any aura. If not for his visible presence, people would have subconsciously overlooked him. But upon seeing him, one could only feel he wasn't a human but an awe-inspiring divine sword piercing through the 2 poles of the primordial chaos, evoking a chill in one's heart. Xia Sage. Seeing this, Rock Jun's pupils constricted as he blurted out in shock. Even the nearby Hanley was deeply solemn, clutching the primal chaos bell in his hand. Under such circumstances, the battle naturally came to an end immediately. The mighty ones who paused also sucked in cold breaths. If even the top-ranking powerful beings were like this, then those countless spirit warriors who just arrived seemed to recall some terrifying memories. They no longer held the previous arrogance, but shivered in fear instead. Indeed, the person who came was none other than the Xia Teachery. Greetings to Xia Teachery. After initial shock and anger, someone bowed down and loudly greeted. Due to this greeting, everyone returned to reality and did the same action. Greetings to Xia Teachery. Greetings to Xia Teachery. Greetings to Xia Teachery. In an instant, apart from Landon, everyone bowed, trembling countless demon soldiers, paying respects to Xia. Even Rock Jun and Hanley, after their facial expressions fluctuated, bowed to Xia as well. The memory of how Xia once defeated them with one move still remained fresh. Amidst joy, Landon thanked hastily. Witnessing this scene, many powerful beings envied Landon for having such a good master, who not only helped him out every time, but even assisted in his breakthrough. Beyond envy, they were greatly shocked. Knowing that Landon had only practiced for about 10,000 years altogether, it was astonishing that he directly broke through from a mere mortal to achieve the perfection level of great enlightenment immortal. Such rapid progress was simply shocking. Disciple, who bullied you just now? At this moment, Xia spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered. Clearly, Xia was ready to avenge Landon. Gideon felt an overwhelming sense of danger, sensing something terrible about to happen. Indeed, when Landon scanned the surroundings, he saw and smiled menacingly at himself. Originally, Landon wanted to find Atlas, but due to possibly being attacked by Brody, there was only blood and feathers left on site. Clearly, Atlas had escaped unnoticed. Apart from Atlas, only Gideon and Brody remained. Brody was fine, considering he already vented his anger. However, Gideon hadn't forgotten being attacked by Gideon earlier. Joking, Landon was not one to endure humiliation silently. One must be repaid tenfold for any wrong done. Being restrained by Atlas and Brody earlier, it was now the perfect time to settle accounts with Gideon. Was it you who dared to bully my beloved disciple? Without needing more words, Xia understood and looked at Gideon. An overwhelming sword intent bursting forth. Feeling an unmatched peril descending, Gideon's hair stood up, breathing paused, sensing impending death. In that moment, he felt like a fish dying in a dried-up shore, helpless and on the brink. I originally didn't want to interfere in conflicts among younger generations. However, you, Gideon, are indeed becoming more shameless. Not only did you sneak attack my disciple Landon, but you also joined forces against him. How do you intend to resolve this? Xia said calmly yet threateningly. Hearing this, Gideon panicked, trying to explain that his mind was clouded by the copper-purple aura. However, he couldn't even breathe, let alone speak. Very well, since you admit your fault without words, Landon, tell him what compensation you desire. Xia's voice sounded again. Gideon was speechless. Silence equals admission? Moreover, it wasn't even an admission. How could he say anything under this sage's pressure? Gideon felt incredibly wronged. Unable to express his frustration, even the surrounding powerful beings were speechless, realizing Xia was merely helping his disciple Landon gain benefits. To think his master had such a cunning side, Landon was somewhat surprised but more so touched. Not only did the powerful beings know, but Landon also clearly understood that his master acted thus entirely because of him. Moved, he thought about what treasures to claim from Gideon. Moments later, he had an idea. Disciple desires. Chapter 85. Dead just like that? Reporting to Master, I've heard that the Blood Sea where Orin resides is quite splendid, Landon said with a pointed intention. Upon hearing this, not only did Orin understand the implications, but even the nearby great beings caught the meaning. It was clear that Landon had his eye on the Blood Sea. Orin's face drastically changed, and an intense resistance welled up within him. He struggled fiercely under the saintly aura, expressing vehement unwillingness. The Blood Sea was formed from the polluted blood of Xavian and gathered boundless resentment and evil chi, containing countless spirits and wandering souls. Moreover, it gave birth to a great being like Orin and harbored the supreme innate spiritual treasure, XuanHuan Abi. Apart from that, Orin, relying on the Blood Sea, had created a heaven-defying ability. Standing on the Blood Sea, one could achieve immortality, even remaining unscathed against a saint. These facts all illustrated the Blood Sea's wondrous nature, and this was just what was known to the world. More importantly, Landon knew that in the future, Tabitha's transformation into the cycle of transmigration and her ascension to sainthood succeeded largely due to the Blood Sea. Its myriad spirits and wandering souls evoked compassion in Tabitha, leading her to personally mend the heavenly Tao cycle. The Blood Sea would also become the mandatory path to the underworld. If he could obtain the Blood Sea, then once Tabitha transforms into the cycle of transmigration, Landon could gain immense merit through the Blood Sea effortlessly. Merit? Who wouldn't yearn for such a versatile existence? Especially for Landon, who temporarily lacked power more than spiritual treasures, this was precisely what he wanted most. Therefore, instead of coveting Orin's treasures, he set his eyes on Orin's domain, the Blood Sea. Of course, I don't want the Blood Sea. I only wish to borrow it for one XuanHuan. Seeming to notice Orin's strong reluctance, Landon retreated and decided to get the Blood Sea first before anything else. One XuanHuan. There was less than one XuanHuan left until the second calamity of demons and gods. One XuanHuan should be enough time to wait for Tabitha to arrive. Indeed, as he didn't know when Tabitha would come to the Blood Sea to ascend to sainthood, this was no intention of sparing him. In the chaotic world, indecisiveness brought no benefits and could be harmful. Enemies must be annihilated. Otherwise, Zeke's treacherous nature might lead to unexpected harm. A poisonous snake lurking in the shadows was unacceptable. So, he planned to slay Zeke first. As for why he didn't ask his master to kill Orin, there were two reasons. First, true strength comes from battle, not protection. Even if his master intervened today to save him, what about the future? Would he need constant protection? Second, his master was in a critical cultivation phase. Here, only a shadow clone appeared, possessing a saintly aura but lacking substantial power. Shaw conveyed this message privately to Landon. Otherwise, with Shaw's straightforward nature and protective character, he would have killed Orin without hesitation. While lost in thought, Landon's actions didn't pause. Before anyone could react, he summoned the 36 stabilizing pearls in his left hand and raised the Kongtong seal in his right, striking mercilessly at Zeke. Didn't he love sneak attacks? Now, he'd taste his own medicine. Stabilize! Landon shouted. Before the words were fully out, the two innate spiritual treasures already loomed over Zeke. Their overwhelming power burst forth, multicolored rays illuminating all directions, seemingly summoning 36 microworlds to press down on space-time, filled with boundless danger. Recall that earlier, Landon had thoroughly defeated Zeke. Now, with increased cultivation, plus Zeke's lack of spiritual treasures, and an ambush, the outcome was immediate and inevitable. Bang! A massive explosion echoed. Zeke's eyes bulged, his body rapidly expanding from human size to that of a 100-meter-high mountain. Finally reaching its limit, Zeke's form exploded. Everyone froze, struggling to process what just happened. Sigh. Then, realization struck, causing them to inhale sharply. No one expected that seconds after negotiating with Orin, Landon suddenly attacked. And this attack instantly obliterated a late-stage quasi-saint Zeke. In other words, a powerful being like Zeke died just like that? Chapter 86. Return from the Dead. Danger. Extreme danger. Seeing this scene, all the remaining great beings felt a deep chill. They were not only frightened by Landon's relentless determination to avenge himself, but also stunned by his terrifying power. Davidson was once one of the 3,000 guests in the Xiao Palace, possessing immeasurable Taoist cultivation and formidable abilities. How could he now be dead? Killed by a Dalua Jinxian? If they had merely placed Landon on their radar before, now after witnessing him slay Davidson, they lost any pride they had as guests of the Xiao Palace. They regarded him as an equal, and even more so, a mortal threat to their lives. They had no choice. It was too difficult. Confronting Landon, they might have been confident in defeating him in a direct battle, but the issue was the immense background behind him. With Shaw teaching Master being so protective, who would dare act without absolute confidence? With Davidson dealt with, all those who had ambushed Landon were now settled accounts. Since everything is fine, you may disperse. Shaw's calm voice echoed throughout. Hearing these words, everyone felt relieved and prepared to leave. But just as they started to move, they suddenly halted. They had fought fiercely for the Cooper Purple Chi, only for Landon to obtain it effortlessly. If Shaw now dismissed them, did that mean the Cooper Purple Chi belonged entirely to Landon? For a moment, everyone felt uneasy. Rock Jamie was especially enraged. Again, he was blocked again by the sage. Initially, when he saw the arrival of the great army of demons, Jamie believed the Cooper Purple Chi would definitely belong to him. After all, besides the Netherworld clan and the sages, who could stop them? But little did he know, the Cooper Purple Chi was taken by Landon, their demon race's great enemy. Then, a sage appeared, specifically protecting Landon. So, the easily obtainable Cooper Purple Chi was gone, and it slipped away from becoming the demon race's sage as well? Jamie couldn't bear it, and Hanley glared angrily, standing firm. It was clear they didn't want to leave without a fight. I have spoken my piece. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Just as everyone was at a loss, Shaw's voice rang out again. This time it wasn't like before. His tone was lighter, but carried a lethal intent. Follow the sage's decree. The previously hesitant great beings dared not linger any longer. They bowed to Shaw and vanished instantly. Though the Cooper Purple Chi was desirable, with a sage present, there was no share for them. Follow the sage's decree. We're leaving. Even Jamie and Hanley could only suppress their resentment and fury, leading their countless demon troops, gritting their teeth as they turned away. Thus, the grand war sparked by the Cooper Purple Chi ended with Landon obtaining the Cooper Purple Chi. Only Landon and Shaw's avatar remained. You troublemaker. Alone together, Shaw chided Landon with a smile, shedding the infinite dignity of a sage. Shaw was both delighted and troubled by Landon as a disciple. Delighted by Landon's extraordinary talent and strength. Not to mention the other great beings, even Shaw doubted if he could kill a quasi-sage, while at the Dalua realm. Trouble came from Landon's actions. Not only had he attacked the Lingxiao Palace alone before, now he snatched the Cooper Purple Chi right under the noses of all the greats in Honghua. Had it not been for his intuition, Shaw might not have known about Landon's mischief. Sorry, master. Landon scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. How could this be considered troublemaking? With the Cooper Purple Chi, the foundation of Tao, who wouldn't want it? Now, the calamity is imminent. You should return to Jinao Island and comprehend the Cooper Purple Chi thoroughly. Shaw advised. Master, please forgive me. I've just borrowed the Blood Sea. It's the perfect time to collect rent. Besides, there's another significant task I need to accomplish. Landon shook his head rapidly. Hearing this, Shaw's eyes twitched. Another major task? Considering the mobilization of all the great beings in Honghua, Landon still considered this important. Thinking this, Shaw decided to send Landon back. He was currently meditating and, with the calamity approaching, staying at Jinao Island would ensure Landon's safety. However, seeing Landon's resolute expression, Shaw hesitated. This was what frustrated him. The stubbornness and propensity to stir up trouble. Anyone else would have received discipline, but Shaw saw himself in Landon. It made him fond yet exasperated. Davidson opened his eyes, bewildered. Davidson, you are destined to be the past Buddha of our Western sect. Your revival aligns with the past. Awaken quickly. Suddenly, the bald monk spoke. With his words, endless heavenly music accompanied, carrying a profound Zen sound. Struck by unfamiliar words, Davidson turned abruptly, recognizing the source, a being whose aid brought him back. Yet, he frowned. I owe you a life debt. Davidson won't forget, but freedom is my wish. Being the Western sect's past Buddha doesn't appeal. What is your name? I'll repay you another day. Unperturbed by the refusal, the bald monk slowly revealed his identity. This humble Taoist is Pewty. Crosby? Pewty? Davidson paused. Despite knowing many great beings from the Xiao Palace, he had no memory of this person. When did such a powerful entity hide within Honghua? Boom. Note. The translation retains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, ensuring coherence with previous content. Character names are transliterated according to Pinyin for accuracy. But just as Davidson was bewildered, thunder suddenly erupted from the heavens and earth, a shocking bolt of lightning striking the bald Taoist. Looking at the Taoist again, though he showed no change, the golden lotus throne beneath him now bore a line of primordial ancient divine script, confirming it to be the great awakened golden immortal, unsoiled in bearing, the ancestral Crosby of the Western sect's wondrous form. Neither born nor perished, traversing the triple three realms, holy spirited and 10,000 times compassionate. Emptiness and tranquility follow changes naturally, true suchness and inherent nature act as they will, sharing eternity with the heavens, a dignified body that has endured calamities and illuminated the mind. Great Dharma Master. Note. The translation retains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, ensuring coherence with previous content. Character names are transliterated, according to Pinyin for accuracy. The verse is translated to maintain its poetic quality while conveying the intended meaning. ##### Chapter 87. Extortion. Upon witnessing this, Jamal was greatly alarmed. The naming of heaven and earth. This was clearly the extraordinary phenomenon caused by the naming of heaven and earth. One must know that when Cooper deities are born, the universe usually names them, and this is precisely the origin of all living beings. The Taoist who saved him was only now receiving his official naming by heaven and earth, which also foretold that the Taoist had just emerged into the world. As he pondered this, Jamal was shocked. Even when he first discovered the Taoist, he had secretly probed his cultivation level. Yet as his divine consciousness reached out, it seemed to encounter an abyss or vast ocean, vanishing instantly. Even at the peak quasi-saint stage, he could not fathom the Taoist's slightest realm. This meant that the Taoist was at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, or perhaps even higher. At this thought, a shocking conjecture suddenly surfaced in Jamal's mind. The moment the conjecture appeared, Jamal's pupils contracted to an extreme point, his expression filled with shock as he blurted out, "A sage? A saint?" Jamal wasn't foolish. The naming phenomenon had just appeared. Yet a newborn reaching peak quasi-saint? Such a realm was unprecedented. Even Ewing, the Tao ancestor, couldn't have achieved this upon birth. He dared not believe that chaos absolutely had no such incredibly talented deity. However, if it were true, then the conclusion became obvious. There were no such primordial deities in chaos, and he had never heard of one, especially considering this Taoist intended to make him the past Buddha of the Western teachings. Everyone knew that the Western teachings were co-founded by Saints Drew, even further. Endless killing intent surged from him as he begged sinisterly, "Sect leader, I was killed by the scoundrel Landon. Please assist in slaying him. Only with his death will the Jia teachings, Western teachings, prosper, and I will serve the Western teachings with utmost loyalty." For better context and clarity, it should be noted that Jia teachings seems to refer to the Jia, which is a specific sect within the story's universe. The term Western teachings is used as a general reference to the teachings or religion of the West. Therefore, for consistency and accuracy, only with his death will the Western teachings prosper, and I will serve the Western teachings with utmost loyalty. This ensures that the meaning and context are accurately conveyed while maintaining natural English fluency. Personal vengeance aside, Jamal wouldn't let such a chance pass after finding a saint to lean on. He immediately sought revenge by proxy. Little did he know someone could be even more shameless. It's alright. I already have plans for Landon. In the future, we will be disciples of the same sect. You should lay down your butcher's knife and attain Buddhahood, Draper calmly said. Your rebirth has left only a spark of true spirit intact. It's unlikely you can become a saint now. To recover your past strength will take many eons. Go find my Andre brother first. After finishing, while Jamal was still stunned, Draper vanished instantaneously. Thus, because of Landon's actions, Jamal joined the Western teachings before even considering the Chunjiao. However, shortly after Draper's departure, Jamal sensed the mark on his companion's spirit treasure being erased, causing him unbearable agony. His soul felt torn apart, leading to continuous vomiting of blood, and his true spirit turned ethereal, nearly dissolving. Damn it! If I don't kill Landon, I vow not to live as a man. Meanwhile, Landon headed towards the Blood Sea, intending to temporarily seclude himself there to organize his gains and await Tabitha's arrival. En route, he didn't idle, retrieving the heavenly measuring ruler and the spirit coffin lamp to erase Jamal's marks. Due to this, the recently reborn Jamal suffered further damage to his true spirit. Landon, unaware of this, planned to refine the heavenly measuring ruler after erasing Jamal's marks. Suddenly, his hairs stood on end, warning bells ringing internally. Protective treasures like the Wuji yellow flag and the Xianxia water control banner flew out autonomously, repelling all evil forces. In the next moment, a bald Taoist appeared before him. Though unperturbed outwardly, Landon was inwardly highly skeptical. Jamal's earlier sneak attack hadn't been worse. Yet this unfamiliar Taoist's sudden appearance elicited an immediate defensive response from both body and treasures. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying this Taoist was. Despite his shock, Landon remained fearless. Not only did he stand behind Saint Shaw, but he also had the courage to solo attack Lingxiao Palace, risking life and limb among the great powers of chaos. Dare I ask why you block my path, fellow Taoist? Landon asked, the string of sea-stabilizing pearls on his wrist glowing, prepared for action. Greetings, Draper pays my respects. Draper saw through Landon's bluff but didn't care. Smiling, he bowed and continued. You have a destined connection with our Buddha. Today, I come to guide you to the Western paradise to join the Western teachings. Draper's tone was measured, but Landon was inwardly shaken to his core. He was shocked for two reasons. First, this Taoist named Draper. While others might not recognize this title, Landon knew very well. It was the teacher who enlightened Malachi in later times, a mysterious and immensely powerful entity. Speculations about his identity varied. Some claimed he existed since the dawn of chaos, an ancient power, while others believed him to be a mysterious venerable of the Western teachings or a manifestation of Saint Drew. The last speculation seemed most plausible. Landon also concluded as much, because the sensation from this body was unmistakably that of a saint's pressure. Moreover, Draper exuded strong Buddhist intentions, only possessed by founders and patriarchs. At this realization, Landon instantly deduced Draper was Drew. Second, a destined connection with our Buddha. Hearing this, Landon's hair stood on end even more, sensing an inexplicable terror descending upon him. This manifestation of Drew aimed to convert him. Being a saint, others might hesitate to stoop so low, but who was Drew? Renowned as the most shameless entity in chaos, he spared no means. Now that he had targeted Landon, the outcome could be grim. Anxiously searching for an escape, Landon came up with an idea. Join the Western teachings? Perhaps not impossible, depending on your sincerity. But you, fellow Taoist, didn't even bring a gift. Is the West so poor now? Yes, Landon intended to extort Drew, extorting a saint online. Chapter 88. A fight breaks out. After the initial shock, Landon had now regained his composure. While bad news existed, there was also good news. Fortunately, it wasn't the actual Dirk who had come, but rather his incarnation, Puty Laozi, Adon Laozi. Moreover, Landon's blackmail of Dirk wasn't without reason. This way, he could not only gain benefits but also buy some time. A two-pronged advantage. Hearing the first part of Landon's response, Adon's smile widened even more, as if he hadn't expected Landon to agree so easily. However, by the end of it, he was dumbfounded, with his mouth twitching faintly. When Landon mentioned a meeting gift, Adon was stunned. When did meetings start requiring gifts? What kind of rule was that? Clearly, Landon wanted to obtain spiritual treasures from him, and when Landon said that the Western teachings were poor, Adon felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, causing him a dull pain. Landon wasn't wrong. The Western teachings were indeed impoverished. However, poverty was one thing, but admitting defeat in front of someone else was another matter entirely. Cough, cough. How can that be? What do you think of this treasure? Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Landon's gaze, Adon couldn't hold back and coughed, summoning a spiritual treasure before them. It was a banner-like spiritual treasure. Its appearance resembled both the Wuji apricot yellow banner and the Xianxia water control banner. The entire banner shimmered with a blue hue, featuring a green lotus flower imprinted in the center. Within the lotus, a relic-like seed glistened, appearing almost real and giving off an extraordinary aura. Upon its appearance, the banner was enveloped by white chi that seemed to blot out the sky, while boundless golden light flashed around it, defied his suspicion. Given how precious such a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure like this was, Adon must have been determined to bring Landon into the Western teachings. In his eyes, he likely already considered Landon part of the Western teachings, thereby strengthening their ranks by bestowing him this treasure. Sure enough. Come along, I guarantee. Henceforth you shall be the first person under the holy ones of the Western teachings. At that moment, Adon spoke again, promising such a position right upon entering the Western teachings, especially for Landon, who was merely at the greater sage level, highlighted their sincerity. However, Landon shook his head. Not enough. Perplexed, Adon was then left speechless. Thank you for your gift, but your sincerity falls short. If you give me the 12-story merit gold lotus, the 8 treasures merit pond, the 6 cleansed clarity pearls, and the 7 treasures divine tree, then perhaps I'll reconsider. Landon pretended to contemplate deeply, listing several treasure names slowly, then paused, seemingly remembering something. I nearly forgot. These are all the enlightenment treasures of Saint Dirk and Tisha. It's probably impossible. Truly, having everything is rare. Well, I won't disturb you in your meditation on the heavens. Farewell. No, never farewell. With that, skill. Next moment, he became a 10,000-meter-sized Adrian bird, soaring through the air with astonishing speed. Transformative arts? Very well, let me humble you. 36 methods of celestial gang. Smiling, Adon spun in place and transformed into an ancient eagle, its shadow covering the sky. As soon as it emerged, it soared towards Landon's Adrian bird. Adon clearly saw Landon as easy prey, wanting not just to catch him, but also to humble his arrogance. Admittedly, Adon, being an incarnation of Saint Dirk, was far beyond Landon's current abilities. Despite Landon's increased speed, he still couldn't match Adon. Within moments, they were just 10 miles apart. Fortunately, Landon was approaching the vast land of XuanHuan. The XuanHuan landscape wasn't like later times. Towering trees stretched skyward, creating scenes of pure paradise wherever one went. Transform. Landon transformed once more. From the Adrian bird to a jungle speed king, a leopard. But not just any leopard. It was an ancient royal leopard, known for its incredible speed, dashing across mountains in the blink of an eye. Adon pursued, transforming into an ancient tiger, the jungle lord. As the tiger roared, waves of spatial distortions slowed the leopard demons, possessing innate powers, holy and arrogant, with boundless magical abilities accompanying every move. At this moment, it was no exception. Landon employed the divine skill, heavenly transformation, his body towering, attempting to rival the heights of the 9 heavens of the primordial chaos. As for Hideo, he also activated the exclusive divine skill of the Western teachings, the Buddha Dharma image. Although it was slightly smaller than Landon's, the flowing Zen power was even stronger, surpassing the former by more than 7-fold. Brother Taoist, although you are proficient in transformation skills and I can't evade all your moves, the gap in our realms can compensate for this. Why do you persist in futile resistance, willing to fall into the path of darkness and remain deluded? Looking at Landon before him, Hideo's eyes flashed with surprise as he sighed lightly. To be honest, when he first saw that Landon possessed the 72 transformations, he was surprised. Now, seeing the skill, heavenly transformation, his astonishment had turned to shock. Divine skill. Another divine skill. After all, the reason he only had transformation abilities was due to his proficiency in techniques, not like Landon with true divine skills. This wasn't because he was inferior to Landon, but because his specialized divine skills didn't include transformations. As for the Buddha Dharma image, its rank was lower than heavenly transformation. It is said that technique cannot match divine skill. Had his realm not been significantly higher than Landon's, he would have already been defeated by now. This was indeed the case. As Landon transformed and fought Hideo, he realized this as well. However, Hideo's strength was truly formidable. Being a perfected quasi-saint and an incarnation of a sage, fighting him showcased Landon's ultimate strength. Fortunately, Landon wasn't reckless. When brute force failed, he relied on wit. Each time he found himself at a disadvantage, his expression never showed panic because he had already figured out how to respond. However, hearing Hideo's words, Landon was numbed by his shamelessness. During their fight, Hideo hadn't stopped using his eloquent tongue. Now he claimed Landon had fallen into the path of darkness. Hearing this, Landon almost laughed out of anger. He finally understood what it meant to speak without thinking. Boom. Just as Landon was distracted, Hideo's force suddenly increased several times, falling upon him like a 10,000-foot chasm, endless Zen light appearing, pressing down layers of space. Landon's face changed. He cursed under his breath at the shamelessness. Before he could think, he was struck and staggered back to his original form. Transform. He thought again. Under Hideo's attack, he not only remained unharmed, but instantly transformed into a white hare. The white hare appeared and, as if prepared, jumped into the sky pit created by their battle, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Hideo smiled. He didn't expect Landon to still resist. Then he transformed into a massive serpent, winding and twisting as he followed closely behind. Upon entering the sky pit, various paths appeared, clearly left by their previous battle. If anyone else were here, they might have been lost, but Hideo had seen where Landon went, so without hesitation, he entered the smallest path. This narrow path expanded with the serpent's entry, forcing open the earth to create a wider passage. Like before, it didn't take long for Hideo's serpent to see the white hare Landon had transformed into. He flicked his snake tongue menacingly and sped up. However, something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to catch up with the white hare, a familiar scene appeared. After reaching the end of one road, another set of 4-way choices emerged. Additionally, the single white hare split into 3, each diving into different directions. Moreover, in his divine sense, these 3 hares further divided, rapidly multiplying to a total of 9. Their speed was incredible, as if returning home with no unfamiliarity, truly embodying the saying, a A clever rabbit has 3 dens. Seeing this, Hideo did hastily. Although Landon fell to a slight disadvantage during the fight, strictly speaking, it was Hideo who had lost. Yes, it was the sage's incarnation who lost. Remember, Landon was only a great rock golden immortal, while Hideo was not only an incarnation of a sage, but also a perfected quasi-saint, with a significant gap in strength. Yet, despite this, Landon merely fell slightly behind and managed to escape smoothly. In such a situation, how could it be considered anything but a defeat for Hideo? If this news spread, causing a stir in the primordial chaos would be no exaggeration. All beings below the sage were mere ants. Yet, this lowly great rock golden immortal had defeated a sage? However, regardless of whether the news spread, when Hideo returned, the Western teachings were already in shock. Under the 7 precious willows, a yellow-robed, thin Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting from his pupils, his expression filled with horror. Not good. Chapter 90. Comprehending the Purple Chi. No. Dwayne cried out in shock. Then, the 7 treasures tree beside him swayed slightly, and a myriad rays of golden light suddenly appeared, instantly spreading across all realms. Under the astonished gaze of the surrounding beings, it went straight into the distance, safely delivering Crosby to the Western sect. Such an earth-shattering scene was not only known by the surrounding beings, but also quickly sensed by Jesus, as a good friend. In no time at all, he appeared here. Junior brother, what happened? Jesus asked immediately. But before Dwayne could respond, upon seeing Crosby nearby, countless images of cause and effect flashed through his eyes, and he instantly understood what Dwayne had done. Sigh, that is Hawkins's disciple. Junior brother, you were too hasty. Upon learning this, Jesus was taken aback and wanted to give some advice. But seemingly thinking of something else, he instead asked in confusion, hey, where's Landon? Although he had calculated Dwayne's actions, he hadn't foreseen the outcome, so he was momentarily confused. However, before he spoke, Dwayne and Crosby were already embarrassed. It took them quite a while to slowly reveal the result. When Jesus learned that Landon had escaped from Crosby's grasp, he was stunned. What? Landon actually escaped from you? Though you didn't go with your true self, even a sage incarnation should have considerable power. Does Landon have such means? Jesus exclaimed in shock. After his words, Dwayne and Crosby were once again embarrassed. Letting Landon escape was embarrassing enough, but now that others knew about it, it made them even more ashamed. If previously facing powerful figures of XuanHuan inspired Landon to become stronger, then after fighting with the sage incarnation, Crosby, he felt endless crises, making his resolve to grow stronger urgent. Time waits for no one. Though he could escape from Crosby, it wasn't what he desired. If he had enough strength, why would he flee? Not only could he retaliate directly, but he could suppress Crosby and even Dwayne behind him on the spot. How delightful would that be? Therefore, although he escaped, Landon wasn't joyful. There was no sense of victory against the sage, only increased anxiety. Dwayne? Western sect? I will surely take revenge. Landon's expression flashed with murderous intent. Thinking of how the Western sect would convert countless disciples of the JS sect in the future, Landon had initially felt only a slight hatred. However, after experiencing it firsthand, the hatred in his heart intensified and transformed into a sharp killing intent. He firmly decided that if given the chance, he would seek revenge. Considering this, Landon stopped thinking and randomly carved a cave by the Blood Sea. Sitting down cross-legged, he took out the treasures he obtained to sort them out. Swish, spirit lamp, sky measuring ruler, blue lotus treasure banner. In the blink of an eye, the 3 spiritual treasures floated in the air, emitting countless rays of light, filling the cave with innate Taoist rhythms. The first item, the spirit lamp, was a spiritual treasure snatched from Bard. This treasure, a lamp placed on the coffin of Bard, contained an underworld ghost fire, rumored to connect with the underworld and show the life scenes of the deceased. Though classified as a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, in the hands of the primordial master Bard, it could briefly display the might of an ultimate-grade innate spiritual treasure. However, it was just that. In the hands of others, it wouldn't perform the same way, especially for Landon, who possessed the 36 defensive pearls. He had no use for it. But the last 2 spiritual treasures, the sky measuring ruler and blue lotus treasure banner, were precisely what he needed. The sky measuring ruler didn't need much explanation. It was an ultimate-grade innate spiritual treasure and something he had been seeking. Together with the stabilizing sea pearls, it could open up the 36 heavenly realms, endowing him with immense magical power. The blue lotus treasure banner was also exceptional, being another ultimate-grade innate spiritual treasure and one of the 5 directions banners representing the East, including the existing Anthony Apricot yellow banner and Xianxia water controlling banner. Collecting all 5 directions banners required only 2 more pieces. Thinking of these treasures extorted from Crosby made Landon feel a bit better, turning his gloomy mood sunny. He stored the 3 treasures and closed his eyes to perceive the purple chi lived up to its reputation as the foundation of the Tao. It contained within it, not anything else but the law of the Tao. At this moment, he finally understood why people were so madly pursuing chaos purple chi, and why the 6 saints could ascend to sainthood so rapidly. As everyone knew, all 3,000 Taos were pathways to enlightenment. When one reached the quasi-saint realm, what they mainly cultivated was not great power but the Tao, the law. The depth of their understanding of the law also affected their cultivation levels. However, it was incredibly difficult to comprehend the law. Just like a popular saying in the Cooper Age, sufficient celestial immortals walk around everywhere, golden immortals are worthless. While there were many sufficient celestial immortals, quasi-saints were rare. Only those who became quasi-saints were called formidable figures, and highly profound quasi-saints were deemed powerful entities. This demonstrated how difficult it was to comprehend the law. But what did he find now? The chaos purple chi actually contained 100 different laws. As long as he mastered the law, he would become a quasi-saint. Once his understanding of the law reached a certain level, he could attain enlightenment and become a saint. With the law laid before him, comprehending it was only a matter of time. The foundation of the Tao did not deceive him. Landon was overjoyed. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he hurriedly started contemplating the laws within the chaos purple chi. He had been pondering ways to increase his strength when he discovered the laws. Truly, he got exactly what he wished for, and there was no hesitation on his part. Then, a century passed in the blink of an eye while he was meditating. During this period, he discovered many issues, one good, one bad. The good news was that out of the 100 laws, there were precisely 2 that he already knew. The sword law, earth law, these perfectly matched him. The bad news was that although the laws within the chaos purple chi were numerous, none of them were complete, some being defective. This certainly disappointed Landon. If he possessed a single complete law, by continuously comprehending it, not only would he surpass ordinary beings, but even becoming a saint or surpassing the great Tao of the saint wouldn't be a challenge. However, he did not feel dejected. To find laws that suited him was already fortunate enough. After all, the 6 saints attained sainthood with the help of chaos purple chi, which suggested that if he comprehended the 2 laws he already knew to a certain degree, becoming a saint should be possible too. Of course, Landon did not wish to become a saint under the heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, Landon wasted no more time, and immediately began comprehending the sword law within the chaos purple chi. One must admit, having the law right before him for comprehension provided enormous benefits. Landon felt as if divinely assisted, with his cultivation speed increasing by 1,000,000 times. It was during Landon's meditation that an awe-inspiring sword intent emerged from within him. Spring went, and autumn came. 10,000 years slipped by. Now, Landon's understanding of the sword law had advanced significantly, enhancing his power exponentially. His spiritual body cultivation broke through to the peak of sufficient celestial immortal, and although his physical body hadn't broken through, due to the principle, one law leads to the comprehension of all laws, he made substantial progress because of the law. In the mountains, there was no concept of time. Cultivation didn't adhere to mortal timekeeping. Another 9,000 years passed swiftly. Even with the assistance of chaos purple chi, Landon had reached a certain bottleneck now. His comprehension of the sword law stagnated. Though the speed remained fast, cultivation without progress meant regression. Since breaking through to quasi-saint 5,000 years ago, the laws suddenly became abstruse and obscure. With no progress for the remaining 4,000 years, he had an intuitive feeling that it might take an epoch to break through. An epoch, translated to 129,600 years. This pace was undoubtedly too slow for Landon. That was still with the help of chaos purple chi. Without it, it would take even longer. Landon suddenly understood why so many people in the Cooper Age were stuck at peak sufficient celestial without being able to advance further. However, let alone an epoch, he couldn't wait even 100,000 years. He had no time to waste. Thinking of this, Landon stopped his continuous contemplation. My spiritual body cultivation has not only broken through to early stage quasi-saint, but my physical body has also followed suit. After pausing, Landon felt the significant changes within him and whispered in delight. Indeed, both his spiritual and physical bodies had reached the early stage of quasi-saint. Reaching quasi-saint with his spiritual body wasn't surprising. After all, his understanding of the sword law had reached an astounding level. Simplistically put, at the 100% completion mark for the law, his current sword law comprehension was around 10%. One must not underestimate this 10%. After all, this was the law of the Tao. Perhaps even some peak quasi-saints didn't have such a deep understanding. Thus, it was evident how tremendous Landon's gains were from this seclusion. It wasn't an exaggeration to say his power heaven ruler in his left hand, surrounded by the swirling yellow virtue energy. The boundless sea pearl on his right palm emitted a 10,000-foot glow, the 5-colored radiance shimmering. Yet, just as he was about to use these treasures to create new worlds, the chaos purple chi within him suddenly emitted purple rays, sending a shocking message into Landon's mind. Upon digesting that message, Landon's pupils contracted, and he was thoroughly shocked. Become a saint of the great Tao? This translation maintains the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 92. A Surge of Providence. Great Tao to Sainthood? Landon's pupils constricted as he was utterly shocked by the message in his mind. The message from the primal chaos purple chi wasn't anything else. It informed Landon that during the formation of the heavenly measure and the sea-stabilizing divine pearl, the primal chaos purple chi could fuse with them. Its intrinsic laws would replace the great Tao, thereby enabling him to become a saint of the great Tao through force. Yes, a saint of the great Tao. It was widely known that there were 3 methods to attain sainthood. First, becoming a saint through accumulated virtue. This method is widely known, and the 6 saints of the Cooper universe achieved. After all, he ultimately created the primordial universe. Unfortunately, Xavian was heavily wounded in battle with the 3,000 gods. While supporting the heavens and earth, he exhausted his power. Under various calamities, although he opened up the primordial universe, he died along with his Tao. Thus, proving one's Tao by force is the hardest method of attaining sainthood, and is often considered an impossible success. After all, even Xavian, who suppressed chaos for countless eons, failed. How could the beings of the primordial universe think they could succeed? The 3 methods flashed through Landon's mind. Considering the current message from the primal chaos purple chi, how could he not be astonished? Saint of the great Tao. What did he just hear? Could the primal chaos purple chi actually help him achieve the great Tao saint status by force? This was the best method of attaining sainthood in the primordial universe. Once achieved, there would be a tremendous change in strength, comparable or even surpassing Patriarch Yuing, who merged with the heaven Tao. To be honest, Landon had long planned to pursue the path of proving his Tao by force. He once enlightened Shaw about his aspirations, but dreams are dreams. Reality offered no way. And now, The primal chaos purple Chi offered him a path. Thinking thus, Landon was elated, hastily putting away the sea stabilizing light, being confident he could stay for 10,000 years without changing. No wonder only Xiaomer dwelled here. Besides the endless filth, Landon noticed an immense number of divine souls here, their minds unaffected by the blood sea's pollution. Their sheer number was vast and dense beyond count. Even Landon couldn't help but take a deep breath, vaguely understanding why Louisa had transformed into the cycle of rebirth. Wars raged across the primordial universe, and all slain souls gathered here. In time, the whole universe might be replaced by the dead. While contemplating this, Landon's spirit sense suddenly felt a surge from the Kongtong seal, filling him with a mysterious aura. His heart raced with this sudden sensation, heart blood surging. Realizing the changes, Landon's eyes lit up. Instantly, his form vanished and reappeared far away. How could he not recognize this sign? Clearly, it was a surge of providence, a harbinger of fortune. Simply put, an opportunity was descending upon him. He ventured out precisely for such occasions. Encountering it now, how could he miss out? Not long after, Landon crossed the boundless blood sea, arriving at a hidden spot where he saw a complex innate array appear before him. Landon was no stranger to arrays. Learning from the three clarities, he immediately began employing methods to break it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the array. Moments later, the innate spirit treasure, capable of both offense and defense. It could release endless crimson lotus karma fire, burning everything with the power of causal karma, while its defensive strength was top tier. Sitting atop the lotus, no one could match it. Moreover, this was one of the 6 lotus seeds transformed from the supreme chaos treasure, the creation azure lotus. He had already obtained the 12-petaled karmic cycle purple lotus before, and now with the karma fire crimson lotus, only 4 more were needed to gather all 6 lotus seeds. Completing the 5 directions banners could form a great formation. What changes would occur by completing the 6 lotus seeds of the chaos supreme treasure creation azure lotus? Thinking here, Landon's eyes flickered, and he promptly stored the 12-petaled karma fire crimson lotus. After putting away the karma fire crimson lotus, he was suddenly attracted by the scenery beside him. Apart from the karma fire crimson lotus, another black mist enveloped in innate Tao essence hovered in midair nearby. Why is there another one? Landon was surprised. How could he not recognize this as another innate spirit treasure? Surprise turned into joy. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and summoned the spirit treasure into his palm. Upon touching the spirit treasure, the mist dissipated, revealing its true form. It was a golden book, towering half as tall as a person, covered in deathly aura and twilight. Strangely, an incarnation by Tabitha, the Book of Life and Death became a register controlling lifespans in the netherworld, contributing to the creation of the cycle of rebirth. Understanding the importance, establishing the cycle of reincarnation was no small feat, and anyone contributing would receive merit. Landon initially planned to gain a share from this matter. Now with the Book of Life and Death, he could undoubtedly earn a significant amount of merit. Who wouldn't want more of this omnipotent existence known as merit? Thus, Landon couldn't help but be elated. Therefore, saying triple good fortune was not an exaggeration. Without hesitation, he immediately stored the Book of Life and Death. Afterward, he carefully inspected the surroundings again. Who would have expected 2 innate spirit treasures here? There might be other items too. Unfortunately, Landon was mistaken this time, ultimately returning empty-handed. Perhaps acquiring 2 innate spirit treasures at once drained his luck, or for other reasons, he found nothing else. Despite this, Landon was not disappointed. Getting what you can and losing what you cannot is something he understood well. With that, having acquired 2 innate spirit treasures, Landon left the formation. Just as he emerged, however, not far away, boundless essence chi raged, and massive air currents surged everywhere. What is this? Confused, Landon vanished in an instant, flying toward the distant anomaly. Such phenomena closely resembled the birth of a spirit treasure. Could he be acquiring another one? Though the place of anomaly was millions of miles away, Landon's current cultivation allowed him to break through early quasi-saint, reaching the destination in mere breaths. Soon, he found the answer. In view, 2 enormous, sky-blocking cocoons appeared before Landon. Each was colossal, spanning 1,000 feet, with extraordinary presences, both exuding golden immortal-level might. One cocoon radiated brilliant golden light, repelling even the endless killing intent from the blood sea. The other was cloaked in boundless killing intent, seemingly able to devour everything. Seeing this, Landon instantly realized this was not the birth of a spirit treasure, but the imminent transformation of living beings. His curiosity piqued, he emitted divine sense to investigate their original forms, curious to see who these beings were. After scanning, Landon was astonished. Xianxia? Blood-winged black mosquito? Chapter 94. Take me as your disciple. Sweeping his divine consciousness, Landon discovered within the golden giant cocoon, a 6-winged golden cicada that was thin and almost transparent. Its entire body was golden, with natural golden eyes, and it exuded an overwhelming aura of primordial divinity. As for the blood-colored cocoon, it contained another being in slumber. This entity bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, but had blood-red wings and a pitch-black body. It seemed so dark that it could devour everything in the world, appearing exceedingly ominous. Dimitri? Blood-winged black mosquito? Upon seeing this, Landon instantly recognized the figures and blurted out their names. Having been born in the most contaminated blood sea and possessing such unique appearances, according to his knowledge, only 2 beings in the Cooper Chaos matched this description. The Dimitri and the blood-winged black mosquito. There was no need to elaborate on the Dimitri. His fame in later times was thunderous. He was a renowned disciple of the Western sect, possessing celestial-level Buddhist powers. Yet he was later demoted to the mortal realm for unknown reasons. After descending to the mortal world, his reputation grew even greater, known as Master Xuanzong or Tang Sanzang. with rumors circulating that eating a piece of his flesh could grant immortality. In short, he became the main character of the Journey to the West era. Journey to the West. At this thought, Landon's eyes flashed, and a strange idea emerged in his mind. The name, Journey to the West, clearly indicated that the Western sect would benefit the most at the end, and the Dimitri was the primary figure in this structure, made him want to nip this threat in the bud. But just as he raised his hand to unleash immense power, everything suddenly dissipated, and the Book of Life and Death appeared in his palm. Name, Imo Daoren. Original form, blood-winged black mosquito. Lifespan, as I will it. Information flashed in Landon's mind. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Book of Life and Death moved as per his will, displaying all information about Imo Daoren, including his lifespan, with crystal clarity. Simultaneously, he extended his hand, extracting a strand of Imo Daoren's essence. His hands moved like lightning, casting profound spells that instantly landed on the Book of Life and Death. Rustle. As Landon used the spells, Imo Daoren's essence in the Book of Life and Death flickered between life and death, behaving strangely. Clearly, Imo Daoren's life and death were under Landon's control. A thought of life, he lived. A thought of death, he died. Through the Book of Life and Death, Imo Daoren's life was entirely at Landon's mercy. Initially, Landon intended to slay Imo Daoren on the spot, but remembering another significant deed Imo Daoren had done, he changed his mind, deciding to eliminate him later. After all, Imo Daoren had once devoured 3 layers of the 12-layered perfection lotus that governed the fortune of the Western sect. If Imo Daoren alone could devour 3 layers of the perfection lotus in the future, wouldn't it be possible, with proper arrangements, to obtain the complete 12-layered perfection lotus? That was the 12-layered perfection lotus. Without it, the Western sect's fortune would be greatly diminished, potentially leading to their destruction. Considering this, Landon did not immediately slay Imo Daoren. Boom. After contemplating, Landon took action, waving his sleeve, causing heavenly spiritual energy to surge wildly, accelerating the transformation process inside the giant cocoons containing the Dimitri and Imo Daoren. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightenment. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightenment. Soon, emerging from their cocoons like butterflies, 2 figures appeared after a flash of light. As soon as they materialized, they bowed respectfully to Landon in unison. Please accept me as your disciple. After bowing, before Landon could respond, the Dimitri suddenly prostrated himself again. Beside him, Imo Daoren paused, then brightened, following suit. Please accept me as your disciple as well. This time, it was Landon who was taken aback. There was no need to observe further. He would reap the rewards when the time came. Dare I ask for your esteemed name, so I may repay your kindness someday. Seeing Landon vanish, Pedro, caught off guard, hurried forward and asked loudly with a surge of power. Perhaps Landon heard him. After his figure vanished, a voice resonated from afar. I am Landon, the foremost disciple of the Jia sect. The words rang clearly in both their ears. Cavan felt nothing, but remembered the name in his heart. However, beside him, Pedro's eyes lit up as if entranced, muttering to himself, so Senior's name is Landon. But the Jia sect? The Jia sect? Unconsciously, a mysterious seed was planted in Pedro's heart. At the same time, in the Western sect, just as the massive dark aura tainted the Western sect's luck, Halston and Jesus together managed to discern only that this was related to Landon, yet everything else remained unclear. Even so, they were astonished. They hadn't expected Landon's retaliation to be so swift and severe, corrupting their luck. This affected the Western sect's fortune, possibly leading to its destruction if not handled well. How could they not be shocked? Suddenly, Halston sensed something. A profound heavenly intent descended upon him. He calculated swiftly and exclaimed, who would have thought that a great enlightened disciple has been born into our Western sect? Managed to fully break the array. This indicated its difficulty. However, Landon showed no disappointment, only excitement. The arrays protecting the 12-grade Karma Fire Lotus and the Book of Life and Death weren't nearly as challenging. This implied that the treasure within this array was likely superior. Why would he be disappointed? Inspired by this thought, Landon worked faster. There are no unbreakable arrays. 2,000 years flashed by. Finally, Landon cracked the array and entered immediately. Inside, the true scene unfolded before him. Instead of an immortal treasure realm, boundless demonic energy filled the space, creating an ancient and eerie atmosphere like an ancient demon den. Surprised, Landon activated his protective treasure, repelling all evil influences instantly. But this wasn't the true essence of the array. Beyond the surging demonic energy, in the air, lines of divine script appeared. As Tao diminishes and demonic power grows, so too does demonic power diminish and Tao grow. Even if I, Driscoll, die, I will stand irreconcilably against Ewing. Note, the translation retains the structure and tone of the original text, while ensuring clarity and coherence in English. Chapter 96, Return to the Primal Chaos. With Tao's decline and demonic influences rise, even in death, I, Driscoll, shall stand against Ewing with all my might. Landon's pupils constricted as he slowly revealed the divine text composed of demonic energy. Driscoll. He hadn't expected that this divine text would actually be a phrase from Driscoll. Who was Driscoll? Perhaps some of the newer deities were unaware, but how could Landon not know? He was an incomparably powerful being who once vied for supremacy with Tao ancestor Ewing. Driscoll, one of the chaotic deities who fled from under Xavian, established the demon sect after escaping from the primal chaos, styling himself as demon ancestor. According to legends, he incited strife among the 3 ancient races, dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelants, leading to a catastrophic event. In his quest to validate the path of slaughter, he intended to wipe out the 3 races to achieve sainthood, causing widespread bloodshed in the cosmos. Just when all life seemed doomed, Tao ancestor Ewing appeared along with 3 other primordial beings to confront Driscoll. The clash brought together 5 of the most powerful entities in the primal chaos, resulting in a breathtaking battle. Even so, Driscoll deployed the fearsome Zhu Xian sword formation. Yes, the Godslayer spear. He remembered that upon Driscoll's demise, while Ewing seized the Four Zhu Xian swords, the other mighty artifact, the Godslayer spear, vanished without a trace. The Godslayer spear, born from the stem of the Cooper Lotus, gathered the fiercest energies of the chaos, its exact rank unknown. It could kill without accumulating karma, ranking first among innate attack treasures, surpassing even the supreme innate treasure, the Banner of Xavian. An offensive power, capable of wounding a saint. Capable of wounding a saint. This simple statement encapsulated everything, illustrating just how lethal and formidable the Godslayer spear truly was. To understand its strength, consider this. Not only could it wound a saint, which neither innate treasures nor supreme innate treasures necessarily could, it demonstrated unparalleled power. Without exaggeration, its destructive power rivaled the greatest treasures outside of primordial artifacts. Moved by this thought, Landon felt a surge of greed. Achieving sainthood was everyone's ultimate goal, and Landon was no exception. Moreover, he had not forgotten the foes he would face during future calamities. Saints. When Crosby had appeared to forcibly enlighten him, Landon knew he needed a way to contend with saints, ensuring at least a fair fight. If he obtained the Godslayer spear, it would serve him well. Resolved, Landon sent out his divine sense to search, knowing that the omnipresent demonic energy was dangerous, so he didn't release his full senses. Consequently, his search was slower than before. Days later, confirming his hypothesis, a spear-shaped treasure enveloped in demonic aura appeared before Landon. Its shaft seemed to pierce both ends of the primal chaos like a pillar connecting heaven and earth, too vast to see fully. Its handle stretched endlessly, covered in demonic patterns wrapped in infinite dark energy. The spear tip bore 3 prongs, radiating boundless evil and killing intent, capable of instantly killing a typical great golden immortal. Etched on the spear's surface were 3 gigantic ancient characters. Godslayer spear. Seeing this, Landon understood immediately. It was the Godslayer spear he sought. Overjoyed, Landon faced a new dilemma. The Godslayer spear was colossal, dwarfing any other treasure he'd seen. Even if he obtained it, its size made it impractical. He muttered, if only it were smaller. In the next moment, as if responding to his wish, either due to Landon's imagination or the spear's innate spirit, the Godslayer spear obediently circling around the figure as if venerating an ancestor. The ancestor of demonic chi. In other words, this figure's identity was Easton. Landon's pupils constricted. Calling himself ancestor and being revered by demonic chi, coupled with his reference to Ewing as a traitor and his intention to kill Ewing. Only Easton from the Chaos Age could match these characteristics. Landon wasn't stupid. He knew exactly who this phantom was. Understanding this, his internal alarm bells rang loud. The joy of obtaining the God-slaying spear vanished instantly, replaced by intense alertness. He kept his immense magic power ready for action. This was no ordinary opponent, a supreme being who rivaled Ewing. He couldn't afford not to stay vigilant. Landon's guess was correct. The figure was indeed Easton. At this moment, Easton seemed to notice Landon. Seeing that Landon had immediately identified him, Easton's arrogant face revealed a hint of curiosity. I didn't think anyone still remembered the name of this ancient ancestor. State your name. When I take over your body in the future, I'll let you shine brightly in the chaos. Take over the body. Hearing this, Landon felt a chill run down his spine. So, Easton wanted to possess his body. Pacifying sea pearls, suppress. Without hesitation or resignation, Landon hurled the pacifying sea pearls at Easton with all his might the moment he realized Easton's intentions. He knew his strength, although formidable, was still somewhat lacking compared to figures like Theodore. Facing an unfathomable supreme being who rivaled Ewing, he needed to strike first. Very well, very well, very well. I didn't expect a Taoist to know my name and still dare to act. But such treasures should belong to this ancient ancestor. If it were any lesser beings, they would have panicked upon Landon's sudden attack. However, Easton remained unperturbed, even smiling calmly. His speech carried the grace of an ancient power. He dismissed Landon entirely, already viewing the pacifying sea pearls as his own possession, acting as if Landon was already defeated. As the words faded, the 36 pacifying sea pearls landed on Easton. Easton didn't even attempt to resist. Infinite demonic chi formed a protective barrier around him to withstand the pearls. In an instant, the two forces collided. Boom. Easton, initially calm, visibly flinched when the pearls struck him, sending him flying miles away. How is this possible? You're only at the early stage quasi-saint level. Even with me being just a remnant soul, I shouldn't be hindered by a mere early stage quasi-saint. Retreating miles, his spectral form growing fainter, Easton's calm demeanor vanished, revealing shock. He hadn't expected his target to be such a prodigy. Despite being only a remnant soul, he was still at the late stage quasi-saint level. He was confident in facing off against a peak quasi-saint. Yet now he was injured by an early stage quasi-saint? So much the better. The stronger you are, the stronger this ancient ancestor will be upon possession. After the initial shock, Easton turned joyful. His goal was to possess Landon. Witnessing Landon's formidable strength meant that after possession, he too would become more powerful. With this thought, Easton decided that he wouldn't just use Landon as a stepping stone but make Landon's body his forever. After all, even at the early stage quasi-saint back then, he hadn't reached this level. Inferno demonic flames. Decided, Easton immediately commanded the surrounding demonic chi to surge toward Landon. Falling once before, he wouldn't fall again. Easton knew it, and so did Landon. He urgently pondered how to counter Easton. That first surprise attack had utilized all his power but only managed to injure Easton, leaving him increasingly cautious. Sword law. Though wary, Landon wasn't one to give up easily. Activating the sword law within him, his entire being transformed into a divine sword emitting piercing, formidable energy. In an instant, he lunged at Easton. Boom! The divine sword soared skyward, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Easton's demonic flames couldn't withstand 2 strikes, dissipating like thin paper, ultimately cleaving Easton into nothingness. The remnant soul of the late-stage quasi-saint Easton was directly annihilated by Landon. However, almost instantly, a shocked, familiar voice resounded. You've comprehended laws to the level required at the late-stage quasi-saint realm? Demonic chi gathered and reformed Easton. Demonic chi undying, Easton unslayable. This was Easton's divine ability. Although revived, Easton appeared thoroughly shocked. Already stunned by Landon injuring him, now he was utterly astounded at being instantly killed. Considering he was only a remnant soul, albeit at the late-stage quasi-saint level and a supreme power from ancient times, being killed by an early-stage quasi-saint was unbelievable, not only to others but even to himself. Shame on me, die. Overcome by shock, Easton dropped his arrogance, unleashing demonic chi ferociously to quickly destroy Landon. 100 years passed. During those years, despite Landon's advantage in magical treasures and physique, he couldn't fully extinguish Easton's soul amidst omnipresent demonic chi. His urgency grew. Knowing Easton benefited from endless demonic chi, Landon understood he needed a strategy or risk being possessed. He pondered while shifting to defense, conserving as much power as possible. Then, during another retreat by Miles, I have Lee's 9-9 soul-dispelling gourd, perfect for dealing with souls. Recalling this treasure, Landon summoned a fiery red gourd, tipping it toward Easton. Instantly, a sea of red light engulfed everything. Thunder, lightning, and storms erupted from the gourd, crashing into Easton. Aya! The moment the 9-9 soul-dispelling gourd appeared, Easton sensed impending danger. Now, it sent agonizing pain through his soul, causing him to scream in torment. Effective. Seeing the impact, Landon accelerated his movements with the gourd. Alongside, he launched the 36 pacifying sea pearls and the Kunlun seal, unleashing their full might. Landon held nothing back. Strike while the iron is hot. He understood this well. Please note that some liberties were taken with the translation to maintain narrative flow and clarity. A 9-9 soul-dispelling gourd, specifically designed to target divine souls, had already put Easton at a severe disadvantage. Now, with the added immobilizing power of the stabilizing sea pearl and the assistance of the Kongtong seal, which suppressed the supreme fortune of 2 major forces, Easton's fortunate victory over Easton was an extraordinary stroke of luck. God-slaying spear. Having subjugated Easton, Landon's eyes immediately sparkled as they turned towards the God-slaying spear. In killing an enemy and seizing their treasure, now that Easton was dead, all the treasures here belonged to him. Similarly, this was why he hadn't fled upon encountering Easton. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared elsewhere, once again grasping the God-slaying spear. Previously, with Easton's sudden appearance, he didn't have time to examine this supreme treasure thoroughly. Now that Easton had been subdued, he could finally investigate it properly. Supreme treasures are extraordinary. When Landon first encountered it, it adjusted to his will, shrinking or expanding accordingly. Now, upon re-grasping it, a wave of information about its origins surged into his mind. Hiss, the God-slaying spear has 50 restrictions? Digesting that piece of information, Landon was dumbfounded, drawing in a sharp breath. Out of the 33 great Tao, one is hidden. He never expected that the God-slaying spear would have 50 restrictions within it. It's commonly known that the more restrictions within a spiritual treasure, the higher its grade. Yet, innate supreme treasures only have 49 restrictions. How could the God-slaying spear have 50? This meant its grade was even higher than an innate supreme treasure. At this moment, Landon understood why the God-slaying spear was revered by the world. He also realized why it went missing in later times. With such an overwhelming, the malevolent God-slaying spear, using it forcefully would likely result in being injured by the treasure. A rare lucky break indeed. Reflecting on this, Landon felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, Easton couldn't wield the God-slaying spear. Otherwise, it was unclear who would survive. However, after the fear came overwhelming joy. With the God-slaying spear's formidable power, his own strength would greatly increase. More importantly, he now had the leverage to contend against the sages. If he had possessed the God-slaying spear earlier, fleeing wouldn't have been necessary. Even killing Crosby on the spot would not be impossible. This thought made Landon's eyes gleam with excitement. He couldn't wait to settle scores with the Western sect. But, not yet. With Easton subdued and the demonic aura from the array dissipating, the entire scene revealed itself. Suppressing his urge for revenge, he glanced towards a lotus-shaped spiritual treasure floating in midair, radiating brilliant light. Joking aside, as the ancestral demon, Easton was once an unrivaled force dominating the western lands of the primordial chaos for countless eons. With countless spiritual treasures at his disposal, how could these few be all he owned? Could this be the 12-petal black lotus of doom? Summoning it with a gesture, Landon held it in his hands. Finding it strikingly similar to the cyclic purple lotus and flame red lotus he possessed, differing only in color, a particular treasure immediately came to mind. As expected, this was indeed Easton's 12-petal black lotus of doom. Thus, including the cyclic purple lotus and flame red lotus, 3 of the Chaos Supreme Treasure Creation green lotus seeds had fallen into Landon's hands. After putting away the black lotus, he did not immediately refine it, but continued searching the array for other treasures. It's well known that the 4 swords of slaughter, the black lotus of doom, and the God-slaying spear are famous treasures of Easton, but this doesn't mean he didn't possess others. A few days later, as if wishing for something to appear, it did. While wandering and contemplating what other treasures Easton might have, an infinitely profound and broken jade tablet appeared before Landon. Its surface was as smooth as jade, untainted by any dust, filled with boundless cosmic mysteries, sometimes generating the Tai Chi, transforming into 2 forms, and evolving into the 8 trigrams, instantly reflecting all fundamental truths of the world. Simultaneously, the threads of Tao emanating from it shook Landon's heart. Tao, notably, among the many treasures he had obtained, none contained Tao principles, not even the god-slaying spear, which surpassed innate supreme treasures. But now, what did he see? A treasure containing Tao principles? According to his knowledge, throughout the history of the primordial chaos, there aren't many named and renowned treasures, yet only one chaos supreme treasure fits this description, engraved with the 3,000 Tao principles. Could this be the creation jade tablet? Hashtag chapter 99. The one who waits. Could it be that this treasure is the XuanHuan jade disc? Landon's pupils constricted as he blurted out in shock. The profound essence of the great Tao permeating it, combined with its jade butterfly shape, unmistakably indicated that this was indeed the XuanHuan jade disc. The XuanHuan jade disc, one of the 4 Cooper supreme treasures, inscribed with 3,000 great principles. It was later damaged due to the immense pressure from Xavian's creation of the universe, fragmenting into numerous pieces. However, Yuan Yuing managed to obtain a significant portion of it, which allowed him to comprehend the workings of heaven and earth, defeating Driscoll and becoming the first sage of the primordial world, known to all as Yuan. Landon never expected that Driscoll had also obtained a piece of the XuanHuan jade disc, and even less so that this small fragment would now fulfill his own destiny. Thoughts raced through Landon's mind as he quickly processed information about the XuanHuan jade disc, but he did not stand there stunned. Instead, he immediately grasped the jade disc fragment in his hand. Boom! As soon as the fragment was in his possession, a sense of clarity washed over him, soothing his mind and allowing him to remain unperturbed by any matter, feeling nothing but tranquility. Simultaneously, a vast amount of information began to surface. Indeed, upon the appearance of the information, Landon's eyes lit up, confirming that this was truly a fragment of the XuanHuan jade disc. After confirmation, he could no longer remain calm. He lost all desire to continue searching for treasures and immediately sat down on the spot, beginning to refine the XuanHuan jade disc without a moment's delay. A joke. This was the XuanHuan jade disc, after all, a fragment of a supreme chaos treasure far superior to any ordinary spiritual treasure. One could say that one fragment of the XuanHuan jade disc equaled all other treasures except the god-slaying spear. Not an exaggeration at all. As Landon began refining, complex incantations flowed into the disc. Time passed. A millennium slipped away like water. At this point, Landon had ceased refining, not expressing joy from obtaining the supreme treasure, but rather wearing a worried expression. I can't believe that with my current cultivation, I am still unable to refine the XuanHuan jade disc. Looking at the unmoving fragment before him, he felt frustrated. Indeed, after 1,000 years of refining, Landon realized that his efforts were in vain. With his current cultivation at the early stage of quasi-sage, he could not refine the XuanHuan jade disc. There was no help for it. His cultivation was simply too low. A chaos supreme treasure was exceptionally extraordinary. Back in those days, only 4 such treasures existed throughout the chaos. How could someone at the early stage of quasi-sage refine one? Landon never expected that after rejoicing that Driscoll's remnant soul couldn't use the god-slaying spear, the same issue would arise for himself. Sigh. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too much. Taking a deep breath, he took out the god-slaying spear and placed it before him. The XuanHuan jade disc was already in his possession. It was just a matter of time before he refined it successfully. Instead of lamenting, he decided to focus on refining the god-slaying spear right away. After all, without the XuanHuan jade disc, he still had the god-slaying spear. As soon as the god-slaying spear appeared, Landon moved swiftly, channeling boundless power to strike the spear. Undoubtedly, the god-slaying spear, possessing 50 restrictions and surpassing innate supreme treasures, proved challenging. After a century, Landon managed to refine only 10 restrictions, and as he progressed, it became increasingly difficult. 1,000 years later, 30 restrictions. 5,000 years, 40 restrictions. 10,000 years, 49 restrictions. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed, and Landon finally stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine the entire god-slaying spear at once. It was simply that his strength wasn't enough. Refining 49 restrictions was his limit. Further progress required a breakthrough. Recalling this, Landon's lips twitched slightly. Here we go again. When he first broke through to the early stage of quasi-sage, he had secretly rejoiced. But now, with the XuanHuan jade disc ahead and being unable to fully refine the god-slaying spear, there was little cause for celebration. Nonetheless, even though he hadn't fully refined the god-slaying spear, Landon could now unleash half of its might. Yes, half. Do not underestimate this mere half. Knowing that this surpassed innate supreme treasures, it was comparable to Hanley, who relied on the innate supreme treasure chaos bell to earn the title of the foremost below the sages. Now, with half the might of the god-slaying spear, which was only stronger than the chaos bell, his strength had surged more than tenfold. Half the might exceeded the chaos bell. Imagine what it would be when Landon fully refined the god-slaying spear and unleashed its full potential. At this thought, Landon's eyes sparkled with it. There was also the Kunlun seal safeguarding the fortunes of 2 major forces, the 36 pillar stabilizing pearls for both attack and defense, the heaven measuring ruler, and the 99 scattered soul gourd. Most crucially, all these were top-tier innate treasures. If 1 or 2 pieces, perhaps some powerful beings might possess them, but having dozens was somewhat exaggerated. Even sages might not have such resources. With dozens of top-tier innate treasures safeguarding him, his defense was simply astounding. No wonder Landon dared claim that no one except sages could break through his defenses. Now, originally fearing the journey through the primordial chaos, Landon felt no apprehension whatsoever. Why? Because apart from sages, Landon feared no one. If a sage were to intervene, that would be another matter. But with his master Sha's protective nature, how could he ever let Landon suffer a loss? Thinking of this, Landon was elated and decided to end his prolonged seclusion. Having spent over 10,000 years secluded, he finally prepared to venture out. As he flew out of the formation, returning to the Blood Sea, a familiar and beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. Seeing that figure, Landon was first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, because it wasn't just anyone. It was the one he had been waiting for all this time. Louisa. Chapter 99. The one who waits in vain. Could this treasure be the disc of creation? Landon's pupils suddenly shrank as he blurted out in shock. The profound truths embodied around it and its butterfly-shaped jade appearance all pointed to it being the disc of creation. The disc of creation, one of the 4 supreme treasures born from chaos, it recorded the 3,000 great doctrines. Later, due to the immense pressure from Xavian's act of separating heaven and earth, it broke apart into countless fragments. However, the ancestor Yuing managed to obtain a large part of it. This allowed him to understand the workings of the world, leading to his great victory over Driscoll and becoming the first honored saint in the primordial universe, revered as the Yuan. Landon did not expect that Driscoll had also obtained a piece of the disc of creation, nor did he anticipate that this small fragment would now aid him so greatly. As information about the disc of creation flashed through his mind, Landon did not stand dumbfounded. Instead, he immediately held the jade butterfly fragment in his hand. Boom. Upon grasping the fragment, a sense of clarity washed over his heart, calming his spirit and making him feel at peace with everything around him. Simultaneously, an enormous amount of information surged forth. Indeed. As the information appeared, Landon's eyes lit up, confirming that this was indeed a fragment of the disc of creation. Now confirmed, he could no longer remain calm. There was no way he could think about continuing his search for treasures. He sat down immediately and began refining the disc of creation fragment without any further ado. Jokingly, this was the disc of creation. Even though it was just a fragment, it was still one of the supreme treasures of chaos, far surpassing ordinary divine treasures. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this single fragment of the disc of creation was on par with all other divine treasures, except for the god-slaying spear. As Landon started refining, he cast mysterious spells into it. Time passed swiftly. 1,000 years vanished in a blink. By then, Landon had stopped refining, and instead of the joy of acquiring a supreme treasure, a worried expression appeared on his face. I didn't expect that with my current cultivation level, I can't refine the disc of creation. Looking at the disc of creation fragment, which remained motionless before him, he felt frustrated. Indeed, after a millennium of refining, Landon realized he had been wasting his efforts. At his current stage of quasi-sainthood, he was simply unable to refine the disc of creation. It was no surprise. His cultivation level was too low. In those days, there were only 4 supreme treasures in the whole universe of chaos. How could someone at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood hope to refine one of them? Landon never thought that after rejoicing that Driscoll's remnant soul couldn't use the god-slaying spear, he would now face the same issue himself. However, he did not dwell on it much. Taking a deep breath, he fetched the god-slaying spear and placed it before him. Since the disc of creation was already in hand, successfully refining it was only a matter of time. Instead of sighing in despair, it made more sense to start refining the god-slaying spear. After all, he still had the god-slaying spear, even without the disc of creation. As soon as the god-slaying spear appeared, Landon's hands moved like lightning, channeling infinite power swiftly into the spear. Indeed, the god-slaying spear lived up to its reputation as a treasure surpassing innate treasures with 50 restrictions. A century passed, during which Landon barely managed to refine 10 of the restrictions, and the process became increasingly difficult as he progressed. A millennium, 30 restrictions. 5 millennia, 40 restrictions. 10,000 years, 49 restrictions. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed, and Landon paused his actions. This wasn't because he wanted to fully refine the god-slaying spear in one go, but because his strength was inadequate. Refining 49 restrictions was his limit. To proceed further, he needed a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Landon's lips twitched. Here we go again. When he first reached the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, he felt a bit pleased. But now, with the disc of creation proving unrefinable and the god-slaying spear only partially refined, where was the joy? Fortunately, even with only half refined, Landon could wield half of the god-slaying spear's power. Yes, just half. Don't underestimate this mere half. It was a supreme treasure surpassing innate treasures. Hanley gained fame as the strongest beneath a saint with the innate treasure Chaos Bell. Now, with the god-slaying spear's half-power rivaling or even exceeding the Chaos Bell, his strength multiplied tenfold. Half-power already surpassed the Chaos Bell. Imagine the full power once Landon completely refined the god-slaying spear. At this thought, anticipation filled Landon's eyes. After refining the god-slaying spear, he took out the red lotus of karma and the black lotus of world ending and continued refining them. These 2 divine treasures were no match for the god-slaying spear, each containing only 47 restrictions. Therefore, within less than a millennium, Landon managed to refine all their restrictions. Thus, all the divine treasures Landon had acquired were finally utilized. Perhaps my strength at this realm is unknown, but if defense is concerned, perhaps only a saint could break through my defenses. Feeling the various divine treasures swirling within him, Landon mused inwardly. He knew his strength was merely at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, which was indeed somewhat low. However, his defensive treasures were luxurious, perfectly compensating for this shortcoming. Starting with the Wuxi yellow flag, he had obtained several others, including the green lotus banner and the XuanHuan water controlling banner. He had gathered 3 out of 6 lotus seeds from the supreme chaos treasure, Marlolian, the purple lotus of reincarnation, red lotus of karma, and black lotus of world ending. Moreover, he had the Kongtong seal guarding against major forces, the 36 stabilizing pearls for offense and defense, the heavenly measure ruler, and the 99 soul scattering gourd. Crucially, all these were top-grade innate divine treasures. If it were just a few, some powerful beings might have them, but having dozens was extraordinary. Even saints might not possess such resources. With dozens of top-grade innate divine treasures protecting him, his defense was astounding. No wonder Landon dared say that besides saints, no one could break through his defenses. With this confidence, his fear of wandering the primordial universe vanished. Why? Because Landon feared no one except saints, and if a saint acted, his master Shaw would not let him suffer. Thinking of this, Landon was delighted. After thousands of years of seclusion, he finally prepared to venture out. Just as he flew out of the formation and returned to the Blood Sea, a familiar and beautiful figure appeared before him. Seeing the figure, Landon was initially stunned, then ecstatic. Because it was none other than the one he had been waiting for so long. Sonia? Chapter 100. Achieving the greater self through the lesser self. Louisa. Landon blurted out in surprise. Indeed, this person was none other than Louisa, whom he had waited for in the Sea of Blood for tens of thousands of years. Landon? Not only did Landon recognize Louisa, but Louisa also spotted Landon at the same time. She was not unfamiliar with him. After all, she had been present when Landon had fought alongside her in the past. Moreover, she had witnessed firsthand his battle against the demon race on Lingxiao. Because of this, including Louisa, all the witches felt a strong liking towards Landon. Some of the lesser witches even revered him and wished they could share wine and stories with him for days. But alas, their Tao ancestor had ordered them not to leave, and with Landon's uncertain whereabouts, no opportunity ever arose. She never expected that during her sudden urge to come to the Sea of Blood, guided by some profound destiny, she would encounter Landon. Early-stage quasi-saint? Soon, Louisa was astonished. Being a late-stage quasi-saint, and with Landon not concealing his strength, she immediately recognized his current realm. This realization shocked her. After all, how long had it been since they last met? Only 10 or 20,000 years. Barely an eye blink for someone like Louisa, whose existence spanned eons. To break from an early-stage great perfection immortal to an early-stage quasi-saint in just a few eye blinks? An entire major realm breakthrough. Even if it were a witch, or even herself, breaking through even a minor realm within such a short time would be highly questionable. Thus, how could Louisa not be shocked? Dare I ask, Brother Taoist Su, why have you come here? After recovering from her shock, she was now curious. Since the Tao ancestor's order, except for Landon's attack on Lingxiao, the witches knew nothing about the events in the chaotic world, so Louisa didn't understand why Landon was here. I was passing by this place when I noticed the many dead souls here, some even utterly annihilated. Moved by compassion, I stopped to find a place to settle them. Upon hearing Louisa's inquiry, Landon wanted to say that he had been waiting here for over 10,000 years, but thankfully, he quickly adjusted his response to focus on the dead souls in the Sea of Blood. Now that Louisa had finally arrived, it was time to execute his pre-planned strategy. Moreover, what he said wasn't entirely untrue, as he still needed to help Dan, who was left with only a fragment of true spirit, reincarnate. To think Brother Taoist shares my sentiment, feeling sympathy for these departed souls? As Landon spoke, Louisa's eyes lit up, finding his words resonating deeply with her own thoughts. Originally, Louisa had only sensed some deeper celestial machinations bringing her here. But seeing the numerous lost and lonely souls in the Sea of Blood, she too felt immense pity and couldn't bear to leave. In the chaotic world, weakness was a sin, and the dead were often forgotten. Louisa had thought she alone sympathized with these souls, but unexpectedly, Landon shared the same thoughts. Suddenly, Louisa viewed Landon differently. Recalling his battle against the demons on Lingxiao, which devastated their greatest enemies, she now regarded him as a kindred spirit. Brother Taoist, I share your intention. These lost souls. Before Landon could speak, Louisa began recounting her insights passionately, as if she had finally found a confidant. Landon listened attentively, nodding occasionally and interjecting with his own thoughts. Like scholars discussing the Tao, they exchanged views freely. When good wine meets a soulmate, countless cups aren't enough. The next day, may I ask if Brother Taoist has a solution? Louisa looked at Landon with hope in her eyes. Here it comes. Relieved, Landon replied calmly. There are hemlock and yang in this world, and Brother Taoist should know that the Sea of Blood is unsuitable for souls. Why not create a place for them? Create a place? Louisa's heart stirred, her eyes brightening as she realized the logic in his words. Indeed, most deceased beings end up in the Sea of Blood, but this place is unsuitable for their existence. Why not create something new? But then, bowing respectfully, she asked, Brother Taoist, where and how should we create it? Of course, in the Sea of Blood. Landon pointed to the blood-red sea beneath them, answering, as for how to create it, I'm unsure, but it undoubtedly involves reincarnation. Boom. As he spoke, a thunderclap echoed in the heavens, startling the chaotic world. Instantly, winds whipped and clouds gathered, changing the very color of the sky. The first signs of reincarnation shook the world. Not only did the sky display anomalies, but even the secluded sages scattered throughout the chaotic world sensed unease, stirring from their meditations and turning their attention here in astonishment. Reincarnation? 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 Unmoved by the heavenly changes, Louisa seemed entranced, repeatedly murmuring the word, reincarnation. Her aura surged 100-fold, and an unprecedented grand Tao rhythm enveloped her. And just as that grand rhythm appeared, Louisa finally came back to her senses. Her voice, akin to celestial tones, resounded through the heavens. In the name of the heavenly Tao, I, Louisa, descendant of Xavian, hereby pledge to transform into the embodiment of reincarnation, providing refuge for all departed spirits, achieving the greater self through the lesser self. All souls of the chaotic world shall enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. The 6 paths of reincarnation, arise. With her words, the Grand Tao rhythm split into 6 immense, mysterious passages, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 101. The benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment. The 6 realms of reincarnation. Upon seeing this, Landon felt an inexplicable solemnity well up within him, as if facing the entire chaotic, primordial universe, making him feel incredibly insignificant. Meanwhile, as the 6 realms of reincarnation appeared, Tabitha's face showed signs of difficulty, as though she was grappling with a momentous decision. Brothers, forgive my selfishness. Your sister will go first. Yet, she quickly steeled her heart and plunged into the 6 realms of reincarnation alone. With her perfect quasi-saint status, she transformed her body into the cycle of reincarnation, thereby establishing the initial framework of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Rumbling. As she transformed into the cycle, thunder roared across the 9 heavens of the chaotic universe, reverberating continuously, echoing through both space and time. Countless ethereal figures appeared in the sky, all depicting dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, paying homage together. Brilliant light flooded the 8 directions, bringing boundless auspiciousness. In summary, the spectacle was grand and continuous, rivaling the merging of Ewing with the Tao. Cycle Purple Lotus. Ledger of life and death. Amidst the celestial phenomena, Landon, feeling a mysterious stirring in his heart, hurriedly retrieved the 12-petal Cycle Purple Lotus and the Ledger of life and death he had obtained earlier. He also offered a drop of his own essence blood and cast them into the 6 realms of reincarnation. With the casting of the Cycle Purple Lotus and the Ledger of life and death, one part fell into the 6 realms of reincarnation, stabilizing the newly formed cycle, while the larger part enveloped Tabitha's dissipating true spirit, swiftly repairing it and even reviving her. Simultaneously, her aura surged instantly, breaking through the confines of the perfect quasi-saint realm that had plagued her for eons, reaching the sage realm. This was not the end. More virtue remained, propelling her toward realms beyond the sage. Not only did she revive and break through, but the boundless auspiciousness in the world increased immensely, and even the heavens sent their blessings. At that moment, all beings rejoiced and paid homage, as a mysterious voice announced a new identity for her. Empress Venus. Meet Empress Venus, boundlessly thankful for her compassion. We shall forever remember this in our hearts. As the celestial voice resonated in everyone's minds, Landon immediately bowed to the shadowy figure revived by the boundless virtue. The countless souls within and beyond the sea of blood, previously dazed, now regained rationality, their eyes involuntarily shedding tears as they knelt and prostrated themselves. Hail Empress Venus! At the same time, whether they were meditating or breaking through, at the moment of Tabitha's transformation into Empress Venus, all beings in the chaotic universe felt an inexplicable stirring, involuntarily pausing on Landon. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that a familiar phenomenon occurred again. Infinite divine light and celestial omens descended from the heavens, and a mysterious voice announced that Landon had gained a new identity, the benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment. Understanding the celestial message, the countless souls in the sea of blood felt profound respect and reverence, exclaiming aloud the identity bestowed upon Landon by heaven and earth. He was the benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment. The benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment held a position equivalent to that of heaven itself, second only to Empress Venus in the underworld, with the power to oversee all living beings on the earth of the chaotic universe. As soon as the identity was bestowed, before Landon could properly comprehend it, the voices of the chaotic universe resounded again. Hail the benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment. Once more, all beings knelt and paid homage to Landon, shaking the 9 heavens. Not only the beings in the chaotic universe, but even the 6 great sages, including Supreme Master Sha, bowed to Landon. Meet the benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment. There was no other reason. At this moment, Landon was no longer merely the foremost disciple of the Completion Sect, or a disciple of Supreme Master Sha, but the benevolent and sage rock of heaven's alignment, holding a rank equivalent to heaven itself. Therefore, even Supreme Master Sha and the 6 great sages could not help but bow to him. Chapter 102. Could not control his mouth. At this moment, the 6 sages of Cooper Chaos, no, counting Venus in, the 7 sages of Cooper Chaos each had different thoughts. Sha's expression was complicated yet filled with pride. He felt his disciple brought him endless surprises. Ashan's lips twitched slightly. Given his calm and effortless nature, bowing to a junior like this indeed felt rather awkward. Murphy even felt ashamed and wanted to leave immediately. Marina remained expressionless, but her beautiful eyes revealed curiosity, probably wondering how the humans she created could achieve such a state. Tisha remained composed, having developed a thick skin that allowed him to maintain an air of compassion regardless of what happened around him. Only Dirk occasionally turned away, subtly retreating behind Tisha as if wanting to avoid Landon and not be discovered by him. Apart from the 6 sages of Cooper Chaos, Venus also showed immense surprise. Being straightforward like the original Witch Clan, she hadn't changed much. Seeing her kindred spirit receive heavenly recognition and being guided by Landon to break through, her joy was transformed into Venus, leaving the realm of Cooper Chaos without 12 ancestral witches, but only 11. Yet, the 12 ancestral witches shared deep bonds and knew life and death together. Upon sensing Louisa's aura vanish, the remaining ancestral witches assumed Louisa had been harmed and rushed here, interrupting their meditations. Sister, are you? Upon hearing familiar voices again, Paige and others breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they sensed Venus did not possess witch blood and asked in confusion. The Witch Clan lacked a spirit and couldn't sense divine events, Hence they were unaware of major happenings and Louisa's transformation into the cycle. It's like this, eldest brother. I sensed the lost souls of Cooper Chaos. Seeing her brother's confusion, Venus explained. Soon, everything became clear. However, when they heard Landon guided Venus to this outcome, the 11 ancestral witches erupted in fury. What nonsense! Darian's sister is always Louisa. Cursed Taoist, you made my sister sacrifice herself? Page et al.'s perfected quasi-sage auras exploded, all turning towards the meditating Landon. Darian, the most volatile, roared loudly. Their auras appearing, many people's faces changed. After tens of thousands of years, although the ancestral witches hadn't broken through in rank, their auras were much stronger, their ominous auras even more intense. Wish to bully my disciple? Have you considered me, Shaw? Despite this, Shaw remained unperturbed, blocking the ancestral witch's aura and radiating sage-like power. Brothers, what are you doing? Stop quickly. Seeing this, Venus panicked. She had sacrificed for the greater good willingly, just like initially dedicating herself to the cycle without Landon. With Landon's help, she was immensely grateful but now saw her brothers hostile towards Landon. A real hindrance. As expected. Now that sages bully us, you don't interfere. Venus is no longer one of us. Seeing Venus panic, the 11 ancestral witches suddenly felt pity. But when Shaw's power surged, Darian blurted out angrily. Not a witch. Venus was truly stunned. Without witch blood was understandable, but she once possessed it, was among the 12 ancestral witches, and didn't deny being a witch even after becoming Empress Venus. She was devoted to the witch clan. Yet Darian's words left her unable to speak. But at this desperate moment, a voice questioned sharply. Don't you remember who fought with you against the demon race? Louisa isn't dead, just called Venus. Though she lacks witch blood, she still cares deeply for the witch clan. Body may not belong to the clan, but heart does. Isn't that a true witch? It was Landon. Everyone stirred and looked at the young man beside Venus. Middle stage quasi-sage? Some squinted in shock. After obtaining virtue, Landon's strength broke through to middle stage quasi-sage. Immediately after breaking through, he overheard Darian's words and couldn't hold back, defending Venus. Landon's words landed heavily on the ancestral witches, turning their initial anger into profound silence. Yes, Venus never denied being a witch. They assumed wrongly due to lack of witch blood, making them furious, especially the hot-headed Darian who couldn't control his mouth. Hearing Landon's rebuke, everyone snapped back to reality. I'm sorry, sister, I was wrong. After a long silence, Darian scratched his head sheepishly, exchanging glances with the others before apologizing to Venus. Relieved, Venus joined them in tears. Thus, though Cooper Chaos lost Louisa, it gained Empress Venus, rivaling the heavenly Tao. This meant the outcome of the witch-demon war at the end of the era remains uncertain. A stir arose in everyone's hearts. Boom. Just as the ancestral witches acknowledged Venus, a thunderclap echoed. An awe-inspiring heavenly might also appeared. Translation complete while adhering to specified guidelines. ##### Chapter 103. The great law of heaven cannot be defied. Suddenly, all beings suddenly felt a wave of reverence, and the various sages were all stunned. They tacitly turned their gazes towards a particular spot in the void. Following their gazes, an awe-inspiring figure, comparable to heavenly might, appeared out of nowhere in the originally empty space. Master! Master! Greetings, Yuan Yuing. Greetings, Yuan Yuing. Seeing the figure appear, including Devon and Venus, the various sages hurriedly bowed. Indeed, this awe-inspiring figure was none other than Yuan Yuing. When Yuan Yuing appeared, although the sages bowed, the witch clan seemed indifferent, as if they were disregarding his presence. Younger sister, now that your strength has greatly increased, can you deal with this Taoist? Darian's eyes lit up, seemingly having an idea, then she boldly spoke out. Deal with Yuan Yuing? When Darian's words fell, everyone present was shaken to their core, utterly stunned. Even Venus nearly stumbled. Even Devon found himself speechless at the moment. Was Darian careless or lacking in judgment? It was true that Yuan had once dealt with the witch clan. Now, with Venus's strength having skyrocketed, it was understandable that she might want revenge, but talking about such matters so openly was practically showing contempt for Yuan Yuing. After all, this was Yuan Yuing. Dealing with Yuan Yuing? Though Venus had established the wheel of reincarnation, which put her status on par with the heavenly Tao, that only referred to her position. Furthermore, she had just attained sainthood, making it highly unlikely that she could match Yuan Yuing, who had long merged with the heavenly Tao. Would Darian not fear being remembered by Yuan Yuing for her insolence? Not only did Devon understand the gravity of the situation, but Venus did as well. She first shot a disapproving glance at Darian, then hastily bowed to Yuing. My Andre brother is somewhat rude. Please forgive him. Taoist friend. In truth, even before Yuing acted, Venus understood his intentions. With the power of the heavenly Tao, he would have acted earlier if he intended to do so. Now, apologizing was merely a matter of saving face. And indeed, that was the case. Facing Darian's words, Yuing simply glanced at her indifferently, his gaze fleeting and expressionless, showing no emotional fluctuation. Heaven shows no mercy. All things are like dogs of straw. The words of some straw dogs. How could they matter to him? Greetings, Empress Venus. After looking at Darian, Yuing retracted his gaze and suddenly bowed to Venus. With the establishment of the six realms, even though he had merged with the heavenly Tao, he naturally came to congratulate her. After offering congratulations, his figure vanished completely, leaving no trace behind as if he had never appeared. Phew. As Yuing left, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Among them, Darian wiped the sweat pouring down her forehead and collapsed onto the ground, relieved. Earlier, Yuing had merely glanced at her coolly, yet she felt as if facing the overwhelming power of the primordial heavens, far more terrifying than any danger she had encountered before. a great terror descending upon her mind. See what happens when you speak without thinking. Hurry up and thank younger sister Venus. Seeing Darien lose composure, Braden, who often clashed with her, immediately started mocking her. At this moment, Darien didn't argue with Braden as she usually did, instead obediently thanking Venus after rising to her feet. Right, now that younger sister Venus has become a sage, during the war between witches and fiends, she can suppress the fiend clan entirely, allowing our witch clan to rule the Cooper heavens and earth, right? After expressing her gratitude, Darien's old habits returned as she spoke again. However, this time the ancestral witches didn't oppose her. Instead, they lit up with recognition, agreeing with her statement. Indeed, now Raya and others watching from afar were filled with elation, emitting cries of surprise and joy. They had been paying close attention ever since Louisa transformed into the Wheel of Reincarnation. Venus's ascension to sainthood had terrified them, making them feel the fiend clan's impending doom. Thankfully, Ewing had given them a chance. If Venus remained inactive, their chances of defeating the witch clan would undoubtedly increase significantly. Why do I need to follow your decree, Taoist friend? At this moment, Venus's demeanor changed. She calmly replied. Then with a wave of her hand, the boundless Tao of the Wheel of Reincarnation instantly shattered the heavenly chains. Having done so, she stood proudly, glaring angrily at the skies along with the 11 ancestral witches. Though Louisa had died, it did not mean she had disappeared from the Cooper heavens and earth. Now Louisa was Venus, but Venus was not Louisa. Earlier, compromising with Ewing disregarded the witch clan's enthusiasm. But now, with Ewing intending to imprison her, it was tantamount to condemning the witch clan to death. Thus, Venus was unwilling. This is the great law of heaven. It cannot be defied. Ewing's heavenly voice rang out again. And if I insist on going against it? Venus seemed to have understood his implication, yet she did not yield, stepping forward and unleashing her sage aura unreservedly. Boom. The sage aura spread through the layers of space, causing boundless spatial tremors. Splash. As the ruler of the Cooper heavens and earth, Venus prepared to act. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, Ewing naturally would not show weakness. Seeing her dare to defy him, he immediately unleashed boundless heavenly might. In an instant, under the shocked gaze of all beings, the entire cosmos fell silent. It seemed as if the next moment, a conflict was about to erupt in the Cooper heavens and earth. Hashtag Chapter 104, Heaven and Earth Clash. No, the battle has already begun. In this instant, all the inhabitants of XuanHuan turned their attention to the scene. This was because, after Tabitha transformed into Venus by embodying the cycle of rebirth, she no longer possessed the bloodline of the witch tribe, but she became the spokesperson for the XuanHuan earth, having created the 6 realms of rebirth in the netherworld. Because of this, it was not just a conflict between Venus and Ewing. It was a war between the earth and the sky of XuanHuan. Heaven and earth? Heaven and earth. At this realization, everyone was struck with shock. It was common knowledge that since Ewing had become the spokesman for Heavenly Tao, he had maintained order in XuanHuan, and no one dared to defy him. After all, the previous defiance of the witch tribe was an example. Just a wave of his hand was enough to crush Xavian's true form. In short, to put it simply, within the realm of XuanHuan, Ewing was an invincible existence. Yet now, the witch tribe dared to make a move against him again? And this time, it was Venus, the representative of XuanHuan's earth. What would be the outcome of this battle? Everyone wondered. Not only were the people astonished, even the watching sages were incredibly shocked. To be honest, while Venus merely unraveled the chains of heavenly Tao with ease, her action contained the power of XuanHuan's earth. This revelation left the 6 sages thoroughly amazed. It was because Venus's strength was truly formidable. Those were the shackles of heavenly Tao, shackles they themselves couldn't break free from, yet Venus managed to do so, indicating that the power she harnessed upon achieving sainthood was even greater than theirs. However, after the initial shock wore off, the sages seemed to foresee the outcome, shaking their heads at Venus in unison with regret. There was no doubt that the sages did not have high hopes for Venus. Venus is too hasty. Even Landon sighed inwardly. Obviously, Ewing had been integrated with the Tao for countless eons, long controlling the heavenly Tao of XuanHuan. Now, Venus had just become a sage and probably had atmospheric currents swirling around. 11 ancestral witches suddenly appeared beside Venus. I didn't think Ewing was so strong. Little sister becoming a sage doesn't make her a match for him. Let's quickly set up the 12 celestial fiend array. Darien, emitting endless flames, said anxiously. As he spoke, he summoned the essence of Xavian's blood from within. Braden, unusually silent, nodded subconsciously, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, now that little sister has attained sainthood, the array bestowed by our father should be even more powerful. Even Ewing, we don't fear. But before he could finish, Braden seemed to realize something, freezing in place. Wait, now that little sister no longer possesses ancestral witch blood, she can't activate the array. Upon hearing this, not just Braden but all the ancestral witches froze. Indeed, though Venus had achieved sainthood, thus enhancing the power of the 12 celestial fiend array, she no longer had the ancestral witch bloodline. Without Venus, there were only 11 ancestral witches remaining. How could they form the 12 celestial fiend array? So what if we lack the formation left by father? We are still the 12 ancestral witches. Suddenly, Paige's voice rang out. Hearing this, including Venus, all the ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Then they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Yes, despite lacking the array, the witch tribe stood united. 6 realms of rebirth, manifest. Venus shouted. Instantly, boundless cycles of the 6 realms emerged from her hands, forming a new 6 realms of rebirth. Though it paled in comparison to the true version, it caused unease among the nearby sages. The 6 realms of rebirth had reached a level threatening to the sages. Law of space, law of fire, law of time, law of water. Not only did Venus act, but the other ancestral witches unleashed their full might simultaneously. Soon, 12 great laws representing the 12 ancestral witches emerged across Honghuang's heaven and earth. No longer was it just Venus alone. They represented the might of Honghuang's earth. Thus, the clash between heaven and earth unfolded once more. The true battle of heaven and earth had begun. Venus and the witch tribe disrespect the heavenly Tao and must be punished. As the earth acted, so did Yuing, the embodiment of heavenly Tao. A decree descended from the Tao. Next moment, words followed by actions. Storms surged through the sky, turning clear skies into a blanket of dark clouds, brewing divine thunder. The strongest thunder of Honghuang. The end of the world divine thunder. Immediately, all eyes were drawn to the scene. But amidst the clash between heaven and earth, a voice of rage suddenly erupted. Ah! The old ancestor's blood sea. Landon, you seek death. Turning his head abruptly, Landon saw the figure of Amir, brimming with overwhelming killing intent, appear before him. Hashtag chapter 105. The verdict is set. Jokingly, first Tabitha transformed into the 6 realms of rebirth and attained sainthood, bringing tranquility. Now, there's this conflict between heaven and earth, shaking all of Honghuang's beings to their core. How could Lord Amir, master of the blood sea, remain unaware? He had been roused from his meditation initially in shock and confusion about Tabitha's ascension, but was quickly drawn into the ongoing struggle between heaven and earth, momentarily neglecting to check on the state of the blood sea. However, just now, he noticed the condition of the blood sea. It turned out that the blood sea had drastically shrunk since the 6 realms of rebirth were formed using its power, leaving only a tiny fraction remaining in the world of Honghuang. This discovery enraged Amir. The blood sea nurtured him, and through it, he created the supreme divine skill of 12,960,000,000 blood gods, emulating Marina by creating the Azura race and attaining perfect sage status. Without exaggeration, the blood sea was the foundation of his path to enlightenment and everything to him. Previously lending it to Landon was unavoidable, but now, after just a few tens of thousands of years, upon awakening from his seclusion, he found the entire blood sea nearly gone. How could Amir not be enraged? He went mad with anger. Madness deprived him of reason. He immediately sought out Landon, intending to settle accounts. Yuan-Tu Ambai. Amir's overwhelming aura as a perfect sage blossomed unchecked, the supreme innate spiritual treasures Yuan-Tu and Ambai responding at will. Instantly, 2 bloody sword shadows appeared in the sky, their lethal intent causing the surrounding space to tremble. After invoking Yuan-Tu and Ambai, they vanished from where they stood and reappeared beside Landon, wielding one in each hand. Coupled with Amir's unreserved strength as a perfect sage, he planned to slay Landon in his madness. Ding Hai Pearl. Without hesitation and without seeking help from his master, Landon's vigilance had reached its peak ever since Amir targeted him. Seeing his move, he instantly summoned the 36 Ding Hai Pearls. They flew out from within him, each pearl rotating and emitting supreme divine light, stabilizing the surrounding universe. Even Yuan-Tu and Ambai, about to land on Landon, were suppressed, unable to approach any closer than 3 inches away. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene shocked everyone even more than the earlier testing between heaven and earth. Even the sages couldn't believe it. The formidable Amir, aided by the supreme innate treasures Yuan-Tu and Ambai, was actually held off by Landon, who was merely at the middle stage quasi-saint level. What shocked them even more soon followed. That past attack on me has been settled today, but you're attacking me again? Have you forgotten your past misdeed and want another round? This time, I won't hold back. Looking at Amir close at hand, Landon said this. Just kidding, the previous ambush by Amir almost cost him his life. Using the blood sea was a delaying tactic. Could it possibly outweigh his own life? But, hearing Landon's words, the sages were speechless. If Landon weren't just a middle-stage quasi-saint, they might have thought he was subduing the perfect sage Amir. The sages felt this way, and so did the frenzied Amir. Yet Landon's reasoning made sense. Indeed, the initial ambush came from Amir, and losing the blood sea seemed reasonable. With this realization, he was speechless, unsure what to say. Yet, the loss of the blood sea overwhelmed him, clouding his mind with boundless rage. You shall die for this. A roar erupted as the force in Amir's hands multiplied 100-fold. A vast aura of blood-red Tao emerged around him. It was the killing Tao rule Amir cultivated. Clearly, due to the blood sea's near destruction, he had gone mad, determined to slay Landon no matter the cost. Suppress. A murderous intent flashed in Landon's eyes. A clay figure can still snap when provoked too much. Amir's relentless attacks spurred him to retaliate fully. Landon summoned several protective treasures and activated the 36 Ding Hai Pearls, facing Amir's onslaught head-on. Before long, the two engaged in fierce battle. Though Landon's cultivation wasn't as high as Amir's, he had numerous treasures. His extraordinary talent, possessing Xavian's essence and the supreme constitution, boosted his strength immensely after breaking through to middle-stage quasi-saint, giving him the combat power equivalent to a typical perfect sage. Thus, despite Amir's profound power, he couldn't subdue Landon, and instead began to show signs of being on the defensive. Seeing this, the sage's eyes widened in shock at Landon's ferocity. Boom. At this moment, a heavenly sound resounded from the ninth heaven, while Landon and Amir battled fiercely. The rep defeated like this? Notably, Yuing hadn't even appeared in person since the beginning of the ceremony for Venus. Now, with just a simple white light, the Earth's momentum was dispersed. In this outcome, Yuing wins. Venus loses. Heaven prevails. Earth falls. Chapter 106. The Supreme Treasures Among Inherent Treasures. If the first defeat of the Witch Clan by Yuing didn't prove much, then after Laozi ascended to sainthood and led the Witch Clan to fight against Heaven and suffered defeat, it became clear just how formidable Yuing's power was. Thus, he once again solidified his invincible strength after merging with the Tao of Heaven. Thinking to this point, everyone couldn't help but feel a solemn respect and even deeper reverence for Ewing. It seemed that one could not go against heaven, let alone do so in such a manner. After being shocked, they couldn't help but be curious about the true appearance of that supreme glory beyond the 9 heavens. The fact that just a beam of white light could disperse Laozi and company, as if they were mere pieces of paper, made it inevitable for everyone to be curious. Although the white light was blinding, all the great beings released boundless divine consciousness toward the 9th heaven. It wasn't clear whether their divine consciousness was effective, or if it was due to Ewing's deliberate actions, but before long, what was hidden within the supreme glory appeared within everyone's divine consciousness. The supreme glory was not something else but an ultimate spiritual treasure. The shape of the treasure was strange. No one had ever seen a similar treasure. Its body resembled jade, white as the bright moon, without any trace of color, yet as everyone's divine consciousness probed, countless wonders began to appear. Some saw the mysteries of the 8 trigrams on it, some witnessed the principles of the 4 symbols, and others saw the evolution of the Tai Chi. Instantly, what once seemed like unfathomable Tao now circled around it, as if it were worthless. In short, before all living beings, there evolved endless mysteries on that spiritual treasure. Astonishment. This was the only feeling among all living beings. However, amid the astonishment, they noticed that the treasure seemed incomplete. There were many gaps and hollows with several fragment slots. Clearly, this was not a complete supreme treasure. Seeing this, all living beings were even more alarmed, and even the sages felt shaken. Tao. One must remember, this was Tao. They had seen numerous spiritual treasures and the 3 great primordial treasures of the chaotic age, yet none of them had seen a treasure encircled by boundless Tao principles. This was clearly not something comparable to ordinary spiritual treasures. Its rank definitely surpassed, and suddenly, even Xuan, who was typically indifferent, was agitated along with the sages. Greed flashed through their otherwise calm eyes. If even the sages were affected, Landon was no exception. He had a fragment of the jade disc of creation on him, and seeing its fierce might firsthand, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. But at this moment, Landon abruptly felt a strong sense of vigilance. Several treasures within him instantly emerged to protect him. Boom. In the next instant, a red light flashed past. A few strands of his hair fell, and his figure retreated tens of thousands of miles away in the world. Landon retreated, the red light appeared, and blood shadows emerged. There stood Hakim holding the Cooper Annihilation and abysmal netherworld knives, where Landon had been moments ago. All of this was Hakim's doing. As Landon's attention was diverted by the jade disc of creation, Hakim seized the opportunity. Had Landon's treasures not automatically protected him, he might have lost his head. Hakim, you're courting death. A chill of dread washed over him. Landon's heart filled with murderous intent. If Hakim merely provoked him before, his goal was successful. The Divine Slayer Spear, who caused havoc in their homeland. Ewing was no exception. He had fought against Easton in the past and searched tirelessly for the Divine Slayer Spear after suppressing him. Unfortunately, the explosion of the entire western region's spirit veins caused the spear to disappear into spatial rifts, making it impossible to find despite his calculations. Yet, he never expected that a treasure he couldn't locate years ago would now be in Landon's hands. Undoubtedly, the shock brought by the Divine Slayer Spear rivaled the revelation of Ewing possessing the jade disc of creation, perhaps even more profound, because it too was an ultimate treasure surpassing primordial treasures. Even compared to the jade disc of creation, it was only slightly inferior. Given that the jade disc of creation could defeat Laozi and company, who represented the earthly forces of the chaotic world, the Divine Slayer Spear was no less impressive. Indeed, in the next moment, Landon, gripping the Divine Slayer Spear with the overwhelming sword Tao principle infused, charged at Hakim, transformed into a peerless warrior of death, sending chills down every sage's spine. Chapter 107, Supreme Sorcery, Blood God Son. The battle for supremacy between heaven and earth had just concluded, and another great battle commenced in the blink of an eye. However, this time it was Landon facing off again. Landon summoned the God-slaying spear. Looking like an unparalleled killing god, his aura of killing intent surpassed even Daryl's. Before he moved, in the next moment, he appeared out of nowhere above Daryl. Holding the God-slaying spear in his right hand, he fiercely thrust downward. This was no simple stab. As they say, simplicity embodies profound truth. Within it lay boundless principles of swordsmanship mastered by Landon. Thunder rumbled. Following Landon's strike, deafening thunder suddenly echoed across the sky. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, this instant seemed to slow down. Layers upon layers of space collapsed like flimsy paper under the pressure of the God-slaying spear, shaking the entire expanse of reality. An endless aura of malevolence radiated from him. Even a fleeting glance was enough to make some weaker cultivators' hearts tremble, sensing boundless danger descending. Death. Absolutely certain death. Fear was palpable. They felt as though death loomed without the spear even making contact. It was their sole sensation, leaving them utterly stunned. If the mere sight of it caused such reactions among the masses, then Daryl, directly targeted by the God-slaying spear, didn't stand a chance. His hair stood on end, pupils contracting, encountering the greatest crisis of his entire existence. Perhaps crisis can. Witnessing this, the multitude first froze in astonishment before drawing in a sharp breath. What was happening? The primordial supreme Daryl actually died just like that? This must be a joke. Landon used only one move. Yet with that one move, Daryl was instantly vanquished? Upon reflection, the crowd found it understandable. After all, this was the God-slaying spear, a treasure surpassing innate treasures. Consider this. Hanley wielded the innate treasure Chaos Bell and held the title of the first among sub-saints. Therefore, the God-slaying spear's immense power made sense. Nonetheless, while it seemed understandable, the shock still resonated profoundly within their hearts. After all, suppressing a perfect quasi-saint with just a mid-level quasi-saint was too unprecedented an event. However, just as everyone was astounded by Daryl's demise, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The fragments of Daryl scattered across the primordial world slowly dissipated, replaced by countless blood bubbles surging forth from the once indestructible sea of blood. Pop. Soon, the swollen blood bubbles burst open, revealing none other than Daryl, who had just died. Right. So Xianxia cannot die? Who would have thought that this old ancestor Xianxia, known for his low profile, could create such a power silently? Arrogant. Everyone below the Holy Ones is but ants. He even dares to boast that even Holy Ones do not frighten him. Isn't he implying he can rival the Holy Ones? This Xianxia is too arrogant. Not even our Lord of the Eastern Palace of the Demon Race would dare say such words. No matter what, we must discuss the Tao with this Xianxia after this incident. Although this Xianxia seems somewhat arrogant, there seems to be some truth to his words. The blood sea not drying means Xianxia cannot die. Those 12,960,000,000 blood godsons are enough to keep him immortal. Seeing the dense formation of blood godsons covering the entire blood sea, everyone instantly felt goosebumps. Yet, there can be only one top scholar in literature and none in martial arts. Faced with the bold words of Xianxia, people immediately began to debate, with shock, disbelief, direct insults, and even plans to challenge him later. But more importantly, they were stunned. After all, they had just witnessed the might of such power. Xianxia did not die even after being killed by the god-slaying spear. Especially those dense 12,960,000,000 blood godsons, truly sending chill the god-slaying spear, right from the start. To his surprise, Xianxia's blood godson power proved to be even 3 times more powerful than the legends of the future, with seamless transformations between the main body and avatars. Kill. Without much hesitation, knowing the confrontation had reached its climax where life and death would be determined, Landon summoned all his spiritual treasures within, inscribed a kill character with the god-slaying spear, and rushed towards the blood sea. Thus, under the gazes of the masses, a breathtaking scene unfolded on the primordial blood sea. A peerless youth in a white robe, topped by the Wuji apricot yellow banner, treading the XuanHuan water-controlling flag, leading with the green lotus treasured color banner, and bearing the great treasure, the Kundiang seal, surrounded by the 36E stabilizing pearls, wielding the god-slaying spear, hurtled towards the blood sea like a falling meteor. Undoubtedly, Landon was fully armed, his entire body protected by spiritual treasures. Seeing this, the masses were utterly astounded by Landon's wealth, exclamations of shock echoing everywhere. Forget the supreme innate spiritual treasures, common cultivators would consider themselves lucky to have one lesser-grade treasure. Such a display of multiple supreme innate treasures protecting him was truly rare. Even the Holy Ones paused, casting a few glances and letting out light exclamations. When Cody saw the green lotus treasured color banner, his eyelids twitched, a hint of worry appearing on his brow. Soon, they had no time to think further. Perfect timing. Blood river formation, emerge. Xianxia roared. In the next moment, the 12,960,000,000 blood godsons behind him each played their role, red light shielding the sky, forming celestial pillars. The blood river formation was complete. After witnessing the exclusive killing formations of the witch race and demon race in ancient times, Xianxia emulated and created the blood river formation during 10,000 years of seclusion. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning how quickly Xianxia imitated things, learning from Sonia's creation of humans in the past, now copying formations, a true master of imitation. Regardless, possessing 12,960,000,000 blood godsons was already daunting, let alone setting up a world-class formation, making him incomparably fearsome. Instantly trapping Landon inside the formation, countless blood godsons surged forward in waves, charging at him. Such terrifying momentum and sheer numbers sent chills down everyone's spines. However, Landon, moreover, his methods were extremely cruel, as though he wasn't merely killing people but performing a gruesome dance with his spear. More importantly, he didn't employ any great spells. He simply slashed, thrust, swept, and speared with ease. All of these were ordinary techniques. But despite the myriad changes, the fundamental truth remained simple. This straightforward spear technique caused countless blood godlings to perish. In no time, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the dense crowd of blood godlings had visibly thinned out. Most crucially, as Landon slew so many blood godlings, he did not seem to expend any magical power. Instead, he grew more vigorous with each passing moment, gathering an awe-inspiring momentum around him. This momentum grew increasingly intense. Even his power surged. Eventually, behind him, a towering shadow formed, a manifestation of his overwhelming presence. He appeared like an unrivaled killing god, and every movement of the shadow carried away countless blood godlings. Actually, it wasn't just the onlookers who were astonished. Even Landon himself was somewhat taken aback at this point. What surprised him was not anything else, but the transformation conveyed by the god-slaying spear. God-slaying? God-slaying. As the name of the god-slaying spear suggested, whenever he subdued a blood godling, a mysterious aura would coalesce around him through the spear. And this aura seemed to be an unparalleled supplement. Not only did it replenish the immense power consumed by wielding the god-slaying spear, preventing any fatigue, but it also intensified his own aura even further. More importantly, as he subdued more blood godlings, this aura accumulated to a terrifying degree. Subtly, it rivaled even that of a mid-level near sage. How could Landon not be astonished? At this moment, he vaguely understood why the ancient demon ancestor Driscoll once thought of sacrificing the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin tribes to attain enlightenment. However, soon after being stunned, he felt much more surprise than shock. Given the hidden and astonishing effects of the god-slaying spear, its owner naturally benefited the most. Moreover, he still hadn't refined the 50th taboo seal, and if he were to refine the final seal, he believed the god-slaying spear might have even more astonishing effects. As countless thoughts raced through his mind, Landon's movements did not cease but became faster due to the god-slaying spear's effects. How is this possible? At this moment, Mohammed looked at Landon, who fought with increasing vigor and showed no signs of exhaustion. He was dumbfounded. Ever since the appearance of the god-slaying spear, he knew he wasn't Landon's match. After all, the god-slaying spear was too terrifying. To deal with Landon, he had deliberately revealed his ultimate trump cards, the Blood Godlings and the Blood River Array. These were supreme powers created to combat sages, and he believed no one besides a sage could stand against him once these were used. Yet reality slapped him in the face. Now, he couldn't even handle a single Landon. If things continued this way, he might very well be the one to suffer defeat. With this realization, Mohammed's eyes widened in shock. A supreme power that could contend with sages could not overcome a mere Landon? Just how monstrous was Landon? In fact, this outcome was due to various coincidences. First, Landon possessed the god-slaying spear, which didn't need further explanation. If another person faced the Blood Godlings, even one of the 6 great sages might have delayed their advance for a while. There was no way around it. Mohammed's Blood Godling skill was notoriously stubborn. A Sea of Humanity tactic could attack and delay, and even if 12,960,000,000 Blood Godlings couldn't defeat a sage, relying on the Blood Sea's regenerative advantage, stalling for some time was entirely feasible. Second, due to the Blood Sea, success came from it, but failure also stemmed from it. If the Blood Sea had remained as vast as before, even creating 10 times as many Blood Godlings wouldn't have been an issue. But now, after evolving into the cycle of reincarnation, the Blood Sea's remaining fraction meant the power of his Blood Godling skill plummeted drastically. Whether it could regenerate 500 million Blood Godlings was uncertain. Mohammed's strength thus dropped precipitously. Precisely because of this, Mohammed had previously become enraged to madness. Kill. The more he thought about it, the angrier Mohammed became. Seeing the endless Blood Godlings perishing, accompanied by the boundless blood-red murderous aura, his own murderous intent surged, filling his entire vision with red. Suddenly, he clutched Cooper Carnage in his left hand and Hell in his right, charging forward fiercely. Not only his body but also the remaining countless Blood Godlings suddenly erupted. Kill, 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 kill heaven, kill earth, kill all beings. The deafening cries reverberated throughout the cosmos. With these words, a sky-obscuring blood-red murderous aura emerged over the Blood Sea. It was the slaughter doctrine law that Mohammed and the Blood Godlings had condensed. Its chill filled the air, spreading across millions of miles of the world. At first glance, it gave one the feeling of returning to the primordial chaos when Xavian, the Cooper deity, stood between heaven and earth, exuding boundless divine power that permeated all realms. Slash. At this moment, a resounding voice boomed through the sky. The moment the words were spoken, an overwhelming force descended. Landon, wielding the god-slaying spear, slashed downward. The essence of the great Tao is simplicity. There were no visible signs of any incantations, yet it gave one the illusion of facing divine wrath. It was as if the opponent wasn't Landon, but rather the will of heaven. This was the judgment of the will of heaven. How powerful was this heavenly judgment, causing layers of space to collapse the moment the god-slaying spear struck, with infinite currents raging, endless clouds dispersing, and clear blue skies stretching for thousands of miles. A truly magnificent sight. Hiss. The supreme divine art of law of heaven and earth? This is the power of the beyond innate god-slaying spear? This power seems to surpass even the combined might of 10,000 immortals from the Jiejiao that Landon faced in the past. For better readability and fluency, I suggest revising it as, this power appears to exceed even the combined might of the 10,000 immortals from the Jiejiao that Landon faced in the past. Dare not say anything else, but just by watching from afar, even I at the late quasi-saint stage feel certain death. How would Lord Amir respond? Landon's spear skills stunned everyone. Exclamations of awe echoed incessantly. Even the unflappable saints watched intently. The saints felt this way. How much greater must the pressure be on Amir, targeted by the god-slaying spear? Yet, he had no way to retreat, nor could he. Blood River Formation attack. Amir shouted. In the next instant, countless blood gods inexplicably converged, transforming into blood-colored giants, matching the scale of Landon after manifesting the law of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, mystic array lights emerged, connecting these blood-colored giants, revealing the Blood River Formation. Once activated, the formation instantly surrounded Landon, with countless blood-colored giants swarming in an unbroken torrent. Their overwhelming might even made a full-fledged quasi-saint feel heart-wrenching fear, not to mention their sheer numbers. Dense masses from the heavens above, the ground below, and all around, filled with blood-colored giants. Even the colossal Landon was quickly lost to view, disappearing within the blood shadows in mere moments. However, despite being encircled by blood shadows, Landon showed no panic. His spear movements let the chill and realized he needed decisive action. Quickly, he made a decision. He merged all blood gods into the Blood Sea and then, using the Blood Sea as a medium, channeled them all into his body. Whiz whiz whiz. All this happened in an instant, too fast for anyone to react. His increasingly formidable quasi-saint aura was astonishing. Clearly, Amir chose the final path. He knew that human wave tactics wouldn't succeed against Landon. Instead, merging all blood gods together for a decisive battle was better. Seeing this, Landon, already engrossed in the battle, also understood. However, he didn't stop, knowing it was futile to do so, and paused himself. So be it. The practice ends here, exactly as I intended. A slight smile played on Landon's lips, and the god-slaying spear trembled slightly, shedding its bloodstains. Though his words were calm, Others' hearts raced upon hearing them. Did they mishear? Did Landon, who had obliterated countless blood gods, merely consider it practice? Now, with all his treasures revealed, even unveiling the god-slaying spear, mobilizing mid-quasi-saint magic and sword Tao principles, was this just practice? How could that be? Everyone was astonished, including the saints who couldn't quite believe it. But in the next moment, seemingly confirming Landon's words, purple light flashed around him, revealing several overwhelming auras coalescing into towering celestial pillars. They were the great Tao of principles. Yes, these were the principles Landon had mastered. The sword Tao principle, the earth principle, even the newly comprehended slaughter Tao principle during battle. To know that at the quasi-saint stage, mastery revolves primarily around principles. The strongest means are naturally principles themselves. Earlier, using just the sword Tao principle alone, he had terrified Amir. Now, employing all his principles, the effect was even more overwhelming. Originally possessing an awe-inspiring aura, Landon's present sword, matching Amir, now fused with countless blood gods. Witnessing this, they were enlightened yet shocked. 3 great Tao principles. How incredibly talented Landon was. Typically, one might spend a lifetime without even grasping one principle, yet Landon had comprehended 3 great Tao principles. Such talent was unprecedented through eternity. Finally, they understood why Landon considered earlier battles mere practice. As everyone grasped this, Landon's and Amir's auras finally reached their zenith. Kill. Die. Without hesitation, upon unleashing their strongest techniques, 2 commanding voices sounded as they clashed. Boom. Instantly, an explosion shook the heavens, stirring everyone's minds and spirits. Ignoring everything else, all attention focused on the battlefield. Because this was no ordinary battle between quasi-saints. It concerned the 9th sage of the Cooper Chaos. Chapter 111. Death and Tao Dissipation. It is well known that this time, Dark River, Gideon, wishes to attain the Tao through killing, and Landon stands as his stumbling block. If he successfully kills Landon, his Tao will be initially established, allowing him to potentially touch the fruit position of the 9th sage in the universe. This has also been due to Dark River's accumulated fortune. If it were anyone else, even someone who had reached the peak of quasi-saint, there would be no possibility of proving the Tao. Just like Li previously obtaining the primal chaos purple chi. Even with the foundation for attaining the Tao, he lacked the destiny to enjoy it. However, if Landon, who suppresses the human destiny of the Jian sect, could be said to have half of the sky's fortune on his side, it's clear he has the potential to become a sage as well. With his extraordinary talent, fighting at quasi-saint mid-stage against a full quasi-saint was unprecedented in history, greatly increasing his chances of becoming a sage. This was precisely why Master Sha once remarked, "My disciple Landon possesses the potential of a sage." Moreover, if Landon could subdue Dark River this time, it would signify the beginning of his path to sagehood. Indeed, it would be the path to sagehood, a life spent sharpening one sword, shocking heaven and earth when unsheathed. Initially, when Landon ascended to the Jade Void Palace, they did not pay much attention, because they hadn't thought about it from this perspective. But now, watching Landon battle Dark River, they finally caught on to the signs. Among them, the 3 purities were especially struck with disbelief. This is the great Tao? This young man is attempting the path of force to prove the Tao? Looking at the incomparably heroic youth wielding the divine spear, the 3 purities exchanged looks filled with shock. At this moment, recalling how Landon pointed out their own paths in the past, the 3 purities understood Landon's intentions. He was walking the path of proving the Tao by sheer force. The path of proving the Tao by sheer force. As everyone knows, the ancestor Ewing specified 3 ways to achieve sagehood, and among these, proving the Tao by sheer force was the hardest, having only been walked by Xavian, the primordial deity who opened the heavens and created the earth. With no predecessors or successors, those who wanted to walk this path had to forcibly carve out their own way. Xavian faced the opposition of 3,000 deities and spirits during his attempt to open the heavens and create the earth, ultimately suppressing them all and manifesting an unmatched momentum that culminated in the creation of the universe. Clearly, Landon must follow this path as well. Previously, he ascended to the Jade Void Palace without fear, solidifying his momentum and confirming his own Tao. Now, in this battle with Dark River, facing powerful beings with no fear, refining an unstoppable momentum, proving his own Tao. If he were to subdue Dark River, his Tao would be initially established, starting the path of proving the Tao by sheer force to achieve sagehood. This is why this battle concerns the 9th sage of the Cooper world. Similarly, precisely for this reason, Master Sha did not intervene when Dark River battled Landon. For if he interfered, he wouldn't save his disciple but instead doom him, ending his disciple's path to enlightenment. Needless to say, he also had a profound confidence in his disciple. After all, how could something as trivial as Dark River obstruct the path of proving the Tao by sheer force? Events unfolded as Master Sha anticipated. At this moment, rumbling. The clash between Landon and Dark River continued, and the momentum grew ever stronger, shooting straight up into the clouds, with surrounding air currents sweeping across millions of miles, causing the universe to tremble. In the divine thoughts of all beings, the blood-colored giant representing Dark River roared with anger, his body bulging, clearly reaching the limits of his power. Conversely, Landon, holding the god-slaying spear, exuded an unfathomable aura, his brows calm and composed, seemingly with strength to spare. Next moment, sure enough, he bellowed loudly. Unfathomable black light flashed around the god-slaying spear, rising high into the sky, illuminating the entire universe and transforming into a celestial pathway piercing the clouds. Instantly, the sage path appeared, treading the skies, creating heaven with a snap, swinging the god-slaying spear and slashing downward, tear. As if opening the heavens, under the astonished gaze of all beings, The entire universe was cleaved open, revealing an unparalleled chasm from top to bottom, descending directly towards Dark River. For a moment, boundless energy surged, infinite peril concealed within. All beings' faces turned pale. The sages reacted with dismay. Even Dark River sensed imminent death, struggling desperately to resist. However, time and space seemed frozen at this instant, moving incredibly slowly, yet passing in the blink of an eye. The god-slaying spear, like a chasm, landed upon Dark's clear. Dark River had lost. Landon emerged victorious. The path to sagehood had been paved. Witnessing this, all beings were dumbstruck. The once mighty Dark River, claiming invincibility as long as the Blood Sea remained, had fallen, especially considering how Dark River had boasted moments before, giving the impression that he was unassailable until the very end. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Dark River had perished and his Tao dissolved? Thus, how could all beings not be shocked? Speaking of Landon, upon slaying Dark River, he felt a tremendous surge of power and opportunity descending upon him. Instantly, his mind and cultivation level began to steadily rise. However, at this moment, a crisis struck from behind, setting off alarm bells in his heart, causing his divine treasures to emerge spontaneously to protect him. Feeling this, Landon's eyes gleamed sharply, unable to focus on the supreme opportunity, hastily swinging the god-slaying spear backwards. Courting death. Courting death. Chapter 112. The Clash of Three Saints. Almost simultaneously, two cries of outrage echoed. Without a moment to think, Landon swung the god-slaying spear with overwhelming might, stabbing towards the shadowy figure that had struck from the darkness. At the same time, Xia also moved. He waved his hand, immediately enveloping Landon in blinding light that shielded him from harm. Decree. Then, Xia softly commanded, as he was sent reeling by a sudden strike, almost falling from the sky. Indeed, the person who ambushed Landon was none other than Dwayne, the most shameless saint in Hongming. What? It was Saint Dwayne? A saint ambushing Landon? Isn't this too? Hush, be careful what you say. Xia has acted. Does this mean saints are about to clash? Seeing this, everyone was astonished, then filled with dread. Xia's involvement after so many years, did it signal another outbreak of the Great Saint Wars? At this thought, every heart raced with fear. In the next moment, another dramatic change occurred. Landon's expression turned cold, and he tightly gripped the god-slaying spear, swinging it powerfully at Dwayne. Recalling how Dwayne had nearly forcibly enlightened him, and now attacking again so treacherously, Landon seethed with anger. Though he wasn't injured, he couldn't let this go. If this person wasn't dealt with, he would always feel a thorn in his side. So, he attacked. Sensing its master's rage, the god-slaying spear erupted with dazzling light. Dwayne was still trying to stabilize his chaotic chi when Landon suddenly lashed out. He forced his true energy to flow and raised his seven treasures tree, which had been knocked away earlier. Glancing at the composed Xia, seeing that he didn't intend to intervene, Dwayne felt slightly relieved. Bold indeed. Dwayne scoffed, and the seven treasures tree trembled, instantly striking back. Bang! The spear clashed with the tree, emitting a massive shockwave that shook the void. The two combatants separated immediately after contact. Landon retreated hundreds of miles before stopping. Dwayne, initially unperturbed, suddenly paled. Blood trickled down his chin as the seven treasures tree flew back into his hand, revealing internal injuries that hadn't fully healed. One blow, and a saint spat blood. Witnessing this, everyone was shaken again. Why had Landon become so terrifyingly powerful? Everyone knew that during his battle with Cindy, Landon was merely a mid-stage quasi-saint. Conversely, Dwayne, despite being despicable, was undoubtedly a true saint. At this level, each minor realm was like an insurmountable chasm. To transcend realms and slay a peak quasi-saint was unprecedented. Now, Landon had dared to challenge the supreme sanctity of a saint. This was not just a great battle. It was an outright challenge to the dignity of saints. However, amidst the shocked crowd, one person showed no surprise but instead a satisfied smile. This person was none other than Landon's master, Xia. Watching this scene with satisfaction, Xia made no move to intervene. Not only because Landon was not in mortal danger, but intervening would actually hinder Landon's path of enlightenment. Thus, Xia did not interfere. Speaking of Dwayne, though he blamed his poor state, having to guard against Xia, and underestimating Landon for causing this result, Dwayne remained somber. He realized this matter wouldn't end easily, so he hurriedly adjusted, preparing for Landon's next move. Dwayne, today I shall use your blood to dedicate my god-slaying spear, Landon said coldly. Although he had already wounded Dwayne, his face remained stern. How could he be content without killing Dwayne today? As Landon prepared to attack again, a faint voice interrupted. Gentlemen, cease this now. As the words echoed, a vast surge of power rippled through the air. Landon felt immense pressure, nearly knocking him off the nine heavens. Stabilizing himself, he found himself immobilized. But then, the pressure vanished suddenly. Who dares harm my disciple? Before Landon could respond, Xia stood up, stepping forward with formidable pressure radiating from him. The pressure around Landon instantly dissipated, and he quickly moved away. Do you wish to die? Xia flashed beside Landon, confirming he was unharmed, then waved his hand, causing the four swords of slaughter to hover around him. Brother Xia, it is all a misunderstanding. Can we stop this? As the pressure eased, a golden figure appeared beside Dwayne, with a sorrowful demeanor. Clearly Saint Tisha, after harming my disciple, you expect it to end here? You are truly shameless. Enraged, Xia's saintly power exploded outward, sweeping across the heavens. Dwayne's ambush was manageable since Xia was watching over Landon. But now, with Tisha acting, Xia had no choice but to step in. Both Dwayne and Tisha released their saintly auras as well, and thus, three saints stood opposed. Instantly, the atmosphere became intensely tense. Xia, Duane, and Tisha. 3 overwhelming saintly presences erupted. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 113. Making acquaintance with no ill intent. The battle was imminent. The atmosphere in the arena was icy cold as the 3 supreme beings stood off, not giving an inch. Although Dirk and Tisha were both sages, who didn't know that for eons, Sage Xia had been unparalleled, his domineering presence never bowing to anyone. Moreover, Landon was the foremost disciple of the Jia teaching, deeply cherished by Xia. Furthermore, Landon was the chief disciple of the Jia teaching, held in highest regard by Xia. Note: I've made a slight adjustment to ensure the terminology is consistent and the sentence flows more naturally in English. Furthermore, Landon was the chief disciple of the Jia teaching, deeply cherished by Xia. Today, the 2 sages Dirk and Tisha acted one after another, attempting to subdue Landon. How could Xia stand by idly? On the other hand, Dirk and Tisha remained unperturbed and fearless. At their level of cultivation, it wasn't just about unmatched power. More importantly, it was about the invincible resolve of a sage. Besides, though the Western teachings were meager and lacked grand fortune, the combination of 2 sages was not simply additive. Xia wanted to confront 2 great sages alone. This was truly beyond his capability. Thinking of this, Sage Tisha's worried expression eased slightly as he coldly said, "Do you want to fight? We shall accompany you without any objections." With these words, Dirk and Tisha soared up, ready to rush into the chaos beyond the boundaries of the primordial world. That was the true battlefield for sages. Xia did not lag behind. In a calm voice, he told Landon, "Disciple, stay here and observe our battle. It will greatly benefit your cultivation." Saying this, Xia did not even ask Landon to retreat. This was the might of a sage. Xia had enough confidence to believe in his own invincibility. What the masses considered an awe-inspiring sage battle, he treated merely as a lesson for his disciple. Dominant. That was the only word the creatures of the primordial world could think of at this moment. Regardless of the outcome, the names Xia and Landon would undoubtedly shine brightest in the primordial world. However, just as the 3 figures rose 100 zhong, 2 soft voices sounded, halting them. Why do fellow sages have to be so hostile? Such a lively place. This poor Taoist must come to observe. The first voice was calm, seemingly with an intention to mediate. The second voice carried a faint laugh, even calling the impending sage battle lively. These 2 voices, enveloped by boundless power, resonated through the heavens, shaking all who heard them. Everyone froze, looking up to see 2 figures standing in the infinite sky, shrouded in light mist, making it hard to discern their true appearances. But this very concealment caused even greater astonishment. Only the utmost powerful could completely suppress their aura. As the light mist gradually dissipated, the 2 figures were revealed. Upon seeing them, everyone was utterly stunned. That's Sage Murphy and Sage Ashan? The speaker's voice was dry, rubbing his eyes, almost whispering. Yes, the other 2 of the 3 purity. Heavens, does this mean the 3 purity are together again? In the void, spatial rifts appeared one after another due to the pressure of 3 sages. This was too astonishing. If anyone else said this, it would be deemed disrespectful. But now, it was spoken by Ashan and Murphy. They couldn't help but look at Landon with varied expressions. In the center, Ashan ceased speaking, exchanged glances with Sage Murphy, and in a single step, appeared beside Xia, flanking him on both sides. 5 sages under the same sky stirred the primordial world once more. Though the 5 did not release their full sage power, the lingering auras were enough to shake the heavens. A cultivator only at the late-stage grand elixir immortal level couldn't withstand the sage's immense pressure, spitting out a mouthful of blood, hastily retreating hundreds of miles away, watching from afar, daring not to approach. Behind the 3 purity, various phenomena emerged. One by one, great Tao golden lotus blossomed in the void, emitting sacred radiance. Then, like fleeting light, a massive palm appeared, sweeping towards the sky. Behind Dirk and Tisha, similar phenomena appeared. A Tao tree formed, towering several 10,000 zhang high, with 1,000 blue lotuses blooming vigorously, radiating light. Undoubtedly the 7 treasures wonderful tree. What? Dirk, Tisha, still thinking of attacking? Xia said coldly, willing to clear this obstacle for his beloved disciple. However, Dirk's expression changed for a long time before he finally smiled. Hee, fellow Taoist, there's no need for anger over such trivial matters. Let's not cause chaos. Clearly, weighing the pros and cons, Dirk and Tisha saw no chance of victory, now having to yield. But as the most shameless sage, Dirk showed no embarrassment while saying this. Tisha's face was already dark, his worries deepening. You thought it was a trivial matter to try to secretly kill my disciple? Xia sneered sarcastically. Haha, I always believed Landon is destined for our teachings. I only wish to get acquainted today with no ill intent. Dirk laughed loudly, his face unchanged. This scene made even the spectators on the Cooper continent laugh inwardly. Do you have no shame? You clearly tried to assassinate him but failed. Now, trapped by Landon's master and senior uncles, you still boast about acquaintance? None dared to speak, but inwardly spat. Bah! Living longer doesn't give you a thicker skin. At this moment, a soft voice interrupted, turning the attention of all 5 sages. Hashtag chapter 114. A true man need not act in such a womanly manner. Master, senior master, there's no need to make an issue out of today's events. As the calm voice echoed through the scene, the 5 sages abruptly turned to gaze at the earnest young man standing before them. There's no need to make an issue out of today's events. These were the words spoken by Landon. His face was now composed and showed no trace of anger. Hearing this, Xia frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that Landon would intervene. But as a sage with profound cultivation, Xia instantly understood Landon's intentions. Very well, let this serve as a test for Landon's path ahead. It will be for the better. Upon hearing Landon, Dirk felt immense relief. He certainly did not wish to engage in a war with the 3 sages. The The cost would be too great for his Western teachings to bear. Haha, little friend Landon, you truly understand righteousness and justice. I was indeed in the wrong earlier. I apologize for my conduct. Dirk said these words, but displayed no remorse on his face. As a sage, merely acknowledging his mistake was already giving Landon a great deal of respect. However, Landon seemed unperturbed by Dirk's apparent humility. Lifting his head, he declared boldly, "One era from now, I shall personally visit the Western teachings." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Though Landon phrased it politely as a visit, everyone present, being wise and discerning, could not miss the hidden implications. One era from now, Landon would launch an attack on the Western teachings to avenge today's grievances. This declaration shook everyone. It was practically a declaration of war against two sages. People couldn't help but glance at Shaw, the underlying meaning clear. Landon was only at the quasi-sage level, yet dared to speak thus to two genuine sages. Could this have been instructed by his own master, Sage Shaw? However, their hopes were dashed as Shaw merely smiled gently down at the resolute Landon, showing only pride and contentment without uttering a word. Though tensions had run high among the 5 sages earlier, it had remained a standoff without actual conflict. But now, Landon's statement signaled that future enmity between him and the Western teachings was inevitable. Moreover, as people pondered further, they broke into cold sweats. Did this mean that from today onward, the paths of Taoism and Buddhism would become antagonistic? It seems we must make our decisions early. Some of the powerful beings thought privately, many of whom had close ties with the Western teachings. After today's events, they knew they had to choose sides between the 3 pure ones, Taoism and the Western teachings. A wrong choice could lead to catastrophic consequences. Dirk and Tish's expressions darkened upon hearing Landon's words. They hadn't expected that after having shown considerable respect to Landon, he would still speak such defiant words. After a long moment, Tish's furrowed brows eased, and he intoned, "In that case, my fellow sage and I will wait for you in the West," emphasized Shaw, jokingly. "This boy has a knack for stirring things up." Shaw waved a hand humbly, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. "Well then, we should return to our respective realms." Eshan concluded after a bit of playful banter, bowing respectfully. "Yes, with today's karma resolved, our minds can rest more easily. Farewell." Murphy echoed similarly. After bidding farewell to Eshan and Murphy, Shaw and Landon prepared to depart, returning to Bu Palace. Suddenly, Landon performed another deep bow, facing none other than Sage Shaw. Clearly, Shaw deserved this bow. Earlier, Shaw had nearly fought 2 sages for Landon's sake, a deed that stirred Landon's heart. This was the second time his master had come to his aid. "Master, it is I who has caused you trouble," Landon declared resolutely. Seeing this, Shaw was momentarily taken aback, but then lifted Landon effortlessly with a wave of his hand. "Little brat, what are you saying? A true man does not act in such a womanly manner." Though his words were harsh, even Shaw could not suppress a touch of emotion, secretly sighing that having such a disciple was indeed a great fortune for the Jia teach. Edited version. Though his words were harsh, even Shaw couldn't suppress a twinge of emotion, secretly acknowledging that having such a disciple was indeed a great blessing for the Jiao cutting sect. Note, Jiao is translated as Jiao cutting sect, to maintain consistency and accuracy in terminology. "Alright, let's go," Shaw ordered, preparing to leave. However, just then, a faint voice reached Landon's ears, causing him to pause. "Please, Jiang Daoist, wait a moment." The voice was weak and gender-neutral, carrying a hint of pleading. Looking at Shaw, Landon saw no change in his expression, indicating he hadn't heard it. A private transmission directly to him. Landon understood. With furrowed brows, he pondered for a moment before turning to Shaw. "Please proceed first, master. I have some matters to attend to." Shaw cast a puzzled glance at Landon. Though confused, he trusted Landon's judgment. With a final warning of, "Be careful," he disappeared on the spot. Chapter 115. Asking for a favor? Now, with the battle concluded, the onlookers heaved a collective sigh of relief. The anticipated clash between sages did not happen, which was a blessing for all immortals below the sage level. The crowd quickly dispersed. Some had gained profound insights from Landon and Mink River's battle, needing to retreat into seclusion to slowly comprehend the underlying great Tao principles, such as the path of cultivators. Once reaching sufficient realms, mere talent or relying on rare treasures are insufficient for further advancement. Only by engaging in or observing battles among the mighty can they progress. Soon, the bustling crowd dissipated entirely, leaving an eerie silence behind. It seemed everyone had left, except Landon. At this moment, the voice spoke again. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, I am Venus." Identifying herself, it turned out to be a woman's voice, which startled Landon. He naturally knew Venus's name, as she who transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. Ewing and Venus divided the heavens and earth, highlighting Venus's prominence throughout time. Ewing controlled the heavenly Tao, while Venus governed the earthly Tao. Taoist fellow. Landon addressed into the void, maintaining proper reverence for these legendary beings. Though unseen, he knew Venus could hear him. Since she didn't reveal herself, there must be a reason, and Landon didn't press for answers. Taoist Landon is indeed a prodigy of extraordinary talent, Venus complimented, having observed the earlier battle despite being confined within the underworld. "With such cultivation and power, you face the sage without flinching. Truly an extraordinary stance," continued Venus, her voice growing weaker, even punctuated by faint coughs of pain at the end, perhaps due to expending much power using mental transmission. "Please don't hesitate. What do you need?" "If it's within my capability, I will spare no effort," Landon hastily said, worried that Venus's weakened state might prevent her from conveying her request fully. "Then I'll come straight to the point. I wish to ask Taoist Landon to help the witch clan escape calamity," said Venus directly, her tone exhausted yet hesitant. As expected, Landon thought inwardly. Hearing Venus's name earlier made him anticipate this plea for aid. Silent, Landon listened as Venus continued. Since I transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, the witch clan lost a primordial witch, preventing them from forming the 12 celestial spirits formation. Her words held melancholy. Anyone seeing their people fall to such straits would feel similarly. Now trapped in the underworld, if war erupts between witches and demons, our clan faces dire calamity, explained Venus. To prevent her assisting the witch clan, Dao ancestor Ewing had suppressed her with unfathomable power, setting up barriers even sages struggle to break. Landon realized why he could hear Venus. Mastering Earth's principles allowed him to detect even the faintest movements underground. Hence, I humbly request Taoist Landon's aid. If you can help free me, my clan will repay generously. With those words, silence ensued. Landon knew Venus awaited his reply. Currently at mid-quasi-sage strength, rescuing Venus from the underworld seemed unrealistic. A sage-level restriction, akin to a defensive supreme innate treasure, surpassed Landon's current capabilities. Involving Master would risk the entire JE teachings. With boundless tribulation looming, it was uncertain if anyone could weather it safely, let alone after the Sealing Gods' War where JE teachings faced tumult. If the heavenly Tao truly couldn't be altered, the witch clan's fate was sealed. Intervening might entangle unnecessary karmic ties, hindering his path. Thus, preserving strength was crucial. Taoist fellow, please forgive me. This matter, I cannot accomplish. Landon refused, understanding the immense karmic burden beyond his capacity. Venus fell silent. Was the witch clan's destruction unpreventable? Deep sorrow welled within her. She understood how difficult this request was, even for the supreme sage she backed. Ha ha. Venus laughed bitterly. In the vast world, no one could save the witch clan. Such was the plight of the weak. Moved by her despair, Landon felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. In that case, Taoist Jiang, please grant me one last favor? Venus asked, a final glimmer of hope. Please speak. After some hesitation, she finally said, when war breaks, protect the witch clan's lineage so it does not perish completely. In return, should you ever need it, I will intervene once. Afraid Landon might refuse, Venus swiftly added this promise. Considering her offer, Landon acknowledged the impending witches and demons conflict leading to the Sealing Gods' War. If Supreme Sage Sha deployed the extermination sword formation against 4 other sages, a single sage-level intervention could tip the scales. Unquestionably, each sage possessed the power to turn the tide dramatically. Venus's promise stirred genuine interest in Landon. Protecting the witch clan's lineage wasn't too demanding. During the conflict, demons might not exterminate every witch, only sparing their lives. With this in mind, Landon promptly agreed. This I can do. Little did he know, this promise would yield unimaginable benefits in the future. Chapter 116. Arrival at Mount Buzhou. Landon was delighted, never imagining he could so easily gain Venus's promise. It must be understood that Venus was nearly on par with Ewing in terms of stature, a sage who had just ascended to the position. Even though she had just attained sainthood, her cultivation surpassed the 6 sages of the Cooper era. One might say that with Venus's assurance, unless Ewing himself were to intervene personally, Landon would be safeguarded from harm. Of course, despite this guarantee, Landon did not intend to rely solely on Venus's protection. After all, his path to sainthood had already been set when he defeated Bellamy earlier. Moving forward, no matter how arduous the journey, he would have to forge his own way through it. This was his path, the path of attaining sainthood through strength. Jiang Taoist, I have one more request. I wonder if you can agree. Venus's voice rang out again, interrupting Landon's thoughts. Suddenly, Landon recalled that a fragment of true spirit from Taoist Dan still existed. Since the cycle of reincarnation had been established, it was only fitting to allow him to be reborn. If so, then I shall undertake this journey. With the blood sea now transformed into the underworld and the reincarnation passage nearby, Landon disappeared on the spot as soon as the thought crossed his mind, entering the passage to reincarnation. On the Yellow Spring Road, by the banks of the netherworld where no leaves grow nor are seen, Landon walked while feeling an immense aura of the cycle of reincarnation around him. His pace was swift, and before long, he arrived at the underworld. There, a graceful figure stood before him, none other than Venus. Pardon me for troubling you with the task I entrusted you with, Venus said with a bow. I will do my utmost, Landon responded. He knew well that after the war between the witches and beasts, which led to the collapse of the heavenly pillars, the witch race couldn't have been completely eradicated. Venus smiled and continued, I also wish for you to oversee the 6 realms of reincarnation, wielding the power over life and death judgments. What do you think? Landon was pleased. Overseeing reincarnation meant receiving heavenly virtue, and for someone at his stage, a middle stage near sage, virtue was even more important than great magical power. Although Landon pursued sainthood through strength rather than virtue, such a universally beneficial virtue would naturally bring countless benefits, making him more than willing to accept. However, it seemed that Venus needed such luck even more to greatly enhance her power. As if reading Landon's mind, Venus explained, I just attained enlightenment and fought Ewing. My path is unstable and needs mending. So, even vast amounts of virtue would be useless to me at this point. Landon suddenly understood. Tabitha had embodied herself into the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, her path was reincarnation itself. Just as she reached enlightenment, her path destabilized, leading to Ewing's assault, resulting in severe damage. Repairing it would take ages. Also, as heaven declared Rock Nate Renshang Dadi, you're already one of the controllers of the underworld. Taking this responsibility would be quite justified, Venus concluded. With this said, Landon agreed without further ado. Then Venus added something even more exciting. After overseeing the underworld's reincarnation, you can temporarily borrow the cycle law. If you grasp it deeply enough, it can momentarily grant the power of a sage. Landon's eyes gleamed sharply. This advantage was tempting enough. The higher the cultivation, the more profound one understands the phrase, those who don't achieve sainthood remain mere ants. Although Landon was already a middle stage near sage, compared to a sage, the gap remained unbridgeable. Not even the previous Bellamy, who possessed full-stage near-sage power, made him feel less pressured. Without the aid of the god-killing spear and supreme spiritual treasures, he might not have stood a chance against Bellamy. Personal strength was paramount. Any spiritual treasure was external and required substantial mana expenditure. If he could reach the realm of sainthood, coupled with the god-killing spear and the supreme innate treasures he possessed, Landon felt confident in fighting real sages. Even killing them wouldn't be out of the question. Moreover, Landon hadn't forgotten obtaining the Book of Humanity, Xianxia, from the Blood Sea, currently residing in the underworld, which he couldn't access for some time. And during Venus's enlightenment, she gained immense virtue, becoming a supreme treasure destined to unleash boundless combat power, comparable to the 36 stabilizing pearls, or even rival the god-killing spear. Understanding this potential, Landon knew Venus didn't really find virtue entirely useless. She merely wanted to benefit Landon, given the witch race's decline and the flourishing cutting-off sect. Moreover, Landon himself was exceptionally powerful, having subdued Bellamy, a full-stage near-sage, showcasing his prowess. Furthermore, Ewing openly supported the beast race, making a war inevitable. The beast race had powerful leaders like Rock Hemlock June and Hanley, while the witch race was suffering with Tabitha imprisoned by Ewing. Although Venus no longer had witch blood, she had spent countless years as one of the 12 ancestral witches, naturally considering their welfare. Cultivating such an ally would surely benefit the witch race in the future. Having decided, Landon left quickly, leaving behind a thread of true spirit from Dan in the underworld for rebirth. Bowing, he bid farewell and headed towards the wilderness. Given the upcoming meeting with Western Buddhism after a grand assembly, returning to Bayou Palace to enter close reclusion wasn't particularly beneficial. Having attained the stage of near sage, Landon comprehended the difficulty of advancing his cultivation. Relentless practice and meditation alone progressed too slowly. Achieving sainthood might require tens or hundreds of thousands of years, which Landon found unacceptable. Additionally, there was another reason. Mount Buzhou, famously located here, carried an illustrious name since ancient times as a heavenly pillar. Despite spending millennia in the Cooper chaos, Landon had never visited. Now, he could not miss the opportunity. Traversing rapidly, despite the vastness of the Cooper chaos, it took Landon half a month to reach the wilderness. Everywhere was desolate. No plants grew here, and yellow sand blanketed the land, living up to the name Buzhou. In the distance loomed the towering Mount Buzhou, reaching skyward into boundless space. Even Landon felt awestruck seeing this colossal pillar, rumored to be formed from Xavian's spine. Gazing at the majestic Mount Buzhou, Landon felt Xavian's indomitable spirit surging within him. What's this? Closing his eyes slowly, he pondered aloud. A mysterious energy resonated within him, prompting him to open his eyes with a mixture of surprise and joy. In an instant, Landon vanished from the spot. Chapter 117. SSS This is Xavian? With the manifestation of the world apart at close distance divine ability, Landon instantly arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended upon him, as if it contained the truths of heaven and earth, causing Landon to momentarily daze, seemingly sensing something profound. All things in heaven and earth, flying beasts, mountains, and vast waters flashed ceaselessly through Landon's mind, each image emitting Tao principles and containing truth. Landon was profoundly shaken. Even before his revered teacher, Holy Sage Shaw, he had never felt such a disturbance. Could it be that there was some great presence hidden on this Mount Buzhou? Shaking his head, Landon thought it unlikely. In the Chaos Era, there were only 9 saint positions, 8 of which had been filled. If someone had attained sainthood, it would have undoubtedly caused a heavenly phenomenon. No one could remain unaware. Growing increasingly puzzled, the earlier detected aura now became more evident, and within it, a noticeable summoning intent. Shaking his head again, he dismissed these irrelevant thoughts and began to climb Mount Buzhou. Already possessing quasi-saint strength, even without using the world apart at close distance divine ability, each step of Landon's could cover hundreds or thousands of miles. It wasn't that he couldn't use his divine power. However, after traveling a certain distance, the sensed aura began to exert an immense pressure on him, compelling him to ascend on foot. Nevertheless, every bit he climbed, Landon paused for a moment. He noticed that with each climb, his realm was gradually becoming more stable. During the fierce battle when he advanced to mid-quasi-saint, he hadn't had time to digest the sudden surge in power. Now, it was subtly stabilizing itself. Before long, his cultivation stabilized firmly in the mid-quasi-saint realm. Yet, Landon distinctly felt much stronger than before. Previously, the true chi in his body seemed like an unfathomable ocean. Now, it felt like a massive peak, solid, heavy, and giving him a grounded sense of strength. A single punch now could turn boundless mountain ranges into powder. Such were the benefits of a stabilized realm. Indeed worthy of being a pillar of heaven. Landon couldn't help but exclaim. Other cultivators often spent decades or centuries stabilizing their realms after breakthroughs. Unexpectedly, by simply climbing part of Mount Buzhou, Landon had entirely skipped this stage. Without pausing, Landon continued upwards. Sensing that mysterious aura still above him, he kept moving. Surprisingly, he found that as he ascended, his aura gradually condensed internally. Initially, his vast quasi-saint aura periodically weakened until it eventually vanished completely. This didn't mean Landon no longer possessed an aura. Instead, all his sharpness and momentum had condensed inwardly. The previous Landon was akin to a powerful sword capable of splitting mountains and cleaving the earth. Now, it was like the same sword enclosed in a sheath, hiding all its brilliance. Yet anyone could foresee the awe-inspiring power Landon hid beneath this simplicity. After a full 15 minutes, Landon finally stopped. Atop Mount Buzhou, a vast open area stretched out before him, and Landon felt a significant stir. The aura originated from here. Yet, staring around, he saw endless expanses without a single figure. Oddly, he distinctly felt that the aura was near him. Divination technique. Landon lightly commanded, closing his eyes and making intricate hand seals, invoking profound and mysterious spells. However, he frowned as his divination technique seemed ineffective. All he could see was vast emptiness, like the primordial chaos where everything was silent and lifeless. Command. Landon infused his supreme power into the divination technique. For a moment, a vague scene emerged as the gray mist gradually cleared, about to reveal the hidden image. However, at this instant, he suddenly grunted, a trace of blood trickling from his lips, causing him to abruptly halt his technique. Startled, Landon realized the divination technique had failed, a first for him. Moreover, it wasn't due to someone blocking his perception. It was the heavenly Tao forbidding his divination. As Landon stood perplexed, the scenery slowly began changing. A ruined wall appeared. An ancient bronze artifact materialized. Then, a dilapidated house. In moments, the entire scene changed, revealing an immensely decaying palace. Though decayed, it still emitted immense authority. Blinking, the decayed palace disappeared and reappeared as if by magic. Landon's pupils contracted. He realized an array formation was active. Though Landon didn't heavily rely on formations, he had learned array techniques from his master tens of thousands of years ago. Instantly energized, Landon stepped forward to decipher the formation. But before he could act, an unexpected change occurred. A faint voice echoed, capturing Landon's attention. The voice was sometimes like a surging river, other times like a tranquil stream. Turning his gaze, Landon froze on the spot. He saw that an ethereal fluctuation had arisen in front of him, constantly transforming. Slowly, an illusory figure began forming in the void. Though only a shadow, an overwhelmingly powerful and intimidating aura radiated from it, shocking Landon. Thankfully, he sensed no hostility, so he merely waited, observing the changing phantom. Moments later, the figure solidified. It was the shadow of a colossal man, towering millions of feet tall, immensely muscular. Despite not moving, just standing there, the phantom gave Landon a profound impression. The entire cosmos should bow to this figure. A deep respect surged within Landon's heart. Surveying the chaotic world, no one possessed such astonishing power unless... A thought struck Landon, leading him to blurt out involuntarily, "Great God Xavian?" Chapter 118. Would you accept my legacy? Landon almost shouted out in disbelief. Great deity Xavian? The imposing aura radiating from the faint image was so overwhelming that just its presence was enough to distort the heavens and tear apart the fabric of space, a testament to its immense power. But then, reflecting for a moment, Landon found peace. He was almost certain this was indeed the manifestation of Xavian. After all, Xavian had opened the primordial chaos and created this vast world, essentially becoming the master of this entire universe, a deity who had initiated creation itself. Thus, it was only natural that his appearance would cause such upheaval in the cosmos. The colossal shadowy figure, hearing Landon's exclamation, chuckled softly. "I have been deceased for countless eons. I never thought you would still remember me." These words confirmed Landon's speculation. He immediately bowed deeply. "Greetings, Elder Xavian." Lifting his head, the giant shadow was gone, replaced by a tall, robust middle-aged man. Landon knew this was Xavian in another form. Haha, no need for such form. Landon pondered rapidly, unsure of Xavian's intent. However, Xavian, oblivious to Landon's thoughts, went on. "You have been quite active these past 10,000 years, ascending the Jade Rock's heavenly palace, annihilating the Blood Sea, and facilitating the establishment of reincarnation." It was clear Xavian had observed Landon's recent battles. Landon was taken aback. Even a sage might not catch Xavian's attention, let alone a mere mid-stage quasi-saint like himself. Why had he garnered Xavian's notice? He was about to ask, but Xavian saw through Landon's mind and waved a hand to stop him. "Do not be astonished. If I wish, aside from fearing detection by the sages, I can know everything happening in the vast land of Cooper Chaos." Relaxing, Landon paused for a while before asking, "May I inquire why you summoned me here?" Noticing Landon didn't want to dwell on the previous topic, perhaps due to unspoken concerns, Xavian did not press further. Instead, he said, "What you see now is merely a lingering remnant of my consciousness. I perished long ago, and it's possible that with your current strength, you could defeat this remnant." Xavian looked at Landon with a smile, gauging his reaction. Landon understood these words weren't meant seriously. Even just this shadow was capable of causing spatial tremors, a strength far beyond what Landon could muster. Moreover, Xavian harbored no hostility, so Landon took it as jest. Therefore, Landon remained silent, wondering why Xavian would jest like this, and sounded. The mountains, waters, flora, fauna, all were Xavian's creation. If resurrection were possible, Xavian would already know it without needing to ask. Embarrassed, Landon felt sheepish. Xavian laughed warmly, displaying a carefree attitude towards life and death. "He, my body has transformed into this universe, and my primordial spirit has dissipated, leaving only this remnant. Revival is impossible. Don't worry about it. Besides, I am but a departed soul, and life and death follow their own laws." His expression turning serious, Xavian continued, "I've always known what you have done. Currently, in the Cooper Chaos, there are 8 revered sages. Among them, Ewing attained enlightenment by transcending his 3 manifestations, making him the strongest among the sages. Each of the other 7 sages achieved their status through accumulating virtue. Only the last one to attain enlightenment, a woman, became a sage due to her immeasurable virtues, surpassing the other 6 slightly in power. Is this not true?" Xavian paused, looking back at Landon. Landon sighed and nodded, acknowledging Xavian's accuracy. "How do you plan to attain enlightenment?" Xavian asked, staring intently at Landon like an ancient deity. Landon's heart skipped a beat, but showed no fear. He answered loudly, "I will attain enlightenment," once again exuding an overwhelming aura and Tao energy. Who would have thought that the witch clan would also produce a sage? Rock Jun slammed his palm down, and the massive stone table instantly turned to powder, clearly showing his rage. Rock Jun was filled with fury and hatred. He had thought that with Dan's emergence, he could seize the Cooper Purple Chi and become the ninth sage of the primordial chaos. But unexpectedly, everyone's efforts were in vain, and in the end, it was that young man named Landon who reaped the benefits. Thinking of this, Rock Jun gritted his teeth. Landon, I will surely kill you. As if this wasn't enough, even more surprisingly, the witch clan produced a sage at this critical moment. Rock Jun was nearly driven mad. On one side, Zechariah stood silently, the chaos bell swirling with chaotic energy around him. How could he not know of Rock Jun's anger? Every member of the demon clan felt the same way. But fortunately, the sage Venus is imprisoned in the underworld. And with one less ancestor witch, the witch clan cannot cast the 12 ancestor witches' all-heavenly array. Rock Jun sighed despondently, trying to rally morale or perhaps comfort himself. Meanwhile, the witch clan was also shrouded in gloom. Rock Jung frowned, his expression complex, both joyful and worried. He rejoiced that Abigail had achieved enlightenment and became a sage, bringing forth hope for the witch clan. Yet, he was concerned that although they had a sage, she was sealed away by Ewing in the underworld and could not protect the witch clan. How detestable Ewing is, placing us in such a perilous situation. Originally, even without sage-level combat power, the witch clan could defend themselves using the all-heavenly array. But now, with one less ancestor witch, the array could no longer be used. Hemph, if he wants to annihilate us, I will do everything possible to destroy his heavenly court. Hewitt, known for his fiery temper, said furiously, brandishing his large fists. Rock Jung only gave him a glance but said nothing. How could they possibly destroy the heavenly court? Not to mention Rock Jung and Zechariah were both peak quasi-saints. Just the Chaos Bell and the Demon Clan stellar array alone were far beyond what the Witch Clan could challenge. After deep contemplation, Rock Jung clenched his teeth and said, "Gather all the great witches and select the strongest one to cultivate into an ancestor witch." The other 10 ancestor witches understood Rock Jung's meaning, creating another ancestor which would allow them to use the all-heavenly array again, ensuring the Witch Clan's survival. Immediately, the 10 ancestor witches dispersed, each starting their tasks. In the vast hall, only Rock Jung's long sigh lingered. Who would have thought that after waiting for countless eons, the arrival of a sage would bring disaster to the clan? Speaking of Landon, he had heard of the 9 great axes of creation many times. The supreme divine power Digby used when opening the heavens and earth. Deeply comprehend the Tao essence within. Digby did not speak further, suddenly revealing a massive axe in his hand. The axe had no name, yet it surpassed any supreme treasure in the primordial chaos. With a wave of Digby's hand, the surroundings transformed around Landon. There was no heaven, no earth, no mountains, rivers, or light. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed through the void, illuminating a small area. Digby stood in the void, looking at the endless emptiness, his eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Digby moved, lifting the immense axe and swinging it fiercely towards the void. One swing, and a ripple emerged from the void. A crack appeared, faint light penetrating through, shining into the space. Digby swung again. 2 swings, and the void trembled violently, even causing Landon to feel the ground shake beneath him. This scene was so astonishing that Landon became lost in it. Realizing this, he quickly sat cross-legged in the void, observing every move Digby made, seeking to understand the supreme Tao essence within. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 7th swing. The giant axe glowed brightly, emitting an incomparably powerful warlike aura, though it was just a simulation, causing Landon to shiver all over. The void had become visible, though still hazy. The 7th swing struck, and the surrounding space shook violently, leaving only Digby's towering figure standing motionless like a mountain unshaken by collapse. However, upon closer inspection, Digby's face was pale, indicating the significant amount of magical power he had expended in creating the heavens. The 8th swing, the giant axe glowed even brighter, almost reaching its peak. 8 swings later, the heavens and earth stirred wildly, accompanied by a deafening whistling sound like 1,000 ghosts wailing, utterly terrifying. The endless void abruptly split, forming heaven and earth distinctively separated. Clear air ascended to form the sky. Muddy air descended to form the land. Digby, as if exhausted, fell to the earth, collapsing onto the ground. The giant axe in his hand dimmed and seemed like a discarded, useless item. Heaven and earth separated in opposite directions, pulling apart until they reached a distance of tens of thousands of miles before finally stopping and fixing in platoon and structure. If you need further adjustments or additional sections translated, please let me know. Chapter 120. The Great Formation of All Heaven's Fiery Spirits. Time passed swiftly as Landon cultivated. With closed eyes, he repeatedly visualized the scene of Xavian cleaving through chaos within his mind's eye. He delved into the profound and complex principles behind it. However, the Tao of Xavian was intricate and abstruse. Even true sages would find it almost impossible to fully comprehend after thousands of years. Therefore, to penetrate its mysteries completely was a monumental task. As Xavian had once mentioned, Landon was a fellow traveler on the path of proving the Tao through sheer power, just like him. Because of this, Landon felt an inexplicable affinity towards Xavian's Tao. Coupled with his superior physical constitution, he made some progress, albeit at a slow pace. 1,000 years passed, and Landon grasped the essence of the first 4 axes. Another 3,000 years later, he mastered the next 3 axes. Yet another 3,000 years passed, and the 8th axe became clear in his understanding. But despite the subsequent 3 millennia of continuous meditation, he remained stuck, unable to make any further advancements on the 9th and final axe. One day, atop Mount Bujo, Xavian stood intently watching the young man before him, who had his eyes closed in deep contemplation. 10,000 years have gone by. This boy must have comprehended at least the 3rd or 4th axe by now. Xavian muttered to himself, Over these 10,000 years, Landon's aura fluctuated constantly, sometimes vast and overwhelming, other times calm and withdrawn. During this period, Xavian had refrained from probing Landon's mental state, knowing that uninterrupted focus was crucial for enlightenment. Suddenly, Xavian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is he waking up? Has he failed? He couldn't believe that someone could fail after 10,000 years of cultivation, especially when comprehending the fundamental Tao that created heaven and earth. It seems I might have overestimated you, Xavian remarked, looking somewhat disappointed. After waiting countless eons, he had hoped Landon would be the successor to his Tao. It seemed his expectations were misplaced. But just as Xavian spoke, Landon abruptly opened his eyes, instantly radiating brilliant golden light. Cloaked in a white Taoist robe, Landon shimmered with astonishing vigor. An immense surge of battle intent swept through the peak, shattering numerous boulders into powder. Xavian's delight was evident. He recognized this aura. It was the intrinsic battle intent of the 9 axes that cleave heaven. Fortunately, the protective formation prevented any leakage of energy. Otherwise, it would have alarmed the sages of the chaotic realm. The golden light gradually faded, and Landon's gaze returned to clarity. Thank you, Taoist friend, Landon thanked Xavian as he rose to his feet, suppressing the surging battle intent within him. Did your comprehension succeed? Xavian asked, still finding it hard to believe that Landon had achieved such a feat in just 10,000 years. Yes, Landon confirmed. Xavian's face lit up with joy, then shifted into a look of amazement. Show me. Landon agreed, summoning the god-slaying spear into his hand. You are using this spear to recreate the 9 axes? Xavian frowned. Landon smiled calmly. Yes, this technique is called the 9 spears that cleave heaven. As soon as he said this, Landon thrust the spear into the void. A dramatic ripple appeared in the endless expanse, as if it were about to split open. The very essence of the 9 axes that cleave heaven. Moreover, Xavian sensed that Landon had restrained his full strength. Had he unleashed it completely, the void might indeed have been torn apart. At that moment, Xavian realized that not only had Landon fully comprehended the Tao, but also innovated it into his own unique expression. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Xavian exclaimed with delight. If we were born in the same era, perhaps we would become great friends. This was the highest praise Xavian could give. He marveled at Landon's extraordinary talent and acknowledged his mastery of the Tao, while regretting that they weren't from the same time. Since you've mastered the 9 axes that cleave heaven, let me show you something else. Xavian waved his hand, and an intricate formation appeared on Mount Buzhou. Landon immediately felt a sense of familiarity, though there were differences. He mused aloud. The 12 heavenly spirits formation? No, it's different. Yet, why does it seem so similar? Possessing profound knowledge of formations, Landon leaped into the array, meticulously studying its mechanics. Soon, a startling realization dawned upon him. This is a single-person version of the 12 heavenly spirits formation? To his astonishment, this formation required only one person to activate, unlike the original which needed 12 participants. That's correct. You can call it the true body of Xavian, Xavian explained. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan were born from Xavian's essence. When they united through the 12 heavenly spirits formation, they briefly formed Xavian's true body, unleashing boundless power. And this formation here, requiring only one person. If mastered, it would truly manifest Xavian's genuine self. This contains the Tao of might you need to follow. Study it well. Overjoyed, Landon didn't anticipate acquiring both the 9 axes that cleave heaven and the Tao of Xavian's true body. He immediately sat cross-legged to carefully observe the intricacies of this ultimate expression of power. Through his meditative trance, Landon envisioned infants lifting mountainous rocks and teenagers shattering entire peaks with their fists, all embodying the Tao of might. Fully immersed in this revelation, Landon didn't notice that Xavian placed an object before him, then slowly vanished into thin air. If someone, or if Landon had awakened, would have recognized that item. It was unmistakably. Hashtag chapter 121, 3000 laws. This was Landon's most arduous journey in comprehending the great Tao. Xavian proved the Tao through strength, opening up heaven and earth, marking the initial manifestation of the Tao. It could even be said that the entire primordial world was a carrier of the great Tao of strength. Landon seemed to fall into an illusion. In this illusion, there were no primordial sages. The world was shrouded in mist, with thunder crashing and ghostly winds howling. Divine beast war. Landon saw a tiger-like creature pouncing ferociously while a human-like creature, wielding an ancient stone weapon, defended itself opposite it. Roar. The demonic tiger roared fiercely, leaping high and biting down powerfully from above. The human-like creature had no trace of magical power, only sheer physical might. With a powerful thrust, he thrust his long spear into the demonic tiger's head, killing it instantly. Blood gushed out, and the tiger collapsed motionless on the ground. The human-like creature, after his successful strike, didn't spare a glance at the tiger but immediately leaped away, covering hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Yet, even this simple strike and leap gave Landon an epiphany. He clearly sensed how much power the previous strike contained, and how far the leap went without any magical augmentation. If Landon attempted the same now, he could do it, but only by using his magical powers. Relying solely on physical strength, he couldn't match it. At the same time, Landon roughly understood his environment. A space devoid of magic where everything depended on raw physical power. Whether moving or fighting, if one's physical strength wasn't strong enough, death was inevitable here. The great Tao of strength is truly remarkable. Apart from strength, there is nothing else. With this thought, Landon smiled. He gathered all his strength, refraining from using any magic, and hurled the god-slaying spear powerfully. However, the result made him frown. The spear merely pierced the dead tiger's flesh superficially. In a real battle, such a blow would barely cause any damage. Over the following days, Landon repeatedly experimented, eventually engaging various demons in combat. Though he suffered minor injuries initially, as the number of battles increased, Landon grew more formidable, reducing demons to less than 10 breaths of survival under his hand. Time flew by swiftly. One day, Landon awoke with an unperturbed expression, no aura bursting forth from him. Only he knew that he had thoroughly comprehended the great Tao of strength. This Tao was earned through countless battles, imbued with profound weight. The profound Tao wouldn't manifest outwardly. Having penetrated the great Tao of strength, Landon's heart felt unusually calm, possibly numbed by the countless battles, not yet fully realizing he was back in the primordial world, not within the Tao's illusion. Looking around, Xavian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Landon rose, bowing slightly towards a direction in the void to express gratitude for Xavian's teachings. He vaguely heard a sigh of approval from somewhere distant. Calming his mind, he noticed a fragment of jade on the ground. This is the numinous treasure jade disc? Landon's pupils constricted. Even though it was just a shattered corner, he recognized it. A piece of it was stored within his 36 stabilizing pearls, causing immense joy. Prowess would increase immeasurably, incalculable in its potential. This was the value of the laws. Comprehending them was akin to understanding a part of the workings of the universe. Tao was the foundation of all things, elusive and abstract, comprehensible only through contemplation. And laws were specific manifestations or explanations of the Tao. Knowing the Tao without knowing how to use it was equivalent to it not existing. Thus, it was no wonder Landon was so surprised by the appearance of the law of strength. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Landon's mind. The numinous treasure jade disc recorded the fundamental Tao, the most profound and basic principles of the universe. As legend had it, Ewing achieved unparalleled greatness because he learned these fundamental Taoic principles from the disc. And the fragment before him, just this small fragment contained more complete Taoic essence than primal purple chi and housed dozens of laws. Now, having two pieces, what if he collected the entire numinous treasure jade disc? Wouldn't it then possess 3,000 laws? Landon was startled by his own thought, but shook his head, finding it amusing. The numinous treasure jade disc was an ultimate treasure containing the mysteries of the 3,000 Taoic principles. Even if gathering all pieces were possible, possessing such overwhelming luck to find the entire disc, how could one possibly comprehend all 3,000 laws? Laugh, the law of force, and the shards of the creation jade butterfly. Now I possess the law of earth, the law of reincarnation, and the law of force. Landon murmured to himself. These were his most formidable trump cards. I must master more laws. Only then, when the boundless calamity arrives, will I have the power to protect myself. Also, during the feudal deities' war, I can do my best to protect the disciples of the Jia teaching. Edited version. Landon murmured to himself. These were his most formidable trump cards. I must master more laws. Only then, when the boundless calamity arrives, will I have the power to protect myself. Additionally, during the battle of feudal deities, I can do my utmost to protect the disciples of the Jia teaching. Note: for a more fluid and natural read in English, I made slight adjustments. The term, feudal deities war, was changed to battle of feudal deities, for better clarity and readability. Looking at the boundless void, Landon felt an even greater pressure within. Centuries had passed in seclusion, bringing the boundless calamity ever closer. After that, the feudal deities war would commence. He knew all too well that in that war, nearly all of the Jiajiaoist disciples perished. The once prosperous and flourishing Jiajiao lost its former glory, leaving only a handful of survivors by Master Sha's side. Edits made. 1. Ensured consistency in terminology, undoubtedly make them think he was an enlightened monk. At one moment, Israel suddenly broke his trance, opening his eyes with a surprised look on his usually calm face. He turned his gaze eastward and said, "Ha ha, the one destined for our Western teaching has finally appeared. This seat shall immediately bring you into our teaching." Before he finished speaking, the 12-petal merit golden lotus was already empty, and Israel was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Saint Alvin, who had been meditating, glanced suspiciously in Israel's direction and sighed deeply. "Ah, my junior brother." Thousands of miles away, in the Blood Sea, a figure slowly traversed through the vast mountain range. This was Ajax. Presently, Ajax had fully stabilized his cultivation. He was now reflecting on how he had taken human form with the help of Landon. Grateful for Landon's enlightenment, he wanted to find Landon and offer his respect, but finding Landon proved to be impossible, which left him quite frustrated. Suddenly, Ajax sensed something and instantly moved aside. Looking back, he saw a monk standing where he had just been. Behind the monk, extraordinary phenomena manifested. A towering tree glowing brightly, surrounded by thousands of green lotus flowers, appearing utterly divine. "Who are you?" Ajax frowned, knowing that if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would likely have been harmed. Just as he spoke, Ajax was stunned by the immense power emanating from the monk. Could this person be a sage? Observing the phenomena behind the monk, Ajax became even more alarmed. Such manifestations were exclusive to the sage realm. "I am Israel. Observing your destiny, I see that you are destined for our Western teaching. It is my benevolence that I wish to enlighten you and bring you into our fold." Indeed, the one who appeared out of nowhere was none other than Israel, who originally intended to seize Ajax covertly and forcibly bring him to the Western teaching. Due to the setback of previously trying to convert Landon, Israel was cautious this time, preparing to use forceful means directly. Frankly, using underhanded tactics wasn't new to Israel. As a sage, he had no qualms about losing his dignity. Excellent, a primordial spirit taking human form and reaching the level of Zechariah Golden Immortal right away. Israel examined Ajax closely, whose cultivation couldn't escape his notice. "You are destined for our Western teaching and can be my disciple," Israel proudly declared as if granting Ajax a great favor. However, what he didn't expect was Ajax's refusal. "Thank you, sage, but I do not need your help." After learning about the Jaya teaching from his benefactor Landon, Ajax was drawn to the freedom it offered, and thus harbored a strong desire to join the Jia teaching. Note, Jia teaching seems to be a direct translation of Jia Jiao, which might not read naturally in English. If this term has an established translation or if there's a preference for how it should be rendered in English, please let me know so I can adjust accordingly. But Israel was unaware of Ajax's thoughts. Hearing the refusal, Israel almost stumbled backward, thinking he must have misheard. He hadn't expected such a straightforward rejection, especially one so devoid of courtesy. Our Western teaching possesses profound wisdom and countless techniques for you to learn. You are merely a lowly Zechariah golden immortal, and I am a sage. Can I teach you? Saying this, Israel showed no hint of discomfort. However, Ajax remained unperturbed and calmly replied, "What I wish to learn, you cannot teach me." As soon as he spoke, thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Rumble. The thunderous roar exploded nearby, startling even the calmest of souls. Israel was both shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected Ajax to dare defy him thus. Perhaps he truly was fated for the Western teaching. With that thought, Israel took immediate action, conjuring a colossal hand dozens of feet wide to crush Ajax through the space. His intentions were clear. He wasn't about to let Ajax get away with a mere no. Seeing this, Ajax's face changed drastically. How could he possibly resist a sage? Still, Ajax gathered all his strength and struck out at the massive hand. Their attacks met, but Ajax's attack was ineffective. It barely slowed the hand's advance. In an instant, the hand struck Ajax forcefully yet stopped short, dissipating into a binding seal that immobilized him. It seems you haven't learned any great skills yet. Very well, follow me back to the Western teaching. Israel smirked inwardly, reminding himself not to underestimate others as he had last time. Unable to move, Ajax could only glare silently at Israel as he disappeared along with the sage. The sages will span thousands of miles, and in moments, they arrived back at the Western teaching. Israel looked at the enraged Ajax, ready to speak, but sensing something unusual, he turned abruptly, his face serious. Staring intently upward, he murmured to himself, "The great calamity is upon us." Hashtag chapter 123. Descend into the Cooper Chaos to avenge our clan. The Cooper Chaos knows no time. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. For these past tens of thousands of years, the Cooper Chaos has been tranquil, without any major battles occurring. However, this unusual calm has left everyone on edge, for the day of the great war between the witch and the demon tribes draws ever closer. Above the 9 heavens, the golden light coalesced into a human form, revealing none other than the Patriarch Adon. He stood in midair outside the sun star, glancing at it disdainfully. Can mere restriction stop me? Speaking thus, Patriarch Adon transformed into a small demon covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled as if grievously injured. He then boldly descended onto the sun star. On the sun star, mountains spanned endlessly, and boundless flames burned again and again, creating a spectacular volcanic landscape. Squawk! A piercing cry echoed as a massive golden crow rose into the sky, blocking out the sun and emitting brilliant golden light. "Little brother, stop fooling around." A handsome young man on the ground shouted, calling out to the golden crow in the sky. This young man was the eldest among Jamie's 10 sons, while the one he called was the youngest, named Earl. Earl immediately landed and transformed into a teenager with fierce eyes. "Brother, it's so boring here. Let's go out to play. I heard that the Cooper Chaos is vast, with many races living there. It must be fun." Earl said unhappily. "No, father once warned us not to leave the sun star, or else he would be angry." The eldest brother refused firmly. Their conversation drew the attention of the other 8 golden crows, who transformed into human forms and gathered around, eager to explore the Cooper Chaos. At this moment, a frantic voice broke through. "Your Highnesses, something terrible has happened." A bloody little demon rushed over and collapsed several yards away from the 10 golden crows due to exhaustion. Though still young in appearance, the eldest son already displayed the majesty of Jamie. He waved his hand, gently lifting the little demon and asked, "Why are you so alarmed?" The little demon trembled in apparent fear. "Your Highness, our clan is facing a great calamity." Upon hearing this, the 10 golden crows' faces turned grim, and they quickly surrounded the little demon, asking anxiously, "What happened? Has something gone wrong in the heavenly court? Are father and mother unharmed? Why isn't uncle stepping in to protect us?" The little demon kept his head down, seemingly at a loss for words, but unnoticed by all, a smile of satisfaction played on his face. "That's enough." The eldest son interrupted sharply, silencing the clamor. He looked at the little demon and demanded, "Speak, what is going on?" The little demon replied, "The heavenly court is safe, and so are his majesty and empress." This news eased the 10 golden crows momentarily, but the little demon continued, "It's those despicable witches who have started massacring our people in the Cooper Chaos." Earl, full of rage, burst out first. "These cowards! Chaos, and show the witches our true strength." Seeing their fervor, the eldest brother felt a surge of emotion, visualizing the bloody scenes of their clansmen being slaughtered. He finally waved his hand resolutely. "So be it. Let us enter the Cooper Chaos this one time." No one noticed the sinister smile that spread across the little demon's face as he watched them prepare to charge into chaos. Thus began a chapter of destiny, hidden within the calm before the storm, leading to events that would forever change the Cooper Chaos. Chapter 124. Break to establish? Mount Buzhou. Atop the mountain, a figure sat cross-legged motionless, resembling a withered corpse. This was Landon. Unmoved by glory or disgrace, he watched the flowers bloom and fade before his courtyard. Indifferent to departure or stay, he gazed at the clouds rolling across the sky. Regardless of how the world changed, Landon's heart held only boundless laws, never diverting attention elsewhere. For tens of thousands of years, Landon had been in seclusion, awakening only once during this period. At that time, He had comprehended the law of force to a certain extent, but seemed to have hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he felt the law was incomplete and could not advance any further. Afterward, Landon shifted his focus to the Tao of the sword and the law of earth. Though he had long obtained these two laws, he hadn't delved into their comprehension from the earth. Knowing that the earth's expanse was endless and its power infinite, using this method in combat would grant him inexhaustible energy. Who could match him then? Yet, Landon frowned, thinking of the law of force. Why is it so simple at first but impossible to advance later? Landon was perplexed. He clearly sensed that the law was incomplete, seemingly missing a part, but no matter how he contemplated, he couldn't perceive what was missing. A scene vaguely surfaced in Landon's mind. A figure of modest stature, wielding a dull giant axe, slashed through the sky, causing the entire heavens to retreat. However, this figure, having witnessed such a scene, had already collapsed heavily on the ground. Landon recognized this all too well. It was the scene of Xavian cleaving the universe, the very ninth axe blow scene when he comprehended the 9 cleaving axes. Could the missing part be related to the 9 cleaving axes? Landon pondered internally, growing more confused. The 9 cleaving axes belonged to the grand Tao of force, not the law of force. An idea surfaced in his mind. Break to establish? Could it be that the final axe strike aims to break before establishing? Could this be the pinnacle of the law of force? Landon mused, but even with this speculation, he couldn't test it now. Sensing the true essence required experiencing near-death situations in real battles. Suddenly, Landon seemed to recall something and hurriedly called out mentally. System, system? A voice resonated in his mind. Chime, system detected host calling. How may I assist you? Hearing the familiar system prompt, Landon rejoiced and hastily asked, can the law of force be downloaded? The system replied, all things within this system can be downloaded, including laws. Wonderful. Landon thought to himself and immediately instructed the system. Download the law of force. Beginning download of the law of force. The notification chimed, and a familiar panel appeared before Landon. Total, unknown. Progress, 0.1%. Landon was surprised. He hadn't expected the system's download speed to be so fast, instantly reaching 0.1%. Indeed, higher cultivation made all the difference, Landon realized. However, while the system downloaded, Landon could not halt his meditation. After all, sooner mastery meant earlier control. He immersed himself deeply, though initially without any leads. A casual glance at the progress showed disappointment. It remained at 0.1%, with no improvement. Though the progress didn't increase, Landon reflected and found solace. After all, what he was downloading was a law from the fragments of the cosmic disk, born from chaos, not created by any individual. Such laws were naturally profound. Even a fraction of 1% was an immense quantity. Therefore, slow progress was to be expected. With this thought, he dismissed his disappointment and resumed meditation. Even if full comprehension wasn't guaranteed, accelerating the system's download was beneficial. But before he could delve deeper, Landon suddenly changed expression drastically. Not good. Before he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot. Hashtag chapter 125. Corpses litter the land. Whales shake heaven. Hashtag inside the 33 heavens, the heavenly court, Lingxiao Hall. Is everything arranged properly? Jamie asked. Brother, everything has been set. If a major battle erupts, the witch tribe will have no means to fight back. This battle, our heavenly court is destined to win. Hanley bowed slightly and replied. Suddenly, Jamie frowned, looking at Hanley with doubt. Recently, my mind has been uneasy. I tried to divine the celestial changes, but came up with nothing. I wonder why. Hanley also seemed puzzled upon hearing this. I can't divine it either. It seems like the celestial changes are being concealed. After much thought, Jamie sighed deeply, lost in contemplation. Hashtag Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. While in seclusion, Murphy suddenly disrupted his cultivation, eyes filled with confusion. My master has emerged from seclusion. Some disciples of the Tongtian sect were overjoyed and wanted to greet Murphy. However, Murphy did not spare them a glance. Instead, he leaped into the void, standing in midair deep in thought for a long time before voicing his confusion. Why are the celestial changes being concealed? Hashtag Golden Turtle Island, Bo Palace, Shaw's Dharma Ground. After tens of thousands of years of development, the Jia sect had flourished, even becoming the sect with the most disciples among the 3 great teachings, numbering in the thousands. It was now the time for Shaw to impart teachings. His resonant voice, enveloped by great power, echoed across the island, as clear as truth itself, reaching every disciple's ears. The lecture suddenly stopped, leaving the island's disciples confused. Inside Bo Palace, Shaw appeared to sense something, looking into the void with a puzzled expression, remaining silent. Underneath the Supreme Sage's lotus seat, 9 lotus seats were arranged. Among them, 8 disciples including Apollo and Scott sat peacefully, except for the foremost empty seat, Isayara's lotus seat. Shaw glanced at Isayara's former position and let out an imperceptible sigh. Concerning the 10 golden crows entering the vast wilderness, they were filled with excitement, constantly flying about in the high heavens. Brother, is the vast wilderness really this fun? Earl, the youngest, still playful at heart, laughed as he spoke to the eldest. Haha, then let's stay and play for a while. When Earl spoke, others echoed his words. They were now intensely curious, forgetting why they came to the wilderness. Only the eldest wore a serious expression. He sensed numerous auras watching them, some terrifyingly powerful. A sudden unease arose in the eldest's heart. He told the other 9 golden crows, "Younger brothers, perhaps we should return. This place is full of danger." Hearing this, the other 9 were displeased, retorting, "Brother, we've finally gotten out. Let us play a bit longer." Yes, brother, we still need to avenge our clan members." "That's right, father set restrictions on the Sunstar. We finally managed to bypass them with the help of a minor demon. How can we go back now? Hearing this, the eldest felt even more uneasy, sensing something amiss. But with everyone speaking up, his mind grew chaotic, leaving him clueless. Looking around, he couldn't find the minor demon. Unable to hold back, he asked. That minor demon must have fled in fear. Earl waved it off carelessly. A minor demon was beneath his notice, but the eldest looked grave. He couldn't believe a minor demon could bypass Jamie's restrictions and bring them away from the Sunstar. However, since everyone refused to return, the eldest had no choice but to urge. Let's finish quickly, kill those witches who harmed our people, and return to the Sunstar. Everyone agreed, turning into flashes of light racing towards distant lands. Hashtag 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 on the vast land of the wilderness, 10 suns suddenly appeared, blazing fiercely. In an instant, vegetation wilted, rivers dried up, cracks formed on the ground, and the landscape became grotesque and fearsome. Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, the scenes were horrifying. Under intense heat, rocks shattered, weaker demons vanished into dust, even their blood evaporated instantly. Not only were there immortals and cultivators on this land, but also countless ordinary people who could not cultivate, relying on farming to survive. Now, with vegetation wilting, it was a disaster for these ordinary people. In moments, corpses littered the land. Wails shook heaven. Hashtag 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 within the Western sect. Seated on the 12 virtuous golden lotus, a figure listened to the cries from the earth, smiling conspiratorially before falling silent. Hashtag 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 in a certain witch tribe. Diego, despite being a great immortal at peak, was drenched in sweat under the 10 suns, feeling unbearably uncomfortable. He was struggling like this, and lower-ranking witches fared worse, many dying or maimed. Seeing this, Diego became enraged, turning sharply to glare angrily at the 10 suns in the sky. Chapter 126. If I do not kill you, I swear I will not remain human. The prehistoric land was undergoing an unprecedented calamity. Severe droughts erupted, almost drying up all water sources. Although great cultivators could still survive without water, ordinary people could not. Perhaps the 10 golden crows were deliberately targeting the witch clan, staying in their territory for extended periods until the once lush greenery entirely vanished, replaced by scorched yellow earth. Only then did they spread their enormous wings and fly off to the next location. On this day, a figure emerged from the witch clan, his face resolute, glaring at the arrogant and wanton 10 golden crows who treated the world as a mere game. His expression turned cold with hatred. Since you are so insolent, I will capture you and make you pay for my fallen kin. That figure was none other than Diego. Since the emergence of the 10 golden crows, the witch clan had suffered the most severe blows. These great witches and ancestor witches remained unaffected. However, the lower-ranking witch clan members were roasted alive, leaving no remains. This scene made Diego's eyes bleed with rage, leading him to decide to chase the 10 golden crows. Witches do not cultivate the Cooper spirit, focusing only on physical strength. As a great witch, Diego was among the finest. Recalling tens of thousands of years ago, when humans were treated as food by the demon race, nearly facing extinction, Diego had rushed to assist. Back then, his physical cultivation was at the initial stage of great enlightened immortal. Now, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he had advanced further, reaching the middle stage of great enlightened immortal, a small realm higher. Witch clan members have robust constitutions. Diego exuded overwhelming power. With each step, he covered hundreds of feet, speeding toward the direction of the 10 suns. At this moment, the 10 golden crows were flying toward Mount Shouyang. There, humans gathered. Elder brother, father once said that these humans are also extremely detestable, disrupting our heavenly court's affairs multiple times. In the sky, the 10th prince of the golden crows, Brit, remarked. Moreover, there is a boy named Landon who stole father's primal chaos purple chi, enraging father. Therefore, we must make the humans pay. Colliding fiercely. The temperature around Brit was too high. As the mountain peak approached, it continuously cracked and split. By the end, only half of it remained. Yet even then, with Diego's immense strength behind it, Brit grunted in pain, clearly feeling the impact. Seeing this, the other 9 golden crow princes' pupils constricted. They never thought this detestable which would cause their youngest brother to suffer a setback right away. Old 5, old 6, go help the 10th brother. The first prince instructed. 2 golden crows immediately turned and joined the 10th prince in the sky. Do not engage him head-on. The 10th prince Brit warned in a deep voice. All along, the 10th prince had been unstoppable, yet now, Diego managed to inflict minor injuries on him. Although it wasn't serious, the noble lineage of the golden crows deemed it the greatest disgrace. Reluctantly, he had to admit that while the 10 golden crows had only been in humanoid form for less than 1,000 years, they were merely great hemlock immortals. Diego had cultivated for countless ages, reaching the great enlightened immortal realm. Their gap was incomparable. At this moment, he sneered coldly. We shall play twisted with fury, left hand gripping a bronze shield, right hand holding a sharp axe. His tiger-like eyes burned with anger, glaring at the 3 golden crows in the sky. Today, unless I kill you, I swear I will not remain human. The sight of Brit exhausting Diego only fueled his arrogance. Seeing another challenger, he casually asked, And who are you? The towering man shouted loudly, I am the one who will kill you. My name is Clinton. Indeed, this was none other than the legendary war god Clinton. Following Clinton, more figures flew over and landed beside Diego's body. They were Braden, Darien, Tianwu, Xianing, and several other ancestor witches, as well as a few great witches. Among them was Jiufeng, an anomaly in the witch clan, the sole heir of the highest witchcraft Xianing lineage, and also capable of cultivating the Cooper spirit. Seeing Diego dead, her beautiful eyes welled with tears. Upon seeing Diego's demise, the witch clan members were overwhelmed with grief. They scattered, ready to slay the 3 golden crows. However, Another voice echoed, not loud but resonating across the sky, spreading an icy chill, making everyone's hair stand on end. 10 golden crows, you are courting death. Chapter 127, daring to harm me? Courting death? 10 golden ravens, you're courting death. A calm voice echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned to where it came from and saw a man in white robes standing mid-air with a grim expression. Who else could it be but Landon? The ancestral witches of the witch clan had seen Landon before and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Taoist friend Landon? Feeling the immense aura emanating from Landon, all the ancestral witches were startled. That power made them tremble, but fortunately, the witch clan had already established good relations with Landon. They couldn't help but think, our clan is saved. As for the other great witches, though they didn't recognize Landon, his clear stance against the 10 golden ravens filled them with joy. Speaking of the 3 golden ravens, upon hearing this, their expressions changed drastically. One's name spreads like the shadow of a tree. Landon's name was one they had heard countless times. A man who dared to vie for the primal chaos purple chi from their emperor. How could they possibly stand against him? Hence, at the mere mention of Landon's name, they were immediately alarmed and felt a creeping sense of fear. Landon looked at the 3 circling golden ravens, his eyes cold as ice. He spoke chillingly. Manifest the form of heaven and earth. As he spoke, Landon's form expanded instantly to hundreds of thousands of feet tall, his massive hand blotting out the sky and crushing down towards the 3 golden ravens. Seeing this, the 3 golden ravens lost any will to fight and frantically flapped their wings, scattering in different directions to escape hastily. However, with Landon's immense powers, how could they escape so easily? His colossal palm followed his thoughts, closing in an instant. The garner felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, forming a prison from which he could not escape no matter how much he struggled. Looking closely, that prison was Landon's massive hand, now holding the giant golden raven firmly, preventing any movement. At this moment, the 6th prince truly felt the fear of death. Landon's strength was terrifying, leaving him utterly helpless. I am the 6th prince of heaven. How dare you kill me? The 6th prince tried to use the authority of heaven to stop Landon, but the trembling in his voice revealed his terror. Who was Landon? Tens of thousands of years ago, Rock Jamie was powerless against him. How could his newly born sons fare any better? To Landon, the princes of heaven were nothing more than dirt and broken tiles. He would crush them without hesitation. With a cold face, Landon gradually increased the pressure. Feeling the oppressive force around him, the garner, forgetting any pretense of dignity, pleaded desperately, Elder, please don't kill me. Don't. But he didn't finish his plea. With a loud bang, the 6th prince's body exploded in Landon's hand. Blood rained down from the sky, its pungent smell spreading, chilling everyone's hearts. With just one palm, he had crushed a prince of heaven. Who could match such power? Without sparing a glance at the exploded golden raven, Landon merely glanced at the corpse of Diego on the ground. He remembered when humanity suffered at the hands of the demon race, weak and helpless. It was Diego who led the witch clan to aid them, even though by then Landon had already resolved the issue. This favor could never be forgotten. Taoist friend, we once shared a bond. Today, I shall use the blood of the 10 golden ravens to honor your spirit. With a thought, Landon appeared miles away, his gigantic hand extending once again to seize another golden raven, the 5th prince. Recognizing the bloodied hand, the 5th prince knew his 6th brother was dead and was filled with dread. Please spare my life, Elder. But Landon paid no heed to any pleas. Another explosion rang out, and the 5th prince met the same fate. In the distance, Landon spotted the 10th prince, Xianxia. He smiled faintly. Can you escape? The 10th prince of the golden ravens felt an icy chill spread over his body, overwhelmed by fear. He knew what was happening behind him. 2 of his brothers had fallen. He did not dare to linger or look back. Before him, golden light and blazing flames blazed, signaling the presence of the remaining golden ravens. The 10th prince, Xianxia, felt a surge of relief and hurriedly shouted, Brother, save me. The Bruce looked in the direction of the voice and was shocked. Why are you in such panic? He asked urgently. Brother, Landon is here. Xianxia glanced fearfully behind him, as if expecting Landon to appear suddenly. Hearing Landon's name, the other 7 golden ravens were alarmed. Where are the 5th and 6th princes? They're dead. All dead. Crushed by Landon's palm into oblivion. Xianxia seemed to have gone mad with fear, muttering in shock. Upon hearing this, the others were even more stunned. Oblivion meant not even a trace of divine consciousness remained, rendering resurrection impossible. The 10 golden ravens had swept through the chaotic world with great might, unstoppable by anyone. But today, 2 had fallen within a day. The first prince pondered and said, We cannot defeat Landon. Let's return to the Sun Star where Father has set up prohibitions. He wouldn't dare follow. The remaining 8 golden ravens nodded and transformed into their true forms to fly away. But in the vast space, an invisible barrier held them, unyielding to their struggles, filling them with extreme unease. At this moment, the sound of heavenly laws reverberated, chilling the hearts of the 8 golden ravens. Do you still wish to leave? Landon, manifesting the manifestation of heaven and earth, looked down at the 8 golden ravens with even colder eyes. On the ground, the corpses of humans lay scattered, some dry and shriveled, others mutilated. Landon knew these were victims of the demon race and the golden raven princes. Below, the surviving humans saw Landon and were overcome with sorrow and joy, many crying and pleading, Please, Holy Rock, seek justice for our people. Landon remained silent, lifting his head slowly. Today, none shall escape. There was no need for further words. Landon unleashed the power of manifestation of heaven and earth. Each strike brought a golden raven into his grasp, followed by a deafening explosion and their demise. Pang pang. 7 explosions resounded, 7 golden ravens fell. Landon extended his hand toward the last one, Xianxia. Just as the massive palm was about to descend on Xianxia, a roar erupted. Landon, brat, you dare harm my son. Simultaneously, a tyrannical palm imprint descended from the sky, filled with hate, striking fiercely at Landon. And she smiled warmly. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and hastily asked, "Is our Enrique safe?" Jamie replied, "Empress, please rest assured. I have placed restrictions on the Sunstar. If they dared to sneak out, I would sense it immediately." Mentioning the Enrique, Jamie's expression softened. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared before them, intending to check on the Enrique of the Golden Crow clan. However, the scene showed nothing but empty space. Amara's face changed instantly, and Jamie was even more startled. Then he questioned aloud, "Could someone of great power have taken them away?" As he spoke, Jamie was alarmed. The Enrique were the last of the Golden Crow lineage and cherished by both Jamie and Amara. Their disappearance could not fail to worry them deeply. Report to His Majesty." Suddenly, a hurried voice burst into the Lingxiao Hall. Without waiting for Jamie's query, it blurted out, "The Enrique have entered the Cooper Chaos and are now fighting Landon." The first sentence stunned Jamie and Amara, and when they heard that the Enrique were fighting Landon, their expressions turned grave. Fighting? How could Landon be matched by any of his 10 sons? Jamie peered into the Cooper Chaos, only to feel his anger flare up, his eyes turning bloodshot. There, Landon's giant palm, imbued with the law of heaven and earth, had stretched out, crushing young Earl, the youngest son, who looked terrified and helpless. Worse still, there was no sign of the other 9 princes, indicating their demise at Landon's hands. Without hesitation, Jamie struck from the 9th heaven, concentrating immense power into a colossal palm imprint hurtling towards Landon. "Little Landon, you dare to harm my sons." Simultaneously, a booming proclamation echoed through the heavens, reverberating far and wide. At that moment, all the inhabitants of the 33 heavens trembled upon recognizing Rock Jamie's voice, especially upon hearing the content of his words. Everyone knew how much the heavenly Rock loved his 10 newly born sons, and yet, someone dared to harm them? Before they could ponder further, Jamie's enraged voice resounded again throughout the heavens. "I am Jamie. Today, under the name of the heavenly Rock, I command all demon descendants." Every demon being trembled. This was the imperial command, which all demons must obey. "I hereby command all demon descendants to follow me into battle, flattening the Cooper Chaos." War. In an instant, the 33 heavens quaked as countless demon troops gathered, forming a vast cloud blocking out the sky within seconds. War. 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 A million demon elite roared deafeningly, their cry. But what did he do to provoke the heavenly court this time? As the sky darkened, the disciples saw countless demons blocking the sky. The sight left them in awe and fear. "We must inform Master of Senior Brother's danger." Ronan trembled at the sight. However, Apollo said, 10,000 years ago, Master seemed to have some premonition and went into secluded meditation, seeking opportunities elsewhere. We have no way to inform him. The Jiajiao disciples were anxious but helpless. Note, Jiajiao is a term specific to the original text, referring to a sect or group. For better readability and consistency, it should remain untranslated. However, if you prefer it translated or explained further for an English audience, please let me know. For a more fluent read in English, the Jiajiao disciples were anxious but felt powerless to act. Meanwhile, Landon was about to finish off the last of the Golden Crow princes when Jamie's palm imprint descended swiftly towards him. Landon had to abandon his pursuit of Earl and concentrated his power to form a massive palm, striking hard at the incoming imprint. With a tremendous explosion, shockwaves spread out, collapsing the surrounding space visibly. A nearby mountain crumbled under the impact. Facing each other, blow for blow, the force was staggering. If you want a war, then let's fight. Chapter 129. A satisfying battle. Jamie, having lost his son, unleashed his fury with boundless killing intent sweeping across the heavens and earth. Landon was equally enraged by the death of Cornelius and the 10 Golden Crows ravaging of humanity, causing immense harm to the human race. When these two forces collided, it truly became a battle between gods. Jamie's first strike failed to yield results, but before his figure even arrived, he launched another attack. A massive shadow coalesced high in the sky, forming an imposing figure of Jamie, with a momentum that was shocking. However, this shadow was enormous, stretching millions of feet. It spanned from heaven to earth, as if it were the ruler of all creation. The phantom of Jamie had a solemn and majestic appearance, his expression stern. A finger extended, and space shattered, creating an extremely formidable chaotic spatial current that sought to engulf Landon. Landon's eyes turned cold. The spatial currents were exceptionally lethal, causing immense damage to one's divine sense. His thoughts moved as swiftly as his actions. The god-slaying spear appeared in his hand and was thrown upwards, standing amidst the 9 heavens. With a mental command, the spear began to change, from hundreds of feet to thousands, then tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In an instant, the god-slaying spear grew so large that it resembled a pillar connecting the 2 poles of the world. Using the heaven-imitating technique, Landon waved his hand, and the god-slaying spear landed in his grasp. Then, he fiercely swung it toward the 9 heavens, and the spear shot out like lightning. At this moment, the god-slaying spear transformed dramatically. Mysterious patterns emerged on its colossal shaft, resembling a heavenly pillar. In the blink of an eye, a vivid ancient divine dragon appeared on the spear, roaring furiously and flying out of the spear's body. Its massive head shone brightly, with eyes as big as lanterns, glowing with blood-red light, charging straight towards Jamie's extended finger. Boom! Powerful air currents surged for billions of miles, shaking the entire universe. At this moment, all beings were shocked, trembling with fear. The saints were startled, lifting their heads to witness the awe-inspiring clash between gods that shook both heaven and earth. As they made contact, under Jamie's astonished gaze, his finger gradually dimmed, and with a crisp sound, it could not withstand the might of the dragon and dissolved into a shower of golden rain. The golden ancient divine dragon's power was at its peak, neutralizing Jamie's attack without losing momentum, and it redirected its course to attack Jamie again. Humph, you insignificant Taoist. Jamie waved his hand. Take him away, let him go. An eerie standoff ensued. On one side was the sky-obscuring army of tens of thousands of demon warriors, forming another sky above the 9 heavens, exuding a strong oppressive atmosphere. On the other side stood only one solitary figure, as upright and proud as the god-slaying spear in his hand. Yet, despite being alone, Landon showed no fear, his demeanor captivating all who witnessed him. In a daze, the crowd felt a strange illusion. This single figure seemed capable of supporting the entire universe. Landon, out of respect for venerated saint, I offer you a chance. If you willingly disable your cultivation now, I can spare your life, imprisoning you eternally in the celestial prison to atone for the death of my 9 sons. Jamie paused, knowing that Landon was the most beloved disciple of venerated saint, and did not want to provoke the saint's wrath. However, with 9 sons dead, Jamie could not bear this humiliation. Therefore, he could only speak this way. But Landon showed no gratitude, disdainfully replying, "What are you? Today, I will kill you first, then destroy your so-called heavenly palace." The great tribulation had arrived. There was no more reason to hide anything. Jamie's face contorted in fury. An ant trying to shake a tree, ridiculously overestimating yourself. Words were futile. Without finishing his sentence, Jamie erupted, revealing his formidable cultivation and unleashing overwhelming pressure against Landon. Although Landon possessed supreme treasures, he intended to test Jamie's strength and gauge the gap between them. Therefore, seeing Jamie rely solely on physical combat, he also refrained from using any spiritual treasures, engaging purely with his own strength. Even if he could not win, Landon was confident that the current Jamie could not injure him. The two clashed violently, recoiling upon contact, retreating several thousand miles apart. Upon closer inspection, Landon retreated further. Indeed, different realms still make a difference. Landon muttered to himself. If others heard his words, they might curse him for being ungrateful. It was well known that the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small level, and at the quasi-saint realm, cross-realm combat was nearly impossible. Throughout the entire chaos, only Landon could achieve such a feat. Despite sensing the gap, Landon did not feel discouraged. Instead, his momentum became even more intense. To ensure the passage reads naturally and fluently in English, I made a slight adjustment to the term chi by translating it to momentum, which better fits the context and maintains the flow of the narrative. This is good. Let us have a satisfying battle, and it would transform into a battle between sages. Now, regarding the two combatants in the present confrontation. After one intense clash, they each retreated several steps apart. Landon's fighting spirit surged while Jamie's expression darkened. Initially, Jamie sneered, imagining Landon being shattered by a single punch when he saw him not using any magical treasures to resist. To Jamie's surprise, Landon remained unscathed, having only retreated a bit further than him. After all, Jamie was at the peak of quasi-saint stage, while Landon was only at the mid-quasi-saint stage. True body, celestial judgment. Jamie roared, his form suddenly expanding to reveal his true body, 1,000,000 feet tall. His body emitted boundless golden light, like a blazing sun, and his voice resonated with an authoritative power that made all beings tremble on their knees. Himph, what a show. Landon scoffed and began to call forth his treasures. Antony Apricot Yellow Banner, protect my Dharma body. Following his words, the Antony Apricot Yellow Banner emerged above Landon's head, blooming with 10,000 lotus flowers, protecting him from all attacks. Green Lotus Treasured Banner. XuanHuan Water Controlling Banner. One command after another called forth various treasures, some offensive and others defensive. Soon, Landon was surrounded by dazzling rays of light. 36 stabilizing pearls. With a thought, 36 pearls appeared above Jamie, ready to crush him. How dare you? As the heavenly rock, Jamie had never faced such defiance. Instantly enraged, he formed complex seals with his hands, unleashing his powers without slowing down despite his transformed state. Landon wielded the god-slaying spear, releasing overwhelming ferocity, and charged forward. For a moment, the battlefield erupted with continuous explosions, and space rippled with fissures appearing everywhere. The speed of their movements blurred vision, making it impossible to distinguish them. A century passed. Landon, how dare you hurt me? A voice filled with rage echoed through the heavens, shocking all. The two figures instantly stopped, standing on opposite sides. Looking closely, Jamie was no longer the invincible heavenly rock. His hair was disheveled, his splendid robes torn, and worst of all, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Landon, on the other hand, although slightly weary, was otherwise uninjured, his Taoist robes intact and spotless. The heavenly rock, spitting blood. This scene sent shockwaves throughout the world. No one could have imagined that after tens of thousands of years, Landon had grown so formidable. Jamie's face turned ashen as he waved his hand, summoning the river diagram and Luo book, which hit the sky. At this moment, the essence of the universe seemed to manifest, with mystical rules swirling around. Seeing this, Landon showed no fear. I will oppose your rules with my own. Instantly, Landon's body emitted mysterious symbols. The laws he had comprehended from the fragments of the creation jade disc emerged. Among the 3,000 laws, time reigned supreme. Space held dominion, and power took precedence. Decree. With the power law active, Landon's every movement was imbued with immense force. A mountain emerged from the river diagram and struck towards Landon. With a roar, Landon swung his god-slaying spear, shattering the mountain into dust. Suddenly, an endless river appeared, its water black and carrying a thick, ominous aura aimed at drowning Landon. With a thought, the XuanHuan water controlling banner expanded, forming an invisible wall that halted the Black River in place. Retreat. Landon commanded. Instantly, the river reversed and vanished. Seizing the moment, Landon leaped forward, stabbing at Jamie with the god-slaying spear. Jamie's immense power resisted Landon's assault. But then Landon redirected the 36 stabilizing pearls from above Jamie's head, instead pressing down on the river diagram and Luo book, preventing any manifestation of their power. Seeing this, Jamie let out a long howl. In an instant, he transformed into his true form, a colossal golden bird, radiating fiery light that illuminated the previously dim earth. Manifesting his true form, Jamie's power soared. His massive wings flapped, creating scorching winds. His golden beak opened wide, as if ready to swallow Landon whole. At this moment, Landon was enveloped by the power of the Tao of Force, the Sword Tao, the Space Tao, and the Time Tao. Numerous treasures floated above his head, and the god-slaying spear glowed brightly, striking Jamie's true form. A grim wound appeared on Jamie's body, but Landon also suffered as the scorching flames singed his robe, causing him to wince. Overall, Jamie still seemed to be at a disadvantage. Without delay, Landon prepared for his next strike. However, a loud roar interrupted him. "Scoundrel, do not harm my brother." Simultaneously, the resounding chime of the chaos bell echoed across the cosmos. Startled, Landon turned to see a figure swiftly approaching. Above him floated the chaos bell. It was none other than Hanley. Chapter 131. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Hanley's roar halted Landon, preventing him from launching his next attack. Seeing Hanley arrive with evident resentment, Jamie was elated. He had never imagined that lovers now regarded Landon with varied expressions. Once, some Andre figures might have dismissed Landon as an audacious latecomer, brave but inexperienced. However, after today, they would no longer think so. In the arena, Hanley appeared beside Jamie, who hastily joined him. "Brother, are you well?" With a grim expression, Jamie replied. "Just a flesh wound." Though unharmed, Jamie felt an intense burning sensation, realizing that after countless eons of cultivation, he was finally bested by Landon. Worse, this occurred before countless descendants of the Yu clan, changing their once reverent gazes. Hanley noticed Jamie's discomfort and consoled. "Do not worry, brother. Once we slay Landon, everything will be resolved." For cultivators, nothing mattered more than invincibility. After this setback, Jamie's unyielding belief had been shaken, prompting Hanley's words. Jamie understood and regained his composure. They exchanged a glance, eyes hardening, then attacked simultaneously without further ado, flanking Landon with supreme techniques. "Hmph, thousands of eons of cultivation only to toughen the skin," sneered Landon, unleashing his full power in retaliation. Brilliant light filled the arena as their movements blurred into flashes, each strike aimed to destroy. Landon unleashed all his spirit treasures, some for offense, others. They hadn't expected Landon to withstand their combined assault so long. This highlighted Landon's terrifying power. Moreover, despite his apparent fatigue, Landon's combat prowess remained undiminished. "Terrifying indeed. Young man, any hidden cards?" sneered Hanley. "Enough to kill you," retorted Landon defiantly. "I want to see that," said Jamie, newfound confidence bolstering his resolve as the yellow river chart hovered, ready for another strike. But at that moment, strange spatial ripples emerged. Upon closer inspection, vast torrents of primordial energy swirled, converging. "Is someone breaking through?" Jamie and Hanley exclaimed in surprise. Identifying the source, they paled. The immense energy formed a celestial river, rushing toward Landon. Clearly, years of cultivation had culminated in an epiphany during this life-and-death struggle. Jamie and Hanley exchanged looks. What a lucky kid. They realized Landon's cultivation was less than an eon, yet he ascended from mortal to late-stage quasi-saint, a speed unparalleled in history. Suddenly, they considered something ominous. Should we seize this opportunity to slay him as he breaks through? ##### Chapter 132. This child's ferocity, unrivaled through the ages. Landon also wore a look of shock. He had not anticipated that this breakthrough opportunity would arrive at this moment. To break through, one must calm the mind and focus intently, absorbing the vast celestial energy into the body. However, with the formidable adversaries Jamie and Faxon standing before him, Landon dared not rashly enter his breakthrough state. After deep contemplation, Landon realized that if he did not break through now, continuing to engage in combat with Jamie would likely result in defeat. If he took the risk and successfully advanced to the later stage quasi-saint realm, he might still have a fighting chance. After much deliberation, he clenched his teeth. If this was the only option, then he would break through now. Without further hesitation, Landon sat cross-legged in midair, closing his eyes and meditating. Jamie and Faxon were also visibly unsettled. This was the perfect opportunity to strike down Landon. This scene unfolded before all living beings, causing an uproar across the world. Is Landon insane? What is he doing? How can he attempt to break through at this moment? Haha, this boy truly has no regard for his life. This act is nothing short of courting death. Some were puzzled and concerned for Landon, while others, who were opposed to him, burst into laughter, believing Landon was seeking his own demise. The few holy ones watching secretly were also taken aback. But these wise and perceptive beings quickly grasped why Landon felt confident enough to break through at this time. Ultimately, today's events stemmed from the 10 golden crows wreaking havoc on Earth, which infuriated Landon. Then, Jamie sought vengeance for his lost sons by descending into the mortal world to kill Landon. While it cannot be said who was right or wrong, the sequence of events led to this outcome. Therefore, although Jamie and Faxon were waging war against Landon together, despite being frowned upon by the masses, it was not entirely without reason. Even killing Landon during the battle could only mean he was outmatched. However, if Jamie and Faxon were to strike down Landon while he was breaking through, it would invite criticism. After all, the protective nature of Xia over his disciples was well known throughout the lands. If Landon died like this, once Xia returned, his first act would likely be to obliterate the entire heavenly court. With this thought, the Holy One sighed lightly, remarking leisurely, "This boy is indeed quick-witted." In the midst of the battlefield, a mighty river of celestial energy converged around Landon, flowing ceaselessly into his body as if he were swallowing the sea whole. Jamie and Faxon's expressions fluctuated with uncertainty and hesitation. Ultimately, they sighed softly, choosing not to interfere with Landon's breakthrough. They too were powerful figures and understood the implications. Fearing the retribution, they were startled. The current Landon seemed like a different person compared to before. Previously, he barely had the strength to defend himself. Now, Landon faced their attacks with a calm expression, moving gracefully as if strolling leisurely, effortlessly dodging their strikes. He could also activate various divine treasures for defense, preventing Jamie and Faxon's attacks from coming near him. Such an increase in strength was astonishing. Moreover, while continuously evading their offensive techniques, Landon could still unleash attacks toward Jamie and Faxon. The battle was no longer as intense as before, catching everyone's attention. Across the land, cries of amazement echoed. How has Landon become so formidable? He is battling two peak quasi-saints of the heavenly court and holds his ground, even appearing at ease. Landon's demeanor now surpasses Jamie slightly. Murmurs spread among the crowd, surprising many. Indeed, the three figures in the sky. Landon now exuded an overpowering aura, executing skills fluidly and gracefully, far surpassing even Jamie. Subtly, people began to experience a sense of confusion. It almost seemed as though the celestial rock was not Jamie but the white-robed Landon. Even the countless elite demonic race soldiers in the sky were stunned. In their hearts, Jamie and Faxon were always invincible figures, a special incarnation, and was imprisoned in the netherworld. A formidable battle intent radiated from each one. Behind them stood countless Witch Clan citizens. Jamie and Faxon could not spare any attention for this development. If either of them withdrew, they would not be Landon's match. Thus, they could only join forces to ensure they were not overwhelmed. Upon seeing this, Hal's usually refined demeanor turned cold. He shifted his gaze toward the Witch Clan people. "So, you couldn't wait for my heavenly court to come attack your Witch Clan? You've come to seek death yourselves?" In response to Hal's words, Paige laughed heartily. "Haha, the two strongest beings of the heavenly court must now join hands to battle a single person and still cannot achieve victory. A heavenly court like this is truly no better than common vermin. Today, I am here to reap your lives." There was no denying that Paige's words were scathing and utterly ruthless. As the great calamity had already arrived, Hal saw this and said no more. With a wave of his hand, the myriad of elite demon troops behind him roared and charged forward, engaging the Witch Clan in fierce combat. The deafening shouts of battle resounded, causing heaven and earth to fall into chaos. Demon Clan members cultivated their primordial spirits and unleashed their divine abilities. Instantly, countless rays of light illuminated the world, setting ablaze the entire chaotic universe. The Demon Clan displayed their supernatural powers, using their spiritual awareness to enhance their cultivation and unleashing shocking combat power. Among the leaders, Paige attacked Hal directly. The two clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, the other 10 primordial ancestors battled against the Demon Clan's holy beasts. However, the Witch Clan cultivated only their physical bodies, which were considered the strongest among all races in the chaotic world. Leveraging this advantage, the Witch Clan moved nimbly, engaging in close combat before the demon troops could even unleash their lethal strikes. The Witch Clan possessed astonishing strength, every punch landing with brutal force. A single blow would cause the demon opponent to explode in a shower of blood rain. Perhaps the ferocity of the Witch Clan reminded the demon troops of the Witch Demon War tens of thousands of years ago, when countless demons perished. The decisive attacks and ruthless brutality of the Witch Clan left deep scars on the demons' hearts. Thus, as the battle erupted once again, the demon troops were filled with apprehension. Fear before the fight caused hesitation in their attacks, and this only strengthened the Witch Clan's momentum. For a moment, explosions and flashes of blood rain echoed continuously, and those who died were all demon troops. Seeing this, Hal was greatly alarmed, never expecting the demon troops to fear the Witch Clan to such an extent. Hastily, he shouted, "Children of the Demon Clan, do not be afraid. Tabitha is imprisoned in the netherworld, leaving only 11 primordial ancestors. Their most lethal move, the great array of all-embracing spirits, is useless. In this battle, we will surely win." His loud voice, amplified by his magic power, reached every corner of the battlefield. Hearing this, the demon troops felt a surge of hope. Indeed, the Witch Clan had lost their biggest advantage. There was no need to fear them anymore. Encouraged by his words, the demon troops' morale soared, and their fighting spirit skyrocketed once again. However, the Witch Clan had already surged deep into the demon ranks, unleashing their unparalleled close combat prowess. Despite the renewed demon resolve, it was hard to turn the tide immediately. Hal clearly saw the situation but could not act due to Paige's relentless onslaught, leaving him no time to give commands. Frustrated, his movements slowed slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Paige launched a powerful punch at Hal. Struck by this blow, Hal spat out a stream of blood. However, this punch allowed him to escape Paige's reach. Without delay, he Dirk and Tisha suddenly looked up. After a long pause, Dirk asked, "Who will win? Who will lose in this battle?" Even Tisha, as a sage, could not answer. The great calamity was a heavenly tribulation, unpredictable even by those with astonishing cultivation. Tisha sighed heavily, the sorrow in his eyes deepening. In summary, the eruption of the Witch Demon War marked the true beginning of the great calamity. Chapter 134. Borrowing the power of XuanHuan to assist me in achieving sagehood. This battle shook all living beings and caught the attention of numerous sages. The cataclysmic tribulation officially began. Roars of battle echoed across billions of miles in XuanHuan, with countless demonic tribes and witch clans engaging in bloody combat. Innumerable beams of magical energy flashed, dazzlingly bright. However, at this moment, Despite the multitude in combat on the entire battlefield, they were all secretly paying attention to the awe-inspiring battle at the center. It was precisely where Landon and Rock Jamie were engaged in combat. Not even trillions of souls shone as brightly as Landon. For no other reason, but because Landon was fighting 2 against 1. Moreover, his 2 opponents included the current Lord of Heaven who ruled over all of XuanHuan, the world's only celestial Rock Jamie. The other, Faxon, previously held the illustrious title of First Under the Sages. Despite this, Landon fought 2-on-1 without falling into any disadvantage. Such strength made even the sages blush with shame. In present-day XuanHuan, even the few hidden sages would have to admit that they could not have done so when they were at Landon's current level. None could match Landon's overwhelming power, which was self-evident. The invincibility of a sage begins to show. Could it be that this person can truly achieve sagehood in the future? At this moment, various sages observing Landon from their own Taoist sanctuaries all voiced this question. The inside of a sage was naturally unmatched by ordinary sages. The initial display of invincible might meant that Landon had preliminarily received the approval of the celestial fate. This was a clear sign that he could achieve sagehood. At this moment, amidst the intense battle, Paige, located at the heart of the battlefield, frowned deeply. Observing the fierce fight unfolding, worry filled his heart. The Witch Clan's men were already scarce. This battle occurred because Landon stalled Jamie and Faxon, preventing these 2 most formidable entities from interfering, allowing Paige to muster the courage to join the fray. However, now the demon clans had deployed the small, heavenly stellar formation, and wherever the formation reached, Witch Clan warriors perished, causing genuine pain for him. Big brother, our clan's children cannot withstand such losses. At this time, another ancestor witch, Gale, came beside Paige and said thus. How could Paige not know? But since the battle had started, there was no turning back. Paige glanced at the battlefield where Landon was and said, with matters coming to this, there is no way out. If we do not carve out a path through bloodshed during this tribulation, our clan will be destroyed within it. Luckily, now Landon holds Jamie and Faxon at bay, preventing them from targeting our witch clan. Order our clan warriors to fight to the death and never retreat. This concerns the survival of the witch lineage. There must be no cowardice. Upon hearing this, Gale hurriedly acknowledged and re-entered the battlefield. Paige sighed heavily, unleashing immense combat prowess, like a tiger among sheep, constantly slaying demon clan elites. Every additional kill reduced the threat faced by the witch clan warriors. As for Landon, his cultivation was fully revealed. His Godslayer spear shaking fiercely, powerful offensive techniques continuously unleashed, forcing Jamie and Faxon to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Chaos Spell. Decree. Primal River Luo Formation. Jamie and Faxon simultaneously shouted. The former summoned the Chaos Bell to float above his head, emitting resounding. Behind him stood the sage Shaw, forcing even the heavens to pay respect. Amidst the relentless battle, Landon showed no signs of fatigue, growing ever stronger, frustrating Jamie. They were the 2 supreme figures in heaven, second only to a few sages in all of XuanHuan. But now, despite being 1 rank lower, Landon was incredibly formidable, battling both of them, displaying monstrous power. Jamie observed the scene again and saw several demon lords ensnared within the small, heavenly stellar formation, unable to attend to the main battle. The ancestor witches of the Witch Clan were unstoppable, killing countless demon elites. Such a bloodbath was clearly what Jamie did not wish to see. In the past, the 12 ancestor witches united could deploy the utmost heaven demon killing formation, which the demon clan still revered. But now, with 1 less ancestor witch, Jamie felt the demon clan should easily crush the Witch Clan. This scene made Jamie furious. The true enemy of the demon clan during the tribulation was the Witch Clan, not Landon, nor his sect, the Complete Perfection Sect. This battle was triggered by the 10 princes of the Golden Crow ravaging XuanHuan. Jamie never imagined that Landon, whom he thought could be easily suppressed, forced both races into premature warfare, initiating the tribulation. We must not prolong this struggle. First, the fiery-tempered Hewitt blasted an elite soldier of the Netherclan into oblivion and, upon seeing the Grand Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, couldn't help but curse in anger. The other ancestral Netherclans had varied expressions, but all appeared very worried. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in alarm. Where is Elder Brother? Why isn't he here? It was Zhu Stacy who spoke. With his human-headed, dragon-bodied form already blood-red, it now seemed as if blood would drip from him, showing how enraged he was. He scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of Paige. He hurriedly asked aloud. Upon hearing this, the others were also alarmed. Knowing that the 12 ancestral Netherclans could still sense each other despite being apart, they were assured that Paige hadn't perished, calming them slightly. Seeing this scene, all beings of the Cooper Chaos were greatly shocked. The Grand Zhou Tian Xing Do formation appears again. Heaven, will the scene of tens of thousands of years ago be repeated? Not quite. Today's formation seems even more powerful than before. Someone exclaimed. The Grand Zhou Tian Xing Do formation blocked the void, its vibration significantly stronger than those tens of thousands of years ago. The Netherclan is facing great calamity. Some lamented for the Netherclan, recalling how during the last Netherclan Yao War, the Netherclan used the 12 Du Tian Divine Evil formation to counterbalance the power of the Yao. However, one of the 12 ancestral Netherclans, Tabitha, had turned into reincarnation and couldn't didn't care. Smiling faintly, the Netherclan and Yao have opposed each other for countless eons. Today, your fate is sealed. But as one blessed by the energy of heaven and earth, I am not willing to completely annihilate you. Jamie's voice resonated throughout the Cooper Chaos, causing mixed reactions among the people. Jamie continued, Today, I will give you a chance to surrender to my heavenly court. From then on, heaven and earth will honor only my heavenly court. I will spare your lives. In reality, Jamie had another consideration. Initially, he intended to destroy the Netherclan and use the cosmic force to become a sage, reigning supreme. However, such a method would harm his destiny and cause significant karma. At their level, accumulating karma was highly undesirable, leading him to think of another plan. If the Nether Clan surrendered, Jamie would become the sole ruler of the cosmos. At that time, boundless merit would descend, allowing him to attain sagehood. Yet, such words were a great humiliation to the ears of the Nether Clan's ancestral members. It was common knowledge that the Nether Clan and Yao were opposing forces. Expecting one side to submit to the other was clearly impossible. Immediately, all ancestral members were furious, including the usually discordant Hewitt and Arnie, who now angrily cursed together. Little Jamie, don't be arrogant. We swear to kill you today. Jamie was not surprised. He had expected this reaction after suggesting their submission. Since that's the case, die then. Your death can still allow me to borrow the cosmic force to achieve sagehood. Jamie sneered, waving his hand. Grand Jotian Xing Do formation, descend. At his command, the formation slowly descended, enveloping the entire Cooper chaos. The people were astonished, finally understanding Jamie's true ambition, using the formation to destroy the Nether Clan while suppressing the cosmic energy. After this battle, the merit would allow him alone to attain sagehood. Everyone drew a sharp breath. Jamie's ambition was indeed too vast. As the Grand Jotian Xing Do formation operated, the mystical principles of celestial movement became evident. At Jamie's order, stars descending would obliterate the Nether Clan. Seemingly envisioning his sagehood, Jamie mused, when I become a sage, all of heaven and earth will belong to me. Who can stop me then? Just as he raised his hand to issue orders, a roar reverberated through the universe. Little Jamie, do you recognize this formation? Jamie paused, turning to see Paige, standing proudly above the Cooper chaos. Paige shouted again, all in